Mode, adapted by Betty Davis from the novel by Patricia Moyes. The offices of Style magazine, sometime in the early 1960s.
Oh, Teresa, what's this word?
Bullfightish. Bullfightish colours. Gorgeous in a maid's night out sort of way. Well, that's what the clothes looked like. I leave you to translate my basic English into stylese.
Oh, I wish we could print that as it stands, but... Colour scheme of Mantia black and picket all red. Dazzling for the woman who dares.
How clever you are, darling.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I suppose you'll be here all night.
I shall certainly be here all night. I always am when we get out the Paris collection number. Assistant editor, Star Magazine, speaking. Yes, she's here. It's Michael for you.
Oh. Hello, darling. Well, Marjorie's got the art editor with her at the moment.
Miss Masters, can you spare me a minute?
Oh, with pleasure, Miss Field. I'm summoned to the presence. Right. Here we go. Into battle.
Okay, for Dumpling Debs, but basically old hat. Oh, if only we could say that. Let's see. Classic in the modern manner. That'll do. Oh, damn. I've caught a cold and it's nearly midnight already. Oh, I loathe collection night. The good old shift hacked round the hem with pruning shears. Hello, Ernie. This is Miss Pankhurst. Oh, please come and get my thermos and make me some fresh tea. At once. Oh, I don't care if you are reducing a print. You can spare a minute. Right. Pruning shears. Let's try the slim sheath with a ragamuffin look.
Blow it up. Blow it up enormous and kill the hat picture.
No, I won't have the hat picture killed.
All right. One great hideous hat right across both pages. But give the spread some guts. Crop the picture here.
May I say? I know I'm only a poor bloody photographer, but would you mind telling me what in hell you're proposing to do to that picture?
Only cropping it a bit, darling, to show up the hat.
The point of that photograph is in the line of the dress carried up to and through the hat. If you're going to cut it up into small pieces, I'd rather you took my name off it.
I agree with Michael. Cropping the picture would ruin it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Why don't we use this picture, uncropped, facing a whole-page hat picture, and kill the Monnier chiffon?
Marjorie, my darling, you're a genius. Donald Mackay.
Yes, Mr. Walsh.
Take all these bloody layouts and burn them, you miserable Scotsman.
That should give us 10 minutes peace. Well, I think I'll go and freshen up in the restroom, Miss Field. I'll be there if anyone wants me.
Yes, Miss French.
Hope you've sent Ernest home, Michael. Surely all the darkroom stuff is done by now?
He left 10 minutes ago.
Good. Only twice a year, thank heavens. I think I'll lie down. See you in 10 minutes.
I hope to God she's okay. I've never known her show the strain before.
She gets tired like everyone else. She's not superhuman, and she is nearly 60.
I suppose so. No, you'd never believe it.
She depends an awful lot on Helen these days. More's the pity.
Yes, well, if you're using that hat picture big, I'll make another print of it. Give it to me.
1:30 and all's well, more or less. God, I look hideous. What's the taxi situation?
No luck so far, I'm afraid. Miss Field's been trying for 20 minutes.
Our managing director's across the road having dinner at the Orangery.
How do you know?
Well, that's his car, isn't it? The dark grey Bentley.
Yes, that is Mr. Goring's car, but I hardly think we can descend on his dinner party to catch a lift. There are rather too many of us. And he has his own guests to look after, no doubt. Oh, Miss Field, any luck?
No, Miss French, I'm so sorry. I've tried 7 different ranks. I could go back to the beginning and try the first one again.
Oh, don't let's mess about. Let's get a hire car. They're all dead.
Shall I do that, Miss French? Oh, good evening, Mr. Goring.
How's it all going?
Oh, very well, Godfrey. We're finished, except for Helen, of course.
Splendid timing on my part. I've been having dinner across the way, and I saw your lights were still burning.
I think champagne will be in order, don't you?
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Godfrey, but
No arguments. You'll all come with me in my car to Brompton Square for a mild celebration, and then Barker will drive each and every one of you home.
Well,
Now, how many hours are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... six, of course. You'll come, won't you, Miss Field? Our unsung heroine?
I don't think I should, Mr. Goring. Thank you very much. I ought to be getting home.
Oh.
I came straight here from the Paris plane, and I've still got my suitcase.
Oh, hell, so have Michael and I. I'd forgotten all about them.
I don't think we have room for luggage as well as people. Why don't you leave your cases here and pick them up tomorrow?
Well,
Thank you, Godfrey. It's very kind, and I'd love to.
Well, I'm not the man to say no to a party.
Good. Come along then, everybody. You too, Miss Field.
But, Mr. Goring...
I insist. I'm sorry about you, Helen. I wish we could send you a bottle over.
That might not be a very good idea. I've got to stay sober.
Helen's tipple is tea on collection nights.
Coming, everyone. Good night, Helen. When's your deadline?
The messenger's calling for a copy at 7.
We're ordering your health, Helen.
You do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Helen.
Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I can't stand it. Oh, don't be a fool. There's a job to do. Paris says rags and tatters for spring. Gamines and guttersnipes swagger jauntily through the collection in a riot of gaudy colour.
Morning. Anything wrong?
No, look, I've got to collect some urgent copy and they're all asleep in there. I've got to get in.
Ah, it's okay. I've got a key.
You the doorman?
That's right. Just coming on duty.
Oh, be quick about it, will you?
Ah, don't you worry. Come in the warm. I will soon see what's up. Not like Miss Pratt goes to go to sleep on the job. Not like her at all. Just a minute. You wait out here and I'll have a word with her. You'll get your copy, don't worry. Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, what the hell's all this mess? Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, wake up. Wake. Oh, my God.
What is it? Hey, what's happening?
Quick, get the police. Get a doctor.
Here, where's my envelope?
Well, with your envelope, she's dead.
Cyanide poisoning, sir. No doubt about it.
In the thermos flask. I can smell it from here. Have the photographer and fingerprint chaps got all they want, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Looks like a hurricane, is it? I can understand the papers, but all them stockings and panties and whatnot all over the place.
Somebody's been through that suitcase there in a hell of a hurry. Just picked things up, thrown them out higgledy-piggledy. Face powder everywhere. Bottle of perfume broken.
Stinks, don't it? Especially with a fire on.
It's just a bit overpowering, yes. Ink blue roses scattered sparsely over chalk white mousseline de soie give drama to. And it's all.
She stopped for a cup of tea.
Yes. That young man downstairs will have to wait a long time for his copy. All right, Sergeant, you can have the poor girl taken away, but be very careful nothing else is touched.
Right, sir. Oh, by the way, Miss Marjorie French is here, the editor.
Oh, I'll talk to her straight away. Ask her to come up.
Yes, sir.
This is a terrible thing, Inspector Tibbet. Your sergeant didn't give me many details, but the mere fact that the police are here, I take it that Helen's death wasn't natural.
No. I'm afraid Miss Pankhurst was murdered.
Have you ruled out suicide?
Had she a reason?
I'm not a gossip. The private lives of my staff are not my business, but I have been very worried about Helen lately.
Mm-hmm.
You'll understand, Inspector, that in any organization that employs both men and women, there is the possibility of sentimental attachments.
I see. And Miss Pankhurst?
Helen had been having a somewhat tempestuous love affair with one of our photographers, Michael Healy.
Why should that drive her to suicide?
Well, things had been going wrong. To be direct, Michael is a philanderer and never intended anything serious. Helen is a passionate, intense girl, woman.
How old was she?
34. She'd been going to pieces a bit lately. I think Michael was trying to end it. Actually, between ourselves, I intended to send him to America for a few months. Not that that would have cured the atmosphere in the office.
What do you mean by that?
He's married to my fashion editor, Teresa Masters.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss French. All this is very interesting, but I still think it was murder.
How did she die?
Someone put cyanide in her tea.
But couldn't she have put it in herself?
She could. I don't think she did. There was no note, and it was an extraordinary time and place to choose, right in the middle of a working session. And then her office seems to have been rifled, not only her papers, but her personal possessions.
Personal possessions? Well, what on earth do you mean?
Well, perhaps you'd better have a look next door.
Yes, Inspector, I agree with you. Helen was murdered.
What made you change your mind?
All this, and the fact that she hadn't finished her work. If I'd found a tidy office, all the captions and layouts neatly in their envelopes, and a list of instructions to the printers, I think she'd killed herself.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, the office wasn't rifled. The state of the papers is quite normal. Helen worked surrounded by chaos and tidied up meticulously afterwards.
What about the suitcase?
It isn't Helen's. It belongs to my secretary, Rachel Field. She flew back from Paris yesterday and came straight from the airport to the office. She must have left her case here because of some idea about the sanctity of my office.
Well, why didn't she take it home with her?
Because of Mr. Goring, our managing director. He looked in and invited us all back to his flat for champagne, but he had no room in his car for luggage, so he suggested it should be left here overnight.
The invitation did not include Miss Pankhurst.
Of course not. She stayed here to work.
So you all went back to Mr. Goring's flat?
Yes. 2 other friends of his were there. Nicholas Knight, the dress designer, and Horace Barry, the manufacturer. We had a glass or 2 of champagne. Then Mr. Goring's chauffeur drove us home.
All of you?
Except for Nicholas Knight and Mr. Barry. Mr. Knight used his own car. Oh, and he gave a lift to Miss Field as he was going in her direction. They left a little before the rest of us. Then the chauffeur dropped Teresa and Michael in Chelsea and took me onto Sloane Street. After that, he took Mr. Patrick Walsh, our art editor, to Islington.
What time?
Just before 3.
Thank you. Did Miss Pankhurst have any relatives? I'd like to know something about her background.
She had no family that I know of. Her parents were dead. I think there's a married sister in Australia. She shared a flat with Alwyn Piper, our features editor. Her background. She's been on our staff 10 years, worked her way up to assistant editor from a secretary's post.
Where would the murderer get cyanide?
Well, there's a supply in the darkroom. It's used for reducing prints.
Doesn't that point to someone who worked in the darkroom?
No. We're all in and out of there all the time, and we all knew about the cyanide.
Isn't it kept locked up?
Normally, yes, but I'm afraid on collection night rules go by the board. Michael was making his own prints, and the store cupboard was open. Incidentally, the cupboard's in the room where the tea's made, and we were all popping in and out of there all evening. Except Miss Field, that is, and Helen herself.
Well, thank you, Miss French. You've been most helpful.
I've put an office at your disposal, Inspector. I presume you want to interview everyone who was here last night.
Yes. Would you mind checking my list?
Yes, of course.
Yourself, Teresa Masters, Michael Healy, and Patrick Walsh. Oh, and your secretary, Miss Field. Anyone else?
Donald Mackay, Patrick's assistant. He left before the rest of us. And the darkroom boy, Ernest Jenkins. He was here till midnight.
Jenkins.
Oh, there was Alwyn, too.
Miss Piper? Miss Pankhurst's flatmate?
Yes. She was writing her copy after the theatre.
Do you know what time she left?
I've no idea. I told her to go at 12:30, but heaven knows how long she stayed. That's everybody.
Except Mr. Goring.
Godfrey, but surely
There
you
was
can't...
nothing to stop him going into the dark room before he came to your office.
No, but you can't
Sir,
really...
I
think that-
forbid you to go in.
Get out of my way, you miserable little man. By God, nobody's going to keep me out of my own office.
Chief
Patrick's
Inspector's given orders that
arrived.
he's not to be disturbed.
So I
sir.
hear.
The chief inspector...
I'd better go and investigate.
Who the hell are you?
Chief Inspector Tibbet. I presume you're Patrick Wolf.
You damn well presume right. Now, will you get this fool of yours out of my way and let me into my own office?
No, I won't. There's been a murder.
A murder? Why did nobody tell me? Who is it?
Helen Pankhurst. She was poisoned.
Helen? Helen, my darling. My beautiful. It's not true. It's not true.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to make a statement, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, of course.
Now, when did you last see Miss Pankhurst?
I didn't clap eyes on her all evening. Last time I saw her was lunchtime. I took her out for a meal. She needed it. Poor kid.
Why do you say it like that?
I say what I damn well please. And nobody's going to go around slinging mud at the poor girl after she's dead.
Who was slinging mud?
No one, not a living soul.
You liked Helen?
I loved her.
Do you know of anyone who disliked her?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Everybody loved her.
Including Michael Healy and Teresa Masters?
What filthy lying bastards have been saying things? It's not true, do you hear me? Not a bloody word of it.
I have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
know damn well what I'm talking about. I'm not saying another word. You can't make me.
Oh, very well, we'll leave it. About the cyanide, I suppose you know where it's kept.
I know where the dark room store cupboard is.
Oh, will you show me?
All right. This way. This is the store cupboard. Everything's kept here.
Unlocked. Poison, is it?
Yes?
I'll have to take it for fingerprinting.
Well, since it's empty, I can't see any objection.
Whose luggage is that over there?
Teresa and Michael. They came back from Paris last night, straight after the last collection was shown.
Did you know Miss Pankhurst's thermos flask by sight?
Oh, everybody did. Terrible battered old thing. It's never parted from her on collection nights.
Did you notice it standing around unattended at any time?
Well, it was here by the store cupboard all night. I suppose Ernie made Helen some fresh tea and then forgotten to take it to her. We're all suspect. Any one of us could have slipped cyanide into it. And don't ask me how I know. The poison was in our tea. You as good as told me.
Agreed. Now, tell me about the party at Mr. Goring's last night.
Oh, damn silly business. Sipping genteel champagne with a simpering fools and vulgar bloody upstarts.
Such as?
Oh, Nicholas Knight and Horace Barry. Oh, Godfrey may have to be civil to them in the name of the great God advertising, but I don't see why we...
Just tell me what happened.
Well, we had a glass of champagne and made hideous small talk, avoiding tricky subjects. Then I got fed up and so did Michael. And we began being fairly damn rude to Knight and Barry. Oh, in a subtle way.
Subtle? I see.
Anyway, they soon had enough and went off. They gave Rachel a lift, and the rest of us went to...
Well, what did you mean by tricky subjects?
Nothing that would interest you.
Oh, most things interest me.
Well, I'm damned if I'll tell you, you bloody nosy Parker.
Perhaps we'd better have another talk later on, when you're in a more reasonable frame of mind.
Reasonable? In all this madhouse, I'm the one reasonable
Please
character...
go
that-
away.
What?
Please go away. Now.
Right. I damn well will.
We're all going to be sad to Darling, I'm sorry, but I'm not really killed as a poet on
Uncle Henry.
What the hell are you doing here, Veronica?
A job, of course. Hey, if you're here, it must be true.
Oh, come in here. Miss French has given me an office.
Before I wouldn't go on with it. Oh, well, you know, so you...
You're the last person I expected to come across.
Why, I do a lot of modelling for style. Is it really true, Uncle Henry? Is she dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, look, Veronica, you might be able to help me. Do you know the people here personally?
Oh, not all of them. I never met Miss Pankhurst. Everyone says she was an awful dragon. I really only know Miss Masters and Michael, of course.
Michael Healy, the photographer.
Yes, that's right. We were all in Paris together till yesterday. Oh, and I know Auntie, vaguely, of course.
Who on earth is she?
He. It's Patrick Walsh, the art editor. Everyone calls him Auntie, but not to his face. He roars at people.
I've gathered that. Do you know his assistant, Donald Mackay?
Yes,
Mm-hmm. And what about... Yes?
Ernest Jenkins is here, the darkroom boy.
Oh, good. Send him straight up. You better be off. I'll see you again later on.
Can I go out?
Aren't you working?
Well, only for a bit, I meant. I've got a sitting at 12 for young style, so I have to be back at 11:30 to make up.
You got quite enough makeup on already.
Oh, all the girls in Paris had dead white faces and sooty eyes and brown lipstick outlined in black.
Repellent.
Marvelous. You wait and see. I think that's Auntie.
I know.
I want to. Let go of that brute.
Listen to me, you imbecile
I'm
child.
going in, now let go.
What's all this? Come in, Miss...
Piper. Almond Piper.
and Mr. Walsh. What is it now?
I'm trying to save this lunatic girl from making a fool of herself.
The sergeant said for me to come up. Ernest Jenkins.
I know he did. I'm sorry, I'll have to see you later. Wait outside, like call you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Walsh, will you please go away?
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Do you want me to go, too?
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Now, you shared a flat with Helen Pankhurst, didn't you?
Yes.
Got on well, the two of you?
Yes, mostly.
Not all the time?
Not since Michael.
What did you want to tell me? I know about Helen's affair with Michael Healy, you know.
You do? How?
Never mind. What I don't know is whether it has anything to do with the case.
Oh, of course it has. He killed her.
What?
He was ghastly to her, and she was desperate. That's why she killed herself.
She didn't. She was murdered.
But that can't be true. Oh, who on earth would murder Helen?
That's what I want to know. Now, will you please tell me all you know about Helen and Michael Healy?
It started about 6 months ago. She never used to go out in the evenings without telling me where she was going. We'd always been such friends.
When did you first meet him?
Well, that's a funny thing. She'd known Michael and Teresa for ages, long before she knew me. And she used to go out and say she was dining with the Healys, and I believed her, though I felt annoyed they kept asking her out so much and never included me.
Mm-hmm.
And then one night, when she was supposed to be there, I saw Teresa at the theater. Not Michael, just Teresa. So I knew Helen was with Michael alone.
Did you tell her?
No. I just asked after Teresa when she got back, and she said, oh, she's fine. She cooked us a wonderful dinner. So naturally, she said it. I'd never known she was lying.
Did Mrs. Healy know?
Teresa? Well, sometimes I thought she must know, but they still seemed so friendly. I think that may be why Helen didn't leave a note, so as not to hurt Teresa.
I have a feeling that you started these rumors, Miss Piper.
Well, why shouldn't I? For Helen's own sake. She'd been desperately unhappy. He was getting tired of her, and I still haven't told you the worst.
The worst?
The doctor will find out, of course.
You mean she was pregnant?
Yes.
Does anyone else know?
Yes. Somebody.
Who?
I don't know. She told someone, but she never told me.
And how do you know?
It was yesterday. She was at home in the afternoon because she had to work all night. I went back to change for the theater, and I heard her on the phone.
What was she saying?
I can remember every word. She said, the doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. I wish I were dead.
I see. Anything more?
Oh, she must have heard me. She said, I can't talk anymore, and put the phone down.
And then?
I went into the room and asked how she was, and she said fine, apart from a cold, and then she went into the office.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Well, I came into the office to type something after the theater. I saw her working when I was going on my way to the lift. Or just a glimpse through the office door. I said good night. I didn't like to disturb her.
What time?
After 3, I think. Everyone else had gone.
Well, thank you for telling me all this. You were right to. Later on, I'd like to take a look at your flat, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. If you see the darkroom boy around, will you send him in, please? I want to talk to him as soon as I can.
Yeah, I made some more tea for Miss Pankhurst. Rang me up and asked she did while I was reducing a print for Mr. Ely.
What time?
About 11:30.
And you took it in?
No, Mr. Ely was mad at me for leaving me work to make it at all.
Reducing a print, eh? What is that?
Making a print lighter.
How do you do that?
You rub the dark part with cyanide.
Yeah. How much was in the bottle when you used it?
Oh, more than half full.
And who has the key for the cyanide cupboard?
Well, last night was collection, see, so Mr. Ely had it. Well, that's to say the cupboards was all open and I took what I wanted.
And Mr. Healy didn't lock them up when he left?
I don't know. He sent me home at midnight.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Ernie. Where'll you be if I want to see you again later?
In the dark room. Worse luck. Cheery bye.
How well did you know the dead girl, Miss Masters?
Oh, very well. We were very friendly.
Both you and your husband?
Both of us. Especially Michael, of course.
Why, of course.
Inspector, I know that all sorts of silly rumors were going round about Helen and my husband. Some of them may have reached you. Have they? Well, anyway, they're not true. They used to dine together occasionally. Or maybe there was a mild flirtation. But if so, it couldn't have mattered less to any of us. My marriage is perfectly happy. Helen was my friend.
Well, since you knew her so well, can you tell me anything about her other friends?
Well, no. I don't think she had any outside the office. Patrick's adored her for years, of course. And Alwyn had a sort of schoolgirl crush on her.
They were a strangely assorted pair to share a flat.
Oh, that was only because Helen was so good-natured. When Alwyn came to Style a year ago, she had nowhere to live, and Helen put her up. It was only meant to be temporary. But Alwyn begged to stay on, and Helen got rather stuck with the arrangement.
Did you ever think that Helen might have killed herself?
What?
Suicide. Had you thought of suicide?
Frankly, no. I suppose it is possible.
Why?
Well, people commit suicide for the oddest reasons. If you say she did...
I said nothing of the sort. I asked for your opinion.
But how could I know?
Well, you were such great friends.
She never said anything.
I've been told she seemed unhappy lately.
Well, she seemed tired, perhaps.
You don't think her friendship with your husband went deeper than you realized?
Yes, perhaps it did. But the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Of course, it wasn't Michael's fault. He probably didn't even guess how she felt about him. But I'm sure that must have been the trouble. Yes, Inspector, I'm sure that's how it happened.
You are?
Yes. Well, now I think of it that way, it all seems to fit.
No, that blasted cheetah's no good down there. No point in having a wild animal in the shot unless we can see it. Annie, make the bloody thing get up and prowl towards the camera.
Oh, I don't like to, Mr. Ely.
Go on, Poppet. Walkies.
Yep, that's marvellous. Hold that. Little smile, Veronica. Head to the left. That's it. Wonderful. Yeah. Now kick the beast again.
Oh, I didn't kick him, just sort of prodded gently. Push, push. No, it's no good now. He's gone to sleep.
Oh, no, mind. Leave it alone for the moment. At least it's quiet and I've got to reload. Ernie, reload.
Okay.
There you are, last. For God's sake, do something with this animal of yours.
Of mine?
For the next reel, I want it standing up. Can it rear on its hind legs?
I'm afraid I...
Oh, here she is. Here, I've been looking everywhere. Do you know there's a policeman downstairs? Well, how's my beauty, then? Here, I hope she's been a good girl. She's been a bit fractious lately, constipated. Off her food, you know.
Oh, she's been as good as gold, haven't you, Poppet?
Oh, I wouldn't tickle her ears, miss.
Right, let's get on. Veronica, darling, more to the left a bit. Fine. Now, I want the cheetah up on its hind legs like a heraldic beast, looking out left.
Here, I say, that's asking a bit much.
I always ask a bit much, and I usually get it.
Yeah, well, perhaps if I stood on that ladder holding a bone up...
I don't give a damn what you do, so long as you're not in the picture.
Yeah, well, I've got a bone. Here, no, Beauty, not yet. Here, is this ladder all right?
As safe as houses.
Yeah. This high enough? Quiet, Beauty.
Yeah, that's fine. Take the train of the dress sweeping out of the frame on the right. Yeah, fine, thank you. Splendid. Hold it, everybody.
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, that's splendid. Lovely. Lovely. Here, we've got some winners here. Fine. Right, everyone. 5 minutes break.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Healing?
If it's about the cheetah, go and talk to Miss Field. She booked it.
No, it isn't. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Oh, good God. About Helen?
Yes.
Look, I can't see you now. I'm in the middle of a sitting.
You've got 5 minutes, and this is urgent. I want to know the truth about your relationship with Miss Pankhurst.
Is this an official interview?
It's official, yes. I'm not taking down what you say, if that's what you mean.
I see. Well, what do you want to know?
I've told you.
I can only say that anything you may have heard was exaggerated. We were good friends, nothing more.
You knew, of course, that she was pregnant.
What did you say?
She was pregnant.
She can't have been.
She was.
God, I suppose it was possible, but I never thought... God, how awful.
I gather she hadn't told you.
No, she hadn't. Poor darling Helen.
You still deny that you were lovers?
Huh? Oh, doesn't seem much point in denying it now, does there?
Good. Now, is it true that recently you had been trying to break off the relationship?
There was nothing to... Well, I mean, she must have taken it more seriously than I did.
It wasn't important in your life?
Well, no.
I gather you went home last night, leaving the poison cupboard unlocked.
Yes, I suppose I did. I still got the key in my pocket, as a matter of fact.
Pretty careless, wasn't it?
No, you don't know what this place is like on collection nights.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see this bottle of cyanide?
I didn't see it, not consciously. I didn't use it myself.
Transferred phone call for Inspector Tibbet. Dr. Broughton.
Oh, thank you. Can I...
Yeah, take it by all means. The phone's in the office on the right. I've got to get back to work anyway.
I really know, darling.
Oh, why did it bloody well have to rain today? That dress needs open air and a duck pond.
Well,
Ernie, can you find a young calf and a 5-bar gate?
Hello. That you, Doctor?
Yes, I've got a bit more news for you.
And there you have.
Definitely cyanide and definitely administered in the tea. Time of death between 4 and 5:30 a.m. Body aged about 33.
Don't prolong the agony. I already know.
Know what?
That she was pregnant.
Pregnant? Don't be a damn fool. The woman was a virgin.
It was very kind of you to ask me to lunch, Mr. Goring.
My dear Inspector, pleasure. Not a bad burgundy, is it?
Excellent. You're being very abstemious.
Yes, I usually am, but I trust that won't deter you. Now, you must tell me how I can help you over this shocking business.
Tell me about Helen.
Well, she came to us as a secretary nearly 10 years ago. Marjorie French noticed her and suggested she be promoted to the executive staff. I interviewed Helen and was very impressed. She was an exceptional girl. She became editorial assistant, then sub-editor, and then assistant editor. Had she lived...
Yes, Mr. Goring?
Well, this is very much in confidence, Inspector, but had she lived, she might have become editor when Marjorie retired. As it is, Teresa Masters will get the job.
Is Miss French retiring soon?
Well, again, in confidence, she is a sick woman. The doctors have ordered her to stop work within the next 2 months. Of course, the question of her successor has been under discussion for some time. You see, I believe in promotion from within. So the choice of her successor lay between Helen and Teresa. Marjorie favored Teresa. I thought she was wrong. From that point of view, Helen's death was a great personal tragedy for me.
I'd been told she was emotionally involved with another member of the staff.
If so, that wasn't my business.
Godfrey, my dear, whatever is all this? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hello, Nicholas.
I've just seen the paper. I'm shattered. Utterly shattered.
Inspector, may I introduce Mr. Knight? Nicholas, this is Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
Oh. I'm delighted to meet you.
Mr. Knight is one of our most brilliant young dress-designers.
I've heard all about you, Mr. Knight.
About me? Nice things, I hope.
You were at Mr. Goring's house last night, weren't you?
Was I? Yes, of course I was. It's a lovely, lovely party, Godfrey.
Yes.
It's just too terrible to think that I must go. Nose to the grindstone, you know. Goodbye, Inspector.
Mr. Knight,
Yes?
I'd like to have a chat with you sometime. Perhaps you could come to the Style office this afternoon.
No. Come to my salon. I'm terribly busy, you do understand.
Of course. Where?
It's this building, first floor. Anyone will tell you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Godfrey.
Goodbye,
Mr. Knight.
A most talented young man, Inspector. Don't be put off by his somewhat flamboyant manner. People in his business tend to adopt extravagant attitudes. He's a very shrewd businessman, really.
Forgive me, but has he been involved in some sort of scandal lately?
Certainly not.
Oh, well. I must have been confusing him with somebody else. I know very little about the fashion world.
It's a very strange world. Very unusual people, I'm afraid.
Yes?
Hello, darling.
Lorna, what on earth are you doing here?
Well, I had to come. I heard...
This is Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard. Inspector, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Goring?
Better sit down. Have you eaten?
Of course not. Pierre, I'll have some smoked salmon and chicken supreme with some chablis. You know, the one I like. Now, darling, tell me all about it. Who was she? One of the walking sticks?
Lorna.
I always say the style girls look exactly like walking sticks. Straight suits, ramrod backbones, and lacquered hair. I can't tell one from the other.
Helen Pankhurst is dead.
Oh. Is that the dark one with the big nose?
Yes.
But what happened? The papers
Look,
said...
Inspector Tibbet and I have to get back to work now. Are you staying in town tonight?
Well, it seems a sensible thing to do.
Very well. I'll see you at home this evening.
Well, I'll come and pick you up at the office.
No, there's a police investigation going on. Don't be an idiot, darling. I'll tell you all about it later. Inspector, you coming?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goring.
Goodbye, Inspector. See you later, darling.
If my wife should come to the office this afternoon, visitors are not allowed, are they?
If your wife wishes to come in, Mr. Goring, I'm sure...
No. I'd rather she was not allowed in.
There you are. I'll tell the sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much, Miss Field. A very clear and concise account, if I may say so.
Thank you, Inspector. Is there anything else?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your suitcase.
My suitcase? What about it?
You left it in Miss Pankhurst's office, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, what was in it?
Haven't you searched it? Just things from Paris, clothes and so on.
Can you think of any reason why someone should want to ransack your suitcase?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I think you'd better see for yourself.
Is Helen...
No, it's all right. There's nothing there except... well, we'll see. Come in, Miss Field.
Why, my things. How dare he?
He?
Well, must have been a man, mustn't it?
Not necessarily. Now, I want you to check up and see if there's anything missing. Anything at all.
What about fingerprints?
Oh, don't worry, that's already been attended to. You can go ahead.
Everything seems to be here, Inspector. Can I take the case away?
Certainly. Not very secure, is it?
The lock's weak, and I've packed it too full, I'm afraid. It's liable to burst open. I think it'll stay put now.
Miss Field, would anyone else have had an opportunity of putting something into your case in Paris without you knowing?
Oh, yes. On these trips, we use our hotel rooms as offices. Everyone keeps wandering in with queries, especially to my room. And there's one person who was there practically all the time I was packing.
Oh, who?
That model girl, Veronica Spence.
Terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Inspector. I'm desperately busy, as you can see.
I don't suppose you can tell me very much, Mr. Knight, but as an interested outsider, your opinion might be valuable.
Anything I can do.
Yes. Did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, hardly at all. I know the fashion staff of Style intimately, of course, Teresa and the others, but Helen's was an office job.
I'm trying to get at a true picture of the relationships between the people involved.
What do you mean?
Miss Pankhurst's relationships with her colleagues.
Oh, well, I'll tell you all I can. Of course, you realize the fashion world is a curious one.
So everyone keeps on telling me.
Well, it isn't that people aren't what they seem exactly. It's more that they exaggerate what they are to the point of absurdity.
I had noticed.
Well, I mean, take Patrick, for instance. He's an utter fraud. He's just an ordinary pig-headed Irishman. But he's been forced to turn himself into a character. And take Teresa and Michael. What sort of marriage is that?
Well, What sort is it?
A farce. Teresa has the money, of course, but she's solid boned from the neck up. Michael's always had all sorts of other interests.
What do you mean?
Oh, this and that. One hears rumours.
What rumours?
Well, it was all pretty vague. He has nothing in common with Teresa, never had.
I see. Tell me about the party.
Party? What party?
I understand Mr. Goring asked a number of people back for a drink last night.
Oh, that. Yes, he did. I've been working late up here, and about midnight I went down to the pub underneath for a nightcap.
By the pub underneath, you mean the Orangery?
Yes. It's useful if one lives here.
Pretty pricey pub. Anyway, at the Orangery, you met Mr. Goring.
Well, he just finished dinner with Horace Barry. Both in crashingly good form, I regret to say.
What does that mean?
Oh, Godfrey was doing his hearty one of the boys act. Must be hell on tonic water. I imagine they just clinched a business deal. I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't stand it.
Then why did you accept Mr. Goring's invitation?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't do for me to be bad friends with Style. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, I see it. So you and Mr. Barry drove onto Brunton Square while Mr. Goring picked the others up. Was Mrs. Goring there?
Lorna? No. She was at their place in the country. There's another clever fellow who married money.
Indeed?
Yes. She was Lorna Vincent. You know, the actress.
Ah, I thought I knew her face. She's a very beautiful woman.
Her clothes are hell, though, aren't they?
Tell me, did any of the Style people strike you as being upset or nervous?
Well, Patrick was as rude as ever, thoroughly offensive. Teresa was a bit quiet, and poor Marjorie looked positively ill, I thought.
What about Miss Field?
Who's she?
Miss French's secretary. You gave her a lift home.
Oh, the Siren of Surbiton. What about her?
Well, did she seem to be just as usual?
She could hardly have been more usual, poor dear. I don't really know. I never met her before.
So, you dropped Miss Field and Mr. Barry and then came back here. Did you notice any comings or goings when you got back? Huh? Anything out of the way happening opposite?
Well, there was a girl coming out of the Style offices in a terrible orange dress and a white stole. Odd-looking creature in spectacles.
Oh, that'd be Miss Piper, huh? The features editor. Anyone else?
Well, I caught a glimpse of Helen through the window, typing away.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Can you tell me where I could contact Mr. Barry? You know him well, I believe.
I work for him.
Oh, and I thought... you design on a pretty high level.
And he makes mass-produced clothes to sell in Wigan. Oh, you don't understand, Inspector. That's where the money is these days, in the mass market. 5,000 dresses at 10 guineas are worth more than one dress at 100 guineas. The point of my salon is simply to get my name known.
I see.
Oh, I was lucky. A friend produced enough money for me to start up here. I really knew I'd arrive when Barry asked me to design his wholesale collection. You see, I have, a flair, if you like, for translating Paris designs for my customers. Barry himself's vulgar and boring, but he knows the business.
Where do I find him?
286 Pope Street.
Were you in Paris last week, by the way?
Certainly not. I never go to Paris. Everyone knows I was here the entire week.
There's no need to get so excited. You said you translated some of the designs, so...
I have an eye. I look at the photographs and I can see the cut. I can see the seaming. I don't need a toile.
Toile? What's a toile?
It's the model made and cut exactly as the original, but in cheap cotton.
Oh.
Manufacturers buy them in Paris, and very dear they are, too.
So you make Paris copies without buying toiles?
Well, there's no law against it. I work from photographs.
That must save you a lot of money. Well, thank you, Mr. Knight. This has been most interesting.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Thank you, Miss Piper. I hope this isn't too inconvenient.
I have to leave at 2, I'm afraid. I've got to change for the theatre, but you said only half an hour.
Yes, that's right. Which was Miss Pankhurst's room?
In here.
I see. Very austere.
Oh, Helen hated fuss.
Oh, what's this letter?
What? Oh, she must have left it in the middle. It's funny, I don't remember noticing it before.
I think I've got hold of the right stuff at last. It's not quite the same as one finds in Paris, but I've asked Teresa to bring me back a sample so that we can compare them. I've practically made up my mind about the blue jersey dress. Well, nothing very personal here.
Helen lived for her work. Till Michael.
So it seems. Well, I'll keep this. I haven't got a sample of Miss Pankhurst's handwriting. Did she receive many letters?
I don't know.
But surely...
Well, Helen always got up first in the morning. Well, it was a routine that she collected the post and read her letters in the kitchen while coffee was brewing, and anything that didn't need answering she put in the incinerator straight away. What's that?
A ticket. The return half of a rail ticket, tucked in the blotter. The 17th of last month. Now, that was Saturday. I wonder, did Helen have a doctor in Hindhurst?
No, she had the same doctor as me. Dr. Markham in Onslow Street. The 17th. Well, I can't remember the 17th, but I may have gone home for the weekend. I often do. Look, Inspector, is it all right for me to pack up Helen's clothes and so forth after you've been through them? They're like ghosts.
Yes, I understand. I see no objection.
Good. Well, forgive me if I leave you to look round on your own now. I must change.
Please, Chief Inspector, please sit down. You come about the murder at Style, no?
Yes, Mr. Barry. I'm sorry to have to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble, Inspector. No trouble in the smallest.
Oh, obviously you've heard what happened.
Well, I've read the papers.
Miss Pankhurst was poisoned. Well, I've come to see you because you dined with Mr. Goring on Tuesday evening and went to his house afterwards. I thought you might be able to give me your impression of the people who were there. You know the staff at Style fairly well, I presume?
Oh, some of them. Miss French, great lady, great power. She does me honor to come twice a year to my big collections. Miss Masters, too. She knows fashion, but not always do we agree. Your taste is for the readers of Style, I tell her. Very good. But me, I have to sell also to those whose taste is otherwise. But wait till she sees my new Nicholas Knight range. Oh.
This party on Tuesday night, you all went back with Mr. Goring. What happened then?
Now, let me see. There was a lady there I'd not met before, a Miss Field. I felt sorry for her because she's, how you say, out of her ambience. So I speak to her about cats, of which we are both very fond.
I see. You enjoyed the party?
No, I did not. Such rudeness. Patrick Walsh and Michael Healy. That young man should keep to his camera. With it, he's a genius, but does that give him the right to insult me?
Did anyone mention Miss Pankhurst?
I don't remember. We didn't stay very long.
Why?
Because Walsh and Healy, they call me vulgar. I put good money in their pockets. What for they complain? So, I go and speak of cats to poor little Miss Field.
You left early, I gather.
Yeah, I did. I was happy when Nicholas suggested and Miss Field. When she go and collect her things, this man Walsh come up and insult Nicholas.
How did he insult him?
He say, you think you get the support of Style, you little... He used a very bad word, Inspector.
Yeah. Then what?
He say, I can tell you, some of us don't like what you do. Me and Helen, we know about you, and we're after you, you and your friend.
What was Knight's reaction?
Well, poor boy, he was without words. Such untruth. Then Miss Field come back, and we go.
I see. How well do you know Mr. Goring?
For business. We respect each other.
Do you know his wife?
The beautiful Lorna. Yeah, I meet her when I spend the weekend at their country house.
At Hindhurst?
Hindhurst? I don't know. It's at Virginia Water.
Oh, stupid of me. Yes, I was mixing him up with someone else. Mrs. Goring is a very striking woman, isn't she?
She's a spitfire. Oh, she leads him a dance, but he's crazy for her and he's happy. Perhaps it's good for a man who's a god in his business to be only a puppy dog in his home.
Inspector Tibbet. Please come in. Is this an official visit or a friendly call?
Oh, both, I hope, Mrs. Goring.
Mind your head on that beam. Quiet, Poopsie, you lazy bitch. Sit down and have a drink. What would you like? Oh, just shut the dogs off. They're used to it.
Tea, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all. I'll get it.
Could you leave it a little while? I'd like to talk to you for a moment or two first.
Of course. I'm tremendously pleased to see you, Inspector, but I don't see how I can possibly help you. I haven't been to London for months. Well, except yesterday, of course, when I met you.
I envy you. It must be pleasant for your husband, too, to get away from town.
Oh, Godfrey hates the country. He lives in the London flat and only comes down at weekends. His work keeps him in town, of course.
A lot of people commute every day from here, don't they?
Oh, Godfrey doesn't.
Mrs. Goring, how well did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, I don't know any of them except to look at. Godfrey doesn't approve of wives who butt into their husbands' business lives, and neither do I.
Isn't it lonely for you here?
Oh, I've got my Mrs. Adams. She cleans every morning, and the dogs.
And neighbors?
Oh, awful people, rich and respectable. However, they have their uses. I was at a ghastly bridge party on Tuesday, so I've got an alibi.
Where?
At the Petersons. They're about 3 miles away. Here's the address.
Thank you. Do you know Hindhurst at all, Mrs. Goring?
No, it's the other end of the county. Why do you ask that?
I thought you might be able to help me. It seems Miss Pankhurst may have consulted a doctor there. And as it's in Surrey, I thought perhaps it was someone you and your husband recommended to her.
No, I'm afraid not. Our doctor's in Harley Street. Was Helen ill?
Apparently not, which makes it interesting. Oh, well, it's only a vague hope. I'd love that cup of tea.
You haven't asked me much.
I've asked all I want to, and you've been very helpful.
Goodness, I've told you nothing.
Exactly. You hardly knew Helen, and you haven't been to London in months, so there's nothing more to be said.
I suppose not. By the way, if you do locate that doctor...
Yeah?
I've a friend who just moved to Hindhurst. Funnily enough, she rang me only last week to ask if I knew a good family doctor in that part of the world. So perhaps, if you find him... I mean, if Helen went to him, he must be reliable.
Certainly. I'll tell your husband.
Oh, no. He'll never remember. Ring me. I'm in the book.
Very well. I'll do that.
Thank you. Now, I'll get that tea.
Oh, come in then, me boy. Come on in.
It was good of you to see me at this hour of the night, Mr. Walsh.
You didn't give me much choice. Well, come on, in here. This is my studio. It's everything, in fact. Not much more to the flat. Well, sit down if you can find a chair.
Well, this is a beautiful room.
It's a workroom. Have a drink.
Thank you. I will.
Can't offer you a choice. You can have Irish whiskey and like it. Oh. Here you are.
Thank you.
Well.
Helen telephoned you the night before she died, didn't she?
What if she did? Any law against it?
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you didn't ask.
What did you say?
Nothing much, just a friendly call.
Just listen to this. The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. You know that. I honestly wish I were dead.
Damn fool, Alwyn.
Miss Piper told me what she'd overheard very properly.
I don't suppose that one's ever done anything that wasn't very proper. That's her trouble.
I think she told me the truth, did she?
I don't believe Helen was murdered. I think the darling girl took her own life because she had troubles. Now, if that's so, there's no point in telling you what those troubles were. Now, if she was murdered, they had nothing to do with it. You should look in other directions.
Such as?
Oh, that's your job.
Mr. Walsh, can't you understand that I'm trying to get at the truth? So long as you go on making such a mystery of Helen's private life, I have to investigate it, in case it has a bearing on her death. If it hasn't, anything you tell me will go no further.
If only I could believe you.
You must believe me.
All right. I'll tell you all I know. It's precious little.
Well, it may be what we need.
Helen was in love.
With whom?
Oh, she never told me, and I didn't ask. She simply told me the situation, and a hell of a situation it was. The man had a wife he was tied to, not only by loyalty, but for social and business reasons. He told Helen that when he was in a position to, he'd get a divorce. God knows when that would be. Meanwhile, they kept it quiet.
I see. Not very pleasant for Helen.
Well, that's not all. A few months ago, she got very worried about the man's health. She was a doctor's daughter and knew a bit about such things. So she persuaded him to come with her to a doctor for a checkup.
Did his wife know?
Oh, no. Helen told the doctor the man, well, let's call him X, was our husband. He agreed privately he'd let her know the results of the tests and keep any really bad news from X.
Mm-hmm. And the results came through the day she died?
Yes, incurable cancer. He has a year to live. I presume he still doesn't know.
I see. And when she rang you...
Well, she was in despair. There was only a year left, and she wanted to spend it with him. But he would never leave his wife unless he knew the truth. And Helen was determined to spare him that.
Hmm. Do you really not know who he is?
I don't.
Why didn't you want me to find out about Helen and Michael Healy?
You're trying to trap me.
No, I'm asking a question. Everybody else rushed to tell me about Helen and Michael. Everyone except you.
That blasted Alwyn.
Not only Alwyn, Miss French, Mr. Goring, and even Miss Masters. And Michael Healy didn't deny it.
Oh, well. Now she's dead.
Is the man Michael Healy?
Well, she never told me. Oh, I know there was talk. It may have been right or it may have been wrong.
One other little point. You have a key to the Style building, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Nothing, I just wanted to check. Do you often work late?
Not me. I'm too smart and too old. I have me work, you see. Do you imagine I enjoy doing layouts for a fashion magazine when I ought to be painting?
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Yes, you're right, of course. I love it or I wouldn't do it. But it's not me real work. Oh, no. I'm a prostitute. That's what it comes to. A poor, bloody tart plying me trade in Earl Street. The only consolation is that the prices are high.
I'm sure they are. Are you married yourself, Mr. Walsh?
Certainly not.
Have you ever been? I can look it up, you know, at Somerset House.
Now, you wouldn't want to make trouble for an innocent man that might have been foolish in his youth.
Well, that depends on whether it has any bearing on the case.
None in the world.
Well, come on, tell me.
I was 21, she was 19. I was an art student, and she was reading for a degree in literature. We ran away and got married. We hadn't two pennies to rub together. Oh, the first year was fine. Then there was trouble. She was as ambitious as the devil. Wanted a great career for herself and me. I wanted to live in a garret and paint. Her rows got worse, and after 3 years, she up and left me. It was very long ago.
Did you get a divorce?
Of course not. We're both Catholics.
And when did you meet her again?
What the hell are you getting?
If you'd really lost touch, you'd have made no bones about telling me about the marriage. I think your wife is Marjorie French, the distinguished editor of Style.
For God's sake, keep it quiet.
Why?
You wouldn't understand.
Mr. Walsh, how long has your wife been at Style?
35 years.
And you?
3 years.
She got you the job.
Look, if you think Marjorie would employ anyone unless you consider them right person for the job, you're making
and
a...
what did you do in those other 32 years?
Paint it.
Successfully?
No.
You must have been very glad of the job.
Get out. Get out and stay out. And keep your bloody mouth shut or I'll break your neck.
I'm afraid it's my job to be inquisitive. I don't enjoy it, and I am discreet. Thanks for the whiskey. I'll let myself out.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Miss French. I want your help again.
Anything I can do?
Well, I've been told, until I'm tired of hearing it, that Helen was having an affair with Michael Healy. You were the first person to draw my attention to it.
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought it would help you in your inquiries. That's the right phrase, isn't it?
I don't think you told me the truth.
But why on earth should I lie?
I didn't mean that you lied. You kept something back. You didn't tell me that Michael Healy is dying.
What? I have no idea where you got hold of that story, Inspector. It's absolute nonsense.
Helen told Mr. Walsh about this the night before she died.
She told Patrick. What did she tell Patrick?
That the man she loved was dying of cancer. And he didn't know, and neither did his wife.
No.
Miss French, you all right? I'll get you some water.
Yes, please. Some water. Thank you. I'm afraid I get these silly fainting fits occasionally. It's nothing to worry about. To go back to what we were saying.
Yes?
This story is nonsense. Please don't spread it. Patrick is a wild Irishman, and he loves to spin a tale. I know him very well.
You should. 32 years is a long time.
Oh. You know about that. I do hope you'll be discreet, Inspector.
I'm always as discreet as I can be. Why do you want it kept secret?
Mr. Goring is against employing husbands and wives. It's company policy.
What about...
Teresa and Michael, that's a very special case. Godfrey isn't really happy about it. I had to fight hard to get Michael. So, when I met Patrick again, I knew that although he was just the person for art editor, I could never go to Mr. Goring and propose my husband for the job. So we agreed to let the past remain dead for the time being.
For the time being? What do you mean?
I'm very fond of Patrick. This is a great secret, Inspector, but when I retire, Patrick and I are going to live together again. As far as the outside world's concerned, we'll get married. They need never know we've been married all along.
I see. I take it Mr. Walsh is enthusiastic about the idea, too.
Of course.
But, Nicholas, I am always frank with you. So why are you not frank with me?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. You've been listening to gossip. Well, even Godfrey's been hinting.
Gossip? Hinting? No. I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Who talked to you? Who told you those wicked lies?
Nobody tell me. Read this.
Well, that's an American magazine. Nothing to do with London.
Now, you just listen to this, my friend. Are Paris designs being pirated? That is the big question raised by persistent rumors that some wholesalers produce accurate copies of Paris models without having bought the toile and before the official release date for photographs.
Here, let me see. Yes, but they say it's impossible, so why worry?
Because I know it is not impossible.
What do you mean? Do you mean I've been pirating?
Not so loud, not so loud. That detective over there must not hear you.
No, he mustn't. Not that I've got anything to hide.
Hello, Uncle Henry. Oh, sorry I'm late. I've been sleuthing for you. Oh, I've had such a hell of a morning with that awful little creature, Nicholas.
Veronica.
There's something fishy going on, and I'm going to find out what.
Veronica, for God's sake, keep your voice down. Nicholas Knight is sitting over there.
Is he? Where? Oh, yes, I see.
Order your lunch. Eat it. Shut up.
Well, it's all right. They're going. Now, what I wanted to say was...
Look, Veronica, I want you to stay out of this. I found out things that make it, well, obvious that it's dangerous.
Ooh.
I'm asking you to stop this ridiculous amateur detection, and I'd prefer it if you had nothing to do with Nicholas Knight's show.
Oh, but all the clothes have been fitted on me now. I couldn't let him down. It wouldn't be professional.
Well, all right. And have as little to do with all these people as possible. Do you know that Rachel Field thinks that you got at her suitcase in Paris?
Me? Oh, how ridiculous.
Did someone ask you to slip anything into her case? Anything, however innocent?
No, I never went near the wretched case.
Could anyone else have got at it?
Oh, I don't think so. I was in her room all the time she was packing. Honestly, I wouldn't have dared touch anything. She's so fussy. Everything all neatly done up in tissue paper. I just fling things in.
And whoever searched the case must have drawn a blank. Well, what is all this nonsense about finding out something important?
Oh, nothing. Very vague. Anyhow, you said not to talk about it here.
Yeah. Well, come and see your aunt and me tomorrow. Come and have lunch and we'll talk it over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Henry, I can't. I'm going to stay with the Blakes for the weekend. You know, Nancy's parents, the girl I share the flat with.
Oh. Well, come round for a drink tonight.
Oh, I can't. I'm going to the pictures with Donald Mackay. Oh, I do hope they've got steak and kidney pie here. I adore steak and kidney pie, and I'm ravenous.
Great tragedy. Great tragedy, Inspector. Such a charming woman, and so young.
Yes, indeed. She seems to have been a brilliant girl, too.
But which of us can blame her? If she saw fit to take her own life...
What makes you say that, Dr. Markham?
Well, Inspector, I presume the post-mortem revealed her state of health.
You were her doctor. That's why I'm here. What was her state of health?
I imagine she was suffering from cancer.
You imagine?
Well, I'd better explain. Miss Pankhurst very seldom came to me for treatment, but I saw her 2 months ago. She wouldn't let me examine her. She was very distressed. She asked me for the name of the best cancer specialist in London.
For herself?
Well, she maintained it was for a friend. That's a very usual deception. All I could do was give her the name and let her go.
What specialist did you send her to?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should tell you, but in the circumstances, I suppose... Yes, Sir James Braithwaite of Wimpole Street.
My dear Inspector, what can I do for you? I trust your visit has no sinister significance?
Sir James, have you read in the press about the death of Miss Helen Pankhurst?
I'm afraid I limit my reading to the international situation in the book reviews. Miss Pankhurst? Who was she?
The assistant editor of Style. Was she ever a patient of yours?
I think not, but we can check with the card index. No. No, I've never had a patient of that name.
She may have used an assumed name. This is a photograph. You recognize her?
Yes.
Who was she?
Mrs. Charles Dodgson. She was not my patient. Her husband was, and still is.
Oh. What was your diagnosis of his condition?
Well, really, Inspector, I hardly think that...
I'd better tell you that this is a murder investigation.
Murder? Oh, I thought you meant... No, that would have been out of character. She was a very brave woman.
Well, please, tell me your diagnosis.
Inoperable cancer. He had a year to live.
Did you tell him?
No. His wife particularly asked me to keep it from him. Let's see. Oh, of course, how stupid of me. His card isn't here. Mrs. Dodgson, when she telephoned, emphasized that her husband was only free to see me at weekends. She told me they could easily arrange to spend the weekend near my country house.
Where is it?
Just outside Hindhurst.
I see. And what did you tell Mr. Dodgson?
Well, I was pretty sure of my diagnosis from the beginning, but he came for an X-ray a fortnight later. I told him he probably had a stomach ulcer, and he went away quite happy.
And Tuesday of this week, the X-ray results came through?
Monday evening, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, you telephoned Mrs. Dodgson?
No, she rang me. She asked me not to telephone.
What reason did she give?
Well, in cases like this, there's always the danger of the wrong person answering the telephone. I asked her to come and see me. She did so on the Tuesday, and I told her the facts. She behaved splendidly. Inspector, am I to understand that she was not, in fact, Mrs. Dodgson?
You are.
Well, then, forgive me, but I'm concerned for my patient. Who will look after him?
He has a wife. Whether she will be as brave and sensible as Miss Pankhurst, I can't say. In due course, I'll send her to see you.
Good morning, Inspector. You're starting early for a Monday morning.
Miss Masters, I have a favor to ask. Could you get me a ticket for Nicholas Knight's show tomorrow?
Well, yes, of course I can, but...
Good. Can you also tell me the release date for this season's Paris photographs?
27th of February. Hello? No, Nicholas, I've told you before, I haven't the slightest idea where she is. She should have been here at 10, and she simply didn't turn up. I've telephoned her at home, and Nancy didn't know either. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Right. Bye. One of our models has let us down.
Oh? Which one?
That wretched new girl, Veronica Spence.
Did you say her flatmate didn't know where she was?
No. Nancy hadn't a clue. She said Veronica had been staying with friends for the weekend. Inspector, what's the matter?
You don't know, of course. Veronica's my niece.
Oh, good heavens. Ghastly. Well, I do apologize.
Nancy doesn't know. She told me she was spending the weekend with Nancy.
But then where is she?
I'd very much like to know.
I think I'd better have a word with Donald Mackay. Where is she? Where's Veronica?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Where is she?
Oh, isn't she home?
She's missing. When did you last see her?
Last Wednesday evening.
You're lying. She told me herself she was going out with you on Friday evening.
Well, we did have a date, but I had to cancel it. My mother was taken ill, and I had to leave early and go down to the country. She's better now. My mother, I mean.
Did Veronica tell you what she was doing at the weekend?
No, I didn't see her. I just telephoned to cancel the date.
Hello? Oh, yes, Nancy. What? Why did you say you didn't know? I see. Where is she now? Thank you, Nancy. Huh? What time is it handed in? Right. Hop in a taxi and bring that telegram straight round. Nancy Blake had second thoughts and decided to tell me the truth. Or what she imagined to be the truth.
Yes?
She said Veronica was at the White Hart in Porchester with you.
What? But, well, you can see for yourself she isn't.
Nancy said you'd arranged to go away together, and you called it off on Friday because your mother was ill.
Well, yes. I didn't think I need tell you that, because...
No. I shall have plenty to say to you later on, young man.
But it wasn't...
Now, for the moment, I want to ask you one thing. Did you send Veronica a wire saying that your mother was better and asking her to meet you at Waterloo 11 o'clock Saturday?
No, of course I didn't.
I was afraid not. Somebody did. And she went to Waterloo.
Oh, God, no.
Who else knew your mother was ill?
Well, everyone in the office.
And how many people knew about the weekend jaunt?
Most people, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Well, you know Veronica. She chatted about it a bit.
Oh, so everyone in the place except me knew that you and Veronica were off for what in my day used to be called a dirty weekend.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir, you're terribly old-fashioned.
That aspect of it can wait. The point is that you didn't go away together. So, Veronica was deliberately lured to Waterloo by a fake telegram from someone who knew all about your plans. Well, you can go now, but don't leave the building. I'll need you again. When all this panic started, I was having a talk to Miss Masters, and I want to finish it.
Well, Inspector, I fixed up the ticket for Nicholas's show. What else can I do for you?
Miss Masters, what happened to the small parcel Helen asked you to bring back from Paris?
Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. That shows how vague I am. You know what it was?
Yes.
I'm sorry I forgot. But it isn't important, is it? Silly little thing like that.
I think it cost Helen her life.
What?
Where is it now?
In my case, no.
No?
Now you mention it, it wasn't there when I unpacked. How weird.
Somebody took it.
Oh, surely not.
Was your case locked?
No.
And it was in the darkroom all night?
Yes. But you mean someone
Not stole, exactly. Someone was Helen.
Then where is it now?
My guess is it doesn't exist any longer.
I don't think I left it behind. I know you might remember.
Who?
Veronica. I was so rushed on the last day that she went out and bought the stuff for me. Perhaps she has it still.
Perhaps. But I hope to God you're wrong.
I read all about it in the paper, Inspector, so I thought I must come and see you.
You're sure it was this girl you saw?
Yes, I noticed her because she was so pretty, even with that funny-coloured lipstick.
In the ladies' cloakroom at Waterloo, just after 11 on Saturday morning.
Yes, I know the time because I had to catch the 11:12.
Yeah. And what was the last you saw of her?
Well, we went into adjoining conveniences. When I came out, she was still in there.
Anything else?
Well, she looked very happy. I said to myself, that girl's going to meet some young man. I do hope you find her, Inspector. Such a lovely girl.
Is it the pretty one in the red coat you'll be meaning?
Yes, Mrs. O'Reilly. Yes, that's her. The ticket collector is sure that she never got on the Porchester train. When did she come in?
Oh, don't ask me. Middle of the morning, that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
I took her penny and showed her in. She had a suitcase with her. She was as pretty as a picture. That'll be some model or film star, I thought.
Did you see her leave?
No, it's funny, but I didn't. Of course, it's a busy time Saturday with all the ladies tired from shopping. She must have slipped out while I was attending to some other lady.
Yes. Yes, I suppose she must have.
Inspector Tibbet, there's an urgent message for you. Could you get back to the yard right away?
What's it in aid of, Sergeant?
Well, it seems that it's about this case. Young girl who's disappeared. There's some news.
What sort of news?
Well, I don't know, sir. They wouldn't say on the phone.
See. Well, thank you, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Oh, you're welcome.
If you remember anything else, please get in touch with me.
I will.
All rather macabre, isn't it? Not a very happy send-off for Nicholas's show.
What isn't?
Oh, I didn't see you. I just meant all this tragedy of Helen.
Oh, Helen. Is there any news of that missing model girl?
Not as far as we know.
Oh, a terrible nuisance. I've had to reorganize my show entirely, but entirely.
Well, if there is any news, we'll soon hear it. The inspector's coming over.
What? What's he doing here?
Didn't I tell you? He asked for a ticket.
Maybe he's developing an interest in haute couture. Good afternoon, Inspector.
Good afternoon. Look, this seems an odd time and place to choose, but I feel it's only fair to tell you all before the official announcement, as you are all involved in a way.
Is it bad news?
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes. She was found under a haystack near Hoxton in Essex. She'd been strangled.
Oh, my God.
Essex. Whatever was she doing there?
The spot she was found was only a few miles from the home of Donald Mackay's parents.
Donald?
Yes.
Didn't turn up at the office this morning. My God, a murdered little bastard.
Have you got him?
Not yet. He's disappeared.
And are we to assume he also killed Helen?
That would seem the inevitable conclusion, Mr. Healy.
But why?
I can't go into all that now. It'll come out of the trial.
Inspector, I think we should ask Mr. Knight to cancel his show.
Oh, no, Miss French. No, that would be grossly unfair, and Veronica certainly wouldn't have wanted it. Please, Mr. Knight, carry on as if this hadn't happened.
Number 74. Forget-me-not.
Well, what do you think of the show, Inspector?
Well, I know nothing about it, of course, but I was impressed on the whole. He's a clever young man.
Very. We're nearly at the end. Just one more model.
Another evening dress?
It'll be a wedding dress, I think.
Number 75. Sweet Mystery.
Oh, you are right. Now, this one is beautiful. Will we see the bride's face, or will she stay veiled?
I expect there'll be a dramatic gesture when she gets to the end of the catwalk. Veronica!
Oh, but she's dead! Don't come near me, she's dead!
I came to give you this, Miss Masters. It's what Helen asked you to bring from Paris.
Veronica!
Of course, Miss Field can tell you all about it. She told me when I helped her to pack.
Rachel! You lying, cheating bitch! Inspector, there's your murderess. She killed Helen.
Nicky, you fool. It's a trick to catch us.
Rachel Field and Nicholas Field, otherwise Nicholas Knight. I arrest you both for the willful murder of Helen Pankhurst. And I must warn you that...
Leave Nicky alone. It was me. It was me.
Well, I hope you two are thoroughly ashamed of yourselves.
Well, sir...
Ashamed. I like that. You'd never have caught them without us, and you know it. We were baffled, admits Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
We were not baffled. I admit your ridiculous scheme came in useful, Veronica, but only when I took charge of it.
Well, you see, I didn't know who it was. I guessed how
I'd be grateful if you'd begin at the beginning, Inspector. I'm a little lost.
Well, I think I'd better, Miss French, but it's difficult to know where to begin. I suppose the right place is Helen's love affair with Mr. Goring.
Mr. Goring? But I thought it was Michael.
So did most people.
There was no affair in the ordinary sense of the word, Inspector. They loved each other and hoped to marry when the magazine was stable enough financially. That was all.
I know. Difficulties started, didn't they, when Alwyn started to share Helen's flat.
Well, yes. Godfrey was away in the States at the time, and the flat sharing was meant to be a very temporary arrangement, but Alwyn stayed on. So Michael and Teresa agreed that Helen should use them as an excuse when she was meeting Godfrey.
And then Alwyn saw Teresa at the theatre and jumped to the wrong conclusions.
They all talked it over and decided to let her go on, believing it was Michael.
Oh, poor Mr. Goring. What will happen to him now?
His wife loves him. I don't think she's been as much in the dark as everyone imagined. She tried to get out of me the name of Helen's doctor. I have a feeling that she'll nurse him devotedly as long as she can.
But then Helen's murder...
It was nothing to do with her love affair. I first guessed when Veronica told me that Rachel Field was a meticulous packer who wrapped everything up in tissue paper.
Tissue paper? But what's that?
Exactly. When Helen was killed and Rachel's suitcase rifled, there were things scattered all over the office, but not a shred of tissue paper.
Huh?
Whoever went through the case had removed it. And Rachel herself never commented on its absence, so she was involved somehow. Then some writing appeared on a piece of paper that had been blank before.
Where?
In Helen's flat. An unfinished letter on her blotting pad. Invisible ink.
Yes, that's what Helen asked Teresa to bring back from Paris. She'd guessed how the designs were being pirated, and she and Godfrey wanted to check that it was possible.
Do you mean that the tissue paper
Yes.
was used...
On the tissue paper in Rachel's case were traced paper patterns of the pieces of a toile, with sewing instructions in invisible ink. Rachel had come home, unpack, and send the sheets to Nicholas Knight. We had only to hold them in front of a fire, and there were his Paris models.
I still don't understand, Inspector. Who stole the tissue paper from Rachel's case?
Its rightful owner.
What?
At Goring's party, Patrick had too much to drink. He said to Knight, whom he loathes, "Helen and I know what you're up to," or words to that effect. Knight was rattled. He and Rachel had a talk, and they decided that she'd better go back and collect the case. Nothing sinister about that. She could simply walk off with it.
Of course.
She let herself in with her own key. She got as far as Helen's office, looked in, and stopped dead in the shadows. Well, Helen probably hadn't even noticed, but Rachel's case had burst open and the tissue paper was sticking out, with the markings on it showing clearly in the heat of the fire that Helen had switched on.
Oh.
And on Helen's desk, a bottle of invisible ink from Paris, which Helen had taken from Teresa's case.
So Rachel went to the darkroom and got the cyanide?
Yes. She put it in Helen's thermos, wiped it clean of fingerprints, and slipped away. Then she saw Nicholas and told him what he must do. He must watch Helen from his flat window.
Watch her? Do you mean he could
Yes,
see?
he saw her die. He told me himself he could see Helen working. Once she was dead, on Rachel's instructions, he was to go to the office and remove the tissue paper and the invisible ink. He did exactly what he was told, but he was in such a panic, he never thought to leave everything looking normal. If he'd only repacked the case and shut it, we'd never have known.
Have they confessed?
They've filled in the details.
But why then? They're such an unlikely pair to work together.
Rachel was Nicholas's sister.
What? But they're not a bit alike.
Well, there is a resemblance, actually, once you know. Rachel financed him when he set up in business. They kept the brother-sister bit quiet because of Goring's attitude to relationships in business. I checked with Sunset House yesterday. In fact, I had got most of this when my idiot niece decided to take a hand.
Well, it was a very bright idea, I thought. I suspected Nicholas, but I knew he must have an accomplice because he never went to Paris. So I went round saying loudly I knew he was up to something, and then dramatically disappeared. And Donald was to watch Nicholas' place like a hawk until the accomplice turned up.
A sillier idea I've seldom heard.
Seems to have succeeded in deceiving a lot of people. But how did you do it?
Well, we were going to Portchester to disappear, but then Donald's mother got ill, so we thought up a much better plan. He went home on Friday, and I sent myself a telegram so I could show it to Nancy. Oh, I acted so suspiciously. I hope the man at the post office remembered me. I couldn't have done more if I'd stood on my head. Well, anyway, the telegram came, and I showed it to Nancy and went to Waterloo. And when I was safely locked in the loo there, I changed into my old blue suit and took off all my makeup and put on some Woolworth spectacles. Oh, and I let my hair down.
Yes, I had guessed.
Why?
You left hairpins all over the place, and a face tissue covered with mascara, and that terrible brown lipstick. That plus the fact that everyone knows you're going in and no one knows you're coming out.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd been pretty clever. I simply took a tube to Liverpool Street and a train to Hoxton and had a lovely long weekend with Donald's parents, who are sweeties. I stayed down there on Monday. Well, then, you see, Miss French, it was all up because they saw the papers with pictures of me all over them. I had to tell them everything, and then they went and rang Uncle Henry at Scotland Yard, and he wasn't there.
I was collecting your hairpins from the ladies' lavatory at Waterloo Station.
Oh, good. Anyway, Uncle Henry came back and rang the Mackays and was absolutely furious. I thought the telephone was going to explode. Then the nice policeman from Chelmsford came and smuggled me out. We drove to London like a whirlwind, with me hidden on the floor under a rug and the siren going. It was fabulous. And then I got smuggled into the back of Nicholas Knight's place. Oh, that was rather awful because some people had to know, but not Nicholas. and the girls were dead scared.
I had a lot of helpers. Miss French was one.
Miss French, did you know?
No, I knew nothing. Your uncle asked me to bring Miss Field to the show. I had no idea why.
Oh.
Well, I must go, Inspector. I have a lot of work to do and no secretary. Oh, I'm glad it's finished now.
Tell me something. Was it necessary?
Necessary? What do you mean?
Well, how talented was Nicholas Knight?
Why, he's brilliant. Nicholas is a very gifted young man.
I think your first choice of tense was the right one. So he'd have got there in the end without any of this?
Probably. He just wanted a shortcut.
A shortcut? How many murders have been just that? Helen is dead, Knight's career finished. And none of it was necessary at all. Greed and folly. They'll always be with us, I suppose. I'd probably be out of a job if they weren't.
In Murder a la Mode, the novel by Patricia Moyes, adapted for radio by Betty Davis, Chief Inspector Tibbet was played by Rupert Davis. The rest of the cast was as follows. Helen Pankhurst, Margaret Wolfett. Teresa Masters, Monica Gray. Rachel Field, Barbara Bolton. Patrick Walsh, Barry Keegan. Marjorie French, Joan Matheson. Michael Healy, Michael Spice. Donald Mackay, Nigel Lambert. Alwyn Piper, Joe Manning Wilson. Godfrey Goring, John Bentley. Veronica Spence, Elizabeth Proud. Ernest, Brian Hewlett. Nicholas Knight, John Rye. Lorna Goring, Margot Johns. Horace Barry, John Gabriel. Dr. Markham, Godfrey Kenton. Sir James, Malcolm Hayes. Mrs. O'Reilly, Kathleen Helm. Fashion commentator, Jill Carey. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Murder at Midnight.
This is where he phoned from, and good Lord, there he is, lying under the call box, dead. His throat cut from ear to ear. And there, look, right next to him, another of those devilish chessmen.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the grave gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in Death Across the Board. And now, Murder at Midnight, tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is Death Across the Board. It's about 11 o'clock on a sultry summer evening, and Dr. John Strand is standing in front of the window of a pawn shop in the oldest part of the city. There is the usual collection of odds and ends on display, and also some items that are rather unusual. On a sudden impulse, he pushes open the door and goes in.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Is there anything I can do for you?
No, thank you. If you don't mind, I'd just like to look around.
By all means. I just thought that if there was something in particular you were looking for, I have some very fine glassware. Hobnail, flint, and sandwich glass.
No, thank you. I don't go in for glass collecting. Hello, this chess set. It's a very interesting one. And a very interesting game you're playing.
My dear sir, you have no idea how interesting.
Whose move?
White's.
Oh, well, then White should win in 6 moves.
That, sir, is very much open to question.
Well, perhaps we can play sometime. How much for this set?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but it is not for sale.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes. However, if you are interested in chess and chessmen, I know of a set that I think might appeal to you. It is an Arabian set, 12th or 13th century ivory, reputed to have belonged to Salah ed-Din. The white pieces are Saracen warriors, and the black pieces are crusaders.
You have it here?
Unfortunately, no. But it is not very far away, and if you thought you'd like to see it...
Well, if it's not too expensive, and if you're sure it's no bother...
My dear sir, don't give it another thought. I will be most anxious for your reactions, even if you do not buy. The address is 23 Valen Place. That is down 2 blocks and 1 to your right. Ask for Felix, and tell him that Raphael sent you.
23 Valen Place, and ask for Felix.
I will phone him. Tell him to expect you. Your name is...
Strand. Dr. John Strand.
Very good, Dr. Strand. Somehow I have the feeling that we shall see each other again.
All right.
Perhaps even have a chance to play that game you mentioned before.
Who is that? Who is there?
Felix?
I said, who is there?
My name is Strand. Raphael sent me over here. He said he'd phone you and tell you...
Just a moment.
How do you do? I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Very well. Come in. Now, hold your hands up.
What? I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
There is. You have made it, thinking you could come here and take me in this way.
Well, but this is ridiculous.
I said hold your hands up. Keep them up.
Now, look, Felix, if that is your name, will you do me a favor and call Raphael? He sent me over here to look at a chess set. And
don't move, do you hear? Stay right where you are with your hands behind your head. You so much as move. Hello? Oh. Hello, Raphael. Yes. He just got here. What do you think? I shall take him into the back room. Do it there. No. No one will hear. Right. I'll call you back. Very well. In there.
What for?
Because I said so, that's why.
Conceal! What? Drop that gun! Drop it, you hear?
Oh, my wrist! I should have killed you right away.
Okay, now. Now get up and tell me what this is all about. Do you hear me? I said get up. Felix. Dead. Hello?
Felix?
I'm sorry. He can't come to the phone just now.
Oh, Dr. Strand. Congratulations.
What? Who is this?
This is Raphael. And now, do you think it is possible for White to win in 5 moves?
Well, what do you mean? What in heaven's name...
You killed him, did you not? Of course you killed him, or you would not be speaking to me now. May I suggest that you go through Felix's pockets, take out the most interesting thing you find there, and bring it to my shop?
What? Bring... Hello? Hello? Raphael! Goes through his pockets. Well, I've got to get to the bottom of this and find out what it's all about. A wallet, keys, and a chessman. A black rook. A black rook. All right, Mr. Raphael. I think perhaps I'll take you up on that. I will go back to your shop.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Yes. Where's Raphael?
I'm sorry, he's not in right now, but... Are you Dr. Strand?
I am.
I'm Alice Hines. He must have been expecting you, Doctor. He asked me to give you this.
What is it?
I don't know, but...
Another chessman. A white knight.
Oh, yes. Mr. Raphael is quite a chess player.
Yes, he's more than that. He's a murderer.
What?
Or at least he has friends who are.
What do you mean?
I mean just that. He sent me to see someone, a man named Felix, to look at a chess set. And when I got there, this Felix pulled a gun on me, and when I tried to get it away from him, it went off and killed him.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't look so surprised and innocent. You work for him. You must know what it's all about. And that's what I came back here to find out before I called the police.
There must be some mistake. Some horrible mistake.
Yes.
I've only been working here for a few weeks, but he's been very nice to me. Kind and considerate.
A mistake, eh? Then why did he phone Felix while I was there? How did he know he'd been killed? Why did he laugh about it and tell me to come back here?
I don't know, but I can't believe that about him. I won't.
No, well, we'll see what the police have to say about it. Where's your phone?
Back there. But if you're serious about it, you don't have to bother calling them.
Why not?
Riley just went past here a few minutes ago. But there he is, up at the corner.
Fine, that'll save some time. Officer, would you come here a minute?
Oh!
Good Lord, someone shot him.
That woman hiding behind that car there. The woman in black. And she's coming in here.
Don't stand there. Get inside and shut the door.
You shot Riley. Killed him, just like that.
Yes, 6 months I've been waiting, trying to find out who got my Ben. Now he'll rest in peace. Where's Raphael?
Raphael?
Yeah, it was him that got the dope for me. Told me how to knock the cop off, and he told me to come in here afterwards.
Well, Miss Hines?
I still can't believe it. I can't.
You can't believe what? Why are you looking at me so funny? Say, whose side are you on anyway?
Not ours, my dear. What? Not on our side.
Ah, so that's it. I just took it for granted that... Okay, get your hands up and keep them up. What'll I do with them, Raphael?
I leave that to you, my dear. After all, they are witnesses.
Yeah, that's right.
May I recommend the cellar right through that door there? It's quite secluded and quiet.
Yeah, okay. Get moving.
I repeat, Miss Hines, well?
It's mad. Fantastic. What are you going to do to us?
You can't be that dumb, babyface. 6 months I've been wearing black for the only guy I ever loved. Finally, I got the guy that got him. You think I'm going to leave the two of you around to put the finger on me?
You mean you're going to kill us? But you can't.
No. Seems to me I did a pretty neat job on that flatfoot. After all, they can't burn you more than once, can they? Okay, open that door and go on down.
Allow me, madam.
Never mind, wise guy. You go down first and then babyface.
Well, it's not very good manners.
No, I'm not going to let you do it. Give me that gun. Look out, you fool. Look out.
Down there after her. And hurry. Watch her while I get the gun. Oh, that was nice work. I was going to try to take her myself,
but do it. I was just trying to get the gun, but she tripped, fell. Oh, Dr. Strand.
Yes?
Why is she lying there so funny? Her head.
Wait a minute, let me see. Oh, her neck's broken. She's dead.
Oh, no. That means I killed her.
Not any more than it means I killed Felix. Well, Miss Hines, I think you must believe me now. I asked you for the last time. Do you know what's behind all this?
I told you I don't. Mr. Raphael was always wonderful to me, and he... Oh, look. There, lying next to her. It must have fallen out of her bag. Isn't that another chess piece?
Yes, the Black Queen.
He gave me one, just like it when I first came to work for him. Only it was a white one.
What?
Yes, a white one.
Black Queen, White Knight, and... No, it's impossible. And still...
What is it?
It's too incredible. But I've just gotten an idea. A mad, fantastic idea that... Come on, we're going to the police.
Go ahead, Dr. Strand.
Mr. Raphael.
By all means. But remember, it's my move now.
Raphael's move. With 3 pieces removed from the board already, 3 corpses, and the hands of the clock still moving toward the witching hour, and more.
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Death Across the Board.
It's about a half hour later. And sitting in the office of Police Chief Adams, Dr. Strand has just finished his account of everything that has happened. There is silence for a minute. And then, without looking at either Strand or Alice, Adams says,
So, you each bumped someone off, eh? And you've come here to give yourselves up.
No.
No, we certainly didn't come here to give ourselves up. I told you that in both cases it was self-defense. We're here because there's a madman loose, a homicidal maniac, and you've got to do something about him.
A guy that just goes around bumping people off for fun, eh? Or rather gets other people to do his killing for him.
Oh, no, there's much more to it than that. Much more.
Yeah? What?
Well, it just came to me a little while ago.
Well, that's nice.
There was something strangely familiar about this Raphael. Did you ever hear of Raphael Norbert?
No.
He was one of the greatest chess players in the world. Won practically every tournament in the books. And then about 5 years ago, he disappeared. Well, I believe he's playing another chess game now, the maddest game that ever was. Is there a map of the city around here?
Yeah, right there on the wall.
Now, let me see. Here's Raphael's shop. Yes, this would be it. This section of the city here, 8 blocks each way, this is his chessboard. And human beings, people like Alice and me, are his chessmen.
What?
John!
I know it sounds fantastic, but I think it's true.
Oh.
Now, when he sent me to Felix's, he told me to go down 2 blocks and 1 to the right. That's a knight's move. In other words, he had cast me as one of the white knights in his insane, murderous game.
Oh.
Alice was the white queen, he himself was the black king, and so on.
He just lined up all these people, said, you play this piece, you play that.
Oh, no. That was the beauty of the game, the fascinating, exciting part to him. No one knew that they were playing in it but he. Felix didn't know that he was a black rook any more than I knew I was a white knight. But Raphael's black pieces were all criminals of some sort who wouldn't hesitate to kill. And it was by killing that one piece took another. You see, that was the ultimate refinement of the game. He could plan a move, but he had no way of telling which piece would take which.
What do you mean?
Now, for instance, I killed Felix instead of his killing me. In other words, Raphael was not only playing his game against law and order, against society, but he was matching his brain against that of every other piece in the game.
Against law and order, eh? I got this in the mail a couple of weeks ago without any letter or anything like that. How would this fit in with your theory?
The White King. Of course. That means he's playing this game principally against you.
Now, do you believe us, Mr. Adams? Do you?
I don't know. I suppose it's possible. We've been hitting a funny kind of crime wave lately. Killings without any apparent motive and... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Chief. Valenti speaking.
Yes, Valenti.
I'm down the corner of 3rd and Sycamore, and there's something kind of screwy going on. I went...
Hello? Hello? Valenti! What's the matter? One of our detectives down at 3rd and Sycamore, and it sounded like somebody got him. Now make sure about this before you answer, but would this be part of what you were talking about?
Well, let's look at the map again. 3rd and Sycamore. That would be in the area. That's Raphael's chessboard. Yes, I think it is.
Okay, come on. We're going down there and see.
There he is, lying next to the call box.
Yeah. He's dead. Stabbed.
John!
Yes?
Mr. Adams! Look there, lying next to him. Another chess piece.
Yeah.
Yes, a pawn. A white pawn. Well, of course. If you're the White King, then all your men would be pawns.
Pawns, huh? They're the pieces that get pushed around, aren't they?
Well, they're the ones that are usually sacrificed.
2 of my men, Riley and Valenti. Okay, Strand, if this Raphael wants to play, I'll play with him.
Then you do believe him?
Yes. You're a chess player, Strand. Do you think you can figure out what this Raphael character's going to do next and tell me how I can meet him?
I might. I only got a very quick look at the board, but if I could remember the location of the pieces...
You mean he's actually got a board set up showing where all the pieces, everybody is?
There's one set up on a little table right next to his desk. No one's allowed to touch it.
That's the one. I think I remember the position of the pieces that were left, but some moves may have been made since I saw it.
Well, what are we fooling around here for? Let's go to the shop and make sure.
That's the store, right there.
Well, it's all dark. Doesn't look as if anyone's there.
You have a key, haven't you, Alice?
No, Raphael never gave me one. He always locked up himself.
Well, what do we do?
2 of my men killed, and you ask me a question like that? You think I'm going to play legal and wait for a search warrant? Look out. Okay. Now, where's the light?
Right here. There's the chessboard over there.
Yes, I know. Let's take a look at it.
This all there is to the place?
Except for the cellar. She must still be down there. The woman in black...
We'll go down there later. Well, Strand?
Well, at the moment, Black seems to have the edge on us. Several moves have been made, and we've lost several pieces, but we've still got a fair chance.
Oh, the devil was winning that game. Where's this Raphael guy, the Black King, and what's he going to do next?
Well, now, wait a minute. Just give me another minute or two, will you? The Black King is still in his own square, which would seem to mean that he's still here someplace. But the thing is, I'm not sure whose move it is now.
You're right, Dr. Strand. I am still here, and it's my move.
What in thunder? There's Raphael speaking over some kind of a loudspeaker system, maybe from the cellar.
All right, I'm going to see. I'll find out.
Oh, John!
Oh, Alice. Alice, where are you?
Here. Right here.
Are you all right?
I think so. What was it? What happened?
Well, he must have had the place mined or set a booby trap. And when Adams went to open the cellar door, Where is Adams?
I'm not sure, but I think he's over there.
I must have some matches someplace. Yes, here. Oh, under that beam there.
Oh.
Help me lift it off.
All right. Oh.
Okay. Adams.
Is he?
No, but he's badly hurt and losing blood. We've got to get him to a hospital fast. Now watch it. This way. The emergency ward is right in there.
How do you know?
Well, I ought to. I interned here. It's funny there's no one around. Now, put him right there on the table.
All right.
Easy. That's it. Hello. This is Dr. Strand speaking from the emergency ward. I have a very severe accident case here. Is there anyone around who can take care of him? What about surgery? Crandall? Oh, fine. Will you ask him to get down here as soon as possible? Thanks. The chap I used to know has just finished an operation. He'll be down right away.
There'll still be time?
Yes, I think so. We'll have to give him a transfusion once we get him patched up. Now, I'd better rustle up a sterile uniform for myself in case Crandall needs a hand. If I remember, they used to keep them in here.
Isn't there anything I can do?
Just keep an eye on him. The tourniquet particularly. It'd be just too bad if he lost any more blood.
Right. He's still unconscious, but I think...
That you, Crandall? I'm awfully glad you're here. Pretty serious case. Adams, chief of police. An explosion.
Oh?
There's no time to go into the whole story now. But if we don't work fast, we may lose him. I only had a chance to make... What are you doing?
Removing the tourniquets?
No, wait. I'm not ready with the ligatures yet. You're not Crandall. You're Raphael.
What?
Right, Dr. Strand. Raphael Norbert. Dr. Crandall is still in surgery. Locked in, as a matter of fact. I put on this mask and gown not because I thought it would fool you, but because, well, somehow it just seemed appropriate.
But it can't be you. You were in the shop.
No, Dr. Strand. If you're thinking of my voice, as you guessed, it was coming over a loudspeaker system from next door. And if you're thinking of my position on the chessboard, you forget that I had not made my move yet, huh? You probably expected a Brodsky endgame. That would have been the classical move. But I played a variation of it. You cast right.
What?
I know you do not play chess, my dear Miss Hines. Castling is a move in which the king changes places with one of the castles or rooks. It was a move which brought me here to the hospital, waiting for you.
Mr. Raphael, I don't know why you've done everything you have, and I don't care, but you've got to let us do something about Mr. Adams. All that blood he's losing.
Yes, Raphael, for heaven's
No,
sake.
do not move, either of you. I do not want to have to shoot, but I sincerely hope it will not be necessary. After all, when the chief dies, the game will be over. And the most interesting game it has been.
But haven't there been enough deaths already?
Oh, you are very sentimental, my dear. I'm afraid you would never make a good chess player. Pieces have been taken, that's all.
But suppose we just give up. Say you've won.
That's right, Raphael. We'll concede you the game, but let me do something about Adams. There's still time. I've got everything ready here, all the instruments.
No, Dr. Strand. This is one game I will not concede. That I insist on having played out to the last move.
Well, if that's the way you want it, all right. And if I'm not mistaken, it's my move now. And here! Oh my God! The formaldehyde won't help them any. Get it done, Alice?
Yes.
Watch him while I get these tourniquets back on Adams.
Do you think you can still save...
Yes, this post is weak, but I think we can still save him. As for you, Raphael, you made one bad mistake. You forgot that 3 of us came to your shop. The White King, White Queen, and White Knight. That would put you in check, and you can't castle when you're in check.
I bow, Dr. Strand. I felicitate and congratulate you. But if I am to lose, I prefer to lose in my own way.
Look out, Alice! Watch it!
He went through the window. Should I call the police? Get them to go after him?
No. There's a railroad underpass right outside. A drop of about 60 feet. I think that's game, match, and tournament.
One last move, and the game is over. Over as we like to have all our stories end, with a final...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death moves his black chessmen and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight. The part of Dr. John Strand was played by Eric Dressler. With music by Charles Hall, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even he likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast our version of what is generally regarded as one of the greatest of the modern mystery murder novels. In some peculiar fashion, it seems to have become necessary to defend the murder mystery as a form of entertainment. Heavy artillery is brought up in its behalf. President Wilson, it is proclaimed loudly, could not go to sleep or could go to sleep, one does not remember the point exactly, until a certain number of conflicting clues had managed to efface the days from his proof. And with a mystery solved only after suspicion has been aimed at every adult in the neighborhood, he's not particularly shameful. I have never understood the need for this defense. Murder mysteries are, among other things, our most moral form of entertainment. The wrongdoer is regularly apprehended. If he is not, I have incredibly missed some fascinating black sheep of an author in a flock otherwise startlingly white. And one learns an obvious lesson that to be suspected wrongfully is in due course to be triumphantly cleared of suspicion. Life doesn't always proceed according to this admirable pattern. The apologists would do better to defend life, I sometimes think. To help us solve the mystery of the murder of Roger Ackroyd here tonight, we are fortunate in having a very powerful ally, a most distinguished lady and one of your favorite actresses. A lady in whose ears a nation's applause is still ringing for her latest brilliant success in Drums Along the Mohawk, Miss Edna May Oliver. But before we delve into the mysteries of this night's doings, Ernest Chappell has a comment to make on something which appears to be no mystery at all. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. I'd like to ask all of you if you'll do this. The next time you're out in the car driving along the highway, just note the great number of eating places that display as their main invitation to you the words chicken dinners. The reason, of course, is simply that the proprietors of these eating places know by long experience that to nearly all of us, one dish that is a symbol of good eating is chicken. Now, because chicken is a favorite dish with nearly everyone, it's really no mystery at all why Campbell's Chicken Soup continues to grow steadily in popularity. You see, in every drop of the glistening golden broth, there's the rich chicken flavor you like so much. Steeped in deep chicken flavor, too, is fluffy white rice in every fragrant plateful. And you'll also enjoy the pieces of melting tender chicken meat that Campbell's add. Yes, here is chicken soup, deep and full and rich. And you'll appreciate that from your first brimming spoonful. If you've already enjoyed this homey old-fashioned chicken soup as Campbell's make it, won't you remember to have it again soon? And if you haven't yet tried it, won't you do so at dinner tomorrow night? Because I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I think you'd like to know that we have with us in the studio tonight, as a surprise visitor, none other than the celebrated Belgian detective, Mr. Hercule Poirot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I bid you good evening.
If we had time, which we have not, I'm sure nothing would please us more than to hear from Mr. Poirot. Unfortunately...
Why unfortunately when we have here a microphone?
But, Mr. Poirot, you don't understand.
I understand only that since my arrival in your country some weeks ago, I observed that there is circulate an impression of my person which I must now publicly refute. I trust that the embarrassment of my presence here tonight in Mr. Wells' studio will ensure from him an honest and lifelike portrait. It has been said that I am a little man. Regard for yourself that this is not so. I have 5 feet 2 inches of high. My head is perhaps egg-shaped, and I carry it perhaps a little to one side, the left, but my eyes shine green when I am excited. Beyond this, my mustache are the largest in Europe, and my force is in my brain and not in my feet. If these things are made clear, and Mr. Wells is a little tribute to Hercule Poirot, I will be satisfied. The results of my little gray cells will speak for themselves. If you will show me where I am to sit, please. I thank you.
This is Mr. Poirot, Miss Oliver.
How do you do? Miss Oliver, you have often wanted to meet me, I am sure. I compliment you.
Please, Mr. Poirot. Ladies and gentlemen, our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd.
Well, only to start with, give you some idea of the little village of King's Abbot, of which I have for so many years been the leading, I must admit, also the only physician and surgeon. My name, by the way, is Shepherd, James Shepherd. We have a large railway station, small post office, 2 rival general stores, very few able-bodied men, a staggering number of unmarried ladies, none of whom are getting any younger, and an amazing number of retired military officers, all of whom are getting older. In fact, the only newcomer for many months lives next door to me, concerning whom little is known, despite the earnest and tireless investigations carried on in respect to him by my sister Caroline. Caroline and her little group of earnest ferrets, or maiden ladies like herself, have been forced to content themselves with the simple fact of his nationality, which is alien, of his name, which is Poirot, the obvious fact that he putters around his garden all day growing cucumbers, and the suspicion, based chiefly on malicious deductions, he's a retired hairdresser. Let's see now. The main house of any importance in King's Abbot is Fernley Hall, owned by Roger Ackroyd, who's always looked more like a country squire than any country squire could really look, but who's actually an immensely wealthy manufacturer of wagon wheels, nearly 50 years of age, rubric and effaced, and genial of manner, in general, the life and soul of our, to this week, the peaceful village. The other house of any importance has been left to Mrs. Ferrars by her late husband. Mrs. Ferrars died on the night of the 16th of September, a little less than a week ago. It seems longer than that. I was sent over for 8 o'clock the morning of the 17th. There was nothing to be done. She'd been dead some hours. I turned to my home as soon as I decently could, looking forward happily to the warm breakfast I'd missed, and rather unhappily to the certainty of a relentless cross-examination by my sister Caroline.
Is that you, James? What on earth are you doing out there in the hall?
Just hanging up my overcoat, my dear.
Oh, Mrs. Ferrars died in her sleep, didn't she?
Bacon is cold. How did you know? Out with the dawn, securing information instead of warming the bacon, is that it? I suppose you're going to tell me she died of heart failure.
Annie told me. The milkman told her. He had it from Ferrars' cook.
Since you're bound to hear sooner or later, Caroline, from the greengrocer or the postman, I might as well tell you myself. She died of an overdose of sleeping medicine. She hadn't been sleeping well lately.
Nonsense. She took it on purpose.
Well, why on earth should Mrs. Ferrars wish to commit suicide? A widow, still fairly young, very well off, good health, nothing to do but enjoy life.
And looking forward to marrying Roger Ackroyd. Don't forget to leave that out.
That's an item of fact only in your local gossip circle.
A fact's a fact. And there is such a thing as remorse, James, even if you're as wealthy as Mrs. Ferrars.
Remorse?
I have always been convinced she poisoned her husband, and I'm more than ever convinced of it now. If you'd arranged an inquest a year ago, as I suggested you should...
You're talking nonsense, Caroline.
Then you're absolutely satisfied it was an accident?
I'm satisfied this bacon is not going to get any warmer by itself, and it's time I went to the surgery to see my patient.
All right, James. You don't have to be grumpy about it. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ackroyd's butler, Parker, called.
What about?
Mr. Ackroyd wants to know if you'll dine with him this evening. He says he'd regard it as a great favor if you'd cancel any other engagement.
Of course I'll go. And don't worry, Caroline. I may tell you all about the dinner tomorrow.
Oh, then I'll give you something to tell Mr. Ackroyd tonight. Rafe Peyton is back.
Rafe Peyton?
Yes. and he's staying at the Dog and Whistle. I know he's taking particular pains to be sure that Mr. Ackroyd doesn't find out about it.
I wouldn't dream of telling him. Roger Ackroyd's relations with his stepson are his own affair. Believe me, Caroline, according to every interpretation except your own.
I can't help it if people tell me things.
In answer to questions.
Well, you'd better rush along to that precious surgery of yours. You've got 4 patients waiting.
How do you know?
Well, one can't help seeing through a window if one is looking through a window.
The distance from my house to Fernley Hall, Roger Ackroyd's home, is a little over 2 miles. I remember that evening as I walked that the subject of Caroline's latest piece of gossip kept returning to my mind. Rafe Peyton was in King's Herbert. Rafe Peyton, whom I'd known and liked since he was a child. Adopted by Ackroyd upon the death of his mother, he'd grown up to be a handsome but what our narrow little village regarded as a rather wild young man. There'd been many stormy scenes between his stepfather and himself before he finally left for London. According to Caroline, he was secretly engaged to Flora Ackroyd, Roger Ackroyd's niece, who with her mother was now living in Fernley Hall. According to Caroline, I say, and Caroline's information, I'm afraid, is always exact. However illegitimate her source may be. What's the trouble, Ackroyd? A bit under the weather?
Yes, Doctor. I've had a little of that pain after food lately. You must give me some more of those tablets of yours.
I thought as much, Ackroyd. I brought them up with me. My bag in the hall. I'll get them.
No, don't trouble. Make certain that window's closed, will you, Shepard?
Of course. Well, that one's open.
I'll put the latch across, will you?
All right. I say, what's really bothering you, Ackroyd?
The door's closed, isn't it?
Yes.
Shepard, nobody knows what I've gone through in the last 24 hours.
What's the trouble?
You're an old friend, Doctor. My oldest friend, perhaps. You attended Ashley Ferrers in his last illness, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did it ever enter your mind that he might have been poisoned?
Well, frankly, Ackroyd, I don't think I...
He was poisoned.
By whom?
His wife. She told me so herself yesterday.
Yesterday? You mean a few hours before she died, she told you?
Yes. Some weeks ago, I asked Mrs. Ferrers to marry me. She refused. Last week, I asked her again, and she consented. Yesterday, I called upon her. I noticed that she'd been very strange in her manner for some days. Now, without the least warning, she broke down completely. She told me everything. Her hatred of her swine of a husband, her growing love for me, and then, a year ago, the dreadful means she had taken to free herself. It was poison, Shepard. Murder in cold blood.
Murder? Are you sure?
That wasn't all. It seems there's one person who's known all along what she did, who's been blackmailing her for huge sums. It was the strain of that that drove her nearly mad.
Who's the man?
She wouldn't tell me his name.
Have you any suspicion?
I don't dare have a suspicion. Something she said made me think that the person in question might actually be a member of my household. But that can't be so. I won't let it be so. I must have misunderstood her.
What'd you say to her?
What could I say? She made me a promise to do nothing for 24 hours, and she refused to give me the name of the scoundrel who'd been blackmailing her. I never dreamt she'd kill herself. Shepard, will you hand me that letter on the table there, in the blue envelope?
This one?
Thanks. It's from her. It arrived during dinner. She must have written it just before she...
You think she wrote you the little bit she didn't tell you, is that it? Name of the man?
Yes, I think so. I've got to open it, and yet I'm afraid... What's that?
What?
I thought the latch of the door gave a bit.
Yes? I'll see if there's anyone there. No one.
Nerves, I expect. Are you sure you shut the window?
Yes, it's closed.
Well, I'll read it. If I read it to you, it won't seem so bad. I won't be facing it alone, no matter what the name. My dear, my very dear Roger, a life calls for a life. I see that. I saw it in your face this afternoon, so I'm taking the only road open to me. I leave to you the punishment of the person who made my life a hell on earth for the last year. I would not tell you the name this afternoon, but I propose to write it to you now, dear Roger, now that I have nothing more to fear. Will you forgive me, Shepard, but I see I must read this alone. It was meant for my eyes, and my eyes alone.
Do you think that's wise, Roger?
I'd rather wait.
Well, if you insist on not letting me help you.
If you must put it that way, yes, my dear friend, I do insist. I'm sorry.
I left Fernley Hall at 9:15. From Fernley Hall to my house, it takes, as a rule, about 3/4 of an hour. The night there was the moon shining, and I did it in less. On the road, I noticed the lights blazing in our parlor. Caroline was entertaining. Through the window, I caught sight of an egg-shaped head partially covered with suspiciously black hair, 2 immense mustaches, and a pair of watchful eyes.
James, come in. You're just in time for hot milk and crackers.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Oh, excuse me, I'm
This
sorry.
is my brother, Dr. Shepherd.
I am enchanted.
James, this is Mr. Hercule Poirot.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Poirot is our new neighbor.
If I may be permitted one slight correction, my name is Hercule Poirot. Your good sister proceeds on the familiar English assumption that we are not English, do not know how to pronounce our own silly names.
He's just making fun of me, James. He has a very dry wit. We've had quite an interesting conversation.
I question that it was two-sided.
And you know what Mr. Poirot told me? He's a policeman.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Not yet. I see. Do you appreciate Hercule Poirot? His true worth. The name Poirot, mademoiselle, is known today in every continent, every land, nay, in every city of the world. I am become the last word. I am as much a specialist as an Harley Street physician.
Well, that's what I said, didn't I? A detective.
Yeah, consulting detective.
That's what I said.
I'm afraid, Mr. Poirot, you find little to occupy a man of your talents in this village.
Mr. Poirot tells me what he's looking for just now is peace and quiet.
Precisely, mademoiselle. That and the correct soil, which you have in so great abundance here in King's Abbot for the cultivation of cucumbers.
Oh, I'll answer it. It's probably Mrs. Bates and her rheumatism.
Never mind, Caroline. I'll take it.
Oh, all right.
Hello. Hello. What? What's that? Certainly, of course. Of course I will at once.
What is it?
It's Parker, the butler, calling from Fernley. Just found Roger Ackroyd. Murdered.
Why, Dr. Shepherd.
Where is he, Parker?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Mr. Ackroyd, don't stand there staring at me. Have you notified the police?
The police,
What's the matter with you, Parker? You called me to tell me your master's been murdered.
The master murdered?
Didn't you telephone me not 5 minutes ago and tell me Mr. Ackroyd had been found murdered?
Me? Oh, no, sir.
My English is not of the best, Dr. Shepherd, but there seems to be a peculiar misapprehension.
Why, Dr. Shepherd, I
I'll
never...
give you the exact words I heard just now on the phone. This is Parker, the butler at Fernley speaking. Will you please come at once, sir? Mr. Ackroyd has been murdered.
But, Doctor,
Where is Mr. Ackroyd, Parker?
Why, he's in the study,
If you don't mind waiting down here a moment, Monsieur Poirot, I won't be a minute.
This way, sir.
But of course.
I'd rather not intrude on him, sir, if you don't mind.
Well, I will, then. Door's locked.
Mr. Ackroyd must have locked himself in and possibly just dropped off to sleep, sir.
Ackroyd! Ackroyd! Look here, Parker. I'm to break this door in, or rather we are.
But, Dr. Shepherd...
I'll take the responsibility.
Oh, if you say so, sir.
All right, here we go. Together now. 1, 2, 3. The inspector? Head is sideways, permitting the dagger to penetrate the jugular. Death was instantaneous.
Has the body been moved?
Beyond making certain that life is extinct, I haven't disturbed the body in any way.
You didn't touch the dagger, did you, Doctor?
No, Inspector.
No, good. Well, we'll want that for fingerprints. Rummy-looking thing, isn't it? Foreign-looking.
Moorish silver. Mr. Ackroyd was quite a collector. There are his silver cases over against the wall.
Who are you?
My name's Raymond. I'm Mr. Ackroyd's private secretary.
That's right, Inspector. It's been with Mr. Ackroyd almost 2 years now.
Oh, very well. Now, Doctor, how long should you say he's been dead?
Half an hour at least, perhaps longer.
You had to break down the door, eh? What about the window?
The English people, they have a mania for the fresh air. The big air is all very well outside where it belongs. Why admit it to the house?
Hey, who are you? How did you get in here?
You call yourself, unfortunate man, an inspector of police, and you say to me, who am I? Hercule Poirot, master detective, possessed of the finest brain in Europe, known in every continent, in every land, nay, in every city.
Not in my part of the world, you ain't. I never heard of you.
I'll vouch for Monsieur Poirot, Inspector. It's my house the phone call came. Mr. Ackroyd's death.
Oh, well, all right then. You can stay. But this is my case, and don't you forget it. Now then,
When was Mr. Ackroyd last seen alive?
I don't know, probably by me, and I left, let me say, a little before 9.
Mr. Ackroyd was certainly alive at 9:30. I heard him in here talking.
Who to, Mr. Raymond?
I don't know. I just heard his voice. But I know it was 9:30.
You didn't hear any of their conversation, did you, Mr. Raymond?
I did catch a fragment of it. It did strike me as a trifle odd.
Remember, please, the words exact. It is very important.
Not sure that I can.
The words exact.
Wait a minute, Mr. Pilot. Who's conducting this case? You or me? Now then, Mr. Raymond, what was these words you heard Mr. Ackroyd say at 9:30? Well, come on.
I'd swear under oath the exact words were, "The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I find it impossible to accede to your request."
Thank you, Mr. Raymond, very much.
I beg pardon, Inspector.
Well, what is it, Parker?
I just remembered. Miss Flora saw Mr. Ackroyd later than 9:30, about 9:45. She was just coming out of this room.
You mean she was just closing the study door?
No, sir. She'd already closed the door when I saw her. She told me Mr. Ackroyd was not to be disturbed again tonight.
Where's Miss Flora?
Upstairs in her room.
Shall I ask her to come down? No. I'll go up.
One moment, if I might be so humble, Monsieur Inspector. Could I ask our friend Parker for any little information?
Well, what is it?
Thank you for your so gracious permission, Inspector. Tell me, Parker, is this room exactly as it was when you entered it with Dr. Shepard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, I felt myself that this chair here was drawn out a little more. It has been puzzling.
The grandfather chair between the door and the window.
That's right, sir.
That's very curious. No one would want to sit in a chair in such a position.
What are you talking about? When a man wants to sit, he sits, don't he?
Who pushed it back in place, I wonder? Did you, Parker?
No, sir. I was too upset at seeing the master and all. It isn't important, is it, sir?
It is completely unimportant. That's why it is so interesting.
You're very late for breakfast, James.
I was up quite late, Karen. I'm afraid I forgot your natural anxiety to learn details you're not supposed to know.
Well, don't worry about me, James. Mr. Poirot was working with his cucumbers at daybreak this morning. 6:37 it was. And I've been with him ever since.
Good. Perhaps you have some information for me, Caroline.
Perhaps I have. Or are you going to pretend you know what suddenly occurred to Mr. Poirot in the night? So that he couldn't sleep for an hour or two after he got home?
Inasmuch as I haven't seen our friend since he went to bed.
Well, I don't feel very much like telling you either. If I didn't know that he'd tell you himself, I don't think I would. Well, he was worrying about the prints of some shoes outside the window. The way the rubber studs were worn down, he says, should mean something to him. But he doesn't know what.
Did you explain it to him, Caroline? Hasn't the cook been of any help to you, or the milkman, or the Ladies' Aid Society?
You needn't always be facetious, James.
Isn't the bacon needn't always be cold, I dare say, but it is, and so am I. But not cold, but facetious.
James, you know what Mr. Poirot said? He said I had the makings of a born detective in me. He particularly admires my wonderful instinct into human nature. And he told me a lot about the little grey cells of the brain. He says his are of the first quality, slightly above that, in fact.
I'm sure they are.
He thinks you're very intelligent, too.
Good morning, good Shepard. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Poirot.
A beautiful morning, is it not? See, how is this for a cucumber? Beautiful, now, my friend, it is yours. I give it you. Altogether, my good Shepherd, I have a wonderful morning. Everywhere I learn things new and wonderful things. And all the time the grey cells of Hercule Poirot, they are working. Miss Caroline, she tells me so much about this Rafe Peyton. This morning I go to the hotel. It's what you call it.
The Dog and Whistle.
Thank you, Miss Caroline. And I think I will talk myself to Rafe Peyton. Then they tell me at the Dog and Whistle that was here last night another gentleman asking for Mr. Peyton.
Why, James, I certainly think you might have...
No, Caroline, I thought someone ought to inform Rafe of his uncle's death. The least one could do, since no one but myself and the members of your intelligence service knew that he was in King's Abbot at all. Matter of fact, Rafe Peyton left the Dog and Whistle at 9 o'clock last night and never came back.
Well, what on earth do you think happened to him?
Rafe Peyton has a right to come and go as he pleases. He might have gone anywhere. He might even have gone back to London.
Leaving his luggage behind? I wonder.
Oh, by the way, my good Shepherd, the telephone call.
Oh, you mean the one that came while you were at the house with Mr.
That
Poirot.
is the one. Tell me, do you think it is possible that someone could have telephoned you and imitated Parker's voice sufficiently to deceive you?
Well, he said he was Parker. James really doesn't know Parker's voice well enough.
Of course. But the telephone call was traced this morning by my friend Inspector Hempstead. It didn't come from Fanley Hall at all. It was put through to you at 9:50 last night from a public call office at King's Abbot Station and at 23 the night mail is for Liverpool. It is the inspector's opinion that the murderer may have left King's Abbot on that very train.
Ah, then you do believe that Rafe Peyton?
I believe nothing, mademoiselle, until it is proved.
Well, what do you think?
I think, Miss Caroline, that Roger Ackroyd was murdered. Outside of that, I think that I will have to think a good deal more.
Oh, it's an outrage. That's what it is. A little man, not even an Englishman, a foreigner with moustaches, comes into this home, a British home, a house of mourning, unsolicited, unwelcome.
Oh, Mother, do be quiet.
Flora, I will not. He comes in here, into my own brother-in-law's house, questions us like a lot of criminals, besmirches our kith and kin.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Mr. Poirot, you must excuse my mother. My uncle's death was a terrible shock.
I understand, mademoiselle. It is very little that Hercule Poirot does not understand.
Honestly, no, Mr. Poirot, you're on the wrong track. Rafe Peyton has nothing to do with this crime. The mere fact that he was hard-pressed for money...
Was he hard-pressed for money, Mr.
Mr. Raymond, now you've made it seem as though...
Miss Ackroyd, I'm merely telling the truth. Yes, he was hard-pressed. He was always applying to his stepfather for money.
But,
Please, mademoiselle, had he done so of late, Mr. Raymond? During the last week, for example?
Mr. Ackroyd didn't mention such a fact to me. Of course, Mr. Peyton will never again have to apply to anyone for money.
You mean that Mr. Ackroyd's will...
Exactly. After paying certain legacies and bequests, servants, charities, and so on.
Aha, including yourself, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Ackroyd was good enough to remember me to the extent of £1,000.
Well, it's not surprising. Go on, please.
Well, Miss Flora Ackroyd inherits £20,000 outright. The residue, including this property and an outstanding control in the business, goes to Rafe Peyton.
You have been familiar with this will for some time past, Mr. Raymond.
Roger Ackroyd's confidential secretary.
Of course. And Mr. Ackroyd possessed a very large fortune indeed, did he not?
Fortune that would have been regarded as large even in less tax-ridden times.
Then the immediate inheritance of such a large sum would have eased very considerably the present difficulties of Mr. Peyton.
Mr. Poirot, you don't...
Is that so, Mr. Raymond?
Yes, that is so.
You awful little man, talking that way, when you know how Flora feels about Ross Patton. The idea that you suspect him of killing his sister.
Him no more than any other, madame.
You know what I think? I think Roger's death was an accident. Roger was so fond of handling curios. His hand must have slipped or something. He was really a very strange man. Would you believe it? He never gave Flora and me an allowance. His own family. And of course we didn't have a penny of our own. Why, at this very
If
moment...
you need any ready money, Mrs. Ackroyd, Mr. Ackroyd cashed a check for £100 yesterday for wages and other expenses due today. The money was never spent.
And where, if you please, is this money?
He always kept his cash in his bedroom.
I suggest that we see if the money is there.
Why, Mr. Poirot, surely...
Am I to understand, you miserable little foreigner, that you're intimating that
I merely intimate, ladies and gentlemen, that we see if the money is still there. Ladies and gentlemen, there are here only 60 pounds.
Oh, that's impossible. Let me see. 10, 20, 30. The man's right. It is 60.
This is terrible. Dr. Shepherd, Mr. Poirot, I hope nobody believes...
One must believe there are 60 pounds where there were 100. However, I'm sure no one would suggest that you, Mr. Raymond, or you, Mrs. Ackroyd, who alone knew of the money...
Mr. Poirot, I protest.
Just one moment.
Flora.
I took the money. I'm a thief. I'm a common, vulgar little thief. Now you know. I'm glad that it's come out.
I'm glad also, Miss Flora.
You are?
Yes, because now we comprehend why Parker thought he saw you coming out of your uncle's room at 9:45.
But he did see her coming out of the door. He said so.
No, that's just what he did not see. He saw Miss Flora outside the door with her hand on the handle. He did not see Miss Flora come out of the study for a good reason. Miss Flora was never in the study.
Well, where else could she have been?
Perhaps on the stairs.
Well, those stairs only lead to Mr. Ackroyd's bedroom.
Precisely.
Then you knew I took the £40.
I knew nothing, but I suspected much. As even now, I suspect that this money you have taken, you did not take it for yourself.
I took it for myself. You can take what steps you please.
I assure you, Miss Ackroyd, no steps will be taken. Only one thing. Why did you not tell me sooner? Me, Hercule Poirot, who in the end will know everything. Why do not all of you tell me the truth?
Just because Flora made a little mistake. That's no
Silence,
reason to...
silence, madame. Ladies and gentlemen, I am amazed. My powers might not be what they were. In all probability, this is the last case I shall ever investigate. But Hercule Poirot does not end with a failure. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, I mean to know, and I shall know in spite of you all.
How do you mean, in spite of us all?
But just that, monsieur. Every one of you in this room is concealing something from me. It may be something trivial, which is supposed to have no bearing on the case. Each one of you has something to hide. I appeal to you. Tell me the truth now. The whole truth. Miss Flora, my good shepherd, Mrs. Ackroyd, Parker, Mr. Raymond. Will no one speak? It is a pity.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Meantime, I'd like to call your attention to this interesting fact. Authorities tell us the young people of today are healthier than the youth of any previous generation. And they say that a big contributing cause is the broader use of the right kind of foods. Take soup, for example. Women have always realized the value of good soup in the weekly diet. But it took a long time to make it. Then came Campbell soups, and women, one after another, tried them. They compared them for wholesomeness and nourishment with their own homemade soups. They saw how much their families enjoyed the fine flavor of these soups of Campbell's. And because women no longer had to find time to make it, soup began to come to the table more and more frequently. Today, soup figures more importantly than ever before in the preparation of sensible, nourishing family meals. And now Orson Welles continues our presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd with Edna May Oliver.
I am a village surgeon, and Hercule Poirot is a distinguished Belgian detective, so it was scarcely for me to tell him I thought he was wasting his time. It was certainly not for me to tell him that he was getting on my nerves. Not that I didn't admire his extraordinary cleverness on the inside. Poirot was right, for instance, about the dagger. Police investigation confirmed his suspicion that the fingerprints on the handle of the dagger were those of Roger Ackroyd, the murdered man, though the position of the dagger definitely precluded suicide. It was Poirot who established that it had not been Parker, the butler, who summoned me on the phone that night to what had become a house of death. And again, it was Hercule Poirot who made it indubitably clear that nobody had seen Roger Ackroyd alive after 9:30, at which time Raymond, the secretary, had heard Ackroyd's voice in the study. In spite of all this, it seemed to me that Hercule Poirot was making little real progress in solving the mystery of Roger Ackroyd's death.
Furthermore, it seemed to me a curious thing for a detective of his self-proclaimed standing to be spending so much of his precious time in idle chatter with my sister, Caroline.
I had a very interesting chat with Mr. Poirot, James. He thinks me very intelligent.
So you've told me. Is it just a coincidence, Caroline, that on those occasional mornings when the bacon is both warm and crisp, it should be so far away from me that I can't reach it?
Too much bacon isn't good for you.
There's no such thing as too much bacon. And I'll be the judge of what's good for me. I rather fancy that at least is something I know best, Caroline.
You know so many things, James. You're so self-complacent. That's why it's difficult to talk to you. That's why you get the idea that people are trying to pump you.
Some more bacon, please.
Poirot says I'd make an excellent detective.
Did he?
We had a very interesting chat.
I wonder if Monsieur Poirot found it interesting.
He said I was more valuable than anyone he's met here. He told me a lot about his life, too. About a mad nephew of his. And you know that Prince Paul of Mauritania, the one who just married a dancer? Well,
I do not know her. You do not know her, and I do not care to hear about her or about his mad nephew either. Did he ask you any questions, Caroline?
No questions. We just chatted and chatted.
More bacon, please.
I have a little theory of my own, James. Mr. Poirot didn't ask me, but he might have.
Whom do you suspect?
I don't suspect anybody. I know. Parker was here in your surgery the morning of the murder. That place is full of poison. He's sure to have taken some. As a matter of fact, that's been my theory right along. Roger Ackroyd was poisoned in his food that night.
Nonsense, he was stabbed in the neck. You know that as well as I do.
After death, to make a false clue.
I examined the body, and I know what I'm talking about. That wound wasn't inflicted after death. It was the cause of death. And don't look so omniscient. Next, you'll be telling me you know more about medicine than I do. Perhaps you think you could take over my practice.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. You know I haven't a license.
That afternoon, Caroline had a mahjong party made up of her little group of village gossipers, in whose opinion, I now learned, Rafe Peyton was mysteriously concealed somewhere in Cranchester, the only big town anywhere near us. Of course, that was true. Miss Gannett's maid, it seems, had contributed the additional information that while taking a walk that afternoon on Cranchester Road, she'd seen Monsieur Poirot in a large black car coming from that direction. After that, I was not surprised to learn that Monsieur Poirot had been invited to my house for dinner. Caroline believes, whenever possible, in getting her information directly from headquarters.
A little more raspberry shake, Mr. Poirot.
Under no circumstances. I am already a man of a corpulence so great it would hardly become me if I... Well, yes, perhaps, yes. There is no harm in a little raspberry shake.
There you are, Mr. Poirot.
I beg your pardon, Caroline, if I might have my first helping.
Oh, I'll sort this out, James. There you are.
Thanks.
Mr. Poirot, sir, what do you think about Rafe Peyton now?
What I think would scarcely be regarded as legal evidence in the courtroom, mademoiselle.
Dear.
You are incredulous, mademoiselle Shepard.
I am incredulous.
You have a theory,
I
perhaps.
don't have a theory. I know.
Oh, Caroline.
James, don't meddle about in what you don't understand. There are several points to this case.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Point number one. Mr. Ackroyd was heard talking to someone after 9:30. Point number two. At some time during the evening, Rafe Peyton must have come in through the window as evidenced by the prints of his shoes. Point number three. Mr. Ackroyd was nervous that evening and could have only admitted someone he knew. Point number four. The person with Ackroyd at 9:30 was asking for money. We know Rafe Peyton was in a scrape.
Admirable.
Oh, and one other thing, Mr. Poirot. I found out something for you today. The boots Rafe Peyton was wearing that night, they were not brown, they were black.
Ah, you have found that out for me. Thank you. You are sure, mademoiselle, they were brown or black?
Positive?
Too bad. If they were only black, those boots.
I mean, if they were.
You mean... Yes, I understand. Rafe Peyton is guilty or innocent according to whether his boots are brown or black.
Really, Mr. Poirot?
It could easily be. For murder, there was with Mr. Mason so many motives.
First motive, blackmail. Rafe Peyton may have been the man who blackmailed Mrs. Burroughs. Reason? His general money needs. The second motive, the certainty of a great inheritance through Mr. Ackroyd's death.
And the third motive, Caroline?
Very simple, very simple. Mr. Ackroyd's violent disapproval of Rafe's proposed marriage to Miss Flora.
Well, after listening to you, Caroline, I'd say the case looks very black against him.
I haven't a case, James. I know.
Late that afternoon, Monsieur Poirot called on me to ask if I could arrange a little conference room at his home that night. There were to be present Mrs. Ackroyd, Flora, Raymond, and Parker. I think Caroline, who was present when he called, would have given 10 years of her life to have been added to the list. For my part, I would have been only too glad to yield up my place among those who, in that particular evening, gathered around the beaming countenance of the Belgian detective and cucumber breeder. Yeah, I'm clearing my throat. That is an accepted signal in this country that a meeting is about to begin. Quiet, everybody. I will read the list. You will please answer to your names. Raymond.
Yes?
Parker.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Ackroyd.
Yes, but I wanted to speak to you.
Yes, will be sufficient. Miss Flora.
Yes?
Say, Poirot, what's the meaning of all this?
The list I have just read is the list of suspected persons. Every one of you present had the opportunity to kill Mr. Ackroyd.
I won't stand for this. I'm going.
You will not go, madame, until you have heard what I have to say. I clear my throat again. And now I commence at the beginning. Until now, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been trying to answer to ourselves one principal question. Who was in the room with Mr. Ackroyd at 9:30? Not Dr. Shepherd, since I myself can prove that he was at home. Not Miss Flora, nor Mrs. Ackroyd, nor Mr. Raymond, with whose actions on that evening we are well acquainted, nor Parker, who has furnished me with a satisfactory alibi. Who then? This is the part of Hercule Poirot, the cleverest, the most audacious question. Was anyone with him?
Are you trying to make me out a liar, Mr. Poirot? I tell you, I distinctly heard voices. I distinctly heard the words that Mr. Ackroyd was speaking.
Mr. Raymond, the words that Mr. Ackroyd said. The calls on my purse have been so frequent of late that I believe it is impossible for me to accede to your request. Does nothing strike you as odd about him? Their style, for example.
No, he frequently dictated letters to me using exactly the same style.
That is precisely what I seek to arrive at. Would any man use such a phrase in talking to another, huh? I think not. My friends, you have all forgotten one thing. The stranger who called at the house in the proceeding weekend, the firm he represented. You remember, Mr. Raymond?
Dictaphone company.
A dictaphone, that's what you think.
Mr. Ackroyd had promised to invest in a dictaphone, you remember. Me, I had the curiosity to inquire of the company in question. Their reply, Mr. Raymond, was that Mr. Ackroyd did purchase a dictaphone from their representative. Why he concealed the matter from you, his confidential secretary, I do not know.
Must have meant to surprise me with it. He had quite a childish love of surprising people.
Oh, there's only one man who could have done it.
You mean Rafe Peyton?
Mother!
Oh, let's face it. If he's innocent, he should be able to prove it. If he isn't...
If only he'd come forward.
That is your advice, Mr. Raymond? That he should come forward?
Certainly. Do you know where he is?
Me? I know everything. Remember that. The truth of the telephone call, of the footprints on the window sill, of the hiding place of Rafe Peyton.
Where is he?
Not very far away.
Where?
In Cranchester.
Where?
No. He is not in Cranchester. He is here, in the doorway of this room.
Rafe! Flora, my darling.
Have I not told you all at least 36 times that it was useless to conceal things from Hercule Poirot? That always I discover the little secret. It is my business. From Dr. Shepherd's sister Caroline, ladies and gentlemen, I learned that the doctor and Rafe Peyton, they are old friends. Dr. Shepard knows that things look very black against his friend Peyton. He tells him the whole story.
Yes, he did. He explained to me how suspicion was bound to fall on me, and I had no real alibi.
And with the best of intentions, people sometimes make errors. That's why Dr. Shepard consented to do what he could to help Mr. Peyton. He was successful in hiding him from the police.
Where? In his own house?
No, indeed, Mr. Raymond. You should ask yourself the question that I, Hercule Poirot, did. If the good doctor is concealing the young man, what place would he choose? It must necessarily be somewhere near at hand. I think of Cranchester, a hotel. No. Lodgings, even more emphatically, no. Where then? I have it. A nursing home. I make inquiries. Yes, at one of them, a patient was brought there by the doctor himself early on Saturday morning. That patient, I had no difficulty in identifying him as Ray Peyton. He arrived at my house yesterday, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the point of this evening's meeting. Ray Peyton says he is innocent of the killing of Roger Ackroyd.
Oh, I am. I swear by heaven I am.
Please, Mr. Peyton, please. You have just heard Mr. Peyton declare he is innocent. Yet he has 3 motives for the murder and no alibi.
Well, I certainly don't see how you can sit there.
I am possessing the floor, Mrs. Ackroyd. Listen carefully, everybody. To save Mr. Peyton, the real criminal must confess. I speak to you, Hercule Poirot. I know that the murder of Mr. Ackroyd is in this room now, at this table. Tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the truth goes to the police.
You mean you know who?
Yes. At the moment, I know. I alone. For the murder of Roger Ackroyd, there is only one way out. And that way does not lead to freedom. And it is to the murderer now that I speak. This is a matter of life and death. And I, Hercule Poirot, am not joking. Good night.
What are you doing out there in the hall?
Preparing my overcoat, my dear.
Well, aren't you coming in to chat?
I'm very tired, Caroline.
But at least you can tell me what happened last night.
Mr. Poirot told us all about his little gray cells again.
Oh, does he think Rafe Peyton is guilty?
No.
Well, he's crazy.
You can go over and tell him so in the morning. Good night, Caroline. I'm very tired. My arm aches from writing. I've written it all out. Now Peyton will be cleared. As I think back, I'm not quite certain why I urged Ackroyd to read that letter before it was too late. Perhaps I subconsciously realized that with a pig-headed chap like that, it my best chance of getting him not to read it. His nervousness that night was interesting psychologically. He knew danger was close at hand, yet he never once suspected me as the blackmailer of Mrs. Ferrars. The dagger was an afterthought. I'd thought of a very little weapon of my own, but I saw the dagger lying on the silver table. It occurred to me how much better it would be to use a weapon that couldn't be traced to me. I suppose I must have meant to murder him all along. As soon as I'd heard of Mrs. Ferrars' death, I felt convinced that she'd have told him everything before she died. So I went home and took my precautions. The dictaphone he had given me 2 days before to adjust. Something gone a little wrong with it, and I persuaded Ackroyd let me have a go at it instead of sending it back. I did what I wanted to it. Took it up with me in my bag. Studied that evening. When it was all over, I looked around the room for a door. Quite satisfied. Nothing had been left undone. The dictaphone was on the table by the window. Time to go off at 9:30. The mechanism of that little device was rather clever, based on the principle of alarm clock, and the armchair was pulled out so as to hide it from the door. I never dreamed that Parker would notice that chair. Certainly would not have remembered Poirot hadn't asked him. Having the American sailor with a toothache call me from King's Abbot that night is a stroke of genius. There's no way for anyone listening to have told that it was not Parker. Still don't know how Poirot thought that one out. My only regret is about Caroline, and yet I feel I can trust Poirot. She'll never know the truth, and I'm glad of that. I shouldn't like her to know she's fond of me, and then, too, she's proud. My death will be a grief to her, but grief passes. When I've finished writing, I shall enclose this whole manuscript in an envelope to address it to Poirot. And now, because I'm tired, take some sleeping powders. Because I'm very tired, I will take more sleeping powders than I should. More than anybody should. I suppose I ought to feel sorry. I am sorry. Sorry that Hercule Poirot ever came to King's Abbot to grow his cucumbers.
Concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with our guest of the evening, Edna May Oliver. Meanwhile, I'd like to take just time enough to say this to every woman listening. We at Campbell's know good cooking, and so, of course, do you. Speaking, therefore, as one good cook to another, we'd like you to try our chicken soup. Try it, if you will, in the same friendly yet critical way you'd sample a neighbor's good dish or send in one of your own for her to try. And if you'll do that, I know you'll find this soup deep and full and rich in chicken flavor from the first spoonful to the last delicious drop. Indeed, I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. And now here is Orson Welles with Edna May Oliver.
Never mind, Orson Welles. What about me, Hercule Poirot? Miss Oliver, have I not the little gray cells?
You and your gray cells. If you ask me, I think Rafe Peyton committed the murder.
After listening to my explanation so careful?
Especially after listening to your exclamation so careful. Now, in the days when I was a detective...
Scotland Yard?
No, RKO. You and your one little murder. Why, when I was a detective, no sooner did I establish the identity of the murderer than he was murdered, and I had to start all over again.
It is well for you, Miss Oliver, to belittle the genius of Hercule Poirot. But remember this. Hercule Poirot always laughs last. Attend. I laugh last. Ha, ha, ha.
I accept that as a laugh. Go on.
I have observed the proceedings here in the studio, and I have detected a circumstance which has indubitably escaped you are untrained to watch for such things. Almost it had escaped me myself. Not only did I discover that the gentleman who told the story, Dr. Shepard, was himself the murderer of Roger Ackroyd, but I now reveal to you that he was enacted in Mr. Wells' little anecdote by none other than that beloved portrayer of dramatic roles, that celebrated delineator of character, that unparalleled purveyor of protean portraiture, that internationally celebrated...
You refer to Orson Welles, I take it, Mr. Welles?
I do.
Now, I would like to be allowed a little observation of my own. Excuse me, Moreau. Avez-vous la bloom de matin?
What?
I'm not finished yet. Où est le chapeau de ma mère? That's all right, Mr. Poirot. I just wanted to see if you could really speak French. Attend, Mr. Poirot. I laugh last.
Good night, Edna May Oliver. And may I say I hope that this will not be the last time that you will put me in my place in this program.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, the role of Caroline Shepard was played by Edna May Oliver. The part of Roger Ackroyd was played by Alan Napier, Mrs. Ackroyd by Brenda Forbes, and Flora Ackroyd by Mary Taylor. George Coulouris was heard as Inspector Hempstead, Ray Collins as Mr. Raymond, and Everett Sloan as Parker the butler. Dr. James Shepard, who committed the murder, was played by Orson Welles, and Hercule Poirot, who arrested Dr. Shepard, was played by Orson Welles. The music for tonight's production, with the exception of the Noel Coward melodies, was composed and, of course, conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, I see we have just a moment. Can we have a word about next week's story?
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, it will be our proud pleasure to give you The Garden of Allah,
starring Claudette Colbert. The Robert Hitchens masterpiece, both as a book and a play, has engaged the affections of the peoples of the world for 35 years with its ageless story of a great love and a greater renunciation. If Miss Colbert is listening in, I want her to know how eagerly we're all looking forward to the privilege of having her with us in the Campbell Playhouse. No other actress that I know is more ideally suited than Miss Colbert for the part of Dominique, the English girl who found in the great Sahara Desert the love that gave the final meaning to her life. And so until then, till next Sunday in Claudette Colbert in the Garden of Allah, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you The Garden of Allah with Claudette Colbert as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join him on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves. Where are we going? We're going to journey to the grave and learn the secrets of the dead in a tale titled The Accusing Corpse. Some years ago, when I was a county coroner, I was called in on a most interesting case. A case which had begun in the country home of Philip Drake, the wealthy stockbroker.
Roger, thank goodness you were able to get here in time.
I left town right after I received your call. What's wrong, Philip? You sounded so upset over the phone.
It's Vivian. She's upstairs in her room packing. She says she's leaving me.
Leaving you? Why?
She seems to feel our marriage has been a mistake. Roger, won't you speak to her? Persuade her to stay. After all, she is your sister.
I'm afraid, Philip, that Vivian and I have never been as close as sister and brother should be. She's always been wild and spoiled. Perhaps, Philip, it would be better if you were to let her go.
No, I couldn't do that. I love her, Roger. I wouldn't want to live without her. Won't you please try to persuade her to stay?
All right, Philip. I'll do my best. But I must warn you, I haven't much influence
Well,
over her.
Philip, I'm all packed and ready to... Why, Roger, darling, what a surprise. What are you doing here?
Vivian, Philip has told me. Now, surely you can't be serious. You know how he loves you, everything he's done to make you happy.
Now, Roger, you aren't going to start on that, are you?
Someday, Vivian, you'll get just what you deserve for walking over people, breaking their hearts. Every time I think of you being my sister, I feel
Roger,
like
please. Would you mind waiting in the other room? I'd like to speak to Vivian alone.
Oh, all right, Philip. Call me when you want me.
Really, Philip, No matter what you have to say, you're just wasting your time.
Oh, Vivian, how can you do this to me? You know I love you, that I'd do anything to make you happy.
That's sweet of you, dear. Would you mind lending me your car to get to town?
If you leave me, Vivian, you won't get a cent. Not a cent, do you hear?
Really? Did you ever stop to think, Philip, that there might be another man with more money than you?
Another man? Oh, no, there couldn't be.
And why not?
But we've only been married 3 months. There couldn't be anyone in that time.
Oh, but there was.
Oh, Vivian, in spite of what you've done, I'm willing to forgive you and start over with you.
But, darling, I don't want you to forgive me. I want you to forget me.
Vivian, you can't do this to me. I love you. I won't let you go.
I really must be saying goodbye now. He's waiting for me in town, and I don't want to be late.
If I can't have you, no one else will, do you hear?
Oh, really, Philip, you're being ridiculous. I must go.
No.
Philip, what are you doing? A gun.
Yes, Vivian, a gun. I told you if I couldn't have you, no one else would.
Oh, Philip, you're insane. Put that gun down.
If you don't change your mind about leaving, I'll kill you.
Even with that gun, you can't keep me. Do you hear? I'd sooner die than go on living with you. I'm going. And you're not going to stop. Oh, you shot me.
Vivian.
Philip, what happened? I thought I heard... Vivian.
Roger, is she dead?
Yes. Philip, do you know what this may mean? Life imprisonment, perhaps. Even the electric chair.
I know. Nothing seems to matter now.
But you simply can't throw your life away like that, Philip. Oh, even if Vivian was my sister, I don't mind telling you that I always felt you were far too good for her. She didn't deserve to be your wife.
Oh, please, Roger.
Now, look, Philip, if we were to get rid of the body, who could possibly know that she didn't leave here tonight as she'd planned?
No, it wouldn't work, Roger. You can't get away with murder.
That's nonsense, Philip. Now, if we were to bury her in the woods, no one would ever find the body.
Bury her in the woods? I couldn't do that.
Well, then I'll do it. You can wait here till I return.
But, Roger, what if...
Philip, you must let me handle this. You'd better give me the gun.
All right, Roger. You are.
Good. Now, you wait here while I get rid of the body.
Philip watched, spellbound, unable to say a word, as Roger picked up the body and left the room. As Roger, carrying his burden, passed the gardener's shed, he picked up a shovel. In a few moments, he reached the woods which began at the rear of the house and extended for miles. He carefully made his way through the forest underbrush until he was well out of sight of the house. Then he stopped and looked about.
I think this is quite far enough.
I think you can put me down now, Roger. I'm tired of being carried like a sack of potatoes.
All right. There. Well, let me congratulate you on your performance as a corpse.
Do you think he suspects anything?
Of course he doesn't. He's positive that he shot and killed you.
You've got the gun, haven't you?
Well, certainly I've got it. You don't think I was going to let him discover that the bullets had been removed and blank cartridges substituted, do you?
Oh, no. Not you, Roger. You always know what you're doing.
I always try to, my dear sister.
You don't think Philip will give you any trouble, do you? Outside of being in love with me, he isn't an utter fool.
Don't worry, I can handle Philip. Now, here's the key to the apartment I rented in town. You'll find my car a quarter of a mile down the road.
All right. I'll be waiting for you at the apartment.
I'll be there in a few hours. Now let me see. Yes, this seems like a nice place to dig.
The next morning, Roger called on Philip at his office. With a calculating glance, he noted that Philip's eyes were bloodshot, that his hand trembled as the two shook hands.
How are you, Philip?
I couldn't sleep at all last night. I kept thinking of Vivian. And what if her disappearance is noticed? People begin asking questions.
Now, all you have to do is tell them that Vivian left you and you don't know where she is. Or things like that happen every day.
You've been very helpful to me, Roger. If ever I get a chance to repay you for it, rest assured I will.
That's very good of you, Philip. Truth of the matter is, you could do me a favor if you would.
Of course. What is it?
Well, I'm in the midst of a business deal, and I find myself a little short of capital. If you could lend me some money, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Roger. How much do you need?
20,000.
20,000? That's quite a lot.
Naturally, Philip, if you feel you can't lend it to me, I'll go to a bank and try to borrow
it isn't that I can't lend it to you, Roger. It's just that the amount surprised me. Shall I make the check out to you?
Yes, if you please.
All right.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Philip.
As Philip wrote out a check for $20,000, Roger smiled. Things were working out just as he had planned. An hour later, Roger entered an old brownstone house and went to apartment 2C.
Roger, did you get it?
What does this look like?
Oh, Roger, that's wonderful. Now we can clear out and... Why, there isn't 100,000 here.
No, my dear. I only got 20,000 from him.
But we were after 100,000. Why didn't you get it all this morning when you saw him?
My dear Vivian, it simply isn't done that way. Blackmail is an art that calls for the use of psychology. Philip will give us many times over the money I hold in my hand, all in due time, of course.
You mean I'll have to go on hiding in this miserable apartment until you've finished your little game with him? Never being able to leave it for fear someone will recognize me.
Come now, Vivian. You've got the radio and books.
I won't spend weeks in this apartment, I tell you. I won't. My arm.
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. Exactly. Do you understand?
Roger, my arm. You're hurting me.
It's nothing to what I'll do if you disobey me. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, yes.
A week passed. A week in which Roger patiently bided his time. For time, he knew, was working on his side against Philip. Then one morning he called on Philip at his office.
Good morning, Philip. How are you?
How do you expect me to be? This past week I've been able to think of nothing but Vivian and what happened that night.
Philip, you must stop brooding over it. Whatever happened was her fault, not yours.
Yes, you're right. Perhaps what I need is a vacation.
Yes, of course. A trip would do you a world of good. And if I could afford it, I'd go along with you.
You mean you haven't any money?
I'm afraid not, Philip. That's what I've come to see you about. I must have $40,000 at once.
40,000?
Yes, I know it's a good deal of money, Philip, but without it, I'll be ruined.
Well, naturally, I want to help you, Roger, but 40,000?
If I don't get the 40,000, Philip, it may mean prison for me. Now, you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
Well, of course not, Roger, but...
After all, Philip, I saved you from prison. In fact, I made myself an accomplice to Vivian's murder by not turning you over to the police.
Well, yes, I know, but...
You could hardly expect me to remain loyal to you if you weren't willing to help me, could you?
I see. It seems I haven't any choice. Very well, Roger. I'll write you out a check.
Roger's eyes gleamed in amusement as he accepted the check from Philip. There was no longer any doubt that Philip understood him perfectly. Things were working out exactly as he had planned. Later that day, Roger went back to the old brownstone house. There was a smile on his lips as he entered apartment 2C.
Look at this. $40,000 in cash.
Oh, Roger.
Now, wasn't this worth staying in hiding for, Vivian? And there's plenty more where this came from. Who could that be? You better get behind that screen.
No. All right, Roger.
Yes?
COD for Miss Brown. It amounts to $64.
Oh, you must be mistaken. There's no Miss Brown here.
This is the address she gave. It's in care of Mr. Roger Martinson. That your name?
Why, yes, but I don't know any...
Those packages are for me, Roger. How much did you say the COD was?
$64, miss.
Oh. Here you are.
Thank you, miss. Here's your receipt. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
When did you buy those clothes?
This morning.
You mean you went out shopping in spite of what I told you?
Well, I was sick of being cooped up in this apartment day and night. I had to do something for a change.
And what of my plans? You risked everything with so much at stake.
Roger, stop looking at me like that. I tell you, I couldn't stand being cooped up in this apartment any longer.
But I gave you orders to stay here.
Well, I won't. I want you to get the rest of the money at once so we can clear out. And if you don't, I'll go shopping whenever I feel like it. You can't make me stay here.
You'll do exactly as I say, Vivian. I won't allow anything or anyone to interfere with my plans. I've worked out every step perfectly, and there isn't going to be any slip-up.
Another week passed, a week in which Roger made no effort to see Philip. Then early one evening, he got into his car and drove out of the city to Philip's home in the country.
Oh, it's you, Roger. Come in.
Good evening, Philip. Oh, where are the servants?
This is their night off.
Oh. You're not looking well at all, Philip. You shouldn't remain in this house by yourself.
What difference does it make where I am? Wherever I go, the memory of that night follows. It's hard to believe that it was only 2 weeks ago tonight that I killed her.
2 weeks ago tonight? Why, so it was. Oh, by the way, Philip, do you think you might possibly lend me $60,000?
60,000? You can't be serious.
Oh, but I am.
But I lent you that much already.
Yes, I know, but I must have more.
No. I won't give you another cent. You blackmailed me enough.
Blackmail is a harsh word, Philip.
What else can you call it? Now, you're just as hard and grasping as Vivian was.
Yes, but you must remember I'm alive and she isn't.
I suppose you're glad she's dead. In life, she was worth nothing to you. In death, you're able to get $60,000 for her. In death? How do I know she is dead?
Don't be foolish, Philip. You saw her lying on the floor in this very room.
Yes, but how do I know she's dead? It was you who examined her and told me so. And you buried the body by yourself.
Well, I just wanted to spare you, Philip.
Just exactly where did you bury Vivian? As a matter of fact, how do I know the whole affair isn't staged for my special benefit, so that you can extort money from me?
Oh, surely you don't believe that, Philip. Why, you shot her with your own gun.
Yes, and you took the gun away from me immediately after the shooting. Suddenly, that whole affair is becoming very clear to me.
I tell you, she's dead, Philip, and buried out in the woods.
Then I want to see the grave and the body you say is in it.
But this is ridiculous. I won't go searching for a grave in the middle of the night.
You shouldn't have to search for it, Roger. Not if you really dug one. Come along. We can pick up a shovel at the tool shed.
I won't do it.
I said come along, Roger.
Oh, very well. But I'm not certain I'll be able to find the grave. After all, the woods is fairly large, and it's been 2 weeks since I buried her.
That's all right, Roger. We'll stay out there until you do find her.
A few minutes later, Philip and Roger picked up the shovel at the tool shed and then continued on their way to the woods that began at the rear of the house. Neither of the men spoke as they entered the woods. Roger leading the way with a flashlight. Several times he stopped, trying to get his bearings, then plunged on again, hoping to find a familiar landmark. It became apparent that Roger was growing less and less sure of himself.
Oh, the grave is someplace around here. I'm certain of it. Perhaps we ought to come back in the daytime. It might be easier to find it then.
I know, Roger. You shouldn't have any trouble finding it now, if it exists.
It does exist, I tell you. It's just that the woods are so confusing at night. Everything looks so different.
Just keep on searching, Roger.
Perhaps this is the spot. It looks something like it.
Well, is it or isn't it?
I don't know. It looks like the place where I buried her, and yet I'm not certain.
There's only one way to make certain, and that's to start digging. Here's the shovel.
But suppose this isn't the spot.
Then we'll dig somewhere else. In fact, we'll dig up the entire woods if necessary. After all, you're certain she is buried in the woods, aren't you? Go ahead, Roger. Start digging.
Oh, very well.
Well, Roger, you've been digging for 20 minutes now, and you haven't uncovered a body.
Philip, I told you I wasn't sure this was the spot where I buried her.
You're a great actor, Roger. But I'm afraid this time you've overplayed your role.
What do you mean?
Vivian isn't dead, and there's no use your pretending she is. Everything that's happened was part of a scheme the two of you planned to extort money from me.
I tell you she is dead.
Then where's the body?
I thought this was the spot, but I must be mistaken. I'm sure I didn't bury her any deeper than this, but if I... turn the flashlight this way.
What is it?
Look. Do you see what I've uncovered?
A hand.
Yes. This is the spot where I buried her, Philip. Just a few more shovelfuls and I'll have her uncovered.
No. Oh, it can't be.
There. There you are, Philip. Of course, she's been in the ground for 2 weeks, but I think you can easily recognize that it's Vivian.
Yes. It's Vivian.
And look, Philip, here's the bullet hole under her heart. The bullet hole that you made.
I don't want to see any more. I've had enough.
You should trust me a little more, Philip. Everything I did was for your own good. After all, you don't want to go to the electric chair, do you?
I don't care what happens anymore. I can't stand having her death on my conscience any longer. I'm going to call the police.
Don't be a fool, Philip. You know it might well mean the electric chair.
I'll take my chances. Anything's better than going on living the way I have these past 2 weeks. I'm going back to the house and call the police.
Philip, come back! Come back! Philip!
Operator!
Philip, wait! Wait, don't do anything foolish.
No, you cut me off. Take your hands off that phone, Roger.
All I want you to do, Philip, is to listen to me for a few minutes. At the end of that time, you may do as you please. Now, that's fair enough, isn't it?
Nothing you can say will make me change my mind about calling the police.
Listen to me first. Then if you still want to call the police, you can. Now, please put the receiver down, Philip. Yeah, that's it.
Well, what do you want to tell me?
Well, do you mind if I mix myself a drink first? It's been a rather difficult evening.
Very well.
Oh, well, what about one for you, Philip? You look as though you could stand a drink.
No, thank you.
Oh, nonsense. It'll do you good.
What is it you want to say to me, Roger?
Huh? Oh, yes, say to you. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's your drink, Philip.
Thank you.
Well, now, what shall we drink to? We'll drink to your good luck, come what may. There. I feel a good deal better.
All right. Now that we've had our drinks, what have you got to say?
Oh, yes. What I wanted to say was I never let anything interfere with my plans, Philip.
What do you mean by that?
Simply that I can't allow you to go to the police, and therefore you shan't. It would spoil my plans.
Oh, it would it? Well, I'd like to see you stop me.
I have, Philip. In a very little while, in fact, in just a few seconds, you'll be dead.
Dead? What are you saying?
Yes, Philip. The drink I mixed for you was poisoned.
Poison?
Aren't you finding that it's becoming difficult to breathe?
Oh, no. You couldn't have. My throat. It burns.
Yes, I know, Philip, but it'll all be over in a matter of seconds.
Now, I see it all. You might...
Yes, Philip. Just a week ago tonight, she died according to plan.
Call the police. Joe.
I'm afraid, Philip, that you haven't the strength left to reach the telephone.
I will.
I'm afraid you and Vivian never had a chance, Philip. I had things worked out perfectly, down to the smallest detail. Hello, operator. Operator, please connect me with the police.
It was at this point that I was called into the case. Inspector Carlton called me an hour after Roger Martinson had phoned the police. When I arrived at the Drake mansion, I examined the body of Vivian Drake, then that of her husband, Philip. When I had finished my examination, I entered the library, where Inspector Carlton was questioning Roger Martinson.
Hello, Doc. Oh, Doc, this is Roger Martinson. Mr. Martinson, this is Dr. Smith, the county coroner.
How do you do?
Hello. I'll be with you in a few minutes, Doc. Just stick around. Now, Mr. Martinson, you were telling me how you came to this house 2 weeks ago tonight to see your sister and found that she was gone.
Yes. Yes, my brother-in-law, Philip, told me that she'd gone on a vacation. Now, I thought it strange at the time that she should have gone away without saying goodbye to me, as we were always very close. But days passed, and And I didn't hear from her.
Tell me, was it like your sister to go away and not write?
No, it wasn't. And that's what worried me so. These past 2 weeks, Philip kept putting me off when I inquired about Vivian's whereabouts. Well, tonight I couldn't stand it any longer. And I came to this house to have it out with him.
What did your brother-in-law say when he saw you?
Well, he was quite agitated at my unexpected arrival. When I couldn't get any satisfaction out of him regarding Vivian, I threatened to go to the police. Then he broke down and confessed that he murdered Vivian.
When did he murder her?
He told me that he'd done it 2 weeks ago tonight. Why, that was the very night I'd come here to see Vivian, and he told me that she'd left for a vacation.
I see. Go on.
Well, naturally, when he told me he'd murdered her, I was aghast. He led me to the woods and showed me the grave. We returned to the house, and before I knew what had happened, Philip had taken poison. Then I called the police.
Well, it seems like a plain case of murder and suicide. Outside of a few questions at the inquest, I don't think we'll trouble you anymore, Mr. Martinson.
That's quite all right, Inspector. I shall be at your service anytime.
Just a moment, Mr. Martinson.
Yes?
I was very much interested in hearing what you had to say to the inspector regarding the murder of your sister. You say that your brother-in-law confessed to murdering her 2 weeks ago tonight?
That's right.
That would be April 2nd, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Then you never saw her alive after the night of April 2nd?
Why, no, of course not.
What are you getting at, Doc?
Please, Inspector. Mr. Martinson, would you mind telling me where you live?
At 425 West 107th Street.
Tell me, were some clothes delivered to that address in your care a week ago today, April 9th?
Clothes?
Yes. To be exact, a woman's sports suit, which cost $64 and arrived COD.
Why, no.
You're lying, Mr. Martinson. I have in my hand a slip of paper that not only proves that you're lying, but that will send you to the electric chair.
Doc, what do you say?
Yes, Inspector. Mr. Martinson's plan was perfect, but he slipped up badly. He forgot to search Vivian Drake's clothing before he buried her. When I examined her body just now, I found in one of her pockets this receipted bill bearing the date April 9th. That proves beyond a doubt that she wasn't murdered by her husband on April 2nd, as Mr. Martinson here claims.
No.
Yes, Mr. Martinson, the corpse has accused you from the grave of murder and has given us proof of your guilt.
No, it can't be. I had everything planned perfectly. Perfectly, do you hear? Down to the last detail. I couldn't have failed. I couldn't.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip to the grave? Poor Roger. What a pity. After all that planning and hard work, to be tripped up by a sales slip found on a corpse. Just goes to prove that you have to be more careful when you're burying people you've murdered. Now, I recall another case where a woman drugged her husband and... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. I hope you'll join me again soon. But if you do, please remember this. Next Sunday, I shall take a train that leaves at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Don't forget, Sunday afternoon at 3:30.
You've just heard Chapter 20 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and unusual brought to you each week by station WOR. In tonight's program, The Accusing Corpse, Don Randolph played Roger. Also featured were Maurice Tarplin and Philip Clark. The Mysterious Traveler, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is directed by Jock McGregor. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. Listen next week to a tale titled
Escape by Death.
Another tale of the mysterious traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual every Sunday over most of these stations. But beginning next week, The Mysterious Traveler will be presented at a new time, Sunday afternoons at 3:30. Please note the change in time. 3:30 every Sunday afternoon, beginning next Sunday. This is Mutual.
A bloated, smooth-bellied pup, sightless and filmy-eyed, bobbed ceremonially in the wake of a moorhen. A moorhen that, for all its air of constant lively alarm, had not seen the naked, heavy man on the ramp, nor the stranger watching, but struck on with its nervous, erratic course through the reeds.
I say.
A mist still clung to the lake from which it sprang, but with infinite reluctance it fell back among the snares of sedges. Only the willows stood out against the morning in demi-silhouette, club-headed and Babylonian, half in, half out of the water.
I say, I don't know who you are, madam, but this is private property. I say, would you kindly leave the way you came?
From the indistinct humps of swans in dry dock, sinewy arms waved once to the swimmer. But Dr. Warburton was not an imaginative man and did not wave back. They drew his eye. Perhaps they pointed to the solitary observer. He guessed the watcher to be a woman from something of her shape and called cheerfully. But the woman made no acknowledgement of a common humanity, nor stirred at all. Irritated, he consumed the mirrored surface, striking away from the boathouse in the mist. Exhilarated, confident, sensually absorbed, he turned on his back and struck on gloriously, drawing after him his goat's body, admiring the dark tufts of curly hair, straightened and streamlined in his progress. He swam very well. Well, switch it on, or whatever you do.
Oh, it won't start.
Nonsense, of course it'll start.
The paint's coming off the little sailor. Can I keep him?
No, dear.
Oh, you have to have the aerial out first on the little radio. Then you move the switches, you see.
Yes, dear, I know. You remember where it lives in the boathouse?
Oh, yes.
There's a good fellow. He recognized it for what it was instantly. It sought him out through the mist.
I say, do you see me? I say! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Dr. Warburton ducked, but emerged directly, whimpering and bloody. Panic blinded him. Before he could see, it was on him again, nodding like the beak of judgment. He swung about, and for a moment, as his brain fused, the water claimed him. He forgot how to swim. Swimming became a mystery.
Murder as Art by Graham England, with Noel Hood as Dame Hetty and John Rye as Leo. Summer. The lawn of the Dower House.
The small, naked clinician and the large Dr. Warburton stood off, watching and nodding gravely as a star burst in Dr. Warburton's chest with a force that quite separated pain from its threshold and allowed for dispassion. Dr. Warburton had a vision of his body as a thing apart, like some perspex model of itself, with every nerve end a coloured filament glowing brilliantly with pain of such vigour it did not hurt at all. He felt again the wonder and excitement of his student days, and eagerly raised an arm as if to speak a thought. Instead, he waved once, or seemed to wave, as the swans on the bank had seemed to wave to him before that arm, too, slid under the water after the rest of him. His wife, though an imaginative woman, did not wave back, nor did the swans hiss her, as they had always, for some dim reason of their own, hissed him, as he conducted the little boat back to her and the floating dog by the shore.
Oh, I like it. It's very good. How inadequate that sounds. It really is very good.
It's not finished. There has to be an inquest. I need one more for my very last collection of stories, but I do like that one. A model boat, you see, will be just the weapon an unhappy woman would use, particularly if her husband had built it himself, if it was his only real passion.
What will the coroner say?
What they always say, that he struck his head when diving, or that his struggle brought on a heart attack, that natural seepage from the lake drew his body to where it was found. They always say that. I've noticed in my very long life that society has a bias in favour of the least alarming explanation.
What will you call it?
I don't know, the water demon. I have terrible trouble with titles.
Did you get the idea from the little model boat I saw in the hall?
No, not really. We bought that yesterday at an auction. Jennifer wanted it. I once killed an admiral with Weil's disease. Do you know what that does? It paralyzes the kidney, if there's a malfunction to start with. Retired, of course. Used to play Gilbert and Sullivan records all day long.
Oh, by the way, Dame Hetty, do you mind me using this thing?
Not at all. What is it?
It's a tape recorder. I find it most helpful.
I've never used tape recorders. I bought a Swan fountain pen in 1947. Broad nib, never use anything else. It's the same nib, you know.
Is it really? Could I see it?
Whatever for, it's just a fountain pen.
Oh, that's most interesting. Muriel Spark never lets anyone use her writing pens. If they do, she throws them away.
Who's Muriel Spark?
A novelist.
I don't know any lady novelists.
Well, I don't think you can call Miss Spark a lady novelist.
Her private life is her own affair.
Oh, quite.
Nevertheless, I think it worth recording, if that is what you're doing, that scandalous behaviour and creativity do not mix, whatever the paying public may think.
Quite.
Wasn't it working?
Wasn't switched on.
What does she do, this Spark woman?
Well, nothing that I know of. Perfectly respectable lady.
How dull.
Your own life, Dame Hetty, hasn't been entirely untouched by newspaper comment, has it? I see one of your reviewers accuses you of anticipating the novel of faction, of being unable to start a book without somebody else's body. I was glancing through the cuttings in your library. I hope you don't mind.
Would you pass me the glass, Mr.
Meadows? Leo Meadows. Do you mean the telescope?
I know what I mean, Mr. Meadows. Just give it to me, would you?
How do you give an admiral Weil's disease?
Oh, you need to keep rats, of course. It's concentrated in their urine. And you need a victim with a damaged kidney to start with. After that, it's plain sailing. Would you mind looking to the left of that little white farm building? My eyesight isn't what it was.
What am I looking for?
The postman.
Gosh. It's powerful, isn't it?
Naval issue like myself. My father was an admiral.
No, there's no sign of him. Oh, wait a bit. There's a bicycle. No, it's in a ditch. Abandoned or something? What a lot of litter.
Letters?
I suppose it could be letters. Somebody's been turning out. Isn't that awful?
Thank you. It was set in the 1930s. He was a recluse and lived in a rather pretty cottage.
Who was?
My admiral. He was very taken with thorn needles. Always had to have thorn needles for his gramophone. And he was always licking his thumb and pricking it to test the sharpness. Disgusting habit. Would you mind looking in that sheep dip, just beyond the ditch you mentioned?
Oh.
Do you see anything?
No.
His niece visited him regularly. She was the only one who did. He cordially detested her, and she felt much the same way about him, but bore all that patient merit of the unworthy could take, and she always brought the new needles. It was just a question of time, you see, and soaking the needles, and patience.
In the rats,
Yeah. It was a very pretty cottage.
What year was that?
1934.
Oh, that must be Home is the Sailor.
How clever of you. Home is the sailor home from the sea, and the hunter home from the hill. Have you read it?
I haven't, actually.
No. I never yet met an author's agent who could read. They always have to employ someone to do it for them.
Oh, I'm not an agent, Dame Hetty.
But you did say my agent sent you.
Oh, yes, he did.
What did you say your name was?
Meadows? Leo Meadows.
Jewish?
No.
My chauffeur is very anti-Semitic.
Oh.
You have to be a poet, Mr. Meadows.
Well, I am, actually. How did you guess? No, of course, it's not a living. It doesn't pay. I couldn't say I was a poet in that sense.
No, it wouldn't be.
What?
A living. You're no longer young, are you? How many wives have you had?
2.
Yours or other people's?
Oh. One was mine, so to speak, and now she's somebody else's, and the present one was somebody else's.
I don't think I could have invented a name as good as yours.
Really?
If poetry were a living, Mr. Meadows, you would find 2 wives, whoever they belonged to, would be quite sufficient for newspaper comment.
Oh, you mustn't be offended, Dame Hetty. If I'm to do your life, then in the nature of things I shall be asking questions that must seem impertinent by their very pertinence.
You startle me, Mr. Meadows. You're going to do my life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was all settled.
Probably is, if that's what they want. I haven't done a full-length book in 5 years, you know. Just my little short stories, the vignettes of my old age, as someone has unkindly called them. So that's why you're here. Exciting, isn't it? They've been getting very restless.
They?
The family. And Thomas wants to be married. There's a hawthorn hedge just above the sheep dip. Would you...
I feel a little like Admiral Nelson. Oh, my God.
Now, you will stay the weekend, won't you?
I'm awfully sorry. I don't think I can.
Is that him? With the telescope? Thomas?
Yes.
Jennifer, come away from the windows, baby.
Yes, well, what do you think?
Looks good to me.
I shall take them some lemonade shortly.
No, don't do that, Hector. If she looks like dropping off, Thomas can entertain him. I'll give Hetty one of her pills.
And a wee drop of scotch.
Be quiet, child. Don't you want a new tennis court?
Oh, yes, Aunt Sylvie.
Still, the scotch mightn't hurt. I could do with one myself.
Nervous?
I always am before she starts a new book. I suppose you aren't.
Well, I amuse her. You, on the other hand, do not amuse her. Still, perhaps she's fond of you.
Well, I did marry her, after all.
Oh, no, I shouldn't think so.
What?
It's much more likely that she married you.
Well, same thing?
Oh, no, it's not. You must have been very fetching in your day, Hector. Rather dashing, I shouldn't wonder. The galloping major, what?
I had my moments.
Rather a lot of them, by all accounts.
Aunt Hetty says everyone should have a hobby.
Go and play under the elm trees, Jennifer.
Not likely. Before the bough breaks. 1957. Ooh.
Did you see the film?
Only on television.
She paid off my mortgage with the film.
Ah, so that's how she got you.
No, that was after we married.
Well, didn't you mind being married to a woman 20 years older than yourself?
Well, of course I bloody well minded. She was as ugly as sin even then.
Quick contest, was it? One more for the tally? Just keeping your hand in, as it were.
Oh, chuck it, Thomas.
That's the trouble with womanizing. Any old boot, so long as it's high-heeled. Can't understand it myself. Must be some sort of disease. I bet Hetty cured you. Why on earth didn't you cut and run?
I came for the weekend, the summer of '56, and it rained. And afterwards she told me about her first book.
Aunt Sylvie? That funny man's been sick in the rhododendrons. Simon!
Not now, Audrey. In the morning.
Audrey?
What? Where?
Shh! Downstairs.
I knew she'd find out.
Shh! Downstairs, a burglar.
Melissa, don't be silly.
What do you mean, don't be silly? Don't you believe in burglars?
Oh, God.
Oh, well, we can't both stay under the bed. It's all right for you, tucked in against the wall out of sight, but I think I stick out a bit.
Perhaps it's Leo.
How can it be Leo? You sent him for the weekend, didn't you?
Yes. Still, I better check.
Why me?
What's your house?
What if it's not?
Well, come back and tell me.
Melissa? Melissa? What are you doing under the bed?
It's my yoga night.
Why was she looking for the postman?
She's always looking for the postman. What else is there for her to do?
She is a marvellous writer.
Coffee. What's wrong with the postman?
Oh, God. She does, in a sense, kill people, of course. It's her trade.
Yes, but...
What's wrong with the postman?
Oh, everything's wrong with the postman. He's dead for a start.
Someone sent the vicar a parcel bomb. Our poor friend was a little late delivering.
I was there.
They found most of him in somebody's sheep dip.
Now she's turning it into a short story. That's what I object to. It's like making lampshades out of people you know.
Well, what else do you want her to do? She's a writer.
Unlike some.
Oh, sweetheart.
I don't call poetry writing, darling.
I mean, it's hardly material for a saga, is it? For her sort of novel, she needs an archetype.
Like a poet.
Melissa? What's she going to call it?
What, the story?
Yeah.
Well, she's stuck between Blessing in Disguise and Post Early for Christmas. In the story, you see, it won't be meant for the vicar at all. That's the red herring. The postman's young wife is in love with a new vicar, and they plan to get rid of Mr. Plod, so, it's her, you see. He builds the thing, and, well, she sends it.
I like it. I can sell that.
It was tremendous of you, Simon. No one ever commissioned me before. I do appreciate it, but, well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather write a few poems and starve quietly.
It is not all the same to me.
I've got faith in you, Leo, and we'll make a killing, you know.
Oh, please don't say that.
Sorry. I go down with you like a shot, you know that, but, well, we're not on the best of terms at the moment. Anyway, Thomas is on your side.
I could get a job. Well, don't you see? Death in life doesn't concern her. It's only death in the novel that rouses her passion. It trivializes death somehow. I mean, art isn't just therapy. Ooh. Shan't be a tick.
That's why she's so good. She argues backwards from the event, turns fact into art. Her corpses are real people, aren't they? They don't just lie there like a clue in a crossword. It's made like Queen of the Vicarage murder set. She's done it all on her own, Leo. Leo! Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Not now.
Oh.
But is it fair?
I don't know. Is it art?
She is a marvellous writer.
Should the novelist accept responsibility for the actions of his characters? I don't know. That's something you could ponder in your book.
I'd have to take it up with her.
A free hand, Leo.
Really?
Tell you what, I'll run down in the car late Friday. Put up at the pub, give you a sort of backup till you get established.
Oh, goody. A weekend in the country.
You are not coming.
Oh, yes, I am.
What?
Shall I bring Melissa?
Oh, you are a comfort, Simon. It was good of you to come over so late. I don't know how you got here so quickly. Oh, well, what are friends for? But a writer's sources, Dame Hetty, are of infinite fascination for their more literate readers.
You can't be more literate. You either are or you aren't. I heard about a literate film script once. It must have been an object of endless fascination.
Yeah, quite. 5 of your novels were filmed, isn't that right?
I don't write novels.
Thrillers?
I write books, Mr. Meadows. Not novels or thrillers, but books.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no, you don't. Works of crime, Mr. Meadows. Violent crime.
And it's 5 years since you wrote one.
What?
A book.
I told you that once. You must pay attention, you know, if you want to be a writer. Small wonder you need a tape recorder.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Well, we're not getting on very well, are we?
Nonsense. We're getting along famously. I like you. You're the answer to an aged author's prayer. Ask me anything you want to. Would you like to marry me? I'd make you very rich. Well, rich anyway.
Oh, good Lord. You're already married, Dame Hetty.
Major Lowe is not indispensable, are you, Hector?
Well, I think so, naturally, but then I'm partial. I bought you lemonade, dear. Would you like some, Mr. Meadows?
Oh, thank you, I should. It's very hot, isn't it?
Leo is a poet, Hector.
Oh, how interesting.
Well, not very.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he had a slim volume of his works about him, or perhaps they're on the tape recorder.
Dame Hetty, you are wicked.
Yes, she is. She really is.
And I'm also right, aren't I?
Yes, you are. I suppose you want me to read some now.
Oh, certainly not. Just autograph it to me and leave it in the library. It will probably have a macabre fascination in the years to come.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never give books away. I had to pay to have it published as it was.
And I'd be a fool to buy it, wouldn't I? Very well. But, don't read more than one.
Well, this is called Hanging Mirrors. Little favourite of mine. I think I've got it somewhere. It's very short.
Have you got my pills with you, Hector?
Yes, dear. Do you feel you need one?
No, but have it ready.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Hanging Mirrors. Oh, I should explain. The title refers to moving into an old family house. A cousin, in fact. Moving in, that is. The house was on the border, the Welsh Marches. Well, that's important. Oh, and I should explain...
Oh, I shouldn't really.
What?
Explain, Leo. Just read the damn thing.
Oh. Hanging Mirrors. Dead? Are they dead? What, all of them dead? Florence and Charlie and great-uncle Fred? Flossie and Fleur and Hyacinth, too? Gone? Are they gone? What, all of them? Due. Well, I said well. Are you fit? Are you well? 2, just the 2. Only 2 of us here. All. Not them all. Not all of them dead. Careful. Oh, careful. Damn it, do have a care. See, don't you see? Our images, there. Gone. Are they gone? Where is mine? Can it be? Are you dead? Can I be? Is it possible there? Where there are none of me?
You left the tape recorder on. It's all right, Hector. I'll put it back in the box. Ah, I shall have a little sleep now. I'm 79, you know. There, nobody knows that outside the family. You see how well we're getting on. Now, you will stay this weekend, won't you?
Well, I booked in the village.
Never mind, get your bag. Hector will see to all that, won't you, Hector?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, you're very kind.
Not at all. We don't have what you call dinner these days, do we, Hector?
Well, Hetty, who called the cook a bastard?
Who called the bastard a cook? Anyway, make a big breakfast, I should, while the going's good.
Well, I'm not a big eater, actually.
No, don't look it. We must feed you up somehow. There's always something to eat. Don't sit under the elm trees, Leo. The elm hateth man and waiteth.
Ah, before the bough breaks?
Yes, 1950-something.
7.
Was it? A lovely book, whatever year it was. Well, be off with you. Thomas will amuse you if Hector can't. He wants to be married, after all.
Well, I'll see you later on, then.
Certainly you shall, but perhaps not today.
I've got to work, dear. Shall I leave the pills?
I wish you wouldn't ask me that. And no, I do not need the pills.
Child. I am not a child, Hetty. I am 33.
What a splendid thing to be. I wish I was. Though I don't know. I wasn't happy when I was 33. I was much happier in my 40s. Though I was never sure what people meant by that. Don't do that, Sylvie. It's rather nerve-wracking.
Will you do a new book?
I might.
Can I be in it? Oh, do let me be in it.
Sylvie, whatever's come over you.
I didn't mean that.
What?
About being in the book.
Oh, of course you didn't. Have you seen the new vicar? He isn't married, I understand.
Oh, good. I'll go and leap on him. Well, he's not likely to leap on me, is he?
I've been meaning to ask you, dear, if I do another book, and I don't say I shall, would you like a nose job? A sort of little present. Not that I mind your nose, understand. Goodness knows, mine used to bother me, you know, before I was 40. But I'm behind it most of the time, whereas I can see your problem, but to see one's own, one has to shut one eye, and that gets you into all sorts of bother.
Oh, chance would be a fine thing.
I don't think it ever worried me, being plain. After I was 40, anyway. Strange that you should take after me. We're not related by blood, after all.
What was my father like?
He drank, rather.
But what did he look like?
You, dear.
No wonder he drank. Was he drunk when he had his accident?
Very drunk. You wouldn't have liked him, Sylvie. Awful bounder. Frightful drone.
See the little fairy glen where the elves are dancing.
Hello, little girl.
Hello, little tennis court. Had a busy day?
Yes. Instructive, certainly. I'm lost, I think. Comes of taking shortcuts. You're Jennifer, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
This is a dangerous place to play, Jennifer.
Yes, it is. Awfully dangerous. Do you want to see it?
What?
Rich and Strange, 1966. Well, that's why you're here, isn't it?
Oh, my favourite book. This was the weir, and that must be the mill.
Hatton's Mill. Come on. Of course, it isn't called Hatton's Mill, only in the book. It hasn't got a name. Oh. Look.
Gosh. Are you an orphan, Jennifer?
Yes, I am. I'm an orphan.
Don't stand so near the edge, child. It's horribly fascinating.
Of course, it's only Hatton's Mill in the book.
That would be artistic license, you see, wouldn't it? But she describes it perfectly. The broken steps, the isolation, the feeling of rottenness and unfathomable depths, and the vast, indifferent mill.
Throw a stone in. A big one.
Oh, all right. There.
Gosh.
Her only book without a body. Did you know that?
Oh, yes.
Strange the sense of anticlimax at the end of all her stories. When the murderer is caught. The sense of unreality. You read her books?
Oh, yes. I know them all. I could read when I was 3.
Oh, now, do come away. It feels so cold and dank and slippery. Don't you long for the sun, my pale, fey child?
Not particularly. Are you a toucher?
What?
A toucher. Uncle Hector's a toucher. It's terribly expensive being a toucher.
What? Oh, look, where are you? Wait a minute. What do you mean? Oh, damn. Why did you say, hello, little tennis court?
You're my tennis court.
Yes, but
If Aunt Hetty writes another book, I shall have a tennis court.
Yes,
Then they'll have to play with me.
They will?
Yes.
Why won't they play with you now?
I don't know. Shall I make you a daisy chain?
No, thank you.
See the little fairy glen where the elves are dancing in a dark the magic ring. 1, 2, 3. Goodbye!
Jennifer! I don't know the way back. Could you direct me to the village, please?
Shh, please. One moment, please. So, thank you. I just wish to record it for the collection. It's a sad sight, the death of giants. How many noble trees, Mr. Meadows, across this great island, slaughtered like pigs with swine fever by that vile worm.
Worm?
Come on.
How did you know my name?
You are staying with Dame Hattie, yeah?
Yes.
I work for Dame Hattie.
Oh. Are all these elms diseased?
Oh, yes. See, break off some of the bark. Here and here. And is revealed a network of pain. 1,000,000 tunnels of agony. A bunker of disease and decay. What a subject for a great epic poem, Mr. Meadows. An underground city of death.
I'm a poet, Herr,
Gerber. Gustav Gerber, formerly of the Hamburg State Police. At your service.
Oh.
Traffic Division. You want to park your car? I can help you. May you live to write it, Mr. Meadows.
You record these sounds?
Oh, yes. They will also burn the trees, and I will record that too.
But why?
Well, it is my hobby. And also, I have the honor to aid the amateur productions of the village players.
Oh.
We are doing the cherry orchard. The new pastor will direct, and Dame Hattie is our patroness. That they owe to me.
Well, that's hardly going to sound like a cherry tree coming down, is it?
When I have finished with it, Mr. Meadows, it will sound like the motorcycle accident if I want.
Really?
But of course, you can re-record and augment and distort the sound, cut it out, anything. You are asking for the village, yeah?
Yes, I'm to meet my wife.
Would you like first a cup of coffee with me at my cottage?
Oh, well, thank you.
Come on.
Traffic Division?
Yeah. The tragedy of my life, Mr. Meadows. Every year I am saying to the Jewish bastard in charge of the... I am not prejudiced, Mr. Meadows. They just got no place in the police, not in Hamburg. Polizeikommissar. I am saying, Jaime, please, I want to go criminal.
What?
Scenes of crime. I want to work on scenes of crime. Violent crime, murder, robberies, and criminal assault. You think I am joining the police for helping old ladies across the Schulterblatt? This is Hamburg, city of sin. We are not in Dusseldorf, you know. We see, says Jaime. Next year, maybe. That is how I met Dame Hattie.
Dame Hetty?
What a wonderful writer. I admire all things English, Mr. Meadows. The British Home Stores, the changing of the guard, the Manchester United, the British criminal. Real Aryan gentleman, Mr. Meadows. Bobby Charlton, Ronnie Biggles,
Yes?
So, I am writing to Dame Hattie. You're a policeman, I am saying. Excuse me, they are not wonderful.
Aren't they?
Her policeman? They are stupid. And her detective stings like a gefilte fish.
Does he?
Amazing. She is writing me a most courteous, charming letter. I want to kill this man in Hamburg, she writes.
What?
For the book.
Oh.
So, we are planning this murder, she and I. Except that.
Yes?
Except that. This elderly Englishman dies outside a nightclub in Hamburg. A traffic accident like we have in the book. Just like we have in the book. Exactly like we have in the book. Nature imitating art, I am saying to myself. Only the book wasn't out already.
Yes. Have some more coffee.
You help yourself. So, again I am writing to Dame Hattie. After all, I am a traffic policeman. And I am putting frankly my feelings in the matters.
And?
I am getting no reply. Well, Herr Secretary, somebody writes and thanks me. Dame Hattie is engaged, looking for another subject and so. And I am saying to myself, Gustav Gerber, we are in the most unusual situation. Because if Dame Hattie is writing another book, it's a paradox, Mr. Meadows. Instead of having a body and looking for a murderer, we a murderer have and must look for the body.
Ah, there you are. Thought we'd lost you.
My God!
Oh, you all right? Sorry, did I startle you?
I mean, if you could, would you warn me next time, Major? Please? I might have been killed.
Oh, sorry. Lost your way, have you?
Yes.
Oh, easily done. You're not far off. You could see the Dow House from here if the light wasn't fading. Oh, you've been out a long time.
I have walked for miles and miles.
Oh, well, I'll take you back. No point in hanging on here. Not your cup of tea, is it?
Actually, I think I need my wife. I am going to the village.
Well, why not phone her from the Dow House?
Those birds were sitting, Major Lowe.
Not anymore, they're not, are they? Nasty fat brutes. Vermin, Mr. Meadows. Come along.
I want to speak to my wife, please. Mrs. Meadows.
Mrs. Meadows?
Yes, Meadows. You know, meadows, fields, leas, grass, that sort of thing. Meadows. Moo. Moo. Moo.
Hold on. Got right one here. We got Mrs. Meadows. She's staying, is she?
No. I just rang. I thought I would. She's skin diving off the Azores.
Pardon? Oh, wait a minute. Putting you through. We got some skin divers staying then.
Hello?
Simon?
Yes?
Oh, had they given me the wrong room? I want Melissa.
No?
Oh. What are you doing in Melissa's room?
Oh, looking for drugs, pornographic literature, the odd dirty postcard. Anything to pass the time, really.
Oh, look, for God's sake, Simon, stop messing about, would you? Is she there? Put her on.
She's gone to the country club with Thomas. You were supposed to be here.
Oh, drat.
You sound upset, Leo.
Well, of course I'm upset. I've every right to sound upset. I was very nearly killed this evening.
Oh, is that all? Accident?
Well, I don't know.
What happened? Did you read some of your poems to the village idiot?
Ha, bloody ha. Oh. Country club. Country club. Country club.
In the little book, here.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see you there.
Just passing through.
You have a lot of telephones, Dame Hetty.
Yes, we do. Thomas bought a job lot. I can't stand telephones.
Well, I haven't said anything funny yet.
What?
Oh, darling.
Is that you again, Simon?
What?
Oh, Leo! Oh, don't do that.
Darling?
What do you want, darling?
You, honey bun, desperately.
Poor baby.
Why didn't you wait for me?
Well, I waited and waited, sweetie. Honest injun.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right, darling. I understand.
Oh, by the way, Simon was in your room.
Was he, cheeky devil?
Yeah, he sounded awfully fed up. Why didn't you take him with you?
Oh, two's company, Leo. Three's disgusting.
Is Thomas with you?
Yes, he's at the bar, getting some drinks. Oh, don't do that.
Whatever's going on, Melissa?
Just some tomfool.
Oh, is Thomas looking after you for me?
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh, nice chap. What time will he be back, baby?
Oh, I don't know. 1 o'clock. Half past. Get off that.
Oh, honey bun.
What's the matter, darling?
Well, I shan't see you.
Oh, sweetie. Can't you get someone to drive you over?
Well, they go to bed so early.
What a pity you don't drive.
Yes, but Melissa, I've got to talk to you. I'm beginning to get the oddest feeling.
Do tell.
Oh, I'll ring you in the morning, darling. Sleep tight. Mind the bugs don't bite.
What?
Do I disturb you?
No, not at all. My wife.
Oh.
Lovely girl.
Is she?
Marriage is a wonderful institution. I recommend it wholeheartedly.
Do you?
Oh, yes. Strong chaps like yourself perhaps may not need it, but of course... but my goodness, it is a comfort to we weaker brethren.
I am not a chap, Mr. Meadows.
No. No, of course you're not. Sort of little joke. Shorthand. No offence meant.
None taken.
I
You mustn't...
thought, well, they say that...
Do I look like a chap?
What?
Do you get the feeling you were in the army with me or something?
Good Lord. No.
Why is it adults are so devious when as children we're so direct?
Oh.
I cycled over to the vicarage this morning. It was such a glorious morning. Unfortunately, I clashed with a school bus. That's always a mistake, and they couldn't get by. It was all rather harrowing. There were 40 juvenile yobbos behind me, whistling and crying, "Get them off," and gore in rural accents.
Where there?
From the back. I am quite seductive, Mr. Meadows.
Oh, of course you are. My word.
Well, that wasn't so bad, though it is remarkable what they seem to be teaching them these days. There's something quite frighteningly lustful about a recently broken voice in a high state of smut. Anyway, they got by in the end, though it seemed to take forever about it, and they gradually fell silent, row after row of quite pitilessly appraising faces. And as they drew away, there was this mad rush to the back of the bus, so I smiled, placatingly, I thought, and there was this long, collective... Ugh.
There's no answer to that.
Sylvie?
Aunt Hetty?
I can't sleep. Will you play cards with me, dear?
I was just going to show Mr. Meadows to his room.
Yes, I'm sure you were. Well, I've no doubt he can find his own way.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can, thank you. Oh, dear, dear. Excuse me. Long day. Good night.
Good night. Aren't you working?
I can't get on. Nothing falls into place. The setting's all wrong. I have my main character, my victim. It's the setting that's bothering me.
Oh, you'll think of something.
Yes.
Oh, it does seem a pity.
Nonsense. The weak must die, that the strong may live. The herd should be culled from time to time.
About the nose job?
Yes, dear.
Thank you very much. I should like it.
I am pleased. That'll help.
Will it?
Oh, yes. Good night, dear. I don't think I want to play cards after all.
Good night.
Don't we wait for Dame Hetty?
No, she never comes down for breakfast. There are kidneys on the sideboard.
But whose? That's what I want to know.
Don't be ghastly, Jennifer.
How's the project going, Leo? How do we shape as local colour?
Well, not at all well, actually. The project, that is. I was thinking of going today. There are things I ought to be doing.
Get in now and you'll become the world's leading authority on Dame Hetty Lowe. A manuscript all ready for when she snuffs it. Television interviews, book programs. You know the way their little minds work. She's very big in America.
Well, why aren't you doing it?
Not my line.
What is your line?
He has the Midas touch, Leo. In reverse.
Sylvie, you traitor.
We cornered the world's surplus in second-hand telephones once. Had you noticed?
Well, yes, I had. There do seem to be 3 phones to every room.
Not to mention the stables.
Not if you can possibly avoid it.
I'll show you.
Oh, no, you won't, young lady. You nearly lost him yesterday as he was.
I'll show you.
Well, I'm not all that bothered, actually.
Oh, it's quite a sight, believe me. I had thought of opening it to the public and charging admission.
Oh, I shouldn't tell Hetty. She's trying to forget all about it.
This is the Long Gallery, Leo. He died in a hunting accident.
How tragic.
Yes.
Tragedy seems to stalk your family.
Well, not mine so much as his. His wife disappeared during the war, you know. One sister committed suicide. The other had a heart attack during a thunderstorm. Some families are like this, I understand. Look at Thomas Mann. You shouldn't smoke so much, Leo. It's not good for you.
Your next book, Dame Hetty.
Yes.
I'd like to talk about it. Do you mind?
Of course not.
Well, I wouldn't want you to talk it out.
Talk it out?
Well, I mean, some people feel superstitious about it, so that they lose material if they talk, before getting it down on paper.
Good heaven.
You have no such inhibitions.
I have very few inhibitions of any kind.
You do have a very practical attitude towards your art.
Yes, but I believe in inspiration, too. Inspiration is all. Inspiration and execution. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heavens of invention. I do believe you've inspired me. Where will we poor crime writers be without our dear Shakespeare to bring home the bacon?
And where do you seek inspiration, Dame Hetty?
Here, in the Long Gallery, where I write.
But the heart of the matter
is rooted in reality. Some gesture, some place, some phrase, someone, but real, not imagined. Perhaps because I started so late, I was 40, you know. I had no idea I could write. I had no idea what I could do. We writers, Leo, balance between art and absurdity, as others balance between life and death. One is so easily pushed from one to the other. I was leading an absurd life, you know. I wasn't born a dame. People knew me once as Lady Hester's companion.
Were you there during the thunderstorm?
You're thinking of the wrong sister, Leo.
I'm thinking of your next book.
My last.
Your last book?
My swan song.
Is that what it'll be called? Swan song?
Yes, that's right. Some say swans sing before they die. To no bad thing should certain persons
die before they sing.
You look a little pale, Leo. Shall we go into the garden? We can get there from here. Come along. People have extraordinary ideas of my wealth. I am not a millionaire. It's true I've made a great deal of money from time to time, but it tends to evaporate. Not having had a family of my own, I've indulged the one I acquired. They're very expensive. They take advantage of my generosity. But it keeps us very close. Strange that someone as self-sufficient as myself should enjoy having dependents. And then the taxman seems to apportion me the entire national debt. Or has this Labour government repudiated that? I forget. I was poor once, you know. Almost as poor as I was plain. And I was very plain. Sylvie takes after me. Had you noticed that we're not related by blood? Extraordinary, really. But she has vitality, has she not? Dying to be a tower of strength to someone, I shouldn't wonder. Girls with those fleshy noses tend to be very sensual, Leah. The sort that get excited about it and sound off like trains in tunnels. Hooters, I call them. I rather think George Eliot was a very passionate one. I ought to live abroad, really. But then, why should I?
Some of your best cases are set abroad.
Well, I had to go abroad from time to time. And several people who interested me went abroad, though I hated it, of course. Full of foreigners, you know. Oh, yes. When I have an idea for a book, I never give up. That's what marks the artist, makes him different. You don't start a book and then not finish it, by God. Grit, you know, a little blood, a little unladylike sweat, and you get it done. One must make sacrifices. And each one done adds to one's strength for the next in some subtle way. Nothing, I do believe, could stop me finishing a book now. One just makes the sacrifice and feels quite strong and glorious. How much does it cost to have a book of poems published?
Dee-doo-dee-doo-dee, lovers at first sight. Dee-doo-dee-doo-dee,
Sylvie?
Yes, Leo.
I met a man in the park yesterday.
You have better luck than I do.
What?
Gustav.
Yes, that's right. He said he worked for Dame Hetty.
Well, sort of. He helped her with a book once.
Yeah, so he said.
Yes, he says a lot of things.
He said some remarkable things.
We do attract more than our fair share of loons.
Yes, we do.
But Gustav does take the biscuit.
Yes, he does.
Why don't the local children play with Jennifer?
I don't know. Won't they? We are a bit isolated, I suppose. Long way from their little teas, I expect. Precocious child. Tires very quickly of the grunting little morons we get round here.
You do have this acute servant problem, don't you?
It would be a treat to have a servant problem of any sort. There are a couple of dailies that come in during the week. I think it's a couple. They all look alike to me. There's the woman who does lunches. Oh, and there was a Spanish couple once. Whatever happened to them? And Hetty had a secretary once.
Yes, she did.
Charming girl. Gustav helps with the garden and odd jobs. He's a very good driver. Loves the rolls. He's a very interesting man, if you keep him off his obsession.
Obsession?
He has this remarkable theory about Hetty. He wrote her a fan letter ages ago. She wanted a continental setting for a book she was doing at the time, so she wrote back. Frightful mistake. Always is. I tell her not to. Naturally, he was tickled pink and terribly helpful. He's a policeman, you know. Or he was.
Yes, so he said.
Well, it so happens some poor old fruit we knew slightly got knocked over in remarkably similar circumstances to the book. Poor old Gustav got terribly excited. Wrote to Scotland Yard and Interpol.
Well, what happened?
Oh, they retired him early. We had a very nice letter from his chief.
He gets a very good pension. He's quite happy. Yes, he's awfully fond of him. The oddest people write.
The theory?
Oh, you can't write a sonnet without being in love.
Therefore, to write best-selling murder mysteries, you have to be a murderer. Q-E-D.
It does sound faintly silly, doesn't it?
You don't have to be in love to write a good sonnet, do you?
It helps.
And the rest?
There is something essentially poetic about the force of her prose, as if she was half in love with easeful death.
Particularly other people's. Shut the door, Hector. Well. What an extraordinary book you will write about me, Leo, when I'm gone, provided always, of course, I oblige you by going first. Ought to sell. I'll give you that.
Do sit down, Hetty. You're looking very frail.
I wonder I don't look apoplectic. I rather think, Leo, that there's very little difference between what you are doing and what you appear to imagine I have been doing, except perhaps of instinct, literary breeding, the difference between shooting foxes and hunting them.
Hetty, please sit down.
Yes, it wouldn't do for me to fall, would it? I might fracture an old hip and die. Wouldn't do at all, would it? Now, don't fuss me, Hector. There. Are all you young people taking precautions?
Hetty!
Hasn't anyone offered you their version of the official biography, Leo? With exclusive access to the most alarming tidbits? For a percentage, of course.
No, they haven't. And I must say how much I resent your remarks about my literary breeding.
Oh, must you? Bravo for you. They are slow off the mark, aren't they? I expect Thomas has thought
I was thinking of getting round to it. One has to be practical, after all.
Will you have a pill, Hetty, please?
Hector, I am not about to die and leave you to the rigours of life on a mere 7,000 a year. Please don't fuss. Leo, do sit down and stop presenting things. You're making the place look untidy. If it makes you feel any better, I appoint you official biographer. On the spot is all yours. Provided you stay the weekend and don't alarm me by running off or annoy me by staying too long.
Well, I don't know what to say, Dame Hetty.
You'll have to think of a better opening than that. What will you call it?
Oh. Well, I thought murder as art.
Mm-hmm. You're thinking of De Quincey's essay. Yes, I quite like that. Murder considered as one of the fine arts. That'll do splendidly. We agree about something, at any rate. Well, we ought to celebrate, surely. Everybody, have a drink.
What's the matter with her?
I don't know.
You're in very good form, Dame Hetty.
Yes, I am. No, the excitement does tend to wear me out these days. I have settled the shape of swan song.
Dry sherry, Leo.
Oh, please.
I'll have a scotch.
It's going to be set absolutely squarely in the best tradition of English crime writing.
What? You mean a large country house? That sort of thing?
Yes. In this case, an historic one, redolent of the long past, the many dead. To it will be gathered.
Will be drawn, as if by force majeure.
The last remnants of our glorious heritage, a trip down memory lane.
The weekend in the country.
We must get another cook, Hector.
Croquet on the lawn.
Was I silly to promise Jennifer a new tennis court?
The idle, charming flirtations of cultivated, intelligent, essentially useless people in an endless, blissful English summer.
With nothing more disturbing than Dutch elm disease on the estate.
It does sound a bit old hat, Hetty.
Oh, nonsense. I like it.
Great artists work in established forms. Great art is not necessarily an innovation of form. But tried and true are nonetheless for being that.
Yeah, you begin to grow on me. I can't have my characters getting out of hand. Well, have you all got a drink? I could use this scene, you know.
Perhaps one of us should drop down dead, clutching his throat.
Thomas?
Stop playing the fool, Thomas. Get up. Well, are your glasses charged?
What about me?
Jennifer, do come in and stand beside me. I haven't forgotten you. No, leave the French windows open, dear. Now, what would you like to drink?
A gin and tonic.
No. Well, why not? A very tiny one, Sylvie, with a large piece of lemon.
Thank you.
Well, Leo, what do you think now?
I'm very flattered. I don't know what to say, Thomas. I'm very grateful to you.
Not at all, not at all. She's very big in America, you know.
Thank you.
Wait, baby.
So, to my official biographer, in whom I am well pleased.
Oh, thank you, all.
Leo.
Do you think you're God, Dame Hetty?
Gustav.
Leo, dear, do be careful.
Put him down. He's mine.
What?
Put him down. I don't want him turning back into a frog, do I?
Sylvie, this is my wife.
How do you do?
Are you surprised, Leo?
Yes, I am.
Hector told me your wife was in the village with my agent of all people, so I sent the car for them, you silly boy. Why didn't you say?
Well,
Where's Simon?
He has fled.
Simon?
Well, gone, certainly.
Oh, dear, such a delightful man. I did so want you all here. Gustav, you weren't discouraging, were you?
I never said a word.
Dance, 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 little ladies, use this fleeting da-da-da-da-da.
You sound almost like the real thing.
I am the real thing, Ducky. Stick with me, kid.
Oh, Thomas, this is absurd.
Yes, isn't it? But it does give me an excuse to hold you close.
Does she always wear that incredible long black dress?
The dame. Only on special occasions.
Oh. Where's your girlfriend?
In Paris, buying her trousseau.
Countessette?
Huh?
Leo thinks you're a frightful snob.
Yes, I am. Keeps one up to the mark. One should never settle for second best.
Oh. And what about me?
And your speciality, Melissa, dear, you're absolutely top flight.
What a delightful couple they make.
Yes, don't they? She's a wonderful dancer. It is a pity I don't dance.
Charming girl.
I'm so glad you like her.
I do. She's perfect.
Hector, do stop doing that. Jennifer's watching.
Oh, sorry. You're very stiff, Sylvia, and may I say it, glowering somewhat.
Sorry.
Oh, what do you think? I can't remember the last time I saw her in such good form. It really was an inspiration of Thomas's. I thought we'd seen the last Hetty Lowe mystery. I truly did.
Yes, Thomas can get married. Jennifer will have her tennis court.
I shall have a weekend in Boulogne.
Harwich for the continent.
Paris for the incontinent.
And I shall have a nose job.
God's in her heaven, all's right with the world.
Makes you glad to be British, what?
But it does seem a pity.
Oh, don't be silly.
Dinner, it is served.
Oh, well, I guess. I see, how does he do it?
So quick.
Gustav, you're a genius. Is there no end to your talents?
I'm sorry, I don't own a dinner jacket, Dame Hetty.
Oh, that's all right, but have a word with your man, I should. Did I say something funny?
Oh, Melissa, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm packing.
Oh, but you can't go now. What's wrong with tomorrow, anyway?
Simon's coming for me tonight.
Simon? I thought... Why didn't he stay? Was it something I said? Oh, Melissa, what have I done?
Nothing, darling. Ever since I met you. Nothing.
Oh, but...
I'm leaving you, sweetie.
Yes, but Melissa...
Simon's going to marry me. He doesn't know it yet, but he is.
I'm coming with you.
No.
I'll stay. I will do the book. I'll get a contract. You'll be proud of me. Oh, don't go. Don't go. It could be different.
That would be nice. Bye, Leo.
I built a willow cabin at your gate. I remember you thought that ash might have done better. I brought and waited for you with a rose. You thanked me, but would have preferred a letter. I changed my suit. I matched my stride to yours. I held my peace. I clenched my sweaty paws. I watched you sabotage each moment juste, and wished myself a murdering on the moors.
This is all you're doing, Sylvia.
It most certainly is not.
Why didn't you stop her, Hector? What happened to the fatal charm? Why didn't you wake me?
I didn't know she was going till she went.
Thomas, you knew these creatures were staying in the village. Why didn't you say?
I thought it would complicate things.
Oh, did you? Have a good mind to disinherit the lot of you. I could, you know. I could leave it all to Jennifer and the Battersea Dogs home.
Oh, Hetty.
I like doggies.
So do I. Shh, baby.
But does it matter, Hetty?
Natter. Of course it natters. Have you no sense of form, no sense of style? Has your long association with me taught you nothing? Will nothing refine the inherent vulgarity of your mind?
Oh, I say.
Do you read my books?
Of course I do. Well, nearly all of them. One or two I couldn't finish. They're a bit long, Hetty.
Well, the scholars will sit at your feet, won't they? Waiting for a critical pearl or two. Looking for some gem, some tiny insight into the artistic process. Gap-toothed, eyes ablaze, notebooks poised. And what did you think of our books, they'll say? And you'll tell them, won't you? My goodness. Bit long, you'll say. And for these I have laboured. Very well. I shall have to rewrite my synopsis. I shall do so tonight. I trust I can rely on the full cooperation of you all.
Of course you can, dear.
My word, absolutely.
Sylvie?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
It's little enough to ask, you know. I'm not getting any younger. You'll have to fend for yourselves very shortly. This is my last book. My lovely Tempest. My swan song. A lifetime's experience thrown into one last tussle with the muse, one last mad embrace, a lifetime spent in the refinement of an art. Do you think it was worth it, Thomas?
Oh, yes, of course it was.
I'll try not to make it too long.
What's the matter with you? Usual pre-book storm, that's all.
Is Aunt Hetty going to die?
Well, yes, Jennifer, she is, but not for a little while yet, we hope. God forbid.
I will get my tennis court, won't I?
Oh, I expect so.
If she leaves it all to me, you can come and live at the dog's home if you want.
There you are, Hector. One kennel shuts, another opens.
I wasn't looking to spend my old age with you exactly.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hello, little tennis court.
Why does she keep saying that?
Oh, come in, Leo. Your wife get off all right?
Yes, thanks.
Charming girl.
Yes, bucked us up no end. Treat to have her round the old place. Oh, sorry to see her go so suddenly.
Desperately sad.
Yes.
Gustav was wondering what you'd like for dinner.
Was he?
Sort of little treat.
The honoured guest.
That sort of thing.
Rather fancies his cooking.
Oh, so do I.
Has he taken over as cook?
He's going to do dinner from now on.
Gets him into the house more often.
Well, he was always in and out of the library with stuff for the theatricals.
I expect he feels he can keep an eye on us. Now he's got the kitchen.
I saw the lamb. Navarin of lamb.
Oh, yes.
With Jerusalem artichokes, cooked with cream. And a plain fresh salad.
Sounds delicious.
It will be. Why do you stay, Mr. Meadows? Go, now! In vain is the net spread in the sight of the bird.
Yes.
Mr. Meadows, such fatalism is unhealthy. Fear eats the soul. I admire the stiff upper lip, Mr. Meadows, but moderation in all those things. Run, Mr. Meadows, run.
Like a rabbit, in half a circle. But from what? And where to? Do you think one's life can change in a weekend, Gustav? One's destiny become manifest?
Mine did.
One's loved ones fall away. Gone, are they gone? What, all of them? Gone. Oh, I feel so tired, Gustav. Exhausted. As if at the end of a long, hard struggle. Wrestling with an angel.
It is the angel of death.
Is it? Her embrace is so cool.
But so deadly.
Her skin doesn't part from you, with vile, sticky noises.
Mr. Meadows, you are in love with the idea of death.
Or out of love with life. Her smile is fascinating.
Do you like junket? Junket.
Oh, yes.
How will you spend the day?
Oh, I have a poem to finish. A little gift from the muse. It came to me last night.
What will you call it? Swan song?
Et tu, Gustav.
Mr. Meadows.
The last of the junket, Lear.
No, thank you.
Delicious, wasn't it?
You thought so, evidently.
Oh, it was, you know. The man's a marvel.
I knew I'd find a use for it.
She never throws anything away.
Coffee, Lear.
Oh, have a brandy first.
No, after.
Have both now.
I think I'll go to my room, if you'll excuse me. There's something I want to finish.
Yes, I must work tonight. Do you drink when you work, Lear?
Sometimes.
Take the bottle.
Thank you. I'm sure you don't need it.
No, I don't.
How's the book going?
Oh, very well. We must talk about it sometime.
Yes.
Good night.
Leo!
Yes?
Has he forgotten something? Have you forgotten something?
No.
Do you like poetry, Sylvie?
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
I like poets.
Well, I have this book of my poems. I had to pay to have it published, as I think I said. I usually do. It's not very big, is it? But you can't always go by weight. Some of them are quite good, I think. The early ones had promise. Well, people said so, you know, and I believed in them. The poems, that is. And the people come to that. Anyway, I'd like you to have it. I haven't written in it. There isn't anything to write.
Thank you.
I thought you didn't give books away, Leah.
Ah, well. Perhaps it's the exception that proves the fool.
What a splendid line for your exit. Good night.
Oh, now then, Sylvia, old girl.
We're not going to have any tears, are we?
No. We can't afford to be sentimental, can we?
If I should die this night, then... If I should die this night, then in the world's eye flaunt me. If... Midnight. I fear the worst. My door locked and bolted. Why do I stay? Is flight futile? Has she mesmerized me? Oh, Melissa, I am not. Nothing. I exist. I write, therefore I am. I write, therefore I am. I write, therefore I am. One small distinction was all I asked, all I ever wanted. Admit the muse cannot be wrong if so she choose. 29 volumes in all, and one to go. I shall be the book of the month, anyway, in all the anthologies. Dead? Are they dead? What, all of them? Dead? Who is it?
It's me, Sylvie.
What do you want? I'm in bed.
Well, I'm not. Open the door. Do you always go to bed fully dressed?
Well,
You're working too hard.
But I do exist. Oh, I'm not nothing. We are non-fiction, aren't we?
Pardon?
Oh, listen. Set your face against women. Let it burn, shot full of love's knot, tail slime and dog dream. Love's not time's fool. Do fish love less than frogs pawn to night's queen? Endless burn, sleeping duty, ice creamy dream, angelic saluki, bordelic bream. Let it burn, let it cool. Love not time's fool. Set your face against women. Let it burn. There, you see? I do exist.
Very nice. I saw your light was on. I brought you a cocoa.
I shan't drink it. I won't. I won't. You can't make me.
All right, don't drink it. See if I can. Hetty wants to borrow your tape recorder. Is that all right? She's working in the long gallery. Oh, Yes, I'll bring it back.
The visitor. Find the lady. The swelling scene. Emily and the defectives. A fourth at bridge. The lady is for burning.
Hetty?
I do not like to be telephoned while I'm working.
Hetty?
Who is that?
You know very well who it is. It's Thomas. Hetty, my door is locked.
So is mine. I want everyone to stay in their rooms tonight. I do not wish to be disturbed.
Oh,
Good night. Yes?
Hetty?
Where are you, Hector?
Blasted country club, of course, where you sent me.
Good. Stay there.
Oh, Hetty, can't I come home? It's frightfully dreary.
Who else is there?
Oh, the usual crowd. The chief constable with his arse in the fire. A boring old fart he is.
Well, talk to him, Hector. Buy him a drink. Make sure he remembers you.
Oh, he only talks about television.
Well, pour it over him, then. But don't come back before 2:30. There will be a body in the carriageway under the west wing. I shouldn't drive over it. You'll probably pick it up in your lights. Phone the police and tell them not to make a lot of noise. I shall be asleep.
Hetty, that's another 2 hours.
These are difficult times, Hector. We must all make sacrifices.
What about Gustav?
He's not on the phone, is he? You'll have to miss it, that's all. Can't please everybody. Good night.
Where the elves are dancing in the dark, the magic ring. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
Hello, dear. You all set?
Yes, thank you.
Not too tired?
No, thank you.
That's a good girl. You are up late, aren't you? You can stay in bed tomorrow if you wish and miss breakfast. Is the can on the landing? And the little source of the blue liquid?
Yes, by the door.
And the great big candle?
Yes.
And how long does it take to get hot?
10 minutes.
Let me wind your watch. Oh, which is the on button?
That one.
4 marks. I can't catch you, can I? Off you go, then. Don't drop it. It's not mine. I'll put the matches in your pocket.
Can I take the plans of the tennis court to bed with me?
What extraordinary ideas you have, certainly. I should never sleep. You can play with them tomorrow in the library. Stay off with you.
Hetty?
Yes, Leah.
Look, I don't know how to put this, Dame Hetty, but this woman has locked herself in my room.
I'm sorry, you don't know where to put what?
Her!
You don't know where to put her?
I couldn't put her anywhere. She's stronger than I am.
Well, lie still and think of England or a poem or something. Please leave this line free, Leo. I'm expecting a call.
But she says you sent her.
Well, what do you want? Written confirmation. Get off the line, you idiot.
Yes?
Thomas.
Oh, Hetty. I was going to ring. Well, you know I wouldn't disturb you, but Jennifer's outside in the passage, giggling away, splashing something about.
Can't you smell it?
No. What's she doing?
She's soaking paraffin along the landing.
Paraffin? Yes. Yes, I can smell it. You wouldn't, Hetty, would you? I mean, I know the house is insured and we are a bit pushed, but I like the old place and I thought another book would see us clear.
Oh, there'll be another book as well.
You would, wouldn't you? There's smoke coming under the door.
Of course there is.
Hetty, if I ever get out of here...
But you won't, will you? The door's solid oak, isn't it?
But the telephone. I shall call the fire brigade.
But you can't since I'm the caller. I control the line.
Ah! The doorknob! It's red hot!
Good job you can't open the door. Actually, they say you shouldn't keep all windows and doors shut.
The window.
Don't, Thomas. Whatever you do. You know why it's sealed. The balustrade's not safe.
I hate your books. Did you know? I always have. I never finished one of them.
long and tedious, not a laugh in them.
Now, that is strange. Lord Derby thought Wuthering Heights was terrible funny.
You're past it. Ingenuity is all. And now you're finished.
Oh, you'd like this one. It's very ingenious.
Why me, you old hag? Why me?
Thomas, you are as elegant and ignorant as a swan.
The money?
It's not the expense, Thomas. It's those bloody telephones everywhere. In the loos, in the bathroom, the dogs peeing over them in the stables. I hate telephones.
Jennifer.
Yes, Aunt Hetty.
Have you got my list?
Yes, Aunt Hetty.
Read it to me.
Blow up the big candle. Write down the time. Switch off tape recorder. Unlock door. Fill empty saucer with water from can. For pussy. Bring the can and recorder and candle and key and list to long gallery. Wait 10 minutes. Wipe candle smutz off brass doorknob. Leave passage door open. Go to bed.
Splendid. Off you go, then.
In and out the magic ring. 1, 2, 3.
Jennifer, that was out.
No, it wasn't.
Hector!
Oh, 40 love.
What time did you get up, Leo?
Oh, 6 o'clock.
Did you get 4 hours in?
I most certainly did. And then some. 5,000 words. On you. For Playboy.
What? No poetry. Some young man in Birmingham rang me up once, asked me if I'd like to do a centre spread for Playboy. I refused, of course. Did I do the right thing? What's a centre spread?
Oh, I think you were very wise, really.
Do they pay well?
Oh, yes, very well.
Ah, Gustav, the lemonade, thank you.
Mr. Meadows?
Oh, yes, please. Are you having some?
Not at the moment. Excuse me.
Oh, righto.
Have you heard from your wife lately?
No. No, I haven't, actually.
Will I get rid of her, or shall you?
Oh, I'll get rid of her. About the nose job, Hetty.
Yes?
The sooner, the better.
Oh, yes.
I finished reading your manuscript of Swan Song last night.
Oh, did you? What did you think?
Marvellous. Absolutely marvellous.
I always wanted to write a work of crime which finally baffled my detective. I do agree with the more perceptive of my critics who see in my work a final failure of nerve, an inability to settle for the inexplicable and motiveless.
I have 1 or 2 reservations about the plot.
Really? Do you feel it's implausible?
Frankly, I do, yes. I mean, how do you smell paraffin if there's none about?
Well, you know, suggestion is a very strange thing. If I told you you had a spider on the back of your neck. No, don't move. And on no account to touch it, since it was deadly. Do you think you might begin to feel him picking his ways with the hair?
But there isn't, is there?
No.
The water?
Would dry very quickly on a warm summer's night with a good current of air. Still, perhaps I muffed it. What a pity.
Oh, you'll get by. Make no mistake about it. On the sheer horsepower of the writing alone.
Oh, thank you. That is nice. It is a treat to hear it from time to time. By the way, use the long gallery if you want to. By all means.
Well, thank you.
It's very quiet. I shan't be going there anymore. You'll make a writer of you yet, Leo.
Darling! Darling! Leo! Oh, get the ball, sweetie.
Oh. Right-ho.
Oh, lemonade. Yes.
Yes, you look hot, Sylvie.
Mr. Meadows! Mr. Meadows!
Gustav, you made me jump. What are you doing in the rhododendron?
Mr. Meadows, I promise, my word as a gentleman, I don't do nothing. I don't tell nobody.
Yes?
How does she do it?
Oh. Talent, Gustav. Talent. There's no substitute for it.
But how did she kill him?
Oh, well. It was an open verdict, you know. A perfect mystery, the coroner said. My own theory is that he killed himself.
Huh?
Well, that he desperately didn't want to be married, yet somehow couldn't resolve it. These things happen, Gustav.
Has she really retired?
Oh, yes. She won't write any more. What are you planning for tonight?
It's a little something I invented myself. You have to wait and see.
Oh, you're an artist, Gustav.
Oh, Mr. Meadows.
Is there a tennis ball round here?
That was Murder as Art by Graham England, with Noel Hood as Dame Hetty and John Rye as Leo. Gustav, Philip Voss. Hector, Alan Lawrence. Jennifer, Jean Rogers. Sylvie, Frances Jeter. Melissa, Nicolette Mackenzie. Simon, Peter Howell. Thomas, Andrew Sear. The play was produced and directed by Richard Wortley.
The Jack Benny Program. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. At 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Phil Harris alone in the library.
Well, Jackson, you asked me to come out to your house and see you alone. What's all the mystery?
Wait a minute, Phil. I want to lock the door.
Okay, Jackson, what is it?
Just a second, Phil. I want to shut the window.
All right. You locked the door, closed the window, and drew the blinds. Now what do you want?
Phil, something's got to be done about your orchestra. I don't know what, kid, but something.
Are you kidding?
No, Phil. Look, I'll admit, when we're doing radio shows, I joke about your music. But now we're in my home, just the two of us. Believe me, I'm serious. Something has got to be done, or else.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't go getting tough with me. If you got any beef, talk to Petrillo.
I've already talked to Petrillo, and he's on my side. Believe me.
On your side? How do you like that? You miss your dues 1 week, and the mother hen starts kicking you out of the nest.
Look, Phil, after 10 years, I don't mind your band. I'm used to it. But listen to these letters I've been getting. Listen to this one. Dear Mr. Bennett, I am a poultry farmer. I read in a magazine that music helps the hens lay more eggs. So I put a radio in the hen house. 2 weeks ago, I tuned in your program. The hens heard Phil Harris's orchestra. Now they are laying more eggs than ever, but the yolks are green. There you are, Phil. What do you think of that?
Green yolks? The guy's got something there. You can use them in martinis.
Please, Maestro. Look, here's another one. Now, get this other letter. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a professor of English and literature at Harvard. And for years and years, I have consistently listened to your Sunday presentations. I have found your construction and continuity compact and concise. Your dialogue singularly free of cliches and ponderosity. But Mr. Harris's musical ensemble stinks. And Phil, this proves he's a high-class professor. He spells stinks with a Y. Now, those two letters are just samples of the mail that comes in. Every week I get thousands and thousands and thousands of letters like those.
Well, if I'm getting all that mail, I want more dough.
Well, look, Phil, what I'm trying to tell you is that you better do something about your orchestra.
What are you talking about? I got one of the greatest musical aggravations in the country.
That's aggregation, but for once, you're right.
Of course I'm right. You take my boys. They've all got great backgrounds in the music business.
Oh, fine.
Sure, take Frankie, my guitar player. For 7 years, he played first washboard for Spike Jones.
Well, he's not playing the washboard now, so tell him to stop strumming his guitar with that box of duds. If he's that close to soap, why doesn't he get some of it on him? And Charlie, your piano player.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking about Charlie, my piano player. He held a job with Guy Lombardo's orchestra for 12 years.
12 years with Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, and he wasn't even a brother.
Phil, that has nothing to do with it. And believe me, Phil, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to arrive at an understanding. Now, Phil, I know you're sensitive. So I'm talking to you not as an employer, but as your friend. Now, let's try to... Phil, stop chewing on that ham hock and listen to me. Please.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I just happened to have one in my pocket.
All right, but Phil, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, Jackson. Look, I got to run along. Do you mind if I go?
No, go ahead. Phil, I said you can go. What are you waiting for?
Well, open the door, Richard.
Oh, yes.
So long, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hiya, Livy.
Well. Hello, Mary. Mary, come on in the library. I want to hear all about your trip. Where'd you go?
Well, Jack, I thought you knew. I went back east to attend my mother and father's wedding anniversary.
Really? And how were the Duke and Duchess of Plainfield?
Oh, Swelly, you know, Jack, they have the cutest way of keeping track of their anniversaries. Each year on their wedding date, Papa snips off a lock of Mama's hair and puts it away.
Well, that's awfully sweet. How long have they been married?
I don't know, but for the last 3 years they've been calling Mama Baldy. And, Jack, you should have seen my sister, Babe. She looked beautiful. She wore a strapless evening gown and was really glamorous.
You know, Mary, those strapless gowns fascinate me. How do they keep them up?
I don't know about the other girl, but Babe uses fish hooks.
Fish hooks?
When Babe's out to catch a guy, she ain't kidding.
Well, how did she do?
Oh, she's got a nice boyfriend now. He's a credit dentist.
Oh, you mean one of those dentists who let their patients put them on the installment plan?
Yeah, one of his slogans is, don't sit around and gum your hash just because you're short of cash.
That's one of his slogans? You mean he has others?
Yeah. His best one is, don't keep your lips closed in sorrow. Smile today and pay tomorrow.
Well, he certainly sounds like the right guy for Babe.
Yes, and he's very successful, too. He's the one who invented that new lower plate. It bites underwater.
Oh, yes, it's got those new ballpoint teeth. By the way, Mary, would you like to have dinner with me?
Oh, I can't, Jack. Dennis is coming by to pick me up in a few minutes. He's taking me to a movie.
Oh. How come you're going out with Dennis tonight?
Well, he called me up in Plainfield for the date. And...
Dennis phoned you in Plainfield? Long distance?
Yes, long distance.
Well, of course he has 2 shows. You know, Mary,
Hello, Mr. Benny, Mary.
Oh, hello, kid. We were just talking about you.
I'm ready to go, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, ask me what picture we're going to see.
What?
I say, ask me what picture we're going to see.
All right. What picture are you going to see?
It's the one about a couple of deers.
A couple of deer? The yearling?
No, the Dolly sisters.
What?
You sure stepped into that one.
Damn it.
For a big-time comedian, you ain't got that Oxidol sparkle.
Dennis, stop with the jokes, will you?
Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, kid. Hello? Oh, hello, Don. What? You've been rehearsing the commercial for next week? Don, what's so difficult about the commercial that you have to rehearse it? All you have to say is LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's all you need. The quartet? No, Don, I'm not going to use them anymore. I don't care if they are in your room rehearsing. We're not going to... Well, all right, I'll listen to them. But I'm warning you, this is their last chance. Okay, put them on. Hello, fellas. Now cut that out. Just sing your commercial. Go ahead. It's not bad at all. LSMFT, I love you. Da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee. Say, that sounds beautiful. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Fellas, hold it. Hold it. You started out so beautifully. Look, fellas, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute. Put down back on. That's not what I... Hold it a minute, fellas. Put down back... Fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That won't do, fella. Then tell Don I'll talk to him when I see him. Goodbye. They drive me nuts. I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone again. I wonder who it is this time. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, I suppose I could, but of course I'll have to make some arrangements about my picture and radio commitment. Yes, I certainly will think it over. And it was nice of you to consider me. Thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
What was that, Jack?
They want me to be governor of Georgia. Well, go ahead, kid. You can run along now.
All right, so long, Jack.
So long.
Goodbye, Governor.
Goodbye, you all. Enjoy yourselves. Da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-dum. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
What do we got for dinner?
One used ham hock.
One used ham hock.
And turnip greens, he had a hole in his other pocket.
Well, wipe the lint off of it. I'm hungry. That was a good dinner, Rochester. Now I think I'll go in the library and get a book. Oh, here's one on the table.
But you finished it, boss.
I did?
Yeah, you colored all the pictures in that one.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'll just read one for a change. I'll be in the library, Rochester. Gee, I don't know what to read. Here's a good book. The Great Balsamo by Maurice Zolotow. Here's another one, Life in the Swiss Alps by Sam Oleolehihu. Here's another one, The Rover Boys on Mulholland Drive. Say, they're growing up. Here's one, I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. I think I read that about a year ago. Gee, it was pretty good, exciting, too. I might as well read it again before I take it back to the library. Chapter 1, I Stand Condemned.
I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife. And we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Fido. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Most stories start at the beginning. But my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yes?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent, do you hear? Innocent. And in a few minutes, they're going to execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. And I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. No, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
Sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you. Wait a minute. Let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room.
I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
But, Warden, can't you hang me? I'm afraid of the chair. How will they know when I'm dead?
We have one of those new electric chairs. You pop up when you're done.
But Warden, I'm innocent. If you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life, except for the fickle finger of fate.
The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking down the street when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall man with a sort of a square face. He reminded me somewhat of Boris Karloff. But his voice was so pleasant when he tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, please, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you! Come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right, all right. Here's your lighter.
But why were you running away? I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Well, you have no right. Wait a minute. You look so much like Boris Karloff.
Thanks. You're looking well yourself.
Thank you.
However, my resemblance to Mr. Karloff is purely physical. For instance, I would never think of going to a cemetery in the black of night, opening graves and stealing the gold teeth out of dead bodies.
Huh?
That's dishonest, you know.
Yes. But wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Just as I said, you're very kind. Here is the money.
A $20,000 bill. Gosh. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Just a moment, please. I also admire your necktie.
My necktie!
I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt and my shoes and my suit. As I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the same mysterious man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes. And again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Minsk, Pinsk, and Busher. The mysterious stranger had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat your food.
But, Daddy, can't we have milk like we used to? I'm tired of champagne on my grape nuts.
No, you can't have milk. It costs practically nothing. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard feeding $20 bills to the cows.
Feeding our money to the cows? That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't, Pa. We haven't any more bags to keep it in.
Anyway, he's been out there long enough. I'll call him. Junior! Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it, and you'll go to it. Now get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something eerie about him.
I've been feeling the same.
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Yes. As we were talking, he opened the door and walked into the room. He was wearing sneakers. As I rose from the table, he said,
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Nah. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out at a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
You know, I envy you two. A beautiful home, lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No, I married a smudge pot.
You married a smudge pot?
Oh, then you haven't any children.
No, but we're lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, but I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay it.
Glad?
things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money, money, money. My wife left me, and so did my 3 lovely children, Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Hello, my friend. Look, I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry, The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly. But doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I've lost my wife and my 3 lovely children, Chico, Pico, and Sepulveda. I thought I was rich, but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, 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 and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flint.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay you $17,000 for a necktie? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I can get the same thing at Ciro's for $400?
Ciro!
Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And so all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeiter.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money and you can get rid of it for me.
Never, never, never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, get your hands on my throat. Take them away. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You had the pants lengthened and the coat let up. You even lost the string out of my pajamas. Didn't you?
Please stop choking me. Stop choking me. Oh, why must I always die in the end?
There.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
It's 5:30. Shall we go?
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Finger, Fickle, and Clyde. I stand condemned.
Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs. No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Boris Karloff for appearing here tonight, and he can currently be seen in his latest RKO picture, Bedlam.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I understand you're going to be on Kenny Baker's program in the morning.
Yes, I am, Don. Will you pick me up for rehearsal?
Yes, Jack. Rehearsal is at 7:30 a.m.
Oh. Well, don't bother. I'll go right over there from here. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, Chief Crime Reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson of Scotland Yard, custodian of the famous Black Museum.
The exhibit I have to show you today from our Black Museum files is neither more nor less unusual than anything I've shown you. But, like many other of these intrinsically unusual objects, it has acquired a certain interest because of its association. Now, you've seen thousands of these. It's a string of varicolored plastic beads made by cutting plastic tubes of various colors into short lengths and stringing them together to form a woman's necklace. The string has been broken, but it's been retied, you see. The man who tied it together is here beside me. He was in charge of the case number 696966. This is Detective Inspector Herbert Case of the CID. Herbert?
This case is one of the few in which the press was able to be of considerable assistance to us. Not, I assure you, by usurping the functions of the police, as so many fictional newspaper men do so fictionally successfully, but by passing on to us with remarkable celerity everything they discovered, and leaving the dirty work to us whose job that is. I applaud such pressmen, as does every good policeman. On the 9th of August last year, the Criminal Investigation Department of Nottingham received a trunk telephone call from London. The call was routed to me. The caller identified himself.
John Marchbank speaking.
Inspector Case here, Mr. Marchbank.
Oh, yes, yes. Look here, old fellow. I've had a telephone call from Nottingham that I suspect wants investigating.
Yes, sir?
A man's just called to tell me that he is willing to sell me, for a considerable sum of money, the exclusive first-hand story of a murder.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm editor of the News of the World in London. We've large circulation, you know.
I've seen your paper.
Yes. Well, this chap told me that he had the story. Says you chaps don't know anything at all about it yet. So I thought I'd better notify you.
Oh, well, that's very good of you, sir. Did the man give his name?
Yes. I told him I'd have to consult my superiors, and I'd ring him back at 12:25. He's at a telephone kiosk there, and the number's 633-191.
And his name?
Brown. George Brown, he said. Although I suspect that rather too easy, isn't it? Probably his nom de plume.
You're going to talk to him at that number, sir?
At 12:25, I told him. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll be there with him. Goodbye.
Good luck. And don't forget the News of the World, Inspector.
It was, of course, simple to determine the location of the telephone kiosk from the number. I proceeded there at once with Detective Sergeant Victor Mann to find a young man with excessively long hair talking rapidly into the phone. We moved closer to listen as best we might through the closed door.
Nobody knows about it except Victor.
Did you say that to him, Inspector?
What place is...
I expect you'd better find out, Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Well, £150. I need them...
Your name, George Brown?
Excuse me, listen.
I'll have that telephone, please.
Look here, who are you?
CID cop, give us the phone. Hello, are you there? Hang on a sec, please. This is the police. You want to talk, Inspector?
I say.
Are you George Brown?
I am. I was...
It's him, Inspector.
Thank you. Just wait, you, Brown. Hello, is that Mr. Marchbank? It is? Good. Was that your man? Right, we're here. We'll have a talk with him. Eh? Oh, yes. Of course, I'll remember. Thanks very much, sir. Now, Mr. Brown.
Who are you, the police?
We are. What's your cards?
I was going to call you at once, officer, just as soon as I got finished with my London call.
I suppose you tell us now.
We're right here.
May I sit down, please?
On the bench there.
Leg feels better when I sit down.
What's the matter with your leg?
Always been that way.
Sit down, Sergeant. Now, what's this, Brown, about the murder you know about?
Well, I don't know if it's a murder or not, sir.
You told the editor of the News of the World it's a murder.
Well, I think it's a murder.
Where?
It's in an old derelict orchard about half a mile from here, sir.
It's a woman, you told the editor?
Yes, sir, a woman.
Is the body still there?
Yes, sir. I'm sure nobody'd find it.
Why hasn't it been reported to the police?
Well, I found it just yesterday, you see, and I thought I'd try to make some money out of it before I told you chaps. Can't blame me for that, you know.
Well, can't we?
Do you want to take us there?
Well, under the circumstances, sir, I suppose there's really no choice, is there?
There is not. Come along.
And on my leg, will you great oaf?
I felt sorry for young George Brown as he limped along with us in the direction of his derelict orchard. Down Edwards Lane, past the Roxy Cinema and the Metropole Hotel, jabbering about his bad luck at every step.
How'd you chaps get on with me? I'd have stood to make £250 if you hadn't butted in.
150 the bloke on the telephone was saying to you, or you were saying to him, Cock.
Well, 150 isn't hay, you know, till a fellow's out of work. No, I shall never see it, thanks to you.
Serves you right, trying to make fools of the police.
Well, I didn't make fools of you, mate.
Don't come to Gracie Fields on us.
How much further is this place, Brown?
Down the hill there. There's a path.
I don't see a path.
You'd never have found it. I'll show you. Here, see? It's all grown over, but there's your path.
Where's this body?
See down there at the bottom?
That pile of rags?
It's a coat. Been thrown over her.
Who threw it over her?
How do I know? The murderer, very likely.
How'd you find her?
Saw beads lying on the path here. Oh, I'd better give them to you, hadn't I?
You had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot them. Here.
Better tie them together, hadn't I? How do you know they're hers?
I don't know. Seems probable, though, don't it?
Proceed. Well, come.
Oh, I'm not going down there again. I've seen her.
Now, come on, pal.
No, I won't do it. It was tough enough climbing up and down yesterday with my leg. I'll stay here. You go on.
Too right, you'll stay here. Shall I climb down, sir?
I'll go. You stay here with the prisoner.
Prisoner? I'm not arrested, am I?
You are now. I arrest you on charge of willfully concealing evidence of a violent death, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
That is for you, Cook.
What are you going to do with me?
The body was that of a woman about 30, I judged, lying on her side, fully dressed, the coat carefully placed over her. There was no immediate means of identification, and the only obvious wounds were the bruises about the head, which had caused the face to become quite black. The body was removed to the mortuary at Leanside for examination by Dr. Crofton, the police surgeon, and by Dr. John Little of the Home Office Forensic Science Laboratory. Mann and I took Brown to a justice of the peace on the charge we had made of concealing evidence. He was allowed to go after he'd been bailed under the Criminal Justice Act of 1925, which permits the police to go bail themselves in such cases. In the meantime, a card found in a pocket of the coat, which had covered the body, had provided the first identification. The card bore the name of Mrs. Anne Battersby of 97 Longmead Drive, Nottingham, who had been reported missing on Friday the 3rd of August, 6 days earlier. Lodgers at the Longmead Drive address identified the broken string of beads, the coat itself, and certain other articles as the missing Mrs. Battersby's. I talked with Sergeant Mann.
Yes, sir. That's who it was, all right. This Battersby woman. Body's been identified.
Who identified it?
Her husband and these other people, sir.
What about her husband?
Oh, I've talked to him, sir.
You all right?
Well, I brought him along with me, sir.
He here now?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look at him.
All right, sir. Mr. Battersby.
Yes?
Come in, please. Inspector Case, Mr. Battersby.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Battersby. I was wondering if you can tell us anything, sir.
I'll try to, sir. I can't imagine.
Your wife's acquaintances, is there anyone at all?
I don't know of any. The ones I know are other women. No woman did that, Inspector.
No. How do you account for her being found in that particular place, Mr. Battersby?
I don't know. That near the Roxy Cinema. That's where she was going when she left. She told Tommy.
Tommy?
Thomasina Jane, our daughter. She was home when Anne left.
Where were you, Mr. Battersby?
At work.
What's your occupation?
Advertising copywriter.
For an advertising concern?
No, I'm self-employed. My office is in St. Peter's Gate.
I see. And when did you discover your wife missing on the 3rd?
She wasn't there when I came home. At 10 o'clock at night, I notified the police at once.
What time did you leave your office?
About 9:30.
I see. Is that your usual leaving time, sir?
No.
What is your usual time?
About 5:30.
Uh-huh.
I was working that night on a new advertising campaign.
You could prove that, of course.
I'm afraid I can't.
I was alone. I had no office employees, and I was quite startled when I realized how late it had got, and I hurried home.
When you found your wife absent, where did you think she was?
I didn't know. Tommy Woken said she'd gone to the cinema. I telephoned there, but there was no answer, and I called several of her friends.
Women friends?
Of course. Well, only one of them was at home, Danielle Dupuy, and she was...
What did you expect to find out, Mr. Benedictine?
Why, poor Anne used once in a while to stay the night, Danielle.
Without leaving you a message?
Well, I thought you'd forgotten to call Tommy, or perhaps Tommy had been asleep and hadn't heard the telephone.
But your wife was not there?
No. Danielle said she'd seen her that afternoon.
Where?
Near the Roxy Cinema, about 4 o'clock.
And where were you at that time?
I was in my office working.
Where you stayed all evening?
Of course.
Going without your dinner?
I'm afraid so.
But that you can't prove. Can you?
Look here, are you accusing me of my wife's death?
Not yet, sir. Now, let me tell you what Dr. Little, the Home Office pathologist, said to me. I called on him the next morning, the 9th, at his laboratory, where the body had been taken for a more complete examination. He'd been working most of the night, and he was tired.
Oh. Well, I've discovered several things, Herbert.
Any progress?
I let you decide. First, she's been dead for about a week. That, with the bruises on her face, which I think were made by someone's fist, accounts for the dark color of her skin.
Almost black.
Yes.
She was murdered about the time she disappeared, then?
I think I can say so.
How quickly did the discoloration set in?
Almost at once. A day or so, let's say. Oh, I can hardly keep my eyes open.
I'm sorry.
It's my job. Second, she died of strangulation, suffocation. I think, remembering the bruises, it was manual strangulation.
Yeah.
By the condition of the stomach contents, she died about 4 hours after her last meal.
Ah. If we can discover when she ate last, then we'll know almost the exact time of her death.
The day and the time.
I'll try to find that out.
All right. Now, we used my little laboratory vacuum cleaner on her clothes.
What did you find?
Nothing much. Except these hairs. Longish.
Black?
Yes. Recognize them?
And not her husband. He's almost bald-headed. What hair he has is sandy.
Traces of grease on this.
Can it be identified, you suppose?
I doubt it. But we can compare it with samples of brill cream and other messes people put on their hair and identify it that far.
Will you do that?
Of course. Probably a murderer's.
I'm sure.
Oh, here. This is what we found under her fingernails. Oh,
more hair?
Shreds of fiber.
From her coat or dress?
From somebody else's coat or dress.
You think another woman, Doctor?
Can't tell. Bring me the garment she clawed these bits from, and I'll prove that's what they're from.
How?
Comparison microscope, my boy.
Oh.
I'd like to see those beads you were talking about, too. Sorry.
What for?
I want to see if they fit into these marks in her neck.
Marks?
I think the boil strangled her with her own beads. So do you mind clearing out and letting me get a few winks of sleep like a good man?
You going to sleep here?
Oh, the lady won't snore.
Leaving Dr. Little to his well-earned rest, I sought out Sergeant Mann for a conference. He listened attentively to my instructions.
All right, sir. I've got it all, I think.
The beads.
They're taken to Dr. Little.
Right. That is it.
Ask him for samples of his hair.
What else?
Look over his wardrobe and get samples of fibers from everything and bring them to the Forcenic laboratory. Oh, yes, and find out from him how to reach the Danielle Dupuy.
I admire your pronunciation, Sergeant.
Well, the girlfriend of Mrs. Battersby.
And ask her to come and see me.
Ask her?
Fetch her.
Hope she's pretty.
She's French.
Honest war, he married fools.
What?
French, you'll speak it like a native.
Well, try it on Mademoiselle Dupuy.
Try what, sir?
Get out of here. Send in that man that's waiting.
Man, sir?
The newspaper fellow.
Oh, the little fat man from London.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. You can come in, sir.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I'm addressing Inspector Case, am I not?
You are, sir. I take it you're Mr. Marchbanks.
Off the News of the World, London. I was speaking to you yesterday, sir.
Very glad to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. May I sit down?
By all means. Well, you uncovered a real one, Mr. Marchbanks. What brings you to Nottingham?
I came down to see this murder story merchant, Brown. He telephoned me again last night.
Oh, did he?
Told me that you've arrested him.
I'll teach him to conceal evidence. He's on bail now, but he'll get sent down for a few months when his trial comes up. What did he tell you?
Tell me?
When he telephoned you.
Oh, well, I promised to give him £70 for his story, provided you had no objections. It's our type of thing, after all, you know.
I'm down on his price, isn't he?
Oh, no, that was my doing. We're not in business for our health, you know. It's all right with you, provided, of course, that I show you the story first.
I see no harm in it as well.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Ordinarily, I'd let our staff man here in Nottingham handle it, but I wanted to get away from my desk, and I confess this intrigues me.
Yeah.
I say, I was thinking of something. Can't put down an old newspaper man, can you, Constable?
Inspector.
Huh? Oh, I am sorry. Of course, Inspector. That's many bloody things about constables in the paper, you know. I am sorry. Do forgive me.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, I was just thinking, what if this young chap turns out to be the murderer himself? Wouldn't that be jolly?
It would be quite interesting, Mr. Marchbanks.
I know what I should do.
What?
I should give him an extra £50. But only if his story is exclusive, sir. Only if it's exclusive, mind you.
You're very generous, sir.
It'll be worth it. Oh, it'll be worth it.
Well, sir, if I allow you to leave me upon your lawful occasions now, I trust you will leave me to mine.
Huh?
I shall see you again before the day's over, sir.
Oh, with my exclusive story, I promise you, sir. Good morning.
Before the day was over, I'd said, a great many things happened before that day was over. First, at about 3 in the afternoon, Dr. Little telephoned me from his forensic laboratory.
Well, I had a good sleep, Chase.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir.
And then about an hour ago, your sergeant man brought in samples from Mr. Battersby's clothing. He sent them for them, he said.
All right.
I checked about half of them. They don't match the samples under her fingernails.
Oh, they don't.
Cheer up, Herbert. I've still got quite a lot to look at and compare. Oh, and here doesn't match either. Sergeant Mann brought a sample of that. No, like it.
Well, I expected as much.
Just thought I'd let you know we're working and I'm wide awake. Oh, I mean, I'm wide awake and we're working is better. Well, I'll ring you if I find anything.
Good, thank you. I'll be here. As I sat down the telephone, there was a knock on the door. Yes? Come in.
You know, Miss Cecil, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. It is the Inspector Case, n'est-ce pas?
I am the Inspector Case, yes, ma'am.
This is Mademoiselle Dupuy, sir.
Danielle Dupuy.
Oh. I'd like to ask you a few questions, please, Miss Dupuy.
The Sergeant Man? No, he has already asked me questions, monsieur.
What have you been asking her, ma'am?
Oh, not about the case, sir.
He asked me, do I know Anne Battersby? Yes, I say, and I do not. She is dead. Oh, hélas, ma pauvre amie.
You saw on the day she disappeared?
Oh, I see her 2 times. Twice? I see her twice, oui.
Twice?
Once, when she is about to leave for the cinema. The Roxy to see Une lettre pour 3 épouses. Letter for 3 wives. But I am making luncheon for me and my friend. And I am désolée I cannot go with her. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh! I just think if I go go with her, I am dead too.
Oh, well, cheer up, Mr. Pewee. You didn't go with us. Excuse me, sir.
So what did you do then, please, Mr. Dupuy?
I give her my lunch with my friend. Haricots verts.
She means green beans.
At what time?
Huh? 15 hours. Pourquoi?
Wait just a second. Put me through to Dr. Little at the forensic laboratory. Doctor.
Who is it?
Another case.
Nothing new yet, Case.
Look, I found when Mrs. Battersby had her last meal.
Uh-huh. When?
At 3 o'clock on the 3rd.
You know what she ate?
Green beans, for one thing.
Good. That's what the report says. At Chesterton, she was killed between 6 and 7 o'clock on the 3rd. That all?
For now, thank you.
Bye.
And when was the other time you saw Mrs. Battersby that day, Miss Dupuy?
It was about just before 5 minutes to 6.
Where, Mr. Dupuy?
Hold it, Sergeant. Are you sure of the time, Miss Dupuy?
I am always sure, Monsieur the Inspector, and it was on Edwards Lane, only just past the Roxy Cinema. And of that I am also certain.
Did you talk with her?
I did not. How am I to know who is this man she is talking with?
Man?
She is walking down the street, Edwards Lane, towards the old orchard, with a man, and he is talking to her.
Would you recognize this man again, Miss Dupuy?
Oh, I am not sure I would know his face for sure.
Did he have a lame leg?
How you know that?
Did he?
Wait.
I wish you had asked Mrs. Battersby to go with you.
But I could not, monsieur. I had a very important appointment. Why do you wish so?
Because I think you saw the man who murdered her about half an hour later. And that wasn't all that happened before the day was over. I turned Miss Dupuy over to the matron who applied cold cloth to her head. 50 minutes later, Marshbanks of the News of the World returned and came cheerfully into my office.
It's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
The story.
Brown story? Is it written already?
I've got the first paragraph here, and as soon as we've looked it over, we're going over to the Black Boy Hotel. I have a room there, and he's going to finish it on my portable typewriter. Never travel without the portable. Made in Switzerland, you know. Use my correspondence everywhere.
May I see the story?
Of course. Wonderful idea. He calls it I Saw Something White. Isn't that a ripping title?
What's it mean?
Well, let me read it. As I slowly walked up the rustic paths in the derelict orchard, I saw something white on the path before me. What could this be? Raced through my mind. I hurried forward and bent over the white object, and my heart almost stopped. It was the white face of a dead woman.
That's enough.
Don't you want to hear the rest of it?
No, I want to hear the rest of it from Brown.
Oh, how fortunate. I asked him to wait for me in the anteroom.
Isn't it? Just a second. Sergeant Man, get Miss Dupuy and ask her to come to the anteroom at once. Fetch her if she has any objections.
Yes, sir. Miss Dupuy?
I think Mr. Brown has met her.
Oh, French, eh?
Come on, let's find Brown. Oh, do you happen to have an extra £50 on you, Mr. Marshbank?
£50?
I think you're going to owe it to Mr. Brown.
Eh?
Your proposition, you remember. Come on. Oh, there you are, Brown.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Have you been reading my story? The first paragraph, I mean.
I found it very interesting.
I like it very much indeed.
Well, thank you.
You said you saw her white face.
Well, I thought that was rather a good touch.
It was if you'd seen her face within an hour or two after you'd killed her.
What are you saying?
The combination of the blows she had received in the face and the strangling with her beads and the hot weather. Her face has been that ghastly black color since a few hours after she died. Mr. George Brown.
Black, that's what I meant. Marchbank,
Oh, here you are, Mr. Dupuy. Have you ever seen this man before?
Oh! It is he! It is the man with the limp. Yes, I have seen him. He is the man who did kill her. Oh,
And this time the warning was a trifle different from the first time. George Brown, I arrest you for the willful murder of Anne Battersby. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. This is a little of the testimony of George Brown, but not the size as what he was tried for murder.
Yes, I killed her. No, there was no reason for it. No reason except I hate everyone. Everyone hates me and my crippled leg. I'm glad I thought so many times about a perfect crime. She laughed at me once as I dragged my way down Edwards Lane. I promised myself she'd be the first to die, and after I'd murder her, I'd seek out the others who laughed at the poor cripple. So I asked her to help me over the road in the rough orchard. She laughed and she said about Harry. She didn't know she was going to die. I hate her. I hate you. I hate everybody. It's a crime if I hadn't tried to make money for the races out of it. Should have been satisfied with her life, strangling the laughs and smiles out of her with her own paltry bead. I hate her. I hate her.
There was a great deal of that. He was found guilty, but they didn't hang him. He was sent to the asylum for the criminal insane at Broadmoor. He hanged himself 5 months later. Poor demented boy.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Case. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Maurice Delamore, Carl Harbord, Lester Fletcher, Glenn Former, Gerard Burke, and Patricia Courtley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Mark Twain once said that everybody talks about the weather, but no one does anything about it. An ever-increasing army of people feel that way about pollution, but happily are doing something about it. Trying, anyway. But trying, mark you, against great odds. Odds which can be lumped under the one descriptive word, apathy. Apathy. Perhaps the most destructive negative force mankind has ever known. A force which could easily have led to the strange tale I bring you now.
Nils, I order you. Put Magda out of the house instantly.
She's my wife, Mr. Manderson. You can't ask me to...
You fool! She's caught the Red Death. Brought it into my house, my sanctuary. Look at her. Beads of sweat on her face. Blood red sweat. She's caught the plague.
Plague or not, I am not putting her out to die.
Then I am. And one move from you to stop me and you'll go out with her. I mean what I say, Nils. Every word of it.
Our mystery drama, The Mask of the Red Death, was especially adapted from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Carl Swenson and Stats Cotsworth. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Mask of the Red Death. The word mask, you should know, is spelled M-A-S-Q-U-E and means masquerade. And to begin this particular masquerade, I'm going to ask you to join me in a huge house, a mansion, on top of Lookout Mountain. We're in a vast living room. one wall of which is made of plate glass, through which, in whatever direction the house turns, yes, you can turn the house by pressing buttons, can be seen miles on miles of country far below. There are others in the living room with us, including the multimillionaire owner of this luxurious estate. That tall, expensively dressed, gray-haired man over there, Milo Manderson.
So just shut up, Jack. Once and for all, shut up.
Milo, all I'm saying
And
is...
I'm sick of hearing you say it. Flossie's sick of it. Doreen's sick of it. We're all sick of it. So shut up.
Okay. But just let me point out one more
Jack,
thing.
Please. Can't you see how upset you're making my father? You're talking as if he were doing something perfectly awful, when all he's doing is saving us from the Red Death.
You ought to have a little more gratitude, Jack.
Don't you understand? Any of you understand? Look out that window into the valley where the village is. The farmlands, dead animals in the fields, cows, horses, pigs, chickens, everything.
Doreen, shut him up. Shut him up or I won't care if he is your husband, which is the only reason I brought him along. I'll throw him out.
I'll make up your mind, Milo. You didn't bring me here. You forced me here.
For Doreen's sake, not yours. You penniless hayseed, you farmer. Huh. Would you believe it? 1996. Here we are in the year 1996, and he's still farming like it was 20 years or 30 years ago.
Not 20 years ago, Milo. Not 30, 100. I'm trying to bring the land back to what it was, trying to replenish the earth, to restore what fools like you took out of it with every pollutant you can think of. I'm trying to say...
Now I've had it. I'm warning you for the last time. Doreen, talk to this fathead you married. Talk some sense into him.
Milo, give Flossie a little drinky. A little martini.
I could do with one myself. Now, you talk to him, Doreen.
Jack, my father's right.
With you, he's always right.
Now, listen to me, honey. There's a plague out there, and it's spreading. It's spreading all over the country, and people are dying by the thousands, and all Father's trying to do is save us from it.
I tell you, he can't.
He can. Father has never failed, never, at anything he made up his mind to do. He spent weeks stocking this place with food and water, everything we'll need to stick things out until the plague's over.
All those people dying out there, and we
Well, why shouldn't we? They'd do the same if they could. Who wants to find himself sweating blood all of a sudden and dying in hours? Not me. I'm sorry for them, Jack. I really am. But that's no reason for me or you to go out there and die with them.
There's such a thing as conscience, Doreen.
Oh, Jack, you're impossible. What's that noise, Father?
The helicopter. Yeah, let me turn the house. You'll be able to see it coming in from the east. There she comes.
Who's in the helicopter, Milo?
Bringing in a couple I hired to do the cooking and housework. The Ostroms, Nils and his wife, Magda. I hired them through a New York agency and had my pilot fly them out.
What about the plague, Father? They could be bringing it with them.
I had them checked out, complete physical, and every precaution taken to keep them from any contact with people till they got to the chopper. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, look at that gorgeous hunk of man getting out of the cup.
That's Nils.
Ooh, 6'4" if he's an inch. Long blonde hair. Oh, wow.
You keep your eyes on me, baby. I'm the guy you're going to marry, remember, not him.
How could I forget? You're the guy with all the money.
Yeah. Okay, here they come. As soon as they get in the house, we lock the place up solid, and I mean solid. Nobody gets in or out till this plague is over. You're Nils Ostrom, that right?
Yes, Mr. Manderson.
And this is Magda, your wife.
Yes, sir. I should tell you she cannot hear or speak. She is a deaf mute.
A deaf mute? Well, how in Hades are we going to talk to her then? Give orders?
She can read your lips. Excuse me, sir?
Yeah, what?
The pilot of the helicopter, he asked me to ask you, will you let him stay?
No way.
He is standing out there, sir, waiting for one sign or another from you. To motion him to come inside or wave him away.
But he's going to get waved away.
Wait a minute, Milo.
What now, farmer boy?
I'm going with him.
Now, Jack, we've been through all this before.
I'm sorry, Doreen. I love you. You know that. But I just can't save my own skin while others are dying. Not if I can do something to help. Milo, you forced me to come here.
And I'm forcing you to stay.
Father!
Well, that'd defeat your own purpose, wouldn't it? To shoot me, Milo?
No. No intention of killing you, Jack. Just a bullet through the leg to stop you, and I'll do it. I'm going to protect you from the plague whether you want it or not. Not for your sake, but for Doreen's. She loves you. You don't ask me why, but she does. That's the only reason I'm keeping you here. Nils, you and your wife start locking the place up.
Yes, sir. Come, Magda.
I'll wave that pilot off.
You could have let him stay, Milo. You may be sending him to his death.
And if it weren't for Doreen, you'd be going along with him. Now shut up and help get this place locked up.
Oh, here you are, Jack.
Yeah.
Milo sent me to find you. Everybody's at the dinner table but you.
Just leave me alone, Floss, huh?
Sure. Only, where does it get you? Sitting in the dark, brooding.
Look down in the valley, where the village is.
Okay, Jack. I'm looking.
What do you see?
Not much. I mean, it's nighttime. There used to be a lot of lights down there. Like, you know, people in their houses doing whatever people do in their houses. But in the week we've been here... Hey, has it been a week? Yeah, a week. Well, anyway, since we've been here, at least half the lights have gone out.
They didn't go out. They burned out. People died of the Red Death, and the lights just burned out.
Tough?
Is that all you can say? Tough? Do you realize what's happening out there? Not only down there in the village, but all over the United States, Canada, the world.
Jack, baby. There's something you've got to understand about little Flossie.
Oh.
Up here in the head, nothing. Down here, and here, plenty. But up here in the head, oh, forget it. And that's why, when this is all over, Milo's going to make me wife number 4. Only you know something?
No, what?
Well, I've been listening. All this week, I've been listening to you. And it kind of gets through to me that, well, maybe you've got something. Tell me about what you're all wrapped up in. This orgasmic farming thing.
Organic. You wouldn't be interested.
So why am I asking?
Well, it's simple. It's like a bank account.
Well, that I know about.
All right. So then, if you take out more than you put in...
No bank account. Overdrawn. Fini.
Exactly. So... Well, it's simple. The land, the earth, where all the world's food comes from, it's a bank account. Now, unless you want to be overdrawn, you got to put back in what you take out. Well, the world has been taking out and never putting back in. The land is bankrupt. It's overdrawn. It's poor, not rich anymore. So what comes out of it is poor, not rich. So no matter how much people eat, what they eat is practically worthless.
Oh, yeah.
You follow me, then?
Like a tiger. If what we eat is worthless, well, then we get sick.
We get sick. The air gets sick. The waters get sick. And then we get what we've got now, the plague of the Red Death.
Oh. So him, Milo, what he's doing, trying to save us from the Red Death, well, what good is it? I mean, if the plague stops like he says it will.
It will, but there'll be others, worse. They're God's way of saying, man, you're overdrawn.
Lost.
Uh-oh.
Lost.
Milo's looking for me. I'm supposed to find you and... right here, lover, right here.
Now, what is this? You and the farmer boy in the dark.
Talking, doll, just talking.
I sent you to look for him, get him to the dinner table, and you sit here in the dark just talking.
Well, I gotta talk to somebody, and you're never in the mood. Not for that.
Well, what's so interesting in him?
Well, he was telling me about organic farming and how it could save the earth from going bankrupt.
No, not that again. Come on, dinner's getting cold. You heard me, Jack.
I'll stay here, Milo.
Oh, come on, Jack. You ought to eat. Keep up your strength.
On that food? It's practically worthless.
Well, just to keep me company, then. We can talk some more, and I like talking to you.
Yeah, that's about all farmer boy can do, talk. Anybody can talk. I act. You just remember one thing, Flossie girl. I'm the one that's saving you from the Red Death.
Yeah. Only answer me a question, Milo.
Sure.
Saving me. For what?
More souffle, Mr. Munderson.
No. And I tell you something, Nils. Your wife's cooking hasn't been so hot in the past few days. She better get on the ball.
I am sorry, sir, but she has not been feeling herself.
I'll have more, Niels. I think it's quite good.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, and what about the coffee? I asked for another cup.
Yeah, in a moment, sir. My wife is heating it.
Anyone see the news on Global Vision today?
Oh, I did, Doreen. Why?
They said a plague is spreading, that it's shown up now in France, Italy, Spain, everywhere.
Nothing surprising about that.
I didn't say it was. I just said it was on the news.
No need to take my head off, Doreen.
No need for you to be sarcastic.
I wasn't being.
Oh, don't tell me.
Look, all I said
it isn't
was...
what you say, it's your attitude. I notice you don't take that tone with her.
Me? How'd I get into this?
You know how you got into it. Don't pull the innocent on me.
If you're implying...
Oh, skip it, Niels. Where is that coffee?
Here's my wife with it now, madame. Magna, let me help you with the tray.
I don't intend to skip anything. If you're implying that I've been up to anything...
Look, you little...
Now stop it, the two of you. The last 2 or 3 days you've been at each other like a couple of alley cats, and I'm sick of it.
Well, you just tell your girlfriend...
You watch your tongue. Flossie isn't my girlfriend. She's my fiancée. What's more... What the devil?
Sorry, sir. I'm very sorry. My wife, the tray slipped from her... Magda!
Look out, she's collapsing.
Magda! Oh, my dearest.
Let me give you a hand with her, Nils.
No, sir, stand back.
But, Nils...
No, get back, sir, get back. Don't come near her. Can't you see?
See what? Her face. She's sweating blood.
Yes, I'm afraid she has the red plague.
It's worse than that. She's brought it here.
So, in spite of all precautions, the Red Death invades Milo Manderson's sanctuary, his barricaded retreat atop Lookout Mountain. And you ask me, another disease has invaded the mansion. Jealousy. Doreen's and Milo's resentment of what appears to be a developing friendship between Floss and Jack. I'll be back shortly. As ye sow, we are told in the Bible, so shall ye reap. It would appear that multimillionaire Milo Manderson is on the threshold of doing some reaping. He thought himself and his few chosen companions safe from the plague of the Red Death, secure in his isolated retreat atop Lookout Mountain, the world and the spreading death in it barred from his door. Not so. Magda Ostrom, wife of Nils, the couple Manderson brought to do the menial work of the household, has just collapsed.
Get her out. What? Get her out. Out of this room, out of this house.
Oh, now cool it, Milo. The woman's dying.
And we're not dying with her.
Father! Don't start breaking
The
things.
money I spent to protect us, the precautions I took, weeks of thought and preparation. To doctors. How many doctors did I send them to examine them and check them out, make sure that they were free with a fight?
Father, get hold of yourself.
Now she comes down with it in my own house. This sanctuary, I nearly killed myself to make ready so we'd all be safe. Get her out of here.
You can't ask me.
Get her out.
I will not. No, Mr. Manderson, I will not. Magda is going to die, but she is not going to die alone.
Then die with her.
Milo, no.
Get out of my way.
Give me that gun.
Father!
Here.
Stop it. All of you, stop it.
Oh, now you're giving orders. You.
Shut up and listen. My wife is trying to say something in sign language. Yeah, Magda. What? No. How about my darling? You... Very well.
What did she say, Nils?
She said there is no hope for her, and there is no sense in two of us dying.
What's she doing? Where's she going?
Out of the house. To die alone. Goodbye, my dearest. Goodbye. I'll see you dead for this, Manderson.
Mr. Madison. And I'm not scared by threats.
No threat, Mr. Manderson. A promise.
Business has been brought to a virtual standstill throughout the world. Here in the United States, countless thousands who tried and are still trying to leave the congestion of the cities for what is considered the relative safety of rural areas.
Shut that thing
are
off.
blocked by military and local
I said
police.
shut that thing
Riots
off.
in the...
Oh, look! His face. The Red Death. He's got it. His face. Red. With sweat.
All right, I'll shut it off.
The sight of death becoming too much for you, Mr. Manderson?
Shut up.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought perhaps the sight of my wife's body lying out in the patio where she collapsed and died.
Niels, you'll go too far, I warn you. I'd shoot you now if we didn't need you.
Need me? For what? Are you also incompetent, so helpless you can't do for yourselves? The ladies can cook?
Me? I can't boil water.
And I don't intend to. That's what you are paid for.
You are so like your father, madame. You think everything can be bought, even life.
Now, you look here. Since your wife died 2 days ago, you've been acting like... Well, like anything but the servant you are. Now, you just cut it out. You just remember your place. Remember who and what you are. Do you understand me, Nils?
Totally, madame. Is there anything madame wishes before I go to make up the beds?
Not at the moment, but when there is, I'll let you know.
Thank you, madame.
Now, that's the way to handle a servant. Nice going, Doreen. I'm proud to call you daughter.
Well, I'm not proud to call her wife. The man isn't himself. He's broken with grief. He loved his wife. He saw her go to her death alone. He watched through this window as she collapsed out there on the patio and died before his eyes. And you treat him as if he were nothing, the way you treat me, treat Floss.
I thought you'd become Flossie's champion, and now I know.
All I'm saying is you
It's
can't...
too much, as usual. You've got a big mouth and a head stuffed with hay. The trouble is here, we're bored. That's the one thing I didn't think of, that we'd get bored. We've been cooped up here for nearly 2 weeks now.
9 days.
Will you please shut up?
Well, 9 days isn't 2 weeks, is all I'm saying.
I can take care of that.
How, Father?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll think of something. Meantime, how about some bridge?
Not me.
Sorry, Marlo.
Sick of bridge.
Well, then how about... blazes with it. I'm going up to the solarium to get some sun.
I'll go with you, Father. Jack?
No, I'll stay here.
With Flossie, of course.
Yeah, we'll have the orgy I've been planning for weeks.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Join me in an orgy, Floss?
But you know something?
What?
I have joined you.
What do you mean?
Well, me, I'm no great brain, but... Well, I'd have to be a dope not to... Well, anyhow, begin to realize that you're right. Milo and Doreen, well, they're wrong.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. If you mean it, what you keep saying all the time, that is.
You mean...
Well, like the world's gone to hell. It's become a cesspool, you called it.
Yeah, cesspool of corruption.
But it can be cured, brought back to what it was once. Pure and clean and beautiful and healthy. You mean it when you say you want to get out of here and go out there into the world, right into the middle of the plague, whether it kills you or not, so that you can do all you can to help people build a brand new world?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean all that. But I can't get out. Milo's got the keys to every door. The windows are unbreakable.
I could get the keys. Easy.
You do that? You're with me, not him?
I never was with him. It was a deal, kinda, you know.
Yeah.
So what do you say? Well?
That means leaving Doreen.
Oh. You still got a thing for her, huh?
I never lost it.
Oh. Well, you got decisions to make. Leave Doreen and do what you believe is right. Or don't leave Doreen and don't do it.
A decision I don't think you need make, Mr. Reynolds. Not yet.
Nils.
I apologize. I overheard something of what you've been saying. Whatever your decision, it would be foolish for you to go out into the world right now, sir.
You think so, Nils?
I know it, sir. The plague is reaching its height. In a few days, it will begin to break and then recede. But right now, and for the next few days, it will be at its most dangerous point.
But
believe me, sir, leave here now and your death will be assured. And you are among a handful the world cannot afford to lose. Not at this time.
Nils, you're something else. You know that? Sometimes you talk like you know all there is to know.
It'll be fun, Doreen. A barrel of fun.
Costumes. What about costumes?
That's all taken care of. Hey, now, Floss, Jack, yeah, you, Nils. I got a great idea. You say you're bored. You say life in the Milo Madison hideaway holds no variety for you, no spice at all for you. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a party.
A party?
Not just a party, Jack the boy. A masquerade party.
Are you crazy?
What do you mean crazy?
Party? A masquerade party? When out there the world is dying? Milo, it's obscene.
You see, Doreen, I told you. Beat my brains out thinking of something to liven things up, to keep us from going nuts with boredom. Where do I get? Where?
You don't go along with this, Doreen. You don't.
Well, I didn't at first.
But then he changed your mind.
What if he did? At least he's doing something. All you do is talk.
That's all I can do. Locked in here, a prisoner. What more can I do?
Something. I don't know, but something. Don't just talk. Do.
All right, I'll do. Milo, you take your masquerade party and stuff it.
I've decided we're going to have a masquerade party. And that's what we're going to have tonight. And you're going to be in it, you and Flossie.
Floss, you go along with this?
No.
Now, look, you little...
Tramp? Is that what you're going to say, Milo?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Don't you put thoughts in my head. Thoughts I wouldn't rather think. Look through that window. There's death out there. All around out there. A masquerade party. How could you think of it? How awful could you be to even think of it?
We are going to have a masquerade party. And we're going to have it tonight. If it's the last thing I do.
It will be.
What?
It will be the last thing you do.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I understand why you decided to have a masquerade party. 2 days ago, when I held my dying wife in my arms, I told you what I thought of you. And no servant, no lackey, ever told Milo Manderson the truth since the day Milo Manderson realized he had made his first million. Before that day, you, Milo Manderson, you, still retained some shreds of humanity. But on that day, and ever since, oh, God, I call on you. What has this mortal become?
He's crazy. Look at him. Arms outspread. Looking up at the ceiling, calling on God like he knew him. He's out of his head.
Hear me now, Milo.
Miss...
Milo! Hear me. It's revenge you're after. I told you the truth. The truth of not what you are, but what you have become. God made you beautiful. You have made yourself ugly. You must learn you are wrong. And in learning, come back to God. Come back to truth. You want revenge on me? You shall have it. And you shall learn the emptiness and the hollowness of it. Revenge is mine, saith the Lord, not yours. Mine. And this, Milo Manderson, you are about to learn. And may God, in his infinite mercy, help you bear the agony of the learning.
A strange speech, surely. Nils calls on God as if, as if he knew him as intimately as I know you. And we do know each other, you and I, very well indeed by this time, don't we? Ought to. Been together a long time. Pleasant time for me, anyhow. Hope for you, too. Back shortly with Act 3. Death, in the form of a plague, known as the Red Death, lays waste the world, while in an isolated mansion atop Lookout Mountain, multi-millionaire Milo Manderson, seeking refuge, barricades himself and his companions from it. Now, vengeful or callous, or both, he proposes to hold a masquerade party to relieve the boredom of their voluntary imprisonment. We rejoin the small, beleaguered group in the vast living room of the mansion as...
He's gone crazy. You have, Nils. You know that. You've gone crazy.
No, not I, you. A long time ago.
You don't see me acting like I was God.
Don't I?
I think Nils is right. In a way, Milo, you've come to think you're more than God, really.
Well, now you are going too far, Jack.
No. Wait a minute, Doreen. Wait just 1 minute. Let this hayseed husband of yours go on. So, God sent the Red Plague to wipe us all out. That is, eh?
Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't have to. From where I sit, you created it yourselves.
You're as crazy as Nils.
Wait and see, Milo. Just wait and see.
Yeah. And while I'm waiting, we'll have our party. Yes, there's a big closet in the game room, and it's loaded with costumes. From the bash we had up here a couple of years ago, Doreen, you remember?
Yes.
So you can all get your costumes from there. Nils, you break out the Port Rocher. I've been saving that champagne for a special occasion. And if you ask me, this is going to be a real special occasion.
It will indeed be that, Mr. Manderson. The most special occasion of your life.
Jack.
Yes, Doreen.
Hook me up in back. This Marie Antoinette costume is hard to manage.
Oh, okay.
You look handsome. That black and white domino. What kind of mask? Black or white?
Black.
Oh, romantic as well as handsome. And sulky. Sullen.
Worried is the word, Doreen. Very, very worried.
Oh, now don't tell me that little act Nils put on, that performance of stretching his arms wide and crying out to God. Don't tell me it got to you.
The way it got to you?
To me. I thought it as laughably ridiculous as my father did.
Your father
He's
did...
only trying to save us from the Red Death, Jack. And it's about time you gave him some credit for it instead of insulting him every chance you get.
I'm not insulting him. I'm trying to wake him up.
I don't know why it is, no matter how I try to keep things pleasant between us, you always manage to start your eternal harping on pollution.
I'm sorry, Doreen.
Oh, you're always sorry. But that doesn't help. You ruin everything, just as you're trying to ruin my fun.
Fun? How can you talk about fun?
Because I need fun. That's why, because my father's right. We're going house crazy with boredom, and I don't see how a few hours of fun will change anything in that world you worry so much about, one way or the other. The music is starting. Oh, let's go down. Jack, please, please, for once, let's enjoy ourselves.
Come on, Floss, come on. The way you're dancing, put some life into it, baby.
I don't feel like dancing.
Well, you will. All you need's a couple more glasses of champagne. Soon take care of that. I'll say one thing for Nils. He may be batty as a bedbug, but he's a good servant. This Port Roger is perfectly chilled. Okay, honey. Another glass for you, and another for me. Bottoms up.
I can't. How can you? How can you?
Don't cry, Floss. Don't cry.
I can't help it.
How can I try to be happy with all that's out there beyond that window? Be happy? You want to know the truth? I'll tell you. The truth keeps crowding in on me, pressuring me, trying to suffocate me. But I push it away. Because if I didn't, it would suffocate me. Flossie, the truth is, way deep inside me somewhere, I'm scared.
Scared? You?
Doreen. Jack. Well, welcome to the party. Oh, look at you, sweetheart. Dolled up like Marie Antoinette. Careful you don't lose your head tonight. And Jack, hey, you look terrific in that black and white. What's it called?
Domino.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it looks like. Oh, and say, you want to see something really terrific? Take a gander at Flossie, a fairy queen.
You look lovely, Floss.
But white? My dear, you in white.
Hey, come now. None of that. Not tonight. Tonight, even if it is just for tonight, we're going to stop sniping at each other. Hold it. Wait a minute. We need Nils. He's a guest, too. He's a kind of a serving guest, but still a guest. Nils? Hey, Nils. The party's starting. Come on, join in. Coming. And hurry up. We all want to see what costume you're wearing.
This one, Mr. Manderson.
Yes.
Who do you think you are? Who the devil do you think you are?
I beg pardon, sir?
Your costume, it's blood red.
Suit, shirt, cape, the mask covering your face. All blood red.
The Red Death, Nils?
Yes, sir. The Red Death.
Wait a minute. What are you up to?
Simply turning off the music.
So that's it, is it? You intend to ruin my little party, do you? You come dressed as a Red Death to throw a wet blanket over the fun we're going to have. Well, I'll take care of that right here and now. I'm ripping that costume off you, ripping all of it off. Beginning with the mask. There.
I am not costumed as the Red Death, Milo Manderson. I am the Red Death.
A skull. A blood red skull. No face. A skull. Blood red.
You are the Red Death. God help me.
God will not help you now, Milo Manderson. There comes a time when mortals must help themselves, and your time has come.
What do you want of me?
You may make a choice I will give you. You may make the choice for good or ill.
Name it. I'll choose what's right, what's good. I swear it to you.
You can choose to live.
Yes.
Or die.
What do you mean, Nils? I'm sorry. That's not your name, of course.
Oh, it will do.
What do you mean? To live or die?
One of you or your father, must die. And the choice I leave to him.
Are you saying that Milo must choose either to give up his own life and save Doreen's or refuse and let her die?
I am.
Wow. I mean, like, wow.
Nils, what about Floss? What about me?
You have no part in this. When I am gone, as I soon shall be, when I no longer plague the world, you and others like you will be needed to restore it, replenish it.
Me? Him I can understand, but me? I'm nobody. I'm nothing.
And that makes you something. Milo Manderson, what is your choice?
Haven't I anything to say about all this? Haven't I some choice in whether I live or die?
None.
But that's not fair. If my father chooses to let me die to save himself...
But he hasn't. Not yet. Choose, Manderson. Choose.
Father.
I can't die. I can't face death. It's too horrible. The thought is too horrible. Horrible.
Your daughter dies then.
Yes.
What? What was that?
He can't make a choice, don't you see? He hasn't the courage to choose death for himself or for me.
Scared. He said it himself. Deep down inside, scared.
And I never knew in all these years. Never knew. I thought he was the strongest man on earth, but he's just a scared child. Nils, take me.
He must make the choice. Choose. Choose.
No. Take her. Take Doreen. She offered, didn't she? She's not afraid. But I am. Look at me. Look, I'm sweating with fear.
Look again. You're not sweating with fear, but with death.
Red. Remember, I sweat. Blood. Red. I...
Stricken, Milo Manderson. Stricken with the red death.
But why? Oh, why? You gave me a choice.
And again, you chose the wrong one. You chose to do evil instead of good, as you always have. Always. Now die.
No!
Die. And may your soul go to the hell it deserves.
No!
He flung himself through the window.
Lying out there next to Magda. Oh, Mother.
Easy, Doreen. Easy. Take it easy, sweetheart. Nils, I think... Where is he?
He was there a second ago. But now, just the costume laying in a pile on the floor. He's gone.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope he's gone forever. Not only from here, but from the world out there.
What world? What's left of it?
There are still some lights burning in the village. And everywhere else, I guess. Those that are left. Maybe God made a choice. And maybe we're part of it. Whether we are or not, the only choice we've got is to go out there and start helping. Start rebuilding, start creating another. And with God's help, a better world.
So ended the masquerade, if you will, of the Red Death. The year 1996 isn't too far off as years go. And as we know, there are men and women in the world today with the foresight to see what lies ahead if the pollution of our air and our water and the very earth itself isn't brought to an end. I'll be back shortly. The strange tale I've just brought you was an allegory, A story designed to symbolize a message, a truth. Happened. But it could. Our cast included Stotts Cotsworth, Carl Swenson, Lois Smith, Jack Grimes, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Listen. What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony out there.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Whitehall 1212.
Enter Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson will brief you on this case, number 381397.
Good afternoon. This Gladstone bag is one of my exhibits in the Black Museum back there. Perfectly ordinary black Gladstone bag, vintage, I should say, of 1920. Now, it doesn't unlock any longer. The lock has been forced. But it can be opened. Now, you can guess for yourself what those stains are. You see, they're both on the lining of the bag and on this tennis racket cover, which has been in the bag since Easter weekend of 1924. And now, if you please, here is Inspector Rafe Sylvester, who I think will tell you how this bag came into our possession here at Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
I could supply the answer quite simply and quickly, sir.
Yeah, I know that one, old boy. The owner had no further use for it.
The owner had no further use for anything, sir, except the services of Pierpoint the hangman. Robert Emmett Dignam worked very hard at being a hail fellow well met. He was a dapper man, a persuasive talker, and thus an excellent salesman, despite the fact that he was only 5 feet 2 inches tall. Dignam's wife, Olivia, who worked as a comptometer operator at a salary of £3 a week, entertained certain suspicions of her husband, due largely to his undeniable attraction for other women, particularly tall women. She herself was an inch shorter than her husband, a scant 5'1" in height. One day when Robert Emmett Dignam had returned home to Kew from a weekend trip, to Manchester, he'd said, on business, Olivia Dignam came across a cloakroom ticket from Waterloo Station in the pocket of the suit he had worn. She asked an old friend of hers, Herbert Chin, for advice. Chin, who had been a detective sergeant of the Metropolitan Police, took the ticket and went to the Waterloo Station cloakroom to see what was what. He was not a particular friend of Robert Emmett Dignam, and then he came to see me at Scotland Yard.
Oh, I turned in the ticket, and a man handed me a bag, a black Gladstone bag.
It was locked.
Locked, yes. But I was able to pull the sides apart a bit.
So you could see what was in it?
Yes.
What was?
It was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Except for some pieces of silk, what looked like a tennis racket case and a large knife.
That's an odd combination, I agree, but...
Well, I'll take my oath. They were all stained with blood.
Chin gave me the ticket, which he had got back when he returned the bag to the cloakroom shelves. I took it and went to see for myself. I took one of the pieces of silk and sent it to the laboratory to be tested. Back came the report. Human blood. I put 2 detectives on a 24-hours-a-day watch at the cloakroom. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they brought him in and left him in my office. I asked him his name.
Robert Emmett Dignam, Inspector. Named after the great Irish patriot, you know.
This your bag, Mr. Dignam?
Well, I paid for it.
Is it yours?
Yes, sir. I left it in...
You know what's in it?
What I'd love to know is how it came to be here.
You left the ticket for it in the pocket of your green suit.
Oh. My beloved wife goes through my pockets.
She does, sir. At least she did in this instance.
She wants a thrashing, doesn't she?
I shouldn't let a constable catch you at it.
I shan't, thank you.
I asked you if you know what's in your bag, sir.
Nothing very important.
Shall we look? Will you unlock it? These things yours?
Well, that's my tennis racket case.
Your name is Dignam, you said?
Yes.
Initials on it are I.J.M.
Eh?
Not yours, are they?
I bought it from a friend several years ago.
These pieces of silk and this knife. Cook's knife, big one.
I must have picked it up at the bungalow.
These stains, Mr. Dignam, can you explain them too?
Oh. Well, I'm very fond of dogs.
Dogs?
Yes, I was carrying some dog meat in the bag. Oh, odd place to carry it, I know. I had it all wrapped up in these bits of silk. And that's where the stains came from, old boy.
What sort of meat was it?
Oh, whatever kind of meat, dog, beef or horse meat, perhaps. Oh, yes, probably horse meat, I fancy.
That blood is from the meat.
Of course, I said.
It was human blood that caused those stains, Mr. Dignam. I should be glad to hear your explanation of that, sir.
Well, all I can say is that it was dog's meat.
What kind of dogs do you have, sir?
Oh, I haven't got any. I mean...
What do you find so amusing, sir?
All this is making me sound quite like a murderer, isn't it?
Mr. Dignam, I must detain you on suspicion of murder.
Look here.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. If you have anything to say now, I'll be glad to hear it.
Well, I'll have to think about that.
Mr. Dignam thought. He thought for a long time. Sitting in my office, staring out of the window at the rain. 10 minutes went by. I looked at him.
I've got to get some things straight in my mind.
Take your time, Mr. Dignam, I said. He sighed, asked for a drink of water, drank it thirstily, and returned to his staring out the window. Another 15 minutes went by. Speaking to me, Mr. Dignam, I asked.
I suppose you know all about this, don't you?
I've no intention of telling you what we know, Mr. Dignam. It's for you to tell us if you want to. You've been warned.
What?
That anything you say may be used in evidence.
Yes. Well, it isn't murder. What What are you writing down?
What you've just said.
Oh. Well, it isn't murder. I've been very foolish, perhaps. Write that down, too. I'll make a statement now. I've got it all straight, what to say.
When you are ready, Mr. Dignam.
I do not know who this fellow was, this man. I'd gone for a weekend's rest to the bungalow. I've been very exhausted. I worked very hard, you understand, and I felt the need for a rest. Alone, all by myself, to recuperate, to regain my strength. I didn't tell my wife or anyone where I was going. I wanted no interruptions, you understand, either business or domestic. Are you getting all that?
Yes.
I had come across this place in my travels. A capital place to be alone, I thought at once. To rest, to refresh myself, I thought at once. A genuine deserted cottage on the deserted seashore. I told no one about my plans. I took only just a few articles of clothing, and, of course, the tennis racket.
The tennis racket you refer to is the one that was in the case marked with the initials IJM.
That's the one I bought from someone several years ago. I went to this place alone and settled down for the evening. About midnight, I was awakened from a sound sleep by a sound. Shall I go slower?
Thank you, I'm getting it all right.
A man, a tramp by his appearance, I have no clue whatever to his identity, burst into my room. He told me he wanted my money. I leaped out of bed, and seeing he was much larger than I, started to retreat. He seized an axe.
An axe?
It was used for chopping up firewood, and he threw it at me. He attacked me first. Got that?
Yes.
The axe rebounded from the wall, and the handle was broken. Then, despite the difference in our sizes, I grappled with him. He slipped and fell, his head striking the edge of a large coal scuttle alongside the fireplace. He did not get up. To my horror, I discovered he was dead. Have you got that?
Yes.
I'm afraid I lost my head. I carried the body into the other room. Then I think I fainted. When I recovered consciousness, I was horrified to find the body still on the couch where I had placed it. Then I made my greatest mistake. I was panicking. I thought I might be accused of murder. My first thought was to dispose of the body. Do you know what I did?
No.
I first tried to burn the body in the fireplace. The clothes caught on fire, but I grew more frightened. I put on my coat and I walked to Eastbourne, where I bought the large knife, the one in the bag. I came back, and then when I got back into the car...
I will spare you the rest of Robert Emmett Dignam's gruesome story, except for the curious commentary Herbert Chin, the friend of Mrs. Dignam's maid on the case. Dignam was concluding his statement when the telephone rang.
I'm a fool.
Excuse me. Inspector Sylvester here.
Herbert Chin here.
Oh, how do you do?
I take it you got him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw his wife. I told her it was his raincoat Dignam had left at the Waterloo cloakroom, but she won't be satisfied.
Oh?
Well, she's sure it's something to do with some woman he's been chasing. Has it turned out that way? I mean, is it permissible to ask you that?
Turns out quite different, it seems, fella.
Well, she'll be glad to hear that. She keeps insisting this Manning girl is involved in it somehow. Oh, she'll be very glad.
What was that name?
Manning. Irene Josephine Manning, that's her full name, I believe.
I looked over at the initials on the tennis racket case in the black Gladstone bag. IJM. Irene Josephine Manning. So that was the name of the former owner. Was it also the name of... Go on, Mr. Dignam, I said. I didn't mention the name of Irene Josephine Manning to Dignam at this time. Rather, I sat and squirmed with impatience while he told me more details of the place where the alleged tramp had been accidentally killed. Was it the place called the Crumbles, a long stretch of shingle on Pevensey Bay near Eastbourne in East Sussex? Shingle, as you Americans perhaps do not know, is it's a kind of pebbly, rocky beach, very unpleasant underfoot. The Crumbles is as desolate a spot as could be found on the southeast coast. Windy and dreary, deserted by nearly all human life. The cottage where the tragedy had occurred, Dignam told me, bore the quaint name of the Officer's House, part of a former Coast Guard station. And Dignam had rented it from a Mr. Saul Brainerd. When Dignam had finished his statement, he was tucked into a cell at Cannon Row Police Station, and I motored to Eastbourne to interview Mr. Brainerd.
I'm Brainerd, Inspector. What have I done now?
You've rented a house, Mr. Brainerd.
Well, I suppose it was a crime to charge 3.5 guineas a week for that place. Oh, I'll go along peacefully.
You did rent it to Mr. Dignam, then?
Dignam? I told him his name was Plunkett. Old Irish family, he said. Related to Lord Dunsany. Little bit of a chap.
Recognize him again, would you?
Oh, he's unmistakable. Cocky little beggar.
Paid up, of course.
Oh, for 2 more weeks. Well, that's why I haven't been around there. Said he liked privacy, and I'm no trespasser, though I am a landlord.
I wonder when you saw him last.
Well, I saw him and his wife come in. I was cycling by.
He didn't see you?
Well, I don't think so. He was out there on the road.
His wife?
Oh, great tall guy.
Sure it wasn't another man you saw?
Oh, great mop of blonde hair blowing in the wind. We've no long-haired men around here. Leave that for London. Besides, he did mention his wife to me when he rented the place, seems to me.
Well, when was that?
Oh, Saturday evening. Late afternoon, rather. Why, what's up?
Haven't seen him since? Or her?
Haven't been around. Said he was looking for privacy, as I said.
Yes, I expect he was.
A good place for it.
Yes. Would you come to London and see if you recognize him?
Isn't he here?
No.
I say, old chap, what's up?
Things. Would you?
Well, the fare to London...
Oh, the Home Office will pay it.
Well, in that case, the answer's yes. Well, won't mind if I go round to my tailor's whilst I'm there, will you?
Not at all, if you'll come.
Say no more. I'm your man for a free trip to London. What else can I do for you? Spot of whiskey? A cup of tea?
Thanks. Just let me use your keys to get in the place.
She'll let you in.
I doubt she's there.
Oh, I don't know if I should let you in, old boy, after all.
I've got a search warrant.
Oh, something is out there. What are you looking for? Proceeds of a bank robbery?
Well, hardly a robbery.
Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, look, the big one here is for the front door. This one? Oh, well, all the others are for various rooms. They're labeled, see? Sure you won't need any help, then?
No, thanks. Like to go back to London with me today? We'll catch the up train at 4:30, shall we?
Oh, righty-ho.
Righty-ho. Well, thanks, old chap. I'll see you later. I walked over to the dismal little walled house. It had a dank look. I glanced over my shoulder. Brainerd was still watching me. I walked through the gate in the wall, and I couldn't see him any longer. Up to the house. The sound of the sea. The smell of the sea. And then another smell. I remembered the time the sergeant cook at Knotty Ash Rest Camp in Southampton had let a pork roast catch on fire and we went without dinner. I felt like... Well, never mind. I unlocked the door and opened it. I walked in. There was the fireplace choked with ashes. There was the coal scuttle. He said the tramp cracked his head on fatally. Tin. Crumpled tin. There was the axe. The axe, he said, had been thrown at him. The handle was broken. Exactly the way he said it was. Bloodstains, I thought they were on the floor. What's that? White thread. Looks like a long blonde hair. Huh. Let's keep that. What's in the other room? What's that? Leather heel. High heel. Of a woman's dark blue shoe. What's that? Bloodstain. And here, too. And the tramp died when he struck his head on the coal scuttle out there. Let's review it all again, I thought to myself. The broken axe handle. Check. The crumpled coal scuttle. Might be. I doubt it. The woman's high heel. Maybe. The woman, the wife that Brainerd saw. The knife, he said he bought it in Eastbourne. Who's that? Brainerd.
Did I interrupt you, Inspector? Come on, the London train's due in 20 minutes and we've just got time. I don't want to miss the free trip to the city, old man.
We caught the next train. Just caught it, as a matter of fact, because I had to stop at all the ironmonger shops in Eastbourne to inquire about a cook's knife. I deposited Brainerd at the West End Hotel and went home for a night's sleep. 7 o'clock the next morning. I called Alfred Ormerod, the Home Office pathologist, at home. He was annoyed.
It's better be important, Sylvester. I've got lather all over my face.
Well, take my word for it, Alfred.
But take your word for what, man?
It's important.
Well, go ahead, my dear.
Can you tell the difference between a man's body and a woman's?
Are you daft?
When they've been destroyed by fire?
I repeat my question. Have you taken leave of your senses, Sylvester?
What's the answer?
No. Now, look, my face feels...
Will you come to the office at the Yard at once, please?
I'll be there at 9:30. Not a second earlier.
But look...
I suggest that you go shave yourself, Inspector. I'll see you at 9:30. Good morning.
Well, that's that. Oh. Inspector Sylvester here.
Oh, Chin. Herbert Chin here, Sylvester. I've been trying to get you, but your telephone's been busy.
What do you want?
Well, look here, about this chap Dignam.
What about him?
Oh, do you remember I mentioned that girl, that Irene Manning, to you yesterday? The girl he was chasing after?
Yes?
Well, look here, she's disappeared.
How do you know?
Well, her sister. Her sister, Julie Manning, she's at Mrs. Dignam's home right now, screaming for Dignam's blood.
Oh?
She says her sister's been missing since Saturday afternoon, and she's certain she's gone away with Dignam.
Dignam's in Cannon Row Police Station.
Oh, but where's Irene Manning?
Is this sister with Mrs. Dignam now?
Yes.
Can you bring her to my office at Scotland Yard at once?
Well, I'll try.
I'll be there in less than half an hour. Goodbye.
But...
Now, where are my trousers? Oh. Yes? Inspector Sylvester here.
Cannon Row Police Station here, sir. Sorry to bother you this hour, sir, but...
What's the matter?
This prisoner of yours, Dignam.
What's wrong with him?
He's been raising all kinds of canes. Says he wants to see you at once. Says it's extremely important.
Well, send him over to my office at the Yard with a couple of men. I'll see him.
Is he dangerous, sir?
He is.
How soon do you want him, sir?
I'll be there in 20 minutes. I hope.
Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to get rid of him.
Goodbye. Now, if that thing rings just once more... But it didn't. I got to my office at New Scotland Yard, still adjusting my braces. I glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes before 8. In the waiting room, Herbert Chin sat beside a tall blonde girl. I'll see you in a moment, I muttered, and went on into my office. There was Robert Emmett Dignam, flanked by 2 large constables. He jumped up when he saw me.
There you are at last.
Well...
Look here, I didn't murder anyone.
So you said, Mr. Dignam.
I mean, this tramp who attacked me with the axe fell and smashed his own head. That's all that happened.
And, you disposed of the body, you said?
Well, I was confused. I was frightened. I didn't know what I was doing.
I'm sorry.
Well, you can't keep me in jail for that, you know.
I'm afraid I can't do anything for you, Mr. Dignam. That's a matter for the magistrate.
I'll get a writ of habeas corpus.
Do you have anything to add to your statement of yesterday, Mr. Dignam?
I told you everything.
I've nothing to add.
Well, when you have, I'll be glad to take it down in writing. Until then, I'm sorry.
Listen to me, you. Now listen.
I'll take the little man away, Constable, please.
You're not going to hang me. You're not like that.
Herbert Chin came in with a tall blonde girl whom he introduced.
This is Miss Tyranny Manning, Inspector.
Sit down, Miss Manning.
My sister's gone.
Do you have any idea where she is, Miss Manning?
Yes. That man Dignam murdered her.
What makes you think that?
Well, I really lent him money, and I know what he did with it. She thought he was speculating with it to make some more money for both of them. And he lost it on the races.
How do you know that, Miss Manning?
Only he was the one that found it out. I know all about it. He promised to desert his wife and marry her. And he told her they'd go to South America when she accused him of spending every penny she saved.
Well, that doesn't argue that he murdered her, Miss Manning.
Then where is she? Tell me where she is if he didn't kill her.
Now, Tyranny, please.
You keep quiet. I know where she went with him last Saturday. He told her to come to Eastbourne with him.
Eastbourne?
Yes. He told her he'd give her the money there at his cottage. And, well, she told me about it. I told her she was a fool, but she won't go. And he's murdered her. I tell you, he's robbed her of every penny she owed. And when she wasn't any more use to him, he took her away and murdered her. He murdered her. She told him she'd have him arrested and put in prison for the rest of his life for stealing her money, and he killed her. Oh, poor Irene.
He said he walked to the village and bought a knife after the tramp had died. The ironmonger in Eastbourne said a little man who was with a tall, blonde woman had bought the heavy knife when they got off the train in Eastbourne. They laughed together about it, he said. He bought the knife before they went to the cottage, and they laughed together about it. Alfred Ormerod, the pathologist, you remember, came in at 9:30. He left on the 10:03 for Eastbourne with his murder kit, promising to telephone me. At 10:15, the landlord Brainerd came in.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I've just been to the bank.
Bank?
That's the Plunkett.
Plunkett? Oh, Dignam.
Oh, whatever his name is. I just got his check back from the bank, stamped R.D. My wife sent it to me from Eastbourne. No funds, the bank says. I had him hanged.
I walked over to Cannon Row with Brainerd. He recognized Dignam at once as Plunkett, and the dapper little man was charged again, this time with obtaining money by false pretenses. He again pleaded with me.
Even if the man died, even if I did dispose of the body, Inspector, they can't do anything to me for murder. Even if I killed him, it's manslaughter, isn't it? Justifiable homicide. It's self-defense.
I'm sorry, Dignam. Perhaps Robert Emmett Dignam already felt the clammy touch of the hangman's hands on his neck. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Alfred Ormerod telephoned me from Eastbourne.
Hello, Sylvester. I've been working all day here at the cottage. I've never seen such a diabolical...
Did hang. When it was demonstrated in court that he had bought the knife before he enticed the girl to the cottage, they laughed over it together, the ironmonger said. When they fitted the axe into the wounds on what Alfred Ormerod proved was a young, blonde-haired girl's skull, when the whole sorry tale was told about his relations with Irene Manning and his fleecing of her money, then the jury said, guilty. And dapper little Robert Emmett Dignam was hanged.
You have just heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. The research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Tonight I'm the original Glad Man, friends, for aren't we all glad to get news of a thrifty, swifty, appetizing breakfast dish for these up-and-at-'em early mornings? Then wait till we all tell you all about Grape Nuts Flakes, the crisp and toasty brown breakfast cereal that's always ready for breakfast before you are. And ready to eat Grapes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. And think of this, too, homemakers. Every time you buy a big twig of Grape Nuts Flakes, you're saving on because you don't need them. Not for thrifty, plentiful Grape Nuts Flakes. Was Take It From There, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
One tuna fish on whole wheat.
One tuna fish coming up.
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. If you put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe. Yes, Gilroy. Hitch old Dobbin to a bun. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What'll you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it Tutti Frutti.
You can have Tutti, but there's no more fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Red Skelton?
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo.
Well, Phil, is your orchestra all rehearsed for the program?
Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they was playing something wrong, they'd say, "How do you know?" Then I'd be stopped. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Welty! Why, him and me is pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night.
You and Orson gave a talk at the university?
Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors feel my head once in a while.
What?
No, so. You should have been there. I started to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there. What'll it be, Twitch? A bromo seltzer?
No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in here to burp.
Is that a Lulu? Oh, you and your Lulus. Say, Gil, is this man annoying you? No, Radcliffe. Put down that cupcake.
Oh, that Radcliffe's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that too. Orson Welles.
You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter.
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
Gladly. My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that baby face?
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consomme.
Hey, what do you think you are at the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoop, off my head.
Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time. Do you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. That's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific. Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough.
It hurts.
Sight gag, ladies and
Well, how about it, Mr. Wells? Do you want to buy our play?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. That was You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, it says here, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I notice. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Expense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away.
His golf bag? Say, the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean, golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time. Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was passing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, it gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now, Miss Harrington. Get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing?
It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone?
Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Mr. Harris, the telephone in its entirety was invented by Alexander Graham Bell, which I can pronounce. Come, Miss Harrington. What's the delay on that call?
Well, I have the Arizona Biltmore, but they can't seem to locate Mr. Benny.
Let me have that phone, please. Hello? Hello, operator? I'd like to talk to Jack Benny. What? He's not registered. He's not a guest there.
Have her look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house stick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Oh, very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's J.B., the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogrammed towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Oh, excuse me. Come in. Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain. Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil? We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger.
Oh, yes. Let's go.
Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight or the Murder Case. Now, in this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells of Police Headquarters. Phil, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay. But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
There's always a guy you never suspect, silly.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson.
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Orson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes.
Well, that cook of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Now, calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about?
我冇法子咯，個黑鬼仲識生字肉，我就叫佢洗乾隻口嚟啦，我乜嘢都唔俾佢識喎。
So he told me. Anything else?
住喺望角路字啦，幾下等戰客人，佢入到我廚房做乜嘢？佢摸佢入嚟住啦。
You're absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Everything is all settled. John's giving you 2 pork chops, and you can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis. Heard It Can't Be Wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
Got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Curtain, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for whom the bell's tolled. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered!
Get away from that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it.
Help!
What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those gin rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat feet?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Are you...
Oh, Inspector!
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those two guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Specky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was slumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Well, was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Specky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch this crime was committed by...
By who?
I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows!
Calling all cars. Eddie Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all.
This is the house right here. Harris, Day, break down that door.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring? No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you?
I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler.
The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime?
I don't know anything, sir. When the murder took place, I was down at the grocery store buying a package of toasted brown sweeties and a grape nuts flakes.
Grape nuts flakes, eh? Make a note of that, Harris.
Yes, sir.
Now come clean, you. You're talking to the law. What do you know about grape nuts flakes?
I know they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal, and they're famous for their malty rich flavor, and the grape nuts flakes come in a 12-ounce economy-sized package.
Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him.
Gotcha.
Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, cherchez la femme, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, the blue coats are here. Hi, Specky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
It's a strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely deaths. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
No excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well...
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Crumdyke is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solves the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hetty Lamar's house. She may still be trapped.
When you sit down to a big, tempting bowl full of appetizing, baldy-rich grape nut flakes, aren't you pleased with yourself? Well, you should be, because it's smart to go for a breakfast dish like that. One chuck full of swell calling for grape nut flakes. The farmer, the salesman, the welder, the kind of folks who get things done. They start with a nourishing breakfast, and Grape Nuts Flakes are just that. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, crammed full of whole grain food values, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1 for appetite, nerves, and tip-top energy. Vigor, vitality, vitamins. That's V-eating for you with delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes.
Until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.
This program was written by Radcliffe Morrow and Gilroy Boulogne with mayonnaise by Orson Welles.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
Now the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. This curious object, curious unless you happen to belong to the fraternity of the Green Thumb, is not in the strictest sense a lethal weapon, but like most implements of husbandry, quite simple to make it lethal. This thing, if I may be permitted the somewhat citified form of nomenclature, is used in the eradication of weeds in a garden or elsewhere. It operates something like this, I'm given to understand. Certain substance, a powder, placed in here. The nozzle, observe the nozzle, is then placed in juxtaposition with the aforesaid weed. A handle here is pushed vigorously, like this, and a cloud of the substance is ejected onto the weed, which thereupon perishes miserably. Such a device could be, and sometimes is indeed, equally fatal to human beings, for the powder it dispenses is arsenic. Inasmuch as the former owner is no longer extant, having been hanged by the neck until dead, I shall ask Superintendent Frederick George Abbott to relate the essential facts of case number 87-300.
Superintendent Abbott has been retired from the CID for many years and is now in poor health. You will hear his voice as it must have sounded at the time of this case some 30 years ago.
Go to Hay, I was told, and I thought he was swearing at me. But I quickly learned that Hay is only just across the border in Wales. The railway station, in fact, is in England. Hay is a little town, an old one, and the market centre for quite a countryside along the River Wye, and the valley called Cusack Dingle, which separates the two countries. I sought out the local police sergeant, whose name was Jones.
Catesby ap Catesby Jones. Jones is a fairly common name in Wales, it is. But there are not so many of the ap Catesbys, I will assure you.
Oh?
I have lived here in Hay all of my life.
Then I take it that you know this chap quite well.
Yes, I know the foreigner quite well.
Foreigner? I'm talking about, what's his name, Major Birdsong?
Yes, the foreigner. He is an Englishman, Devonshire, isn't it? Where he comes from?
I'm sure I don't know.
I know all about him. He came here long before the war. That would be 8 years ago, and he...
And he's still the foreigner.
Whoever is not born in Hay is a foreigner, Superintendent.
What else do you know about him, Sergeant?
Well, he became partner to Mr. Gwilym Evans, the solicitor. And when Mr. Evans died in 1913, he succeeded to the business.
Oh?
And then he went to the wars and came back a major. And then he wanted to become a partner of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Oh.
He was the other solicitor. He had an office opposite on Broad Street. But Mr. Arthur Hughes had a young relation with him in his office. And when he died, this young man, who had served with the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, took over the business by the terms of the will of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Ah.
Which is why you have come down to Hay from London, do you see?
As through a glass, darkly.
Eh?
As through a glass, darkly, Sergeant. That's from the Bible, I think.
Indeed to goodness, from 1 Corinthians, sir.
You didn't tell me the name of this young man you speak of.
Oh, for heaven's sake, he is Mr. Owen Davies, who came so near being the late Mr. Owen Davies.
I thought it was a maid in Davies' house who almost died.
That is true, of course. But if Mr. Owen Davies had eaten one of the chocolates, he might have been made ill, and he might have died, Superintendent.
But he didn't.
God be thanked.
You're certain these chocolates were poisoned?
Dr. Llewellyn examined them, Superintendent.
But why do you suspect this Major Birdsong Jones? You don't know the chocolates came from him, do you?
Who else would have a motive? And besides, isn't he a foreigner?
The next order of business, having arrived on the earliest of the 3 trains a day that served the town of Hay, was breakfast. And not bad either. Bacon and eggs, scones with bitter Dundee marmalade, several small oceans of tea. Not bad at all. Then Sergeant Jones and I called upon Mr. Owen Davies, the former Welsh Fusilier, who had avoided an untimely demise by not eating chocolates. I wanted to know more about that.
No, sir, I don't know where they came from.
Well, Mr. Davies, isn't it just a trifle unusual?
I know where they came from. Some shop or other in London, but who sent them, I don't know that.
Oh. Well, where do you think they came from?
Well, I thought my wife bought them, I suppose.
And indeed, to goodness, she thought Mr. Owen Davies had bought them, Superintendent.
So you tucked into them without asking anyone, eh?
I didn't eat any, Superintendent. Neither did my wife.
It was the maid, Gladys Powell. The maid, she ate one.
And became violently ill.
And it was arsenic poisoning. Dr. Llewellyn diagnosed and he called me.
Did she die?
By the grace of the Lord, no. But she was a very sick little girl.
Serves her right. Stealing chocolates.
Oh, I'd hardly call that stealing, Mr. Davies.
She'll not get another opportunity in my house. Sacked her.
And what made you suspicious of this other chap, Major Birdsong? Is that his name?
Kindly don't pronounce his name so loud.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
He is looking at us this very moment, Superintendent.
What? Where?
Sit still, I beg you. His office is directly across the street.
Oh, you mentioned that, didn't you, Jones?
He is looking out of his window at us this moment.
Eh? Can see us, then?
Aye.
You're sure he has no idea that he is suspected?
I am sure of that, sir.
Strikes me it's an awfully thin case against him, Jones. After all you have is the fact that he lost out on gaining this business. Look, the fellow's smiling over here. He's waiting.
He'll be coming over here any minute now. No, Birdsong.
Oh, you're on good terms, eh?
One has to be.
He's wondering who you are, Superintendent.
No, that's not very dangerous.
I'm not so sure.
Look here, I came here to investigate an attempted murder, Mr. Davies. I'm beginning to believe that I'm wasting my time talking about a sordid little case of business jealousy or something like that.
Oh, no. We don't think so, sir.
Well, I know you don't think so, Jones.
Superintendent, you don't understand.
I don't like these village feuds.
Well, I must admit, Superintendent, you might think that is what is upsetting us.
I do.
But it is more than that, sir. Major Birdsong owes me and one of my principals a large sum of money which I have been pressing him to pay.
Yeah?
And Major Birdsong has been quite insistent that he cannot pay the sum, which, as I say, is quite considerable.
Is that a motive for attempting murder?
Well, Major Birdsong is a very violent man. Like so many small men, he's a very violent man.
Indeed, yes.
Has he threatened you?
He has indulged in some very violent language.
Oh, he seems friendly enough now.
Still afraid of him.
And I, too, Mr. Davies.
May I ask why?
It's a long story.
Tell us.
Well, he lives across the border at Mayfield and Chusop Dingle.
Across the border, sir, in England.
Well, that's not so very reprehensible, Mr. Davies. Except to a Welshman.
That's not the point, Superintendent.
What is then?
The man has rather extensive lawns and gardens at his home. And to hear him tell it, life with him is a continual battle with weeds.
Well, most gardeners...
He carries on a continuous war against weeds, quite savage,
He works harder destroying weeds than he does at his office.
Yes, with arsenic, weed killer, Superintendent.
He's the only man in the village who keeps a stock of pure arsenic on hand, Superintendent.
How do you know that?
From my father-in-law, the village chemist, who sells it to him.
Are you happily married, Mr. Davies?
Why,
I hope you are.
Why?
You just said that your wife's father also deals in arsenic stuff. In wholesale lots. Having left Mr. Owen Davies with what the Irish sometimes call a flea in his ear, I removed myself to ruminate a trifle. The suspicion of the foreigner, Major Birdsong, I must admit, appeared to me much disturbed, as I no doubt it also appears to you. Of the two, I was most impressed by Birdsong, although I'd had but scant opportunity to observe him from across the street. I went to call on him. I wanted to form a better opinion of the man. He was a small, dapper man with a most military moustache which seemed a trifle too large for him. Birdsong, I ventured.
I'm Major Birdsong, yes, sir. May I be of service to you?
I noted a black mourning band on the left sleeve of his jacket. Nobody had told me about that. Another point in his favor, I noted mentally. A man still wearing mourning for close relatives, hardly the type to attempt murder. Major Birdsong, I said, I'm Superintendent Abbott of Scotland Yard. He smiled cheerfully at me through his huge moustache.
Come to arrest me for sending poison shots at the Davies across the street?
Oh. You know about this thing, then, sir?
A little difficult to keep secrets, you know, in a town like this, Superintendent.
What sort of chap is this, Davies?
An amiable fathead. Not so amiable either. Rather soured on the world. I suppose you noticed his expression.
Well?
Took a machine gun bullet through his cheek at Hummel on the Somme. Stiffened up his face muscles, can't smile. Well, that's not much lost him. He never learned to smile much before he was wounded. Poor chap.
What's this row between him and you?
Well, I was naturally a bit upset about the way he did me out of old Hugh's business, which I considered would someday be mine, and I was quite cut up. Natural, I suppose, but Davis. Odd beggar.
You owe him money?
Not anymore. If you've ever seen a mountain made out of a molehill, that was it.
I hear it involved a considerable sum of money.
He accused me. I saw you in his office with Dogberry Jones, the local limb of the law, a bit ago. He accused me as usual.
He wasn't very happy with you.
It was very annoying. It was quite legitimate, but he made rather an issue out of it. Principally, I think, because I was strapped and couldn't find the money at once.
But you settled that indebtedness now?
Yes. I fortunately came into some money recently. Well, it took most of it to pay off this fellow. I should be quite well off if he hadn't. Oh, well, it's all over now and forgotten.
I'm not so sure of that, Major Birdsong.
Oh, come now.
Well...
Did the man actually think I sent him poisoned chocolate?
He points to your use of arsenic.
I use my arsenic on weeds. Nasty things, I've been using arsenic for 8 years or more here. Or rather, at my home. I haven't been accused of murder yet. Besides, I buy my arsenic from his father-in-law.
I pointed that out. How do he and the old gentleman get along?
Graciously.
Oh?
I think that wound of his has Rather put him a little off his trolley, really. I've seen many a case like it. Nothing serious, you know, but, you know. I was in the army, you know.
So was I. Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry.
I was in the ASC.
Then I take it that so far as you're concerned, Major, there's no ill feeling between you.
Oh, decidedly not. Business? All fair in love and war, but business, you know. Why, as a matter of fact, he and I are driving over to my place, Mayfield, you know, in Cusop Dingle, my house for tea together. That's how unfriendly I am, Superintendent, even if I am a foreigner.
Well, don't serve chocolate, Major Birdsong. That's my advice. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. Much later in the afternoon, I sat in the saloon bar of the Red Dragon with Sergeant Catesby, F. Catesby Jones, and Dr. David Llewellyn, the local doctor who had diagnosed the illness of Davy's maid as arsenic poisoning. We drank sparingly of the local beer.
I gather you don't think so much of the case, Superintendent.
I've seen and heard very little so far to convince me that your Major Birdsong's a potential murderer, Sergeant Jones.
Well, Gladys Pole was certainly poisoned by arsenic, sir, as Dr. Llewellyn can tell you himself.
There is no doubt of that, Superintendent. If I had not taken prompt preventive measures, she would be dead this minute, so she would.
Who supplied the poison, Doctor?
I know of no place in this vicinity where arsenic is kept except at Birdsong's.
And the chemist?
Well, yes, at the chemist.
Who is Owen Davy's father-in-law?
That is so.
You think Birdsong, though? Don't you, Doctor?
Dr. Llewellyn, I'm thinking perhaps Superintendent should know about Mrs. Birdsong.
What about her?
She died.
Is that why he's wearing the mourning band on his sleeve?
It is.
Recent, then?
Quite.
Mm-hmm. Did she leave him some money?
She did.
That is where Major Birdsong got all the money to pay Mr. Owen Davies.
And just in time.
Oh. What'd she die of?
Sergeant, you're not drinking your beer. Pour some of it in my glass.
Here, let me get you one.
No, this is quite enough. I do not indulge very often. Thank you, Catesby.
Here, let me...
No, Superintendent, thank you.
You were talking about Mrs. Birdsong, Doctor.
Yes. She was the one in the family who had the money. Birdsong never had anything.
Not a farthing.
Not till she died.
Correct. Mrs. Birdsong had always been a little, shall I say, unstable. I was a physician, you see. About a year ago, she developed certain symptoms.
All right, Doctor. What kind of symptoms?
Her mind.
Oh.
And at last, I, together with Dr. Thomas Rattray of Carmarthen, an old and valued friend of mine, and an excellent man, certified her as insane. She was in an asylum at Gloucester for some 7 months, Superintendent.
She died there?
No. She recovered rather well. Not completely, you understand, but legally sane.
Legally?
What do you know about this, sir?
Indeed, I know all about it, sir.
She was brought home to Cusop Dingle, Mayfield, their home. Do get me another beer. I'm thirsty.
I'll get it, sir.
That is good of you, Catesby. About a month after she returned home... Oh, I must add that Major Birdsong was most insistent that she be released from the asylum. About a month later, she developed another symptom, physical symptom. And then she died.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Catesby.
You didn't say what sort of symptoms, Dr. Llewellyn.
Abbott, I'm a true Welshman, and this man is an outlander, an Englishman. But I am also a doctor of medicine, and I have taken the oath of Hippocrates, and I will not suborn myself. He is a foreigner, but I can't help that.
I know that, sir.
Where is my beer? When her will was admitted to probate...
Just in time, Superintendent.
Just in time, leaving him all her money and cutting off the rest of her relations, father, brother, all of them, without a sixpence, two things came to light. One, the will was a new one, legal, of course, drawn up only a week after she returned from the asylum. Sergeant Jones, you may tell the superintendent what else was discovered.
There are certain irregularities in the witnessing of the document, sir. Indeed, there was a considerable disagreement about it, but it was finally decided that the man had had trouble enough with his wife insane and then dying. Nothing was said about it. But the evidence is there.
Yes, it is.
If evidence indeed it be, sir.
I'd like you to tell me about those symptoms of Mrs. Birdsong's, Dr. Llewellyn.
After carefully going over those symptoms in my mind, as best my memory serves,
yes,
and in the light of certain recent occurrences of which you are now aware,
get on with it, Doctor.
I am prepared to state that her symptoms might, mind you, have been those of arsenic poisoning.
But you cannot prove that, Doctor.
A post-mortem examination could, Superintendent.
You realize what that would mean?
Shall the wicked escape while the hunters rest?
I thought for a long time that night, to the ruin of a good night's sleep, would the Director of Public Prosecutions take seriously the views of this country doctor and this country police sergeant, and order an exhumation and a post-mortem examination of the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong? Or would they consider me a gull, a too ready believer in gossip? I fell asleep after a long time, and I was awakened by the clatter of a bell in my ears. Telephone. Hello?
Is that Superintendent Abbott?
Yes. This is Superintendent Abbott here. Who?
Sergeant Catesby and Catesby Jones here, sir.
Who? Oh. Hello, Jones. What on earth?
Sir, I would never think of waking you at this hour of the morning.
What time is it?
4:26.
4:26. In the morning?
Yes, sir. Sir, I wouldn't have waked you up if it had not been for Dr. Llewellyn, I assure you.
Dr. Llewellyn? What's the matter with Dr.
He'll talk to you, sir. He's right here, Dr. Llewellyn.
Where are you? Police station?
Hello, Abbott. That you? Llewellyn here.
Yes, this is Abbott, Doctor. What's happened?
We're at Mr. Owen Davies' home, Superintendent.
Davies? Has he been hurt?
No, he is very seriously ill.
Ill? What's the matter?
I think I got here in time.
What's the matter?
You remember he went to tea at Major Birdsong's last night, Abbott?
Yes, of course.
He was taken extremely ill here in his home.
But what?
He has had nothing whatever to eat since leaving Major Birdsong's home.
What are you trying to tell me, Doctor?
About his symptoms, Superintendent. They're exactly the same as those of the maid Gladys Powell and of the late Mrs. Birdsong. Arsenic poisoning.
I hurried, of course, to the home of Mr. Owen Davies, who was moaning and feeling very ill indeed. Fortunately, said Dr. Llewellyn to me, arsenic is thrown off quite rapidly from the human body.
So he's in scant danger now, but it might very easily have been fatal.
You can be certain that this is arsenic poisoning, Doctor?
No. I cannot be absolutely certain by what rough and ready tests I've been able to make here, but we'll know very soon.
How that?
I've sent Catesby Jones with samples to the Clinical Research Association, and they'll find out for me whether arsenic is present.
It couldn't be anything else.
He has the symptoms of a severe bilious attack, that's true, but that rapid pulse, that could be arsenic's doing.
You're not sure, then?
Frankly, no.
That you will know?
One way or the other before very long.
May I talk to him?
Yes, of course. Not very long, though, of course.
Of course.
In here.
Well, Davis, what happened to you? Anything about your suspicions, does he, Doctor?
No, of course not.
What happened, Davies?
That's how Downer tried to poison me.
You had tea with him at his home, didn't you?
Yes, he had scones.
And what?
Scones, you know. Those Scottish cakes. I love the blasted things. That's given me this... Oh! Indigestion.
Did he eat any of them, too?
Birdsong?
Yes.
No. I wish he had. Doctor, this is indigestion, isn't it? I'm not going to die, am I, Doctor?
Eventually, Owen, but I doubt you will this time.
I really thought he did poison me. After all, he did try at once.
You really do dislike the man, don't you, Davis?
Now, Owen, don't excite yourself now. Come along, Superintendent. We've had long enough with him now.
No, I'm going to
Arsenic. Hand me that basin, Abbott, and get out.
I got out. I went and sat in Miss Dorian Davies' chair by the fireplace in the sitting room and waited. I heard footsteps creaking down the stairway. That was Mrs. Davies, I assumed. I remember hearing Dr. Llewellyn's voice and the woman's, and I drifted off to sleep. It was still less than 5:30 in the morning after all. And then I was awakened by a distant telephone bell. And I listened.
Yes? Dr. Llewellyn speaking. Oh, good morning, Catesby. You got there all right? There was someone there. They made their test. What was it? What did they find, Catesby? Good. I'll tell Superintendent Abbott. He'll want to know.
I was on my feet before he finished talking.
Abbott!
What did they find?
What I suspected. Arsenic.
John Davidson here, Black Museum, you know. Superintendent Abbott's mind was, of course, made up. He petitioned the Director of Public Prosecutions for an exhumation order on the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong. He also arrested the Major for the attempted murder of Owen Davies.
I expect you want to know how the arsenic got into the poisoned chocolates that were intended for Owen Davies and presumably into the poisoned scones. You remember that squirt gun affair that Superintendent Davidson showed you in the Black Museum? Sergeant Catesby, Ap Catesby Jones, who had kept the remainder of the poisoned candies, went over the Cusack Dingle to Birdsong's home, Mayfield. Tell us what you did, Sergeant.
I brought back that same squirt gun. It was still half full of arsenic, and tiny holes in the bottoms of the chocolates matched the nozzle of the thing perfectly. The arsenic had been injected into the candies, by goodness, and it was Major Birdsong's weed gun that had done it. For indeed to goodness, there were small traces of chocolate on the nozzle of the thing.
And so, indeed to goodness, we charged him with that, too. But we knew he couldn't be hanged for an unsuccessful murder, of course. And so did the Major himself. And so he sat in the village jail until a justice of the peace could see him. Until the late evening of that rainy day, a week later. The body of Mrs. Birdsong was exhumed at 6 in the morning. It was taken to a 400-year-old stone house not far from Cusack churchyard where she had been buried. And there waited Norman Kirby, the Home Office pathologist, with Dr. Llewellyn and me. I stayed outside. At 4 that afternoon, Llewellyn came out. Well, Dr. Llewellyn, I said.
We found it.
Enough?
Some of the internal organs are fairly solid with it, Superintendent. We found, or rather Norman Kirby did, and he had the reagents to prove it, found nearly 3.5 grains of arsenic months after she was buried. A jury can't mistake that, my boy.
He stood up in the little cell when I opened the door. Albert Birdsong, I said, I arrest you on the charge of the willful murder of your wife, Mildred Clark Birdsong.
Correct.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Do you have your notebook, Sergeant Jones?
Indeed, to goodness I do, sir.
I'll make a statement. Yes, I killed her. I killed her because I had to have the money. I had to pay that... No point in calling names, is there? That fellow townsman of mine, Owen Davies. I'm sorry, but she wasn't much use anyway. On mine, you know. It's a pity, but I had to do it. That's long and short of it. I'm sorry about Davies. I'm sorry I didn't succeed. He richly deserved it. After all, it was on his account I killed Mildred, Inspector. Why not hang him instead?
No. The jury at the Summer Assizes at Hereford, the murder was committed at their home in England, not in Wales where his office was situated. That jury recommended that Albert Birdsong himself be hanged, and so he was.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Superintendent Abbott. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Delamore, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend at Master Detective Sherlock Holmes. Before he starts, I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now, just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. It comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. You may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri sherry, you're really missing something. Serve Petri sherry alone or serve it with canapes or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines, Petri. And now let's visit our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself at home. How about a glass of sherry?
That'd be very nice. All ready for tonight's story, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. Here's your sherry.
Thank you, sir.
My story begins on a June night in 1889. My wife and I had spent a quiet evening at home, I remember. It was just about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock when the tranquility of the scene was broken by the discordant jangling of our front doorbell.
An emergency call for you, I suppose, Doctor.
Not exactly, Mr. Bartell. It turned out to be a certain Mrs. Isa Whitney, an old friend of my wife's who'd come to us in trouble. Her husband, she told us, had been missing for 48 hours, and, knowing him to be the victim of the shocking habit of taking opium, she was convinced that he was lying drugged and stupefied in some foul den amid the London waterfronts.
And I suppose you went out to try to find him?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, I did. She told me that her husband had mentioned frequenting a place called the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, so naturally that's where I began my search. I quickly located it, and after ordering my cab to wait, I entered the place. A strange sight met my eyes. Through the smoke-ridden gloom, I could catch a glimpse of bodies lying in strange, fantastic poses as they smoked the pipes of death. Most of the unhappy creatures lay silently, but some muttered to themselves and others talked together in strange, low, monotonous voices, their conversation coming in gushes and then trailing off into silence, each mumbling his own thoughts and paying little attention or heed to the words of his neighbor. As I entered, an attendant hurried up to me with an opium pipe and a supply of the drug and beckoned me to an empty berth.
Master may lie here.
I haven't come to stay here, my good man. I'm looking for a friend, Mr. Isa Whitney.
No one by that name here, Master.
Well, I'm going to search this place just the same.
Please not to make trouble, Master.
Watson. Is that you, Watson?
Whitney, thank heavens I've found you, man.
What time is it?
It's nearly 11.
Of what day?
What day? Friday, June the 19th.
Oh, good Lord, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. You're trying to confuse me.
I tell you, it's Friday. Your wife has been waiting 2 days for you.
You're mixed up in your dates, Watson. I've only been here a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes. I forget how many. I'll go home with you.
Here, I'll give you a hand. That's it. I have a cab waiting.
I must owe some money.
Will you settle up for me, Watson?
Yes, of course. Here, wait here for me. Stop pulling at my sleeve, my good fellow. Who are you and what do you want?
A word in your ear, please, sir.
Oh, very well. What is it?
Get rid of your friend and join me outside.
Holmes, what on earth are you doing here in this den?
Your cab waiting?
Yes?
Then please use it to send your befuddled friend home in. And if you feel up to it, I should also recommend that you send a note to the cabman telling your wife that you have thrown in your lot with me. I'd be exceedingly glad to have a little talk with you.
Yes, of course, Holmes.
Splendid. Then conclude your business here, old chap. I'll meet you outside in about 10 minutes.
Where on earth is he? It's nearly... Is that you, Holmes?
Yes, Watson, it's me.
Your disguise is wonderful. I never recognized you if you hadn't spoke to me just now.
Disposed of your friend?
Yes, of course.
Splendid. Let's start walking. I have a horse and trap waiting for me in the next street.
Oh, what on earth were you doing in the Bar of Gold, Holmes?
Trying to get news of a missing man. You see, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry. And I'd hoped to get a clue from the incoherent ramblings of those poor devils back there. There's the horse and trap under the street lamp on the corner. You'll come with me, Watson.
Yes, of course, if I can be of any use.
A trusty comrade is always of use. My room at the Cedars has 2 beds in it.
The Cedars?
Yes, that's Mr. Neville St. Clair's house and our present destination. It's near Lee in Kent, about 7 miles from here. I'm using it as a headquarters while I conduct my inquiries.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. Everything all right?
Yes, thank you, John. Get in, Watson.
Right, John.
I shan't need you any more tonight, John. Here's £1/2 for you. Look out for me tomorrow about 11.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, John. Go on, get up.
Well, Holmes, if we have a 7-mile drive ahead of us, perhaps you'll tell me about the case that you're working on.
With pleasure, old chap. But first, take the reins for a few minutes, will you? I want to remove my makeup and take off my wig and be comfortable. After that, I'll tell you why we are headed for the Kentish countryside at this hour of the night. Watson, you have a grand gift of silence. It makes you invaluable as a companion. We've driven 4 miles and you haven't uttered a word.
It wasn't easy, Holmes. I've been dying to question you, but I could see that you were preoccupied.
Then I shall reward you with a clear and concise statement of my problem. Mr. Neville St. Clair, aged 37, the father of 2 children and an affectionate husband, is missing. He left his house, the Cedars, near Lee, our present destination, last Monday.
4 days ago, huh?
Yes. Now, why should an affectionate husband and a happy father disappear?
Any money trouble?
No, I think not. His entire debts, at the moment, amount to £88, while he has £220 standing to his credit at the Capital and Counties Bank.
Who was the last person to see him on Monday?
His wife. But let me tell you the story. He left his house for London rather earlier than usual.
He was a businessman, then?
Yes, he has an interest in several companies in London, but his wife doesn't know exactly what he does. But to continue, he left for London saying that he would bring his little boy home a box of toy bricks. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram shortly after his departure saying that a parcel of considerable value was waiting for her at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company.
Aberdeen Shipping? Why, their offices are in Fresno Street. I drove by them tonight.
Exactly. And Fresno Street branches out of Upper Swandam Lane, where the Bar of Gold is situated.
Ah, now I'm beginning to understand. Go on, Holmes, go on.
Mrs. St. Clair took a train for London, and at exactly 4:35 on Monday last, found herself walking past the Bar of Gold. Suddenly, she heard a cry, and looking up was horrified to see her husband beckoning to her from a second-story window.
Great Scott, was he a prisoner, or was he there of his own free will, do you suppose?
Undoubtedly, he was a prisoner. The window was open, and she distinctly saw his face, which she described as being terribly agitated.
Really?
He waved his hand to her frantically and then vanished from the window so suddenly that it seemed to her that he had been dragged back by some irresistible force from behind.
Oh, gracious me.
One singular point which struck her quick feminine eye was that although he wore the coat he had left for London in, he wore neither collar nor tie.
Well, what did she do?
Rushed down the steps into the Bar of Gold and attempted to go up the staircase leading to the second floor.
I suppose that Oriental fellow that I talked to tonight stopped her.
Exactly. In fact, he pushed her out of the door and slammed it after her. She rushed down the lane and a few moments later was lucky enough to meet a sergeant and 2 constables.
She took them back with her to the Bar of Gold, of course.
Yes. They went with her to the room in which Neville St. Clair had last been seen. Of course, there was no sign of him. In fact, on the whole floor, there was no one to be found except a hideous, deformed beggar who seemed to live there. From what Mrs. St. Clair told me, it appears that the sergeant conducted the examination quite intelligently.
You saw your husband at this window, Mrs. St. Clair?
I'm positive, Sergeant.
And the Lascar swears no one's been upstairs this afternoon. Well, he's probably lying. But let's see what this cripple fellow has to say for himself. Here, you.
What do you want with me? I ain't done nothing.
Now, you heard what this lady said. Did you see her husband go in this room a few minutes ago?
I didn't see nobody, and I've been here all the afternoon.
You live here?
Yes.
And you swear on oath that no one's been in this room for the last few hours?
Yes, I do.
Mrs. St. Clair, I know that you think you saw your husband, but don't you suppose...
Look on the table.
It's just a wooden box, Mum.
But I know what's inside it. There, see?
Oh, it's a lot of wooden bricks like kids play with.
My husband came to London today especially to buy them for our son. You can't disbelieve me now, Sergeant.
Don't think I can, Mum. I'll take another look round. Where does this door lead to?
My bedroom. Yeah, you won't find nothing in there.
Oh, we'll look just the same. Hello. There's bloodstains on this window ledge. Fresh bloodstains. How'd you account for that?
Well, I don't know nothing about it.
And the window overlooks the river, just where the water's good and deep, too. Nice place to tip a body out. Here, come here, you.
Yeah, I ain't done nothing.
You've got bloodstains on your right sleeve. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I cut my finger, see? And then I went and opened the window later. That's how the blood got there.
Did you think I was born yesterday? Let's have a look in this chest of drawers. Hello. Hello, whose clothes are these? Pair of trousers, socks, shoes, hat. Everything except the coat, eh? Mrs. Sinclair, will you come in here, please, Mum?
What have you found, Sergeant?
These clothes. Are they your husband's, Mum?
Yes. Yes, they are. What's happened to him, Sergeant?
I'm afraid he's met with foul play, Mum. And this man knows what happened, only he won't talk.
I don't know nothing, I tell you.
Oh, don't you? Well, I arrest you in the name of the law, and I warn you that anything you say...
And so, Watson, the sergeant arrested this crippled beggar.
No, I'm not surprised. What have they been able to find out about him?
Surprisingly little. His name is Hugh Boone. And he's a professional beggar, quite a successful one, I gather. His pathetic appearance attracts great sympathy. There's a shock of orange hair and a pale face that is disfigured by a horrible scar which has twisted the outer edge of his upper lip.
And he was the last man to see Neville St. Clair alive, eh?
So it would seem. The Lascar downstairs has been cross-examined relentlessly, but he swears that he has no knowledge of the crime.
Have there been any further developments?
Oh, yes, old chap. Yes, indeed there have. The ebbing tide gave a fresh clue.
Do you mean St. Clair's body was washed out?
No, his coat.
What?
With every pocket stuffed with pennies and halfpennies. 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies, to be exact. There's no wonder that it had not been swept away by the tide.
But a human body was a different matter.
Yes, there's a strong eddy between the house and the wharf. It seems likely that the weighted coat had remained when the stripped body had been carried away into the river.
Well, the other clothes were found in the room. Why would the body be dressed in a coat alone?
We can only surmise, old chap, but supposing that this man Boone had thrust Neville St. Clair through the window and into the river, what would he do then?
Try and dispose of the telltale garments.
Yes, that would be logical, wouldn't it? He would seize the coat and be in the act of throwing it out of the window when it would occur to him that it would float and not sink.
So he loaded the pockets with coins to make it sink.
Quite so.
Yes, of course.
But he has little time, for he has heard the scuffle downstairs when Mrs. St. Clair tried to force her way up. He only succeeded in getting as far as throwing the coat out when the police arrived on the scene.
Well, that seems perfectly feasible.
Well, it'll do as a working hypothesis anyway.
Neville St. Clair disappeared on Monday, and yet we still don't know what he was doing in the opium den. What happened to him when he got there, or where he is now?
Oh, what Hugh Boone, the beggar with the twisted lip, had to do with his disappearance. Now, here we are at our destination.
Well, there's a light burning. Mrs. St. Clair must be waiting up for you.
Yes, poor woman. I hate to return here with no news of her husband, but she's been brave, Watson, extremely brave. We must do everything we can to comfort her.
Dr. Watson, I'm so grateful that you were able to come down and help your friend.
Oh, I only hope that I can be of some help, Mrs. Sinclair.
I see that you have no good news for me, Mr. Holmes.
I'm afraid not.
No bad.
No.
Thank heaven for that. Mr. Holmes, tell me honestly, do you think that Neville is still alive?
Well,
Frankly, now.
Frankly, then I don't.
You think he's murdered?
Oh, I don't say that, but perhaps you see...
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Then perhaps, Mr. Holmes, you can explain how I received a letter from him today.
What?
Well, where is the letter, madam?
Here.
Let me see it. This is very crude writing on the envelope. Surely it's not your husband's hand?
No, but the writing in the letter is.
Uh-huh. This letter contained an enclosure.
Yes, there was a ring. His signet ring.
What does the letter say, Holmes?
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience. And it's signed Neville. Mm-hmm. Written in pencil on the flyleaf of a notebook. No watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. Mm-hmm. And the flap has been gummed, if I'm not mistaken, by a man who has been chewing tobacco.
My husband must be alive, Mr. Holmes.
This might be a clever forgery to put us off the track.
But the signet ring.
Yes, it may have been taken from him.
But the handwriting and then the postmark.
Might have been written on Monday and only posted today.
I won't be discouraged,
Mrs.
Mr. Holmes.
Sinclair, I have no wish to discourage you. I'm just trying to be practical. If your husband is alive and able to write letters, why should he remain away from you?
I can't imagine.
He made no special remarks before leaving on Monday?
No, none. Except to say that he was going to buy the wooden blocks.
When you saw him at the Bar of Gold in Swandam Lane, was the window open?
Yes.
Then he might have called to you.
He might.
As I understand it, he gave an inarticulate cry, a call for help, you thought.
Yes, he waved his hands.
But it might have been a cry of surprise. Astonishment at the unexpected sight of you might have caused him to throw up his hands.
I suppose so.
And you thought that he was pulled back from the window.
Yes, because he disappeared so abruptly.
He might have leaped back, mightn't he?
He might have, though I can't think why.
One last question. Had your husband ever shown signs of, taking opium?
Why, no, never, Mr. Holmes. I'm certain the idea would have revolted him.
Thank you, Mrs. Sinclair. Those were the principal points I wanted to be clear on. And now, Watson, I suggest we retire for the night. We may have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow.
I hope you both sleep well. Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good night, Mrs. Sinclair, and keep up your courage.
Good night, Mrs. Sinclair. We must hope for the best. The clouds seem lighter, though I should not venture to say that danger is over.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. So I'm just going to remind you that when you buy Petri California sherry, you have a choice of two kinds of sherry. You can choose Petri regular sherry, or if you prefer your sherry dry, not sweet, ask for Petri pale dry sherry. They're both fine wines. And if you don't know which you'd prefer, don't buy one, buy two. Buy them both and try them both. And remember this. Petri sherry is the perfect all-round, all-occasion wine. It's good before dinner, after dinner, at cocktail time, and any time. Just be sure you get Petri. Petri sherry. Well, Dr. Watson, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly deserved a good night's rest. Did you get it?
I did, Mr. Bartell, but Holmes made no attempt to sleep. As soon as we retired upstairs, he donned a blue silk dressing gown and then wandered about the room, collecting pillows from his bed and cushions from the sofa and the armchairs. With these, he constructed a sort of eastern divan on which he perched himself cross-legged with an ounce of shag tobacco and a box of matches laid out in front of him.
He was all set for a session of thinking, I guess, huh?
Yes, my boy. In the dim light of the lamp, I saw him sitting there, an old briar pipe clenched in his teeth, his eyes fixed vacantly on a corner of the ceiling, the blue smoke curling up from him, silent, motionless. So he sat as I dropped off to sleep, and so he sat when I wakened in the morning to find the summer sun shining into the room. The pipe was still between his lips, the smoke still curled upward, and the room was full of a dense tobacco haze. But nothing remained of the heap of shag which I'd seen on the previous night.
Watson. Awake, Watson?
What time is it?
20 minutes past 4.
Lord Holmes, You want me to bed?
True, old chap, I had to think. I couldn't allow my brain the luxury of sleeping. You game for a morning drive?
Certainly. I'll get dressed.
Good. No one's stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps. I'll have the horse and the trap up in no time at all.
Oh, where are we going?
To prison. To visit Hugh Boone, the man with the twisted lip.
Holmes, you're unusually excited. What's on your mind?
I want to test a little theory. I think, Watson, that you are now standing in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross, but I think I have the key to the affair now.
Oh, where is it?
In the bathroom.
What? You're joking, Holmes.
No, I've just been there and removed it. It's in my coat pocket now. Hurry and get dressed, old chap. Then we'll drive over to the prison and see whether my key fits the lock.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good morning, officer. Good morning.
Well, you're a couple of early birds, and no mistake.
Yes, Constable. We're searching for the proverbial worm. Who's on duty?
Inspector Bradstreet, sir.
Oh,
here he is now.
Good morning, Bradstreet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holmes. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Inspector.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We called about Hugh Boone, the beggar man who is charged with being concerned in the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair. You have him here?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He's in the cells. I'll take you to him. Follow me, will you, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Well, what kind of a prisoner has he been, Inspector?
Oh, he hasn't given us any trouble, but he's a dirty devil. It's as much as we can do to make him wash his hands. His face is as black as a tinker's.
So he has an aversion to washing, has he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, once his case has been settled, he'll have a regular prison bath, and when you see him, I think you'll agree with me that he needs it. Well, here we are. This is his cell. He's still asleep.
Good Lord, what a filthy, repulsive-looking fellow.
Yes, he's a beauty, isn't he? Want to go in, Mr. Holmes?
Please, Inspector.
Well, he certainly needs a wash.
Yes, I had an idea that he might. That's why I brought this sponge along in my pocket.
Oh, so that was the key that you found in the bathroom.
You're a funny one, Mr. Holmes, and no mistake. What did you bring a sponge along for?
I'll show you. Is there any water in this cell?
In the jug on the table there.
Yes. I soak the sponge in the water so, and then apply it to the prisoner's face, so.
Great Scott, his complexion's 3 shades lighter underneath, and the scar on his lip has disappeared.
What are you doing to me?
Now a tug on this mop of red hair, and I think we'll find it's a wig. Yes, come on. That's right. Let me introduce you to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee in the county of Kent.
Good Lord, Mr. Holmes, it's the missing man, all right. I recognize him from the photographs.
All right. I'm Neville St. Clair. What am I charged with?
With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, no, you can't be charged with that unless we make a case of attempted suicide of it.
Well, since I'm the missing man, then it's obvious that no crime has been committed, and therefore I'm illegally detained.
No crime, but a very great error has been committed. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
It wasn't only my wife, it was the children. I couldn't bear to have them know that their father was a common beggar. Now you've exposed me. What can I do?
Well, if you leave it to a court of law to clear this matter up, sir, you can hardly avoid newspaper publicity. But if you're perfectly honest with us now, I'm sure that the inspector and Mr. Holmes won't be too hard on you.
No, Mr. St. Clair. Inspector Bradstreet will, I'm sure, make notes on the information that you give us and submit them to the proper authorities. But now, sir, your story, please. Why have you been posing as Hugh Boone, a crippled beggar with a twisted lip?
Well, it's a simple enough story. Some years ago, I was a newspaper reporter. One day, my editor wanted an article on begging in the London metropolis.
I suppose you thought the best way to get your facts was to disguise yourself as a beggar.
Yes, I'd been an actor in my youth, and it wasn't hard for me to adopt a convincing disguise. But that was the point where all my trouble started. On that first day I sat in the London streets, I found to my amazement that I received no less than 26 shillings and 4 pence.
Almost as much as your weekly salary as a reporter, I imagine.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work at £2 a week when I knew that I could earn as much in a couple of days by smearing my face with paint, laying my cap on the ground, and sitting still. Only One man knew my secret.
The Lascar at the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, eh?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
Every morning I would emerge from there dressed as a beggar. And in the evenings I'd return and transform myself into a well-dressed man about town. The fellow was well paid for his rooms, and, well, I knew that my secret was safe in his possession.
And when you got married, you couldn't bring yourself to confide in your wife, I suppose.
No, I couldn't. My wife knew that I had a business in the city. She little knew what.
When you saw your wife from the window last Monday, you quickly changed back into the character of the beggar, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Of course.
And then weighted my coat and threw it into the river.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think there's anything else I need explain, is there, gentlemen?
One point. The signet ring that you sent your wife.
Well, I knew that she'd be worrying. So I gave it to the Lascar at a moment when no constable was watching me, together with a hastily scribbled note.
That note only reached her last night, Mr. Sinclair.
Last night? Oh, poor Catherine. What a dreadful week she must have spent.
The police have been watching that Lascar. He probably found it difficult to post the letter for you without being spotted.
Yes, I would surmise he gave it to a sailor customer of his to post. A sailor who chewed tobacco and had a dirty thumb. Yes, I think all the ends are tied off very neatly now. One last question, Mr. Sinclair. Have you ever been prosecuted for begging?
Oh, many times, but what was a fine to me?
It's got to stop here and now, Mr. Sinclair. If the police had asked this thing up, there must be no more of you, Boone, the beggar.
I swear it.
And you must tell your wife the truth at once. If you'd done that a long time ago, you'd have saved both of yourselves a very great deal of misery, sir.
I shall tell her everything.
Well, Mr. Holmes, we're very much obliged to you for having cleared this matter up. I wish I knew how you reached your results, though.
Well, in this case, my dear Inspector, I reached them by sitting upon 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag tobacco. I only wish that all my problems might be solved so comfortably.
Doctor, that was some story. Imagine arresting a man for committing a murder and then finding out that he's the fellow who's supposed to be dead.
It is a bit bewildering, isn't it?
You said it. Boy, being a detective sure has its surprises. Nothing like that ever happens to me.
Oh, come. One would believe to hear you talk that you lead a very uneventful life.
Oh, but I do, Doctor, I do. Why, I never get any surprises. Look, I tell our friends that Petri wine is always good wine. And what happens?
Oh, what does happen?
Everybody agrees it's good wine, and that's that. Well, it's just got to be. After all, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son, from generation to generation. The Petri family knows full well the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can be sure that the name Petri on a bottle of wine really stands for something. It's your assurance that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. No matter what type wine you prefer, you'll never go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird story of violence and of sudden death that struck without warning. I call it The Strange Adventure of the Uneasy Easy Chair.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Man with the Twisted Lip. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family.
Perry Mason, brought to you by Tide. T-I-D-E. Tide. Procter & Gamble's new Wash Day Miracle. Perry Mason, the famous character created by Earl Stanley Gardner, dramatized by Irving Bendig. Perry Mason, defender of human rights, champion of all those who seek justice. Tide, T-I-D-E. Tide is Procter & Gamble's new Wash Day Miracle.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Hold on now, Franny. There are some pretty wonderful new soaps.
I know it.
And some absolutely sensational new sudsing products.
I know that too, Bob. But I also know that Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them.
Yes, and I know it too, Franny. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. That's because Procter & Gamble's Tide not only leaves clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film too. Yet, with all this extraordinary cleaning power, Tide is safe, truly safe, for all your washable colors. What's more, Tide actually brightens soap-dulled colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets sheets, pillowcases, and towels whiter than any other washing product known. Keeps them white, too, week after week, never turns them yellow. And all this goes for your whole family wash, too. So when you choose a washing product, remember this: no soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Procter & Gamble's Tide.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
Stop a moment. Think. Think how you'd feel if you were in Martha Smith's shoes. Can you imagine what it must be like to sit in a courtroom while one witness after another, honest witnesses too, give testimony, honest testimony, which makes you appear to be a murderess? Can you imagine what it must be like? Is it any wonder Martha's face is taut and strained, and she looks as if she were close to the breaking point? Well, we're going back to the courtroom in just a moment, going to watch and listen as Perry Mason fights to keep things from being too bad for his clients. But first, let's join the real murderer of Wilfred Palmer. Let's join Alan Whitlock, the woman who should be sitting in Martha Smith's place. Right now, Alan gets out of a taxi in front of the criminal court building. Says,
Do we go right into Judge Newman's courtroom over in Naples?
No, Miss Whitlock.
No?
Not till Mr. Noble's ready for you to give your testimony. Here, let me get the door for you.
Oh, I thought I could go right into the courtroom.
The witnesses are usually allowed in the courtroom only while they're giving their testimony. Wouldn't want them influenced.
There's so little I know about the law.
Lucky you.
Except one thing.
What's that? We turn left here.
I shouldn't like to tangle with it.
Oh, we're not so bad.
I bet you'd be really mean to me if I murdered anyone.
I couldn't be mean to you.
Not even if I were a murderer.
Are you?
If I were, I wouldn't tell you. If I were and I were caught, as Martha Smith appears to be caught, do you know what I think I'd do, Officer Maple?
What?
I don't think I'd fight. I think I'd give up, throw myself upon the mercy of the court. Isn't that the way they put it?
That's the way they put it.
You think the court would show me much mercy, Officer Maple?
If I were the court, you know what I'd do to you, Miss Whitlock?
What?
Here's the witness room. We go right in here.
now, why did Alan Whitlock say such a thing? What can be in her mind? Could she have for one fleeting moment the fear that when she faces Perry Mason, he'll learn her guilty secret? Or was this just another thrill? Meanwhile, inside the courtroom itself, at the defense table, we hear...
Here's the water, Chief.
Thank you, Donald. May I have it, Mr. Mason?
Hmm?
May I give it to Martha? Oh, yes, of course, Donald. Here, darling.
Donald?
No, darling.
Donald, what I've done to you.
Drink your water, darling.
What I've done to you.
Try to pull yourself together.
Do you know what the prosecutor's going to try to do now?
Please drink this water.
No, Mr. Mason told me he's going to try to prove that you helped me plan Wilfred's murder.
He's already tried. Mr. Mason doesn't let him get very far, though. Now take a sip of this water.
Oh. Thank you.
Love me?
Oh, so much, Donald. That's why I do.
Shh, darling.
Darling,
The day's almost over.
tomorrow won't be any better.
You mustn't believe that. You must know tomorrow will be better.
No.
And it will. Tomorrow will be just as good for us as today's been bad. Tomorrow, Mr. Mason will start our defense.
How can there be any defense against what they want to see us dead, Donald. They want to put us both in the electric chair. Oh, my darling, what I've done to you.
Now, darling, that isn't so. You'll learn it isn't so.
Ready to proceed, Mr. Mason?
Yes, I think so, Your Honor. In my client's name, thank you for the recess.
Mr. Noble.
Mr. Bissell. John Bissell, take the stand, please.
Oh, can't they leave anything?
Who's this? The Justice of Peace who married us. Oh, well, leave him to me.
You're an active justice of the peace, Mr. Bissell.
I have my place right on the main highway, just over the state line.
And you,
Can't miss it, Mr. Noble. It's homey. Couples come to me from all over.
Oh, then you perform marriages? Many of them?
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds of happy... happy.
Now, Mr. Bissell, have you ever performed a marriage ceremony for anyone in this room?
Yes, indeed. Those two.
When did you marry them, Mr. Bissell?
Why, that's a matter of record, Mr. Noble.
But when?
The night of the murder.
You mean the murder of Wilfred Palmer?
Yes.
Remember the time?
Why, that's a matter of record, too. I think it was just after midnight.
Ah. So you married Martha and Donald Smith about 5 hours after they... That is, after Palmer was murdered.
I did.
How long would it take to drive from the city to your place?
3.5 hours if they're in a hurry. Average about 4 and a good road all the way.
I see. Now, you remember this couple distinctly.
Oh, yes.
Any particular reason?
Well, they were so very nervous.
That's all, Mr. Bissell. Your witness, Mr. Mason. Thank you. Now, Mr. Bissell, you say you've performed hundreds of marriages?
Every year, sir. Literally hundreds of marriages, yes.
So you've had a chance to observe many couples about to be married.
Thousands.
And you said Martha and Donald Smith were nervous.
Very nervous.
Mr. Bissell, let me ask you. How do marrying couples usually act?
Nervous.
And this couple was nervous?
Yes, but...
That's all. One moment, Mr. Bissell.
Yes.
Did this couple act the way most couples about to get married act? Come now, there's no need to be frightened.
Yes, that's it. They acted frightened.
Thank you. Mr. Bissell.
Yes.
You now say Martha and Donald Smith acted frightened.
Yes, well, I remember saying to Mrs. Bissell, she was a witness, I'll just bet there's something wrong with those two.
Oh. Well, that's different, then. You noticed there was something wrong with them.
I sure did. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. I had an idea that they were criminals or something.
Your Honor, I object.
Be quiet, Mr. Noble. He's your witness.
But you're...
You started this. Sit down. Go on, Mr. Mason.
So, Mr. Bissell, you thought there was something wrong with this couple.
I said so.
And why didn't you report them to the police?
Hmm?
I'm familiar with the laws of your state, as I'm sure you are.
Yes.
Then you must know the penalty for performing a wedding ceremony when you're suspicious of the couple.
But I didn't know.
You're
that
excused, Mr. Bissell.
I'd like to explain.
You're
these...
excused. Get off the stand. Your Honor, I'd like to...
If you don't mind, Mr. Noble, I'd like to say something at this point. Now, come here, Mr. Mason. I'd like you to hear it, too.
Yes, sir.
This court has always felt that the primary purpose of a trial is for the presentation of evidence. There are statutes based on good common sense governing the presentation of that evidence. You gentlemen know the rules as well as I. And Mr. Noble.
Your Honor,
Mr. Noble, in your eagerness to win this case, you are straining at those rules. I will not warn you again. As for you, Mr. Mason, when it's your turn to present evidence, please remember what I have said applies to you as well. This court will do its best to be just and fair. We'll also conduct this trial in an orderly fashion. You may proceed. As it's getting late in the afternoon, if you'd like to adjourn until tomorrow, Mr. Noble.
The state is near the end of its presentation, Your Honor. I believe we can finish it this afternoon.
All right, then. Call your next witness.
I'd like Lieutenant Tragg back on the stand again, but it will take a moment to get him in.
All right, get him. You recess for 5 minutes.
Perry,
Yes?
I just phoned Paul at the clinic.
And?
He has a dozen men out checking good leads.
Fine.
You don't want to save trouble and expense by getting the woman's name out of Martha, do you?
If I try again, it'll just make her more stubborn. I'm going to do my best to make her come to me. I think I'll make everyone come to me.
What does that mean?
Oh, Noble's getting ready to wheel up his mystery witness.
Oh.
Right after Tragg. He said he'd finish this afternoon.
So?
So that means he thinks he's got us licked. He's going to try and wind up in a hurry. Take all the fight out of me.
I don't get it, Chief.
I'm going to let him do it.
What?
I'm going to let him take all the fight out of me. I'm going to let Noble come to me, Della. Give him enough rope to trip himself. Give him enough rope to pull that name out of Martha in spite of herself.
Oh, you hope.
About Martha, yes. About Noble, I know. I'm going to let him build his case so high he'll splatter when it falls. Watch. Well, Perry Mason knows he's up against a clever, ruthless antagonist, but he's found one weak point in Noble's character, overconfidence, and he's banking on that overconfidence to overbalance Noble. However, Mason's in for a shock tomorrow when Alan Whitlock takes the stand. Be sure to be with us.
Tide in dirt out T-I-D-E, Tide.
With so many really good washing products being used, a woman has to be given a mighty good reason before she'll switch to a new one. Well, we think we can give you the best reason in the world for changing to Tide. Listen, Procter & Gamble's Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. Tide leaves clothes free from dirt and more. Tide removes dingy soap film, too. Yet, with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens soap-dull colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets white things whiter than any other washing product known. So try Tide. Watch those suds billow up. Notice how different they look and feel. And see your family wash at its cleanest best. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Perry Mason, the famous character created by Earl Stanley Gardner, is brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash. Try Tide yourself, and you too will agree you've never used anything like it. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Perry Mason, brought to you by Tide, T-I-D-E, Tide, Procter & Gamble's new Wash Day Miracle.
Perry Mason, the famous character created by Earl Stanley Gardner, dramatized by Irving Bendig. Perry Mason, defender of human rights, champion of all those who seek justice.
Tide, is Procter & Gamble's new Wash Day Miracle.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Hold on now, Franny. There are some pretty wonderful new soaps.
I know it.
And some absolutely sensational new sudsing products.
I know that too, Bob. But I also know that Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them.
Yes, and I know it too, Franny. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. That's because Procter & Gamble's Tide not only leaves clothes free from dirt, it removes dingy soap film, too. Yet, with all this extraordinary cleaning power, Tide is safe, truly safe, for all your washable colors. What's more, Tide actually brightens soap-dulled colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets sheets, pillowcases, and towels whiter than any other washing product known. Keeps them white, too, week after week. Never turns them yellow. And all this goes for your whole family wash, too. So when you choose a washing product, remember this. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Procter & Gamble's Tide.
Tide is dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
We're back in Judge Newman's courtroom. Outside, the early winter twilight is setting. At the defense table, a man and a woman sit close, their heads together. Martha and Donald Smith, accused of the murder of Wilfred Palmer. Paying no attention to the spectators who watch them so hungrily, Donald puts his arm around his wife, whispers, "Darling,
Oh, Donald.
don't act so trapped.
That's how I feel, darling.
Don't.
I feel so strangely. I can hardly breathe.
But you must.
I can't stand much more of this. Those eyes boring into my back, those voices, those awful
Martha.
people.
Court's almost over for today. You'll be fine after another night's sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I never want to sleep again. Or if I do, I hope I never wake up. Oh, no, I don't mean that.
I know.
I want to wake. I want to live. I want to be with you.
You will be, darling. Just leave it to Mr. Mason.
I will, but...
And after this is all over, we'll have our honeymoon. A real honeymoon.
You think so, Donald? Do you really think so?
Of course I do. Now, give me a kiss.
Here?
Right here. In front of Judge Newman, Prosecutor Noble, and everybody. And at the other end of the defense table, we hear...
4:05, Chief.
What, Bella?
It's after 4. Think Noble will be able to wind up his prosecution this afternoon?
Well, he said he would. I guess he will, too, if he gets Trank in here. Oh. That Donald is being a good boy, isn't he, Bella?
Hmm?
Look at him. At the other end of the table with Martha there.
No, they're sweet.
Yes.
They don't deserve this. It's almost time for the mystery witness, isn't it?
Yes, I imagine. After Trag. After Noble introduces Martha's glove.
Then, now he wheels up the big guns.
Yes, now he wheels up the big guns.
Here's Lieutenant Trag, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Noble. Let's proceed.
I'll take over with Trag, Bella. See what I can do to spike those big guns.
Take the stand, Lieutenant.
Yes.
You've already been sworn.
Yes, sir.
Now, Lieutenant, I show you this object. Will you tell us what it is and if you've ever seen it before?
It's a woman's glove.
And?
The first time I saw it was handed to me by Detective Levinsky.
You have a sworn statement by Detective Levinsky?
Right here.
Please tell the court about it.
The glove was found by Levinsky on the service stairs during our investigation on the night of the murder.
Where, Lieutenant?
On the service stairs, right off the landing where Palmer's apartment was.
And this is the same glove?
I put a tag on it. Levinsky signed the tag here. I signed it blown here. The date and time it was found.
I see. Now, Lieutenant, there's a stain on the glove.
That's right.
You had the stain analyzed?
I did.
And what made the stain?
Blood. Human blood.
Oh, but I explained that. I explained that I cut my fingers.
Miss, sit down. Sit down.
Oh, don't you see what they're... Oh,
Go on, Mr. Noble.
You have a statement from a laboratory chemist, Lieutenant Trag? I mean, to the effect that the stain is human blood?
I do.
So this blood-stained glove was found on the stairway leading to the floor on which Palmer's apartment was located.
Well, yes, of course, but...
You tried to find the owner of the glove?
Yes?
Were you successful?
Yes.
Will you tell the court how you did ascertain ownership of the glove?
Just a moment. Your Honor, we admit ownership of this glove. I object to further testimony on that point on the grounds that such testimony is immaterial and irrelevant.
Sustained. Well, Tragg, you determined who owned the glove.
Yes.
Then what did you do?
Started looking for Martha Smith. We found her registered in a small hotel.
Under what circumstances, Tragg?
She was with her husband, her lawyer, Perry Mason, and his secretary, Miss Street.
And what were they about to do?
Objection. How would Lieutenant Tragg know what we were about to do?
Sustained. What were these people doing when you found them, Lieutenant?
Talking. The door was open.
Go on.
Miss Street and Mrs. Smith had traded coats.
Traded coats?
Miss Street had on Martha's coat, a tan one, and Mrs. Smith was wearing Miss Street's, a blue one. But they weren't trying to get away or anything.
That's enough. Your witness, Mr. Mason.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Tragg.
Yes, sir.
You say Mrs. Smith's glove was found on the stairs leading to the floor of Palmer's apartment?
Well, that's true, but...
Isn't it a fact that those stairs connect with all floors of the building?
They sure do.
So it's impossible to say where whoever dropped that glove had been or was going.
That's right, Mr. Mason.
Now to get on, Lieutenant. You have a report from the chemist who analyzed the stain on that glove?
It was blood, human blood, Mr. Mason.
Was the blood typed?
Why, no.
The chemist didn't determine the blood type?
He couldn't.
But he did manage to make out it was human blood.
That's right.
But since it couldn't be typed, there's no way of telling whose blood it was. Am I right?
Absolutely. It could have been anyone's.
Now, Lieutenant Tragg, you say Martha Smith disappeared after the murder.
That's right. We couldn't find her for a couple of days.
I see. Now, let me ask you this. Was there a warrant issued for her arrest when she disappeared?
Why, no.
Did the newspapers know you were looking for Martha Smith and publish that fact?
They did not.
Then, as a matter of fact, there was no way in which Martha Smith could have learned the authorities were looking for her.
No.
Further, as far as you know, her disappearance might well have been natural and legal.
Yes.
And when you found her, with her husband, Miss Street, and myself, did she make any attempt to escape?
She traded coats.
Ah, yes. She had traded coats. And you thought that significant?
I did.
Especially since Mrs. Smith's coat was tan.
Well, we got reports there was a woman in a tan coat outside Palmer's apartment.
The important tan coat?
Yes.
The one you searched for so thoroughly in Palmer's building? You did search for the tan coat, didn't you?
Well, no.
So, you found this girl who had no way of knowing you were searching for her. You found her in the company of her husband and her lawyer, and because she was not wearing a tan coat, you arrested her?
Look here, Mason. I had the glove, and that coat...
Oh, then you'd have arrested her anyway, with or without the tan coat.
Well, sure.
Then the tan coat can't be so important.
But it is. I mean, just because she wasn't wearing it, I wish I'd never heard of a tan coat.
I can see why. That's all, Lieutenant Tragg.
Next witness, please.
Well, that's that baggage. Now we get down to it.
Miss Helen Whitlock, take the stand, please.
Alan Whitlock?
Yes, I heard.
What interest could Alan Whitlock have in a case like this?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
Now, where do you live, Miss Whitlock?
363 Lincoln, the building in which the murder was committed.
Oh, yes. Yes, I think you were in the deceased's apartment when the police arrived.
I was. I was startled by a scream. I went to help Mrs. Powers. She's the building manager.
Now, try and put that terrible scene from your mind, Miss Whitlock.
I'll try.
And tell us, did you know the murdered man?
Well, not really.
But you'd seen him.
Well, we lived on the same floor.
I understand. Now, I ask you, Miss Whitlock, I ask you if you know the defendant, Martha Smith.
Well, I don't know her.
But you've seen her before.
Yes.
Please speak up, Miss Whitlock. No matter how painful it may be, I shall have to ask you where you saw her before.
Well, the last time in a police lineup.
I see. You identified her in a police lineup, Miss Whitlock.
I did.
And how could you identify her, Miss Whitlock? Had you seen her previously?
I had.
Miss Whitlock, I ask you, where did you see Martha Smith before? Speak up, Miss Whitlock.
All right, I'll tell you. I saw her coming out of Wilfred Palmer's apartment about 2 minutes after he was murdered. That's where I saw her. That's where I saw her.
It's a lie! No witness, Mr. Mason.
It's a lie! It's a mean, terrible lie!
Well, there it is. A flat identification that puts Martha right on the scene immediately after the murder was committed. But, Perry Mason, if you go after Alan Whitlock too hard, if you begin to shake her story, you yourself, Perry, are going to be in jeopardy, as we shall learn. Join us Monday, friends, won't you?
With so many really good washing products being used, a woman has to be given a mighty good reason before she'll switch to a new one. Well, we think we can give you the best reason in the world for changing to Tide. Listen, Procter & Gamble's Tide will get your clothes cleaner than any soap, any other suds, any other washing product known. Tide leaves clothes free from dirt and more. Tide removes dingy soap film, too. Yet, with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens soap-dull colors. And in hardest water, Tide gets white things whiter than any other washing product known. So try Tide. Watch those suds billow up. Notice how different they look and feel. And see your family wash at its cleanest best. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Perry Mason, the famous character created by Earl Stanley Gardner, is brought to you by Tide, Procter & Gamble's amazing new discovery for your whole family wash. Try Tide yourself, and you too will agree you've never used anything like it. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the caretaker of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. I have here from our file number 198920 a rusted lock complete with handle. Once it was brightly nickel-plated and both handsome and utilitarian. Now its beauty has been completely destroyed by the effects of a very hot fire, and its usefulness is ended by the fact that it is locked. Some of its parts have been fused by the heat which it endured. It's part of the right-hand door of a motor car, the door next to the driver's seat. It was locked before the fire. I should like you to meet Chief Inspector Albert G. Clark, who is known, as all clerks are, as Nobby.
The 5th of November, 1605, was the day set by a certain Guy Fawkes to touch off a number of barrels of gunpowder he had secreted in the vault under the Houses of Parliament, thereby blowing the members of the august body, complete with King James I, through the roof. Unfortunately for Mr. Fawkes, and happily for the monarch, a Lord Monteagle learned about the enterprise and flung Master Fawkes into a dungeon, from which he emerged only to be hanged. Thus, the principal form of celebration of Guy Fawkes' Day on the 5th of November is the kindling of cheerful bonfires, in which effigies of Guy Fawkes and other gentry are burned to the accompaniment of hilarious noises. Quite late in the evening of the 5th of November, 1930, quite another type of bonfire made history near Hardingstone, which village is quite near Northampton. This is the way they related the story.
My name is Spiller, John Thomas Spiller. My friend here is Victor Charles Espinwall.
It wasn't truly the 5th of November. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning of the 6th.
But it was still close enough to be practically Guy Fawkes' Day.
Be still, John Thomas. We were walking home from a Guy Fawkes dance in Northampton.
Hardingstone is only a step from Northampton.
You walk along the main London road from Northampton till you come to the turn-off to the left on Hardingstone Lane.
Only about 2 miles.
2 miles. First, as we started to turn off to Hardingstone down the lane, a motor car passed us.
Going towards London?
Very fast, blinding us quite.
Aye.
And when it got past us, we saw a man.
The moon was quite bright.
So we could see his face quite well.
He hadn't any hat.
He climbed out of the ditch onto the metal road.
And he looked as if he were mixed up. Wasn't sure what he was doing, like.
And we gaped at him. Didn't know what to say either. And it was just at that precise second I saw the blaze round the bend.
Down Hardingstone Lane, where there shouldn't be any blaze.
And I said to John Thomas here...
What's the blaze, you said?
And the man from the ditch...
The man without a hat?
He said, it looks as if someone's having a bonfire.
A late bonfire, he said.
Yes, that's right.
And we turned to look in the direction of the blaze.
Down the lane toward Hardingstone.
And when we turned back to look at the man...
He was running away.
Hurrying away.
That's right, hurrying away.
He didn't say a word.
He stopped at Tort London, and then he stopped and looked around.
The moon was so bright.
And then he turned toward Northampton, and he started to hurry that way.
We'd have done something, but he was hurrying down the road. Anyway, we didn't care who he was.
And there was the bonfire.
We just thought it was a bonfire, Victor.
Yes. And so we went on down the lane to see who made the fire.
And the fire seemed to be getting bigger, so we hurried.
And suddenly, there it was.
Right there in front of us.
Blazing like
blazes.
The flames were 15 feet high.
But we could see what it was.
It was
a motor car.
And there was somebody in it.
In the driver's seat.
And he was on fire, too.
He was dead.
The boys had forgotten about the hapless stranger who climbed out of the ditch and ran away. They went for a policeman. Quite a number of men arrived. The fire was clearly visible in the village, of course. And presently it was put out and only sizzled. The unfortunate occupant of the driver's seat was carried away in several sacks and put away to cool in the cellar of the local hospital. Then the two boys remembered the man without a hat, and they told Sergeant Moody about it. Sergeant Moody was the bald-headed one from Northampton.
He wasn't very old, was he, Victor? About 35.
36, I was thinking.
35. He looked like a commercial traveller.
He had no hat.
Victor, we said that.
He seemed confused, I think I'd say. Wouldn't you, John Thomas?
Bewildered, I'd say.
He finally went off toward Northampton.
He started the other direction first, though.
Toward London. But you went down the road toward Northampton.
A dark man.
Needed a haircut.
Wore a checkered waistcoat.
And a dark red tie.
He had a tiny black moustache.
And a wart on the left side of his neck.
A cut on his right hand.
Limped. His right foot.
Bulgy eyes.
Pop eyes.
Tall.
Weighed about 11 stone.
Would you know him again, Victor?
Certainly I'd know him, John Thomas.
It was all very suspicious, Sergeant.
Him running away like that.
From the fire?
I think he had something to do with it.
I think you ought to find him, Sergeant.
Sergeant Moody and the rest of the Northampton police made quite a point of trying to find the hapless stranger that day, but he wasn't to be found. By mid-morning, both the burned car and the burned victim had cooled off enough for a closer examination. There wasn't enough left of the man, they had decided it was a man, to tell anything about him. The car proved to have been a Morris Minor saloon, and the registration plate, though badly burned, was still legible. Sergeant Moody.
I put in a trunk call to County Hall, Westminster, in London, to check the name to which that number was issued.
We'll have it for you in half a second, Sergeant. That was MU-1468, wasn't it?
MU-1468, yes. That's a London registration, according to the book.
Right. We'll have it for you in... here it is now. The name is Paget. Donald Patrick Paget. Address, Oxford Road, Finchley. The car is a Morris Minor saloon.
Was, you mean? Donald Patrick Paget, Buxted Road, Finchley. Thank you very much. I then consulted the London Metropolitan Telephone Directory in the Northampton station to discover whether a telephone number was listed for the name Paget in Buxted Road, Finchley. It was. I spoke to a woman who identified herself as Mrs. Pamela Paget, wife of the owner of the car. I broke the news to her as gently as possible, and she announced her intention of proceeding to Northampton. She arrived the same day, the 6th of September.
I came as quickly as I could, Sergeant. Where is he?
The remains are in the hospital mortuary, Mum.
I suppose I couldn't see him.
I'm afraid I must advise strongly against it, Mrs. Paget. I'm afraid he'll be a trifle difficult to identify.
I'm not easily shocked, Sergeant.
Oh, well, yes, Mum, but perhaps it would be better to wait until you're rested. I could have a nice cup of tea sent in for you.
No, thank you, Sergeant.
Good hot tea?
Thank you. Perhaps you could tell me how this thing happened.
Well, we don't know a great deal about it ourselves as yet. It happened only this morning, and we've only completed our preliminary examinations. We thought perhaps you might shed some light on the matter.
I'm sure I can.
You and the late Mr. Paget were on good terms, of course.
We were.
Of course. What was Mr. Paget's occupation?
He was a commercial traveller.
Commercial traveller.
I must notify the people he represents.
And the insurance companies?
Yes.
Yes.
I suppose Mr. Paget was alone when this happened?
Well, there was nobody else in the car when, at the time of the fire, Mum, but there was a curious circumstance I meant to ask you about at once.
Yes?
The two young men who discovered the fire report that there was another person.
A man or a woman?
Oh, a man. What would a woman be doing there?
Oh.
A man. He was proceeding along a ditch beside the road. They were, of course, not certain that this man had any connection with the case, of course.
What did this man look like? Did he give his name?
Oh, no, there was practically no conversation with him, and he hurried away. He's not been seen since.
Do you have his description?
Yes, I have the description given by the young men who saw him. It was quite a bright moonlight night, as you remember. If indeed the moon does shine in London.
The description, please.
Age about 35 or 6. He wore no hat.
That could be anyone.
A dark man, weighing about 11 stone, wearing a checkered waistcoat. Huh?
My husband was wearing a checkered waistcoat.
A dark red tie.
And he wore a dark red tie.
I'd best call these young men to see if they can remember any more details about this.
Go on with the description, please.
Oh, yes. The man had a small black moustache, a wart on the left side of his neck, a cut on his right hand, and bulgy eyes. Popeyes, the young man said, and dark curly hair. And he limped, his right foot. Limped.
His left foot, Sergeant.
Huh?
He limped with his left foot. He was wounded in the war in 1916. He limped with his left foot.
Do you mean to say you recognize this man, Mrs. Paget?
Of course I do.
Who?
He's the man you thought was burned to death in the motor car.
Who?
My husband, Donald Paget.
But, Mrs. Paget!
So Don's added murder to his other sins at last, has he?
The reporters, the self-styled crime men, pounced on the story by mid-afternoon and flung their headline broadcasts from Land's End to John O'Groats' house. Before nightfall on the 6th of November, a third of the people of England, Scotland, and Wales were peering into the faces of perfect strangers, hoping for a glimpse of Donald Patrick Paget, the proclaimed fugitive. At Scotland Yard, we went a little more slowly. We weren't as certain as the newspapers. They got me an impression of the dead man's teeth, and when it arrived, I dispatched it to one Clement Walter, who was Paget's dentist of record. Mr. Walter telephoned me at the Yard at 10 minutes after 8, the night of the 6th.
Is that Inspector Clark?
Yes, Clark speaking.
Walter here.
Walter?
The dentist, ma'am. Paget's dentist. I should think you'd know my voice by now.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Walter. Did you have anything to report?
That impression of your precious dead man's teeth.
Yes?
They're nothing at all like Donald Paget's.
Really?
I've checked exhaustively through all my rather extensive records. It has taken a great deal of time.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's quite impossible that the dead man's teeth could be those of Paget's. I would be glad to demonstrate to you at your convenience. But if you could have the actual teeth, I could show you more graphically.
All right, sir. Thank you very kindly.
My fee will be, in view of the fact that this work has been done after hours, 1 guinea, sir.
I am sure that the Home Office will consider it money well spent, sir. Good night. Sergeant Talbot.
Coming, sir. I was just about to come in, sir.
Do so, by all means.
Yes, sir. I've checked 4 persons so far, sir.
Well?
I asked each one to give me his own description of Paget, sir. And they're all his close acquaintances.
And?
Well, they all agree in detail with that given by the 2 young men at Hardingstone.
The hatless man climbing out of the ditch.
Each one of them said independently that Paget was one of those odd chaps who's never been known to wear a hat winter or summer.
Looks as if he's our boy, then. Wait a sec, will you?
Yes, sir.
Novick, Inspector Clark, here.
Mrs. Pamela Paget here to see you, sir.
Oh? Well, ask her to come in.
Shall I ask the other lady to come in too, sir?
Eh? Who's she?
Miss Ellen
Who's she?
Don't know, sir. She is with Mrs. Paget.
Oh, all right. Send her in, too.
Yes, sir.
Ever hear of an Ellen McEachran, Talbot?
No, sir. There was an Alice McEachran, sir, pickpocket. She was struck by a tram last Tuesday in Hammersmith Broadway. She was killed.
Talbot, you're a mine of information. I doubt this is the same one, though.
No, sir. That's all, sir.
Yes, thank you. For now.
Is this Inspector Clark's office, please?
Right here, Mrs. Paget. Come in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Come in, my child. Inspector Clark, this is Miss Ellen McEachran.
How do you do, Miss McEachran? Won't you be seated?
Yes, thank you.
Well, Mrs. Paget, I'm afraid that it was your husband.
I was certain it was.
Yes.
I'd just come back from Hardingstone, and I went straight away to find Ellen.
Excuse me, Mum.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mrs. Paget.
Do sit still, Ellen.
Yes, Mum.
That bald-headed sergeant up there, what's his name?
Sergeant Moody?
Oh, Moody, that's it. He said something when we were talking about not being sure whether the body in the fire was a man or a woman.
He told me that on the telephone this afternoon. Apparently they're sure now that it was a man. The medical officer...
Yes, I know, but I didn't know when I came back. That's why I went to find Ellen here.
You thought that it might be me, but it wasn't, was it?
No, child, it wasn't. Neither you nor your father.
I'm afraid I'm...
Father's still in jail. You can't burn up people in jail, now can you, sir?
Will you tell me what you're talking about, Mrs. Paget? What has this child and her father got to do with the...
I was afraid it was Ellen MacDonald had murdered.
Oh, my father, you said.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Well, Ellen's father had threatened to do bodily harm to Donald.
Threatened to burst his bloody neck? Oh, pardon me.
Eh? Why?
Because he wasn't paying the 20 shillings a week he'd agreed to pay, of course.
What 20 shillings?
For my baby.
What?
The father of Ellen's 3-year-old child is Donald Paget, Inspector Clark.
John Davidson from the Black Museum shared a pint of mild and bitter with me that night after I finally shut up shop. I don't know, John, I said.
About what?
People.
No accounting for tapes. Yeah, fine original statement there.
True, though.
You were speaking about the wife.
Yes. Married to this fellow. He goes out and contracts bigamous marriage.
So a girl is an obvious idiot, you say.
Well, not very clever.
Maidservant, you said.
What we used to call a slavey.
Fortunately, that class is disappearing.
Doesn't help the ones that are left, John.
The Paget class never does that.
I shall do my best to assure this one's dying out.
We were talking about his wife.
Yes.
She apparently doesn't have any resentment toward this young, what's her name, Ellen?
Ellen. Why should she? It wasn't Ellen's fault that she has the mentality of a mangle-woozle. Any resentment she harbors is towards her husband.
The missing Donald Patrick Paget, Esquire, who lit one too many bonfires on Guy Fawkes Day.
For which, God willing, he'll hang.
Do you have any ideas regarding the unfortunate man in the car?
None.
Well, I know nothing about it, Nobby. But, knowing nothing about it, I may have an idea.
What?
The lawful wife may have an idea, too.
Mrs. Paget?
Aye.
Explain, please, John.
If a man commits, what shall we call it, an indiscretion like this, marrying bigamously and fathering a child...
The law of the land calls it a felony.
For the purpose of my argument, let's disregard the legality of the thing, Nobby. Now, we have here the situation of a husband committing a grave offense against his wife.
And the law.
Disregard the law. Empirically, I mean. He commits this heinous crime. The wife, practicing true Christian forbearance and charity, forgives the man, or at least declines to prosecute him.
Well?
Now, bear with me. Given that set of circumstances, would not such a man be inclined to repeat the offense?
Well,
having convinced himself that he'll be allowed, as our American cousins say, allowed to get away with it again.
It could be, John.
Assuring himself that he need only to satisfy his wife's goodness of soul, her love for him, which she has demonstrated, and the payment to the unfortunate young woman of a sum of money proposed by the court. Well,
I don't see where your argument's going, John, but...
It's not a bad argument, Nobby. And it follows out the one advanced by Mrs. Paget. Assume that the wrong girl's father threatens unpleasantness to Brother Paget.
Oh, you're saying that the dead man may be the father of still another victimized girl.
That doesn't sound reasonable.
Well,
Mrs. Paget was convinced it was reasonable in the case of young Ellen, is it? She's forgiven a lot, but she boggles at the thought of murder. So, for that matter, do I.
What do you think?
Well, I think if I were doing it, I'd look about and see if the temporarily missing Mr. Paget has made any other excursions into the extramarital. And then I'd discover whether the father of the bride is enjoying good health or has recently been the victim of an all-consuming fire. And then I should order another half pint for poor old John Davidson, who is now extremely thirsty.
John Davidson's ingenious idea was almost right. Mrs. Paget knew of no other liaisons with women of any age, intellectual state, or social standing which had been contracted by her husband.
We have been horribly unhappy, Inspector, during all of our married life. But I have tried to make allowances. Donald was severely wounded in the war. He was buried alive at Chesterton. They despaired of his life for a long, long time.
I didn't know about that.
He was such a wonderful person, Inspector. Before we were married and he went to France. At Chesterton, only 3 months after he went overseas, I didn't... Well, I made a vow to myself that if Don recovered and got well, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Paget.
I swore to myself that no matter what happened, no matter what he did, I would try.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Paget, but...
He's been unfaithful to me so many times. But this time with Ellen was the only one I knew all about. I was afraid Ellen's father was... Don's mind was affected, you know, by that dreadful wound. He makes mistakes. He does things. He can't hold on to a job. We haven't any money. I've tried so hard, Inspector. But not murder. Not murder. Even if it is Donald. That's why I came to you. If it's murder, not even for Donnie.
I went away from there back to my office. It was the morning of the 7th of November, less than 32 hours since the young men had found the blazing car. There was a telegraph form in its envelope on my desk. I looked at it. From Cardiff, in Wales. Tore open the envelope. Signature. Arthur Llewellyn. I don't know any Arthur Llewellyn. What's the message say? Donald Patrick Paget will arrive at Hammersmith bus terminal at 9:30 p.m. today, the 7th. Important you meet him. You will recognize him from his description, Arthur Llewellyn. John Davidson, it appeared, was wrong. I telephoned him to say so. I didn't telephone Mrs. Paget. At 9:30 that night, I met Donald Paget as he stepped off the Cardiff bus. It was easy to recognize him. We went in a CID car to my office and talked.
I've given up, Inspector, anyhow. It can't be done. I wonder if I could see my wife.
She's waiting in the anteroom. You can see her if you want to, and she wants to, after we get this over.
All right. I did it.
Very well. Donald Patrick Paget, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder and warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Sergeant Talbot, do you have your notebook?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
I'll make a statement. I had to do it. First, I got rid of nearly every penny of money we had. I spent it on women. It's funny to say that when I love Pamela. I love poor Pamela, and I treated her so badly. Just women. I don't drink, I don't smoke. that women find me attractive, I'm afraid, and I'm their undoing. And mine. And Pamela's. Yes, and that kid of Ellen's. I couldn't pay the building society on the house. They'd have thrown us out in another month. I couldn't pay Ellen. Old McEachran had had me in jail. It was just the end of things for me. And for Pamela. So I picked him up when he asked for a lift. And I poured petrol all over him after I strangled him, and I stuffed him into the driver's seat. Then I got out and poured a trail of petrol down the road to the car and lighted it. And then I remembered I'd locked him in. I tried to run back to the car, but it was too late. I ran back and down the ditch, and that was when those boys saw me. The game's up. I'd intended to run away and be listed as dead in a motor car accident, and Pamela'd get the insurance. But they'd seen me. I did run away. It isn't very clear to me, I'm afraid. I went to Cardiff. I went to see a girl I used to know, Gladys Llewellyn. But she was gone. And her brother Arthur saw me. He hated me for some reason. Did he telegraph you? I knew I was done for. Can I see Pamela now? Please?
All right, Sergeant.
Oh, wait. There's one more thing. I don't know who he was, the man I murdered. He was a complete stranger. He just happened along at the right time. I don't know his name. I'm sorry about him. But I'm sorry about so many things. Now may I see Pamela?
All right, Sergeant.
Hello, Pam, darling.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Pamela. I'm so sorry.
I brought you some of the cigarettes you like. Darling.
The identity of the dead man was never learned. Donald Patrick Paget was tried at the Bedford Assizes and found guilty of murder. On the 10th of March, 1931, he was hanged at Bedford Prison.
Appeared today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Gerard Burke, Gordon Stern, Lester Fletcher, Basil Langton, Francois Grimard, Eula Garrick, Patricia Courtley, and Victor Chapin. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Because blood has been available in Korea until now, many, many lives have been saved. However, the present rate of donations is far below that needed to build up our reserve supplies.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to spend the next half hour listening to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, let me tell you something I found out just the other day. Steaks are really back again. Good, thick, juicy porterhouse steaks. That's for me. A thick, tender steak on the rare side, together with a glass of Petri California Burgundy. You know, Petri Burgundy is a perfect mealtime wine. And with meat or any meat dish, it's the very last word in good eating. Honestly, when you taste the wonderful flavor of that rich red Petri Burgundy, you're tasting one swell example of the art of winemaking. It's full-flavored and just about the most delicious wine that ever poured from a bottle. Try it the next time you have steak or chops, or the next time you have hamburger or pot roast. Believe me, Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now let's look in on our good friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Doctor.
Just in time to join me in a cup of coffee. Draw up your chair, young fellow, my lad.
Thank you.
Ah, that's it.
Well, Doctor, you told us last week that tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure takes us to the south of France.
That's right, Mr. Bartell. The south of France in the year 1900. A beautiful playground bordered by the bluest of blue seas and populated with an extraordinary cross-section of cosmopolitan Europe. Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. All of them attracted by that Riviera paradise. All of them drawn by the magical spell of a small white ball spinning round the rim of a roulette wheel.
Now, don't tell me that you and the great Sherlock Holmes were there on a gambling spree.
We were not, Mr. Bartell. At the time my story begins, we had just concluded an extremely delicate mission. A mission, I may say, that concerned the safety and good name of a very prominent member of the royal family.
Say, Doctor, you don't mean...
One story at a time, Mr. Bartell. In any event, my boy, I'm afraid that's a case about which my lips are sealed for all time. But to return to tonight's adventure, one June evening, I persuaded Holmes to accompany me to the gambling casino at Fréjus, not far from Cannes, where we were staying. It wasn't quite as fashionable as the casino at Monte Carlo, but as I intended to do a little modest gambling myself, it seemed an establishment more suited to my means. As we stood there at the green baize-covered tables, the chatter of voices and the melodic chanting of the croupiers as they called the results of each spin of the wheel formed a background to a quiet conversation that Holmes and I were having.
Lost again, Watson?
Oh, confounded. That number 10 must come up soon.
Oh, why not cut your losses, old fellow, and come for a stroll with me on the waterfront?
Well, just a big wig. A couple more bets, Holmes. I have a feeling that 10 is bound to come up in a minute.
Watson, I believe the blood of a gambler courses through your veins.
Oh, there's no harm in taking a little flutter once in a while. Why don't you risk a few francs, Holmes?
No, thanks you, my dear chap. The law of averages convinces me that my money is safer in my pocket. In any case, I'm a little dubious as to the integrity of this particular casino.
Well, what makes you say that?
Well, you will observe that this roulette wheel has a double zero. Most continental wheels have only a single one. It would indicate that this house is extremely concerned with its percentage.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux. Oh, just two more turns of the wheel, Holmes, and I'll take that walk with you.
Oh, you müssen sich here spielen. Why do you not play from the other side of the table? Why must you always stand next to me?
Hello. What's the trouble up there?
I've placed my bet, so let's go and see.
I ask you, so why do you play here beside me?
I'm afraid I don't see any reason why I can't play wherever I...
Swish, you've broken my luck. Ever since you come to the table, I've done nothing but lose. Please to move away.
Well, move away yourself if you don't like my company.
Heinrich, why do you not stop now? You've already lost more than we can afford.
One more throw, Elsa. I can win it all back if only this young man will move away.
Why should my husband move? He's had a bad run of luck, too.
Rien ne va plus. Rouge, impériment.
Ah, you've lost again, Watson.
Heinrich, you must stop now.
I must stop, Elsa, because I've lost everything. I hope you're satisfied, Mr. American. You've broken my luck and ruined me. I hope that you and your turn will be ruined too.
Heinrich, wait for me.
I never heard such rubbish in my life. Were you listening to him, sir?
I heard his last few remarks, Mr.
Gilbert. Roger Gilbert. And this is my wife, Helen.
How do you do? My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Didn't you think his remarks were a little out of place, Doctor?
I certainly did, Mrs. Gilbert. I don't see how he can possibly blame your husband for his run of bad luck.
I didn't like the look on his face as he left the table, though. Have you any idea who he is?
His name is Schneemann. He's staying at the same hotel as we are. I've never spoken to him, but I've heard him being paged there.
Well, he shouldn't gamble unless he can afford to lose.
Well, I'm losing, darling, and I can't afford it.
Oh, but I can let you have more money. You know that.
Oh, no, Helen, I may have married an heiress, but I'm not going to use her fortune to gamble with.
Oh.
I'll lose my own money, and then I'll quit.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux.
You lost it, Watson?
Yes, Holmes. This time I know that number 10 is going to come up. It's got to.
Numéro 10.
I've lost again, darn it. Helen, this is my bad night.
Why don't you stop now, dear?
Holmes, I've made 350 francs.
On this throw of the wheel, old fellow, but as you've lost some 500 francs doing it, I can't say that your profits stagger me.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I can see that you're no gambler.
I'm afraid not, Mrs.
I
Gilbert.
wouldn't say that, Holmes. You may not like roulette. You've taken a good many chances in your life with long odds against you, too.
Well, nevertheless, old chap, in the sense Mrs. Gilbert means it, I'm not a gambler.
Say, what's the commotion over there?
That German woman with a crowd forming around her.
Yes, the wife of that man that said I ruined him.
Attention! Est-ce qu'il y a un docteur dans la salle?
There must be trouble. He's asking for a doctor.
The doctor? Come along, then.
Will you excuse me, please? Thank you. Excuse me, madame. Mon ami est docteur.
Monsieur, cette dame a besoin d'un docteur.
What happened, madame?
It is my husband.
Deal?
I just found him lying out in the garden. Please come with me at once, gentlemen.
Of course we will, madam.
What seems to be the matter with him?
Herr Doctor, I think he is dead. He's lying by that tree, Doctor. Please see if you can help him.
Somebody else seems to be on the scene before us. Who are you, sir?
I am Monsieur Chevray, director of the casino. Do any of you know this poor man?
I am his wife. Is he dead?
I am afraid so, madame.
Let me look at him. I'm a doctor.
Was your husband gambling in the casino tonight, madame?
Yeah, he was. Poor Heinrich. He lose everything that we have.
I'm afraid he's dead, madam. Shot through the heart.
Oh, du lieber Gott.
Suicide, Watson?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Powder burns on the shirt front, revolver clutched in the right hand, fingers in a natural position. The angle of the wound settles it. Obviously self-inflicted.
I missed you as you slipped out of the casino. What's wrong with him?
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, he committed suicide. I hope, young man, that you are satisfied. All night you brought him bad luck. He asked you to move away from him to change his luck, but no, you could not do it.
Oh, Frau Schneemann, I'm terribly sorry, but I really don't see how you can blame me.
I do blame you, and I also blame you, Monsieur Chevry.
Me? But what have I done, madame?
Why do you let a man lose all his money at your tables? Is life so cheap to you, and money so important, that you cannot close the tables to someone before he's ruined?
Madame, I am all sympathy for you in your tragic loss. But the casino cannot be held responsible. If your husband could not afford to gamble, then he should not come here. How are we to know the financial limitations of our customers?
You said that your husband lost everything you had tonight, madam.
Yeah, everything.
Then how do you account for this sheaf of banknotes in his breast pocket?
Good Lord, must be several thousand francs, sir.
Then he wasn't ruined. And his suicide, therefore, cannot be blamed on his losses at my casino, madame.
How do you account for this money, Frau Schneemann?
Well, I do not understand. Heinrich kept nothing from me. I know that he had not so much money on him when he started tonight. Well, why do you all look at me like that? Is it that you think? You think...
Quick, Watson, she's fainted.
I've got her. Let's get her to her room.
You can take her to my suite in the casino.
No, let's take her to the hotel. My wife will look after her. Poor woman, she's had a dreadful shock. She can probably do with another woman's company.
That's very considerate of you, Mr. Gilbert. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Crillon. It's quite near here.
I'll get a cab, and while I'm doing that, Watson, see if you can revive her, will you? Then we'll take her to the Hotel Crillon. Very kind of you, Mrs. Gilbert, to let us bring the poor lady into your suite.
Well, it's the least I can do, in spite of what she said about Roger bringing her husband bad luck.
I'm sure she'll need your help when she wakes up, Helen.
Yes, I think you'll find that she'll sleep for some hours. I gave her a strong sedative.
Well, we were just about to have a drink, gentlemen. Do you care to join us?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, that'd be very nice, Mr. Gilbert.
Roger was just telling me that quite a large sum of money was found on Herr Schneemann's body, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert. Several thousand francs.
It's very puzzling, Holmes. Why should a man commit suicide with so much money on him?
I think the answer is obvious. He didn't.
What on earth do you mean?
Well, the money was placed there after he had shot himself. The banknotes were in his breast pocket, if you remember. Hardly the usual place to carry money. Though it is the easiest pocket for someone to insert it without disturbing the body.
But why on earth should someone place money on him after his suicide?
To prevent the casino from getting a bad name. I've heard of it being done on several similar occasions. Gives the impression that the unfortunate victim had other motives than gambling losses to account for his suicide.
Great Scott. You mean that one of the casino employees found the body lying there and slipped the money in his breast pocket before we arrived on the scene?
As you know, my dear Watson, I'm not a gambling man, but I'll lay you 100 to 1. That is what happened.
Well, that's a new one. Well, here are your drinks, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Say, Helen, Mr. Holmes has given me a brainwave.
Another one? What is it this time, Roger?
Now, I've been losing very heavily tonight.
Roger, I've told you, if you need money, I'll be only...
But I don't. I've got a scheme for making some. Oh. I'm going to gamble again tonight after dinner. If I lose, here's what I'll do. I'll stain my shirt front with red ink, walk out in the grounds, fire a shot, and lie down as though I'm dead. I'll wait for someone to come along and stuff my pockets full of banknotes.
Not a bad idea, Mr. Gilbert.
I think it's a darn good one. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
It's a whimsical one at any rate. Who knows? You might even be successful.
Roger, you're not really going to do it, are you?
Sure. Perhaps I'll get some of my losses back that way. Well, let's drink to it, gentlemen. At least I may have hit upon an idea of making money.
My dear Watson, you'll have to work hard at your practice when you get back to England. Your infallible system appears to be extremely fallible.
And yet the fellow who told me about it said it couldn't miss. It's just a matter of doubling the stakes each time you lose, and then...
my dear fellow, I've been studying your system, but I can tell you a really infallible way of making money at roulette.
You can? What is it?
Well, own the gambling house and operate the tables yourself. The odds would be all in your favor.
Oh, what a brilliant suggestion. Own the gambling house and operate
Enough gambling for tonight, Watson? It's nearly 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a stroll round the other table, shall we?
By the way, old fellow, the young American, Mr. Gilbert, was losing heavily again tonight.
He was? I wonder if he'll try that trick that he threatened. The one with the red ink and the shot in the night.
I shouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of interest, I saw him leave the tables about half an hour ago.
Here comes his wife, on the arm of Monsieur Chevry, the director of the casino.
Good evening, Mrs. Gilbert. Monsieur?
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson. Monsieur Chevry is giving me a personally conducted tour of the casino. It's quite fascinating.
And it is quite fascinating for me to have so beautiful a woman on my arm, mademoiselle. I know that I am the envy of all the men in the room.
Oh, stop flattering me so much. I'm not used to it.
Mrs. Gilbert, how is, Frau Schneemann?
She seems much better. She wakened an hour ago and insisted on going back to her own room. I wanted her to spend the night with us in our suite, but she wouldn't hear of it.
I think I should drop in and see her before I go to bed.
Oh, you have finished the gambling for tonight, perhaps, Doctor?
No, perhaps about it, Monsieur Chevry. I've had a bad run at the tables.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Has anyone seen Roger?
He left the tables about half an hour ago, Mrs. Gilbert.
After doing as I did and losing quite heavily.
So he lost again, did he? I wonder if he'll try that new system he was talking about.
We were just discussing that possibility ourselves, Mrs. Gilbert.
Mrs. Gilbert! Mrs. Gilbert!
Frau Schneemann, you shouldn't have left your hotel, you know.
It is too late to worry for me, Herr Doctor. It is for Mrs. Gilbert now that you should worry.
What do you mean, madame?
Well, I went back just now to where poor Heinrich died. And there, lying in the grass, I saw another body. I was too shocked to go too close. But I am quite sure that I recognize your husband, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, Dr. Watson, she's ruined Roger's trick.
And he'll have taken fright and bolted by the time we get there.
Possibly. Let's go at once and find out, shall we?
He hasn't gone. He's still lying there.
It's a most convincing spectacle. That red ink really does look like blood.
Yes. And blood sometimes looks like red ink. Mr. Gilbert.
Roger, get up. The joke's spoiled. Roger, get up.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Mrs. Gilbert. He's dead.
Dr. Watson's story will be continued in just a second, which is all the time I need to tell you that the easiest way I know to transform a simple meal into a feast is to serve that meal together with Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate white wine that's the perfect companion for chicken or turkey. Turkey. Ah, yes. Turkey and Petri Sauterne. That's the heart of any Thanksgiving dinner. Look, why not make this Thanksgiving dinner the best one you ever had? Give it the air of a banquet. Serve it with Petri Sauterne. And when you buy that Sauterne or any wine for your Thanksgiving dinner, whatever you do, look for the letters Petri, because a Petri wine is always a good wine. Well, Doctor, so the young American's joke turned out to be another tragedy.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. The poor fellow was lying there dead with a bullet wound in the heart and a great splash of blood staining the whiteness of his shirt front.
What happened next?
Monsieur Chevre, director of the casino, took the distraught widow away from the scene while Holmes and I examined the body closely. Within a few minutes, we were joined by Inspector Ganivet of the French police. As we stood there in the moonlight, the sounds of music could be heard from the casino. It was hard to believe that 2 men had died in that lovely garden since the moon had risen.
Monsieur Holmes, you and Dr. Watson have concluded your examination?
Yes, Inspector Ganivet.
Will you favor me with your observations? You say that you are certain that this is not another suicide?
I'm sure of it, Inspector. Look at the wound. The bullet entered the body at a direct right angle, whereas a self-inflicted shot is always fired obliquely.
Yes, that is so. Then you suggest that this man was shot from above as he lay on the ground pretending to be dead?
I'm convinced of it.
Why, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, for 2 reasons. Though it's impossible to be sure without a laboratory test, I'm certain that beneath those blood stains are stains of red ink. Look for yourself, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed, it does look like it. What is your other reason for being certain that this man was shot as he lay here pretending dead?
Show him the banknotes, Watson.
Here you are, Inspector. We found them stuffed in his breast pocket.
So, banknotes with a bullet hole through the middle of them. Very illuminating. Tell me, gentlemen, how many people knew of this little plot you have told me about, this plan of the dead man's to pretend to be shot?
Just 3 people, Inspector. Dr. Watson, myself, and Mrs. Gilbert.
Alors, then the answer is obvious. You and your friend are innocent. It must be the wife who killed him. No one else knew of the plot.
I'm not so sure of that. Frau Schneemann, the dead German's widow, was in the next room when Gilbert told us about his plan. She might have heard, though I could swear that she was asleep. I gave her a very strong sleeping draught.
From what you have told me of her husband's suicide, she might easily have had a motive for murdering this man.
Come, gentlemen. Surely it's obvious who murdered Mr. Gilbert?
Who, Monsieur Holmes?
Well, it's certainly one of the 2 widows.
Since there seems to be some doubt in your minds, I suggest we return to the casino. I can promise you the answer to your question within a very few minutes. Well, Monsieur Chevre, now that we're all assembled in your office, I shall sit down quietly and let Inspector Ganivet conduct his examination.
No, Monsieur Holmes. No, you have handled the case so far. Please to continue it to the end.
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I should appreciate it. We'll be happy at the casino.
Very well, gentlemen. It won't take me long. Frau Schneemann.
Ja, Herr Holmes.
What time did you leave your hotel tonight?
Well, I do not know what time it was.
Well, what made you leave it?
I could not sleep. I knew that they had taken poor Heinrich's body away, but I felt that I must walk back there. It was the last place I saw him alive.
How close did you come to Mr. Gilbert's body when you saw it lying there?
Oh, close enough to see who it was. Then I ran into the casino to tell his wife. I knew what had happened.
How did you know? You say you didn't come close to the body.
I could tell by every line of the body as it lay there. I could tell because I knew that poor Heinrich's death would not be avenged.
Thank you, Frau Schneemann. That will be all. You may go.
Monsieur Holmes, she has no alibi. Surely you should stop her.
If I'm to conduct this investigation, I must do it in my own way.
Pardon, Monsieur Holmes. Please continue.
You may go, Frau Schneemann. Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Where were you prior to our meeting in the casino tonight, just before we discovered your husband's body?
After I left the hotel, I walked over here along the seafront.
Can anyone verify that statement?
I suppose not. I didn't meet anyone that I knew.
And what did you do when you arrived at the casino?
I played a little chemin de fer. A few moments later, Monsieur Chevre came over to the table and asked if he might escort me over the club. 10 minutes after that, we walked into you and Dr. Watson.
That is quite true, Monsieur Holmes. I can swear to it.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. I'm sorry to distress you with these questions. You may go.
I'll wait outside, Mr. Holmes. I must know what happened.
Wait for me there, madame. I shall join you in a few minutes and escort you home.
Well, another suspect for the poor alibi, eh, Gallivant?
I must say, Monsieur Holmes, your methods puzzle me. It seems to me that both those women should be watched.
Yes, I agree with the Inspector, Holmes.
Please don't worry, Inspector. I've asked two of your plainclothes men to keep an eye on the ladies. And now, Monsieur Chevray, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Ask me any questions you wish, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you. You will agree that it is the custom of the casino to put money on the bodies of suicides after their death, to give the impression that gambling losses were not responsible for the tragedy.
Well, I do not think...
Oh, come now, Chevray. I know that is a fact as well as you do.
Exactly. Now, on those rather gruesome occasions, whose responsibility is it to secrete the money? Yours? Or do you entrust the matter to an underling?
I do it myself.
I see. Did you place the money on Herr Schneemann tonight?
Yes, monsieur, I did.
And did you also perform the same service on the body of Mr. Gilbert?
No. I knew nothing of that death until the German lady Frau Schneemann came running into the casino.
A mysterious traveler.
This is the mysterious traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Why, we're going to follow the adventures of a man who thought he could commit murder and escape punishment. I call the story Death Laughs Last. It was while I was practicing medicine in an eastern city that Edward Harrison brought his wife Mary to me for an examination. I could see at a glance that she was dangerously ill. When I had finished my examination, however, I tried to conceal her true condition from her till I had a chance to speak privately to her husband.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Smith? Oh, please tell me that it isn't.
Well, I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are ready, I can't say yes or no.
Oh, but...
Now your husband is waiting outside. He's probably beginning to worry, so...
Oh, yes, of course.
Here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
No, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took several X-rays, but I won't be able to tell much until they're developed. I'd like your wife to come back day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor. What time would be the best?
Well, any time that's convenient to you. Now, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in for a moment, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. With you in a moment, Mary.
Of course, darling.
Sit down, won't you, Mr. Harrison?
All right. Now, what is it, Doctor?
Mr. Harrison, your wife is dangerously ill.
Does that mean she's going to die?
Her only hope is a brain operation. A very difficult and delicate operation. Without it, well, I could only give her 6 months, a year at most.
No, it mustn't be. She's got to have the operation, you hear?
I must tell you, Mr. Harrison, that only one man in this country has the necessary skill for the operation your wife needs. He's Dr. Howard Richards, and naturally he's in great demand. His average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Well, of course, if you can't afford that, you might consider the circumstances and...
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything Mary needs.
Well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away, and I'll get a hold of the money. I'll get it to you by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you? Please?
Oh, sure, Mary. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Oh, much better since Dr. Smith gave me that medicine in his office.
He's a swell doctor. He'll fix you up in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Edward?
Not a thing, except that the treatment might take a little time, that's all.
A little time? Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business hasn't been good, and we've used up all the money in our savings account, and...
Oh, don't you fret about money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling, I won't. Oh, but aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I've got to get the prescription the doctor gave me filled. You just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I've got to attend to there. Mr. Danvers, I'm Ed Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down. I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right.
Unfortunately, the security you offer, your home...
Well, what's wrong with it? It's a swell little house, good section, all in good repair.
Yes, that's true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, totaling $4,000. And, well, I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
But I've got to have the money. I just got to.
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you. Nothing we can do.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. I'm a locksmith.
Mm-hmm. Well, that means you're never certain of your income. If you had a job now, a regular income you could depend on...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances... Well, I'm sorry, very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've got to have it. I've just got to.
Sorry.
It's to save Mary's life. She'll die if I
Sorry.
don't. And I won't let her die. I won't.
Sorry. Sorry.
Look,
Sorry.
you must...
Sorry.
Listen.
Sorry.
You must...
Edward, you aren't eating. Oh, and you're so quiet. Dear, is there anything wrong?
What? Oh, no, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
Why, no, Mary. I was just thinking about making some changes at the shop. And...
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know I'm not well, but I'm going to get better. Really, I am, I promise.
Of course you are. Dr. Smith said so. You're going to be well in no time. Now I've got to go out. I have an appointment over the other side of the city with Horace Latimer. He wants to see me about something. Something important.
Edward had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but went to see Horace anyway. For he and Horace had been boyhood friends. Then their paths had separated, and Horace had grown wealthy. But in his desperation, Edward Harrison hoped that Horace would remember the past and would lend him the money he'd been trying to raise all day. Horace could spare it easily. But would he?
1,500? That's rather a lot of money, Ed.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary, for an operation. I've got to have it.
Yes. Why don't you try the bank? You have a house, a business.
I have tried the bank and all the personal loan companies in town. They all turned me down, said the security wasn't good enough.
I see. Well, that's too bad. But I don't quite understand why you came to me, Ed.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that we'd each of us always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Ed.
No, I suppose not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money and you needed it, I'd lend it to you in a minute.
I don't doubt that at all, Ed. And you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and a couple of shaky investments that I had to bolster up lately.
All right, Horace, never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me the money.
No, really, Ed, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry,
Save your
but
sorrow for somebody else. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. Yes, I'll get it. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Edward stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Sorry. Yes, you're sorry. In a pig's eye, you're sorry. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine.
What's that, buddy? Oh, was you talking to me?
Oh, no, sorry. I guess I was thinking out loud.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, got a match?
A match? Oh, sure. Yeah, there you are.
Thanks. Okay, just hold it like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun?
Yeah,
Why,
this is a stick-up. Hold your whole hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money myself. We're both out of luck. I've only got $1 on me. Take it if you want it anyway. It's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets. A wallet. A leather case of some kind.
You'll find just $1 in that wallet.
Yeah? $1. One measly buck. I bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll just see for myself. Say. Oh, this kit is full of skeleton keys and picklocks and stuff. What are you, anyway? Second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you. Now, how about taking the $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Not so fast. Were you leveling just now when you said you was trying to raise dough?
Yeah, I've got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. What's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet. Me and you, we're gonna talk business. Because I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter.
Coming up.
Well, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes. I know where there's a house with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
What, burglary? I've never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you said you needed the dough bad, didn't you? So do I, plenty bad. You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you got to do is get the back door opened and the safe. In half an hour, you'll have your $1,500 and more. How else are you ever going to get it? Answer me that.
I don't know. You're sure the money's there, Mike?
Positive. I was casing the joint. Looked in the window in time to see the old geezer put a whole roll of bills in a safe that's like a bread box. You could open it with your teeth.
All right. I'll do it. I've got to have the money. I'll go on the job with you.
Okay, this is the joint. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. It'll be a cinch.
The luck looks easy. But I shouldn't be doing this. There must be some other way to get the money straight.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. If you don't, you'll never get it. Everybody's a crook of some kind. Take it from me.
Well...
Get on. Get that door open. We gotta get inside before we're spotted.
All right. Let me take a second, I think. Yes. There. It's unlocked.
Okay, get inside. The safe's in the library. Down this way. Don't make any noise.
You're sure there's only two of them in the house?
Yeah, the old guy and his butler. Probably both of them deaf as posts. Here's the library. Come on. The safe's behind the picture on the wall.
This picture?
Yeah, that's it. I'll lift it down. There you are. That safe is just a kid's toy. Go ahead, get it open.
It won't be that easy. I'll have it open inside half an hour.
Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
It's coming now. There. It's open.
About time, too. And now let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Will I open it? There. Look. Dough, cash, Mazuma. What'd I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy. Come on, we'll count it and divvy it up.
No, never mind. Just give me 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
Are you kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 I need.
Okay, it's your funeral. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bills.
$1,500?
Yeah, for just an hour's work. Easy money, huh? What do you say? We crack a couple more cribs tonight?
No, I just want to get out of here now and...
Get behind this door. I'll take care of it.
Burglars! Jenkins, please, help!
What'd you expect me to do? Shake his hand?
But you killed him. Yes. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut that guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
All right, let's get going. Come on, we can...
Stand still, both of you. I have a gun and I have you covered.
The butler.
If you move, I'll shoot. I can see you perfectly.
He's standing on the stairs. He's got a gun. We caught.
No, not yet. We ain't. Not by an old scarecrow with a rusty horse pistol.
Put up your hands. I'm going to call the police. You've done something to the boss.
Okay, we'll put up our hands. Light from me, Will.
Oh!
Shoot him. We gotta get out of here in a hurry. No shots. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
But why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
But I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. Get home to her.
You've got other things than your wife to worry about, chum.
What do you mean, Mike?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Why did you kill them? Why?
Well, it was either kill them or go to jail. Or would you rather have gone to jail, huh?
No, but I'm all mixed up. How did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this. And you got it, so now cut out the sob stuff.
Why won't you let me go home? Why did you make me come here to your room?
You're here so you and me can have a little talk.
What kind of a talk?
Well, chum, that door and that safe open. You and me got a future together.
I won't do it. I won't.
Sure you will. And always send a little note to the cops.
They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways off here. You got a sick wife. You can, they say. You don't think you can pull a job and go on as if nothing had happened. Somebody's always got to be another.
I did it only for a
minute now, and you can't get out. Wait.
I'll get it off my chest.
Oh, no, you do. You see, and if I talk... Hey, get let go.
You got me into this. I'll take that gun away from me.
I'll plug you out. Oh.
Mike. He's dead. I'm going to get away.
In a daze of horror, he made his way to the street. Thoughts which he could not control round in his head.
They'll hang me. But I had the money to make Mary. Now they'll catch me. They'll hang me. I've got to. Paid for somehow. But you can escape if you're lucky. I need a drink. I've got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Edward Harrison stopped the street and struggling to control his shaking as normal. He ordered a double whiskey and gulped it. His senses cleared a little. He heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city.
Attention. The police stop for the following man. They're committed in the Buxton Park. Please make a note of the following.
Say, buddy, what's the radio off for?
Because I was...
D? And I got a night I want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it back on again.
No, you mustn't.
But I'm going to. If you try a gun right here under the bar, see what that dirty killer looked like.
I repeat, beyond height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair, in Buxton Park earlier this evening. Man reported once to... Now turn you back to our regular night owl program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're heavy-set and black-haired. But for a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer the way you didn't want me to hear the description. I guess you're just jumpy, huh? Well, here. Have another drink. On the house.
Thanks. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
How close he had come to giving himself away. Edward Harrison hurried. Mike, the police were looking for, not Edward Harrison. And they had. Edward Harrison was safe. His own good luck, Edward was asleep. Quiet and troubled by nightmare, Mary was already preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. Do.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop. I was pretty late, a little work. I forgot to watch the time.
Oh, this morning you look terrible. I know. You're worrying about me. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Smith called up last night. He wanted to talk to you. Said he had some good news for you.
Good news?
Yes, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
I think I know what it is. Yes, sure, I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right, Edward. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor says, too.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now, darling. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Edward bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murders the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The butler Mike had shot had given the police Mike's description and then died before he could tell them there was anyone with Mike. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Edward Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe. I'm safe. Mike was wrong. Sometimes you can get away with murder and not have to pay anything if you're lucky. And I've been lucky. I've been lucky.
When Edward Harrison entered my office, he sat down beside my desk and tossed a folded newspaper into the wastebasket. His expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you'd phoned. You had good news.
Yes, Mr. Harrison, I called you last night after I got in touch with Dr. Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
Oh, that's swell, Doctor. And I've got the money right here in my pocket.
Money, yes. Yes, I was also going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about it. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted?
Yes.
Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Never mind, Doctor. I mean, I've got the money. I want to pay it. He's got to take it right away. Well, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to save Mary's life, isn't it? You said it would. You can go back on your word. You can, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the operation would save your wife's life, but unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? And I've raised the dough to pay him, so what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards can't perform the operation now.
But you said...
He was tragically murdered last night by a burglar who broke into his home in Buxton Park. This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip into the life of a man who thought he could make good come out of evil? Poor Edward Harrison. He didn't believe that crime must always be paid for by someone, did he? What became of him? Well, after his wife died a few months later, he confessed everything to the police. He didn't have anything to live for, poor fellow. But I hope his experience will teach you that crime really doesn't pay. I always say that if... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop. I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week.
You have just heard Chapter 42 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, Death Laughs Last, Philip Clark played Edward Harrison, Carl Emery played Mike, and Elizabeth Morgan played Mary Harrison. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silverne. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. And now, an important message for all of you.
This is Jock McGregor speaking. The National War Fund Drive begins tomorrow. As you probably know, this fund includes over 22 of the major war relief and service organizations. As the war progresses on all fronts, more and more people will need help. Our armed forces, American prisoners of war, our allies, and people right here at home. And by giving to the National War Fund, you will be helping. Consider just one of the many organizations that the War Fund supports, the USO. More than 3,000 service units are in operation, clubs where our servicemen and women find recreation, dances, educational activities, reading, writing, and game rooms, and religious counsel. The USO is responsible for the traveler's aid desks, which help servicemen make connections and find sleeping accommodations. It operates the lounges in railroad and bus terminals. USO camp shows bring American entertainment to our troops at camps and stations throughout this country and in all of the combat zones. Groups who play the jungle circuit in the South Pacific, the desert circuit in North Africa, the grass skirt circuit in the Hawaiian Islands, and the foxhole circuit in combat zones just behind the front lines. We can't measure in money the good accomplished by the USO, but we can help to continue that good work by giving our money the National War Fund. So when your community war fund or war chest representative calls on you, give and give generously.
Listen next time to a tale titled
The Man the Insects Hated.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. Beginning Saturday, October 7th, The Mysterious Traveler will be heard at a new time. It will be presented every Saturday evening at 10:30 Eastern Wartime over most of these same stations. So remember the new time, 10:30 p.m., Saturdays.
This is Mutual.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
A flying saucer came to Earth, so ends a mystery. For out jumped 20 men who said smoke LSMFT.
If you've been missing smoking joy and really want some fast, switch right to milder Lucky Strike for pleasure that will last.
Be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's evening at the Benny household. Jack has just finished dinner and now is in the kitchen helping Rochester with the dishes.
You enjoy your dinner, Rochester? Well, that ought to be enough water, Rochester.
Yes, sir. By the way, boss, it's awful nice of you to help me with the dishes tonight.
Well, after all, Rochester, it's your birthday and your friends are giving you a party. I know you want to get away. By the way, how old are you today?
43.
Gee, 43.
Yep.
What are you laughing at?
It's hard to believe that when I first started working here, I was younger than you.
Yeah. Now, hand me the silver and I'll dry it.
Here you are. Say, boss, you've got some new silverware, haven't you?
What do you mean?
Well, look at this fork. On the back it says Romanovs.
Oh, well, that's a family heirloom given to me by my Aunt Harriet. Harriet Romanoff.
Oh. Well, what about this spoon here? It says Chason's.
Oh, I got that from another aunt of mine, Matilda Chasen. Yeah.
Oh. Say, boss, this fork here, was that given to you by... No, I'm not going to ask you.
What?
I know you haven't got an aunt named Pig and Whistle.
Oh, yes, I have, Rochester. She was married twice, to Sam Pig and Joe Whistle. Now, leave me alone. Rochester, answer the door, will you, please?
Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester. Happy birthday, and here's a little gift for you. Some cufflinks.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much. Come on in.
Where's Mr. Benny?
He's helping me with the dishes.
Oh. What'd he give you for your birthday?
Miss Livingston, he gave me a gift worth $2,400.
What? Mr. Benny gave you a gift worth $2,400? How come?
Well, as Mr. Benny explained to me, he's a great artist on the radio and gets $12,000 for his broadcast.
Uh-huh.
The broadcast is only 30 minutes long, which means he gets $400 per minute.
Uh-huh.
And by giving me 6 minutes of his time to help me with the dishes, I'm getting the equivalent of $2,400.
What?
If you don't get out the kitchen soon, I'll be in the higher brackets.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Don't speak to me. I can't afford it.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Jack, I came over to ask you if you'd like to come to my house tonight. I'm having some friends over, and we're going to play canasta.
Oh, I'd love to, Mary, but tonight I'm going to stay home and look over the script of my second television show.
Oh, that reminds me. Mama saw your first one.
She did? Your mother?
Mm-hmm. And I got a letter from her this morning. I have it right here.
Oh, what does Plainfield's Edge of Doom have to say?
I'll read it to you.
Well, go ahead, kid.
My darling daughter, Mary, just a few lines to let you know that we all saw Jack's first television show and liked it very much.
Gee.
When Jack came out on the stage and stood there with that devil-may-care attitude, he reminded me of Francis X. Bushman.
Well.
Jack's performance was so nonchalant, so casual, and so relaxed, we all fell asleep.
What?
In the time it took him to say hello again, this is Jack Benny, Milton Berle would have given us 3 guest stars.
Well, Mary, we're different. I have my style of comedy, and Burl has everybody's. Go ahead, read on, right?
And now, Mary, for a few lines about your sister Babe.
Oh, read this slowly, Mary. That's the part that sends me, you know?
Your sister Babe still isn't engaged, and I think her appearance is against her.
Gee.
She always looks like she just got up.
What?
And in the morning, when she does get up, she looks like... But then, that's another letter.
Poor kid.
We thought Baby finally landed a fellow last week. For 7 straight nights, a college student took her out.
A college student took out Babe?
But the 8th night, he didn't show up. He called and said the initiation was over.
How do you like that?
That's all the news now, so we'll close. Your loving mother, Young Rose Livingston.
Mary, your mother is so funny. Do you think she'd consider writing some jokes for my television show?
For your television show? Well, she might, Jack, if you put my sister Babe on it.
Mary, if I have your sister Babe, I don't need jokes. Anyway, I'd like to ask her...
I'll answer the door, Jack. Be happy, go lucky. Be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Liv. How's the flower that bloomed in the May Company?
Fine, Phil, fine. Come on in.
Where's Jackson?
Oh, he'll be... Hey, Phil, you're wearing glasses.
Yeah, I decided I better get him to keep me out of trouble.
Why? What happened?
Well, a couple of days ago, Liv, I was riding down Hollywood Boulevard and I saw a cute little chick walking along and I whistled at her.
Well, how did that get you into trouble?
It was Alice.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Roch. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Here, Rochester, I brought you a present.
Thanks. What is it, hair tonic?
You can use it for that if you want happy hair.
Happy hair?
Hey, Jackson, I want to ask you something.
What is it, Phil?
Well, a couple of weeks from now, me and my boys have to be out of town, and I want to know, do you think that you could possibly do a program without us?
What did you say, Phil?
I want to know if you could do a program without me and my boys.
Well, Phil, I really don't know, but I'd be so grateful if you'd give me a chance to try. Believe me.
Wait a minute, Jackson. That's no altitude to take.
That's attitude. As far as I'm concerned, you can go right now. Altitude.
A natural mistake for a chap who's always high.
Now, look, Phil, where's this place that you and the boys may have to play?
Well, Jackson, we may be invited to play at the formal opening of a new incinerator that burns all the fish heads at Pismo Beach.
Well, congratulations, Phil. I think it's a step in the right direction. So take my advice. Oh, excuse me a minute. Hello?
One moment, please. I have a long-distance call from Las Vegas.
Las Vegas? Who can that be?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing in Las Vegas?
Who's this?
Jack Benny, you called me.
I did. I thought I was putting nickels in a slot machine.
Oh, fine. Dennis, what are you doing in Las Vegas, anyway?
I'm up here sightseeing. Yesterday I saw the Hoover vacuum cleaner factory.
The Hoover vacuum? Hoovier? Did I say Hoovier? Remember our old president, Herbert Hoovier?
No, that's Herbert Heaver.
Dennis, when you were in Las Vegas, you say you saw the Hoover vacuum cleaner factory?
Yeah, it sure is a funny-looking place. A big solid wall of cement with water on one side of it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, that's Hoover Dam. Dam.
Well, there's no need to get that mad about it.
I'm not mad. Dennis, who's in Las Vegas with you?
Oh, I'm up here with my mother. She's on our way to Detroit.
Detroit? Oh, is your mother going to pick up a new car?
5 of them. She drives the truck.
Now, stop that. I know you called up just to have some fun with me. You're not even in Las Vegas.
Oh, yes, I am in Las Vegas.
No, you're not.
I'm sorry, sir, but your 3 lemons are up.
What?
Now what do you got to say?
Nothing, believe me. Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye.
Mr. Day,
Yes, operator.
you're my favorite singer. Would you sing a song for me over the phone?
Sure. Lucky for you, I walked into a phone booth that had a piano.
Jack, who was that on the phone before?
That was Dennis. He told me he was up in Las Vegas. I don't know whether to believe that kid or not. Once he called me up and told me he was in Tokyo, and I bawled him out. Boy, was I embarrassed when he put MacArthur on the phone. So you can't tell.
Say, Jack, I gotta run along now. Are you sure you don't want to come over and play canasta?
No, Mary. Thanks.
How about you, Phil?
Canasta? No, thanks, Liv. When I play cards, I just want to be dealt 5. 5, then halt. That's enough. But I'll drop you by your house if you like.
Okay. Bye, Jack.
So long, Hoovier. So long, fish head.
happy-go-lucky, be happy. Say, Rochester,
Yes, boss.
you can have the evening off if you... How do you like that? He was upstairs when I called him. Never saw anybody leave so fast. But then he's going to his birthday party. Rochester, what'd you come back for?
I forgot my hair tonic.
Oh. Well, let's see. What'll I do tonight? I should read my television script, but I don't feel like memorizing now. I think I'll just go in the library and read a book. Let's see. There's some books here I haven't read. Here's Ernest Hemingway's new one, Across the River and Into the Trees. I hear that's great. Here's a new book by Gypsy Rose Lee, Across the Runway and Into the Tees. That ought to be interesting. No pictures. Hey, here's one I haven't read. A Cup of Coffee, a Sandwich, and Murder. Say, this is the book I heard about. It's supposed to be very exciting, too. It's got gangsters in it and everything. I think I'll read it. I'll sit over here by the fireplace. A cup of coffee, a sandwich, and murder. Chapter 1. Although my story is an unusual one, it all took place in a typical American town. I was a typical American man in a typical American business, which was identified with my typical American name. I remember the day they put up the sign, Gundlefinger's Lunchroom. Yes, that's me, Charlie Gundlefinger. As the story opens, it is midnight, and my lunchroom is deserted, except for one lonely customer. Yeah, it sure is a dreary night tonight, Curly. I wish I could close up and go home. What'll you have to eat?
Throw me one of them apples.
They're wax.
Oh. Hey, Charlie, look what's on top of one of them wax apples.
Yeah. Stupid worm. Come on, Curly, I want to go home. What'll you have to eat?
I don't know. What do you got?
Well, how'd you like some squaw baked in wine?
Nah. Have you got any ham hocks? Stewed in bourbon?
Nah, we're all out of ham hocks.
Good. Just bring me the juice.
Okay. Say, Curly, next week when you come in here, you won't know this lunchroom. It's going to be real ritzy. New curtains and drapes and rugs on the floor. Nice new lampshades and everything.
It's about time this joint looks like an old incinerator at Pismo Beach.
Don't worry, I'm going to fix everything. In fact, I've already hired the interior decorators. Say, Curly, hurry up and finish eating, will you? It's such a nasty night, I want to close up and go home.
I'll be through in a minute. How about a napkin?
Use the drapes. I'm going to get new ones anyway. Yes, sir, I can just see the way this place is going to...
What's the matter, Charlie? What are you staring at?
I was staring out the window. Two guys had just stepped off the curb and were crossing the street. I'd never seen them before. They looked tough, very tough. One of them looked exactly like Richard Widmark, courtesy of 20th Century Fox. They were coming this way. What'll it be, gentlemen? I say, what'll it be, gentlemen? Gentlemen, what'll it be?
What are you shaking for, Blue Eyes? It ain't cold in here.
I'm getting ready to close up, gentlemen, so if you want something to eat, you better order it.
Hey, Slugger.
What is it, Giggles?
Hoovier is in a hurry. Maybe we ought to slow him down.
Yeah, down.
Now, look, gentlemen, I don't want no trouble. What'll you have? You can have some ham and eggs or some corned beef hash or a mixed green salad. Ouch! Why did you slap me?
I don't like salads.
You don't?
No.
He thought he would antagonize me by blowing smoke in my face. But he was wrong. I liked it. He was smoking a Lucky Strike. Made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm.
Listen, you.
I'm not finished yet. So fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. Now look, fellas, I want to close up this joint, so you better order and get out of here. And put that gun down.
Did you hear that, Slugger? Huh? Did you hear that? He wants me to put the gun down.
Yeah, down.
I was in a spot. The taller one was 5'10" and sinister. The shorter one was 5'6" and crazy. But crazy or not, he was a neat dresser. He even had a carnation in the hole in his head. In desperation, I looked toward my only customer, Curly, but he was no help. He was lying there under the table. I had put too much seasoning in the ham hock. I knew these men were tough, and I'd have to bluff my way out. So I turned to the taller one and said, "Now, see here, mister. I want to ask you a question."
Look, big man, I ask the questions around here, see? You just answer them. Do as I tell you, see? If not, you'll get hurt, see? Now get me something to eat, see?
And be quick about it, look.
Look?
Where?
Shut up, Slugger. Now look, big man, I asked you to get me something to eat.
Well, it's about time. You know, I have the reputation of serving the tastiest food in town.
Oh, you do, eh? Okay, I'll make you a deal. If your food is as good as you say it is, we'll scram. But if it ain't, I'll blow your head off.
Well, that's a fair deal. What'll you have?
Throw me one of them apples.
When he asked for one of those wax apples, I knew I was in trouble. His crazy pal had eaten them all. I was afraid to look for the worm.
Well, I'm waiting.
I'm sorry, but wait a minute. What are you reaching in your back pocket for?
To get my handkerchief.
Your handkerchief?
Yeah.
You must have a bad cold.
Yeah, I just took those shots for it. Oh, Giggles, no wonder you was a panic in the streets.
Now, look, I know what you guys want. You're a couple of gangsters. You're here to hold me up.
Did you hear that, Slugger? The big man thinks we're here to hold him up.
Yeah, up.
Well, you got us wrong, Blue Eyes. We come in here to talk business with you.
Business? With me?
Yeah. We heard you're gonna get this dump redecorated.
Yes, I am. What's that got to do with you?
Well, we want to know something.
What?
Who you getting your chintz from?
Chins?
Yeah, and a silk lining for your drapes.
I'm not going to have them lined.
Now listen, big man, you're going to have drapes and you're going to have them lined, and you're getting them from us, see?
Now look, fellas, you can't come in here and intimidate me. I'm going to call the police.
Okay, Blue Eyes. Go ahead, call the police.
Well, I would, but I don't know the number.
Oh, you don't know the number, huh? Well, maybe I could help you out.
How can you dial the phone from way over there?
Stand aside and I'll show you.
Information.
What?
Go ahead, big man, talk.
And talk fast. I'm bleeding.
Well, I'm not afraid of you guys anymore. You took 3 shots before and 3 shots now. You're out of bullets. I've got my gun, see? Come on, up with your hands, both of you.
Ah, you want to shoot it out, eh? Okay, hand me your gun, Slugger.
Here you are.
Now take that. No, not that one, your real gun.
Oh, no, you don't. I got you guys covered. Take that.
No! You got me, Slugger. You got me. I'm dying, Slugger. I knew the day would come. I knew I couldn't get away with it. Oh, everything's getting dark. I can't see. I'm dying, Slugger. He gave me the kiss of death. And now there's no way out. Goodbye, Slugger. I'm dying. Dying. Dying.
Well, fall down, you big ham.
Yeah, maybe this'll help him.
No!
Yes, that's my story. I killed him. And I'll do it again for the West Coast at 9:30. This is Charlie Gundlefinger saying good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Treasury Department is conducting an intensified drive to sell more United States savings bonds. It's a terrific opportunity for you to create financial security and independence. If you haven't been buying savings bonds regularly, start now. Put more opportunity in your future. Invest in United States savings bonds. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, everybody be happy, go lucky, and let's visit a happy wedding party.
Be happy, go lucky, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
The bride and groom smoked Lucky Strike, so we filled up their carriage, for mildness and rich taste combined to make a lucky marriage.
We gave a shower for the bride, and we are proud to boast the packs of Luckies that we brought are what she wanted most.
Be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, light up a Lucky and enjoy the happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste combined in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. Perfect mildness? Remember, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And you always get the full, rich taste of fine tobacco, too, because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the fellow who looked like Richard Widmark for appearing here tonight. through the courtesy of the studio that looks like 20th Century Fox. Dick, I want to thank you very much for being on my program tonight.
Well, I was happy to be with you, Jack, but there's one thing I'd like to ask you.
What's that?
When do I get paid?
Paid?
Yeah.
Good night, folks.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The man is nailing a horse's picture to the wall. The horse is pawing the western skies in the classic attitude of pawing horses, and it is the top half of a calendar distributed by Isaac's Livery. It's a hot April day in St. Joseph, Missouri, in the year 1882. And the man is hanging the picture in his living room because he has a fondness for the noble beast. Horses have gotten him out of many a critical situation, such as 1, holding up railroads, 2, robbing banks, 3, murdering fellows. His name is Jesse James, and as soon as he finishes hanging that picture, a friend of his is going to shoot the back of his head off. So tonight, my transcribed report to you on the death of a picture hanger.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
Tonight, we take you to Jefferson City, Missouri, to the mansion of the governor of that state. His name was Crittenden, but his cronies called him Critch. He liked living in the governor's mansion because he never had it so good. There were servants, crystal chandeliers, wine furnished by cronies, entertainments by cronies, and best of all, 6 small gilded cherubs, backs bent cheerfully to support a cast-iron bathtub, and quite often the governor also. So, if you've never attended a governor taking a bath, here's your chance.
Where's that soap? Where is it?
Oh, there it is, Critch. Right behind you.
Sir.
Uh-huh.
When's the last time you had a bath?
Kansas City. Just after the hanging of Billy Bob Williams. Let's see, that was,
March 12th last.
What a memory you got, Governor.
Yeah, hanging outlaws one of the nicest parts of this job, Timberlake. You ever get to be governor, hang a lot of outlaws and remember when. That way you can tell people, and people will be impressed and keep you governor.
I'll remember.
Hand me that rose water and glycerin, Sheriff.
Oh, sure.
Oh, thanks. You know what I called you down here for?
Got an idea.
Tell me, and I'll tell you if you're right.
Jesse James?
Look good on my record. He to die somehow soon. During my administration in my state.
People will cheer you wherever you go.
I like the sound of people cheering.
Governor.
Hand me that towel, Sheriff. Thanks.
Governor, I've been thinking.
Scheming kind of thinking?
Oh, you might say.
About Jesse?
If it works, people liable to cheer you right on to Washington. Then there's no telling what.
In a case like that, you're liable to be standing right where I'm standing.
That's right.
Get Jesse for me.
I'm going to do that.
Not since Kansas City, huh, Sheriff?
Not since then.
Well, how'd you like to take a bath right now?
I didn't want to say nothing. I was hoping you'd ask.
She's all yours, Sheriff. Enjoy yourself.
Sheriff Timberlake was a man who instinctively knew his way around a bathtub. He soaked, lathered, and rinsed, and was out of there in the shake of a lamb's tail. Then he went home. Then he changed his clothes. He got into a nondescript outfit of brown woolen pants and a black alpaca coat, and he went down to Kansas City. Many things were to be found in Kansas City. A wooden monument, long since burned, of Daniel Sanker, who got a message through to his beleaguered dad, a grand opera house, and 3 mechanical pianos, each with fiddle attached. All in all, it was a very happy community. Worthy of note is the fact that Spit in the Ocean, a poker variation, was invented at Bobbrick's Poker Palace during this era. And it is into this very den that Sheriff Timberlake wandered. He wandered here because he was looking for someone, a girl, a young lady whose job it was to stand in back of strangers at the gaming tables and make signals to the houseman on the opposite side. When Timberlake approached her, she had 3 fingers in the air and the tip of her tongue pointing to the left.
Mattie.
Oh,
Up you, honey? Want to talk with you, Mattie.
a second.
Raise you.
Carl. I get me a one-eyed jack in the hole. Gives me 3 of them. Where'd you say you're from? Roanoke? Nice place.
Come on. Out here. What you want?
How's Johnny?
You said you weren't going to turn him in.
For favors.
What you want him to do?
Nothing.
What you want?
Jesse James.
Oh.
Got to clean up Missouri, Mattie.
Oh?
Got to start with Jesse.
If you say it.
Yeah, Jesse's staying with Robert and Charlie Ford.
That's right.
Now, your friends, ain't they, Mattie? Robert and Charlie Ford?
I used to know him pretty good.
Ain't hard to talk to old friends, Mattie.
And you ain't going to touch Johnny, are you?
You just tell Robert and Charlie Ford I'm in Stamponi's boarding house right now. I ain't got a gun either.
That all you want me to do?
You tell them, Mattie. You hear? How is it?
Ford.
Door's open. Come on in, boys. Well, didn't Mattie tell you I left my guns back in Jefferson City? Just you come on in.
Bob, over there.
All right. Glad to see you back in Missouri, Charlie. Heard you and Robert were over in Kansas for a while. Heard you're in jail. Heard you killed a man to get out. Glad to see you back in Missouri.
Bob, get him.
All right. I told you I weren't holding no iron, boys.
Making sure. Take his shirt off him, Bob. Now let him go, Bob. How come you ain't holding nothing, Sheriff?
Now you know what I'm going to say, you believe.
Go on back there, Bob, where you was before.
All right.
Sheriff, you crazy?
Let me ask you a question, then you decide. How'd you like a full pardon for what you done in Missouri, Charlie? Robert, you need never go back into Kansas. You're free to stay here as long as you live. Come and go as you please. Don't have to worry about killing 4 people in Missouri. Besides, have $10,000. You've been robbing, you've been stealing, you've been killing. You got $10 between you? Both of you murderers, thieves, scum. I figured you'd do that. I'm glad you did. Because now you're hating yourself.
Put your gun back, Bob. Let him run on a little bit more.
You like Jesse James, Charlie?
Ain't nothing about him I like or don't like.
You like Jesse, Robert?
Man's talking to you, Robert. Wants to know you like Jesse.
Do you?
Once Jesse and Bob had a little fight. 2 years ago, Bob was only 19 and Jesse a full-grown man. When Jesse was finished with Bob, Bob got to be a full-grown man.
The governor wants Jesse dead or alive.
A lot of people do.
Governor says he'd give both of you a full pardon and $10,000 for Jesse.
Ain't no bargain, Jesse being who he is. Gunfighter like he is, and fast like
Whoever do it'd be a hero. People cheer.
That'd be nice.
What'd you say, Robert?
That'd be nice.
Ride with the governor.
That'd be nice.
Being a hero instead of a running dog.
I like that word.
Hero?
Yeah.
Robert?
Yeah?
Say it.
Hero.
What's the matter?
Listen to what I can say. $10,000.
Well, boys?
Jesse James died all of a sudden. Wouldn't take long for you to hear about it. We'd let you know.
That's a promise.
Chain reaction. Governor in bathtub. Sheriff in waiting. Mattie, the girl card watcher. And the brothers Ford, Robert, and Charlie. The principals involved in getting Jesse James assassinated. It would be well at this point to remark upon some of the accomplishments of Jesse James. His standard feat was murdering cowboys and rustling cattle. One incident in Starr County, Texas, had him murdering single-handedly 3 cowboys and driving off 500 fine head of beef, a record which stands to this day. On record, too, is his slaying by bowie knife of Mr. John W. Wicker, a Pinkerton man from Chicago. Then there were several train robberies, outstanding of which was the one 5 miles east of Council Bluffs, where he and his men derailed the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific Express. The cars telescoped. The engineer was instantly killed. 12 passengers were seriously injured. And Jesse and his men robbed them all. There are many other mayhems too numerous to mention, except that they averaged 1.37 corpses per exploit. One act of kindness must be noted, however. Mr. Avery Thompson, hurt grievously by a runaway horse in the streets of Abilene, pleaded to be put out of his misery. From 50 paces, Jesse obliged. His act of mercy was applauded by all around. It was then this half-kind, half-renegade person that the brothers Ford were going to kill. Charlie and Robert went home, lit the kerosene lamp, and waited. They didn't have to wait too long.
Hi, Jesse. Come on in.
It was a Saturday night when Jesse walked through that doorway in Ray County, and Sunday was his favorite day because he could sleep late.
listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Tomorrow night, if you're in the mood for still more adventure listening, don't miss 21st Precinct, the program that probes the inner workings of the world's largest police force. 21st Precinct shows you policemen as the human beings they are, exposes their tough grinds, their dangerous careers. Remember, it's Tuesday nights on most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on The Death of a Picture Hanger.
The night Jesse James walked into the Ford home, he was carrying a .45 Colt on one hip, .45 Smith Wesson on the other, and a .44 Derringer in his waistcoat, and a Winchester rifle hung limply from his left hand. Armed in this manner was standard operating procedure for Jesse when he walked into homes, a procedure which varied only some years before when he courted. At this time of romance, he did not wear the Derringer. It should be remarked, however, that the Winchester was kept by his feet like a faithful old dog. All of which adds up to the fact that all of the people who tried before this Saturday night to kill Jesse were long dead. And the Ford boys, Robert and Charlie, were well aware of this fact. But Robert wanted to be a hero, and Charlie wanted $10,000. So they were very hospitable.
Sit in the rocker, Jess. Want some whiskey? Bob. Heard you've been in Jefferson City, Jess.
Here you are, Jess. You must be sleepy, Jess.
What's the matter with you, Bob? You don't have to tell Jess when he's sleepy. Jess knows when he's sleepy.
I just don't want to talk important things to him, that's all. Not when his head's nodding.
Simmer down, Bob.
All right, Jess, I'll tell you. We're tired of lazing around. Me and Charlie been doing nothing, just waiting for you to say go. When you going to say go, Jess?
Kid's anxious, Jess. Just like kids.
Tired, that's all.
Yeah. Been on my back like this for a week, Jess. Worrisome, ain't he?
Listen, Jess, we figured something.
A train, Jess.
Trains are easy.
You hear what it said? You hear what it said, Charlie? Trains are easy.
Kid.
The Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific out of Kansas City. It makes a stop at Winston, Jess.
At Cameron, too.
Here's your drink, Jess. We going to do it to the train, Jess?
Need some sleep.
Bob, fix Jess that place in the barn.
Sure will.
So Bob went out to the barn, fluffed up some straw, and made a bed for Jesse to sleep in. This was considered an act of compassion of the time, barn owners to wayfarers. But in this instance, it was known as a tactic. Get Jesse on his back in the barn with maybe his guns off. Get him while he's sleeping. So consider now what we have here. Jesse James bedded down for the night and his two would-be assassins as guardian angels. In the trade, this is known as a precarious position. So switch now from prone Jesse to outside the barn. Nearly midnight in Missouri, and a mist from the river threading between Charlie Ford and Bob.
When are we going to kill Jess?
Try killing him from now on.
You think he's sleeping?
Where'd you bet him down?
Under that window.
Well, let's go peek, see if he's sleeping.
What you think?
He's lying there, all right.
Eyes closed?
Can't tell. Sure tell this, though.
What?
Look at that pool of moon. Wait a minute, I'll get out of your way. See?
He's holding a gun in each hand.
He's a light sleeper.
When he sleeps.
We don't even know he's sleeping.
Charlie. Shoot him. Kill him.
You want to be the hero, younger brother. You do.
Supposing I miss.
I'll shoot you just where you're standing if you miss. Because if you miss, you wake Jess. I'll just explain to Jess that I killed you to save his life. That way, saving mine.
If we were sure he's sleeping, be no trouble at all.
You make sure.
If some kind of animal or something walked by him soft, that'd be a way. Hey, you wait here a minute. Come here, you little old dog. That's right. You're too old to live anyhow. Little dog's too old to live anyhow, Charlie. Step aside a minute. I'll push him through this chink in the wall. Critter'd run into the barn past Jess, and we'll find out for sure.
You're chattering like a woman, Bob. Just do it.
Bob and Charlie huddled together that night, and in the morning they flashed their nicest, sleepiest grins when they awoke to find Jesse James standing over them.
I shot me this critter last night. Who's going to cook me my breakfast?
The boys tumbled out of bed and vied who would be first at the skillet. Bob won, and Charlie put the kettle on. It was late, and it was Sunday, so they had brunch. Toward its end, as a gesture of carefree camaraderie, Jesse heaved the Ford's best china against the wall.
Breaking them against the wall's easy, Jess. Why don't you throw them up in the air and shoot them?
You crazy, Bob? What'd you tell him to do that for?
Use up all his bullets, and then we... Watch it, Jess!
Ain't gonna hit you, Bob. Just seeing how close I can come.
In the name of heaven, Jess!
Cut it out, Jesse. You got the kid almost crying.
Stand still. See how you like it, Charlie. See if I can fan your ear without drawing blood. Now let's go do it to a train.
Which meant riding down to Winston, which meant for the Ford boys a constant vigilance for the moment when Jesse would turn his back, would ride ahead of them a few paces. Anything so that they could have an irretrievable advantage. Historians make category of this event as the ride to Winston with the Fords up front. Jesse just didn't trust anybody to ride in back of him, except his mom, but then she was only comfortable on very slow horses. So down to Winston they rode, and at 9:30 p.m. on Monday night, they boarded the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific train. As soon as the train started, they dressed themselves in white linen dusters. They wore red handkerchiefs over their faces, and they waited in the vestibule for the conductor. 15 minutes later, Jesse James and the Fords left behind them 2 corpses, a wounded engineer, and an empty duck cage, the boys having released a dozen ducks from the express car. They took with them $8,000 in cash and convertible mementos. The boys jumped off the train at a point where they had tethered their horses. Then they rode south. They rode to St. Joseph, Missouri. They rode to the home of Jesse James, with Jesse riding behind.
Wait out here, boys. Annie.
That you, Jess?
Sure.
I'm in the kitchen. Oh, hello, Jess.
Don't you kiss me now, Ann. You wait till I wash off this road dust.
I don't mind.
You're too pretty to get mussed up.
Oh, Jess.
What you got there, Ann?
I was in Isaac's today to see about some harness. He gave me this calendar. He said, you put this up in a nice place, Mrs. Howard.
Everybody in town calls you Mrs. Howard, don't they, Ann?
They call us the Happy Howards. They ask what you do. I say a traveling man. You been traveling, Jess?
I brought you a watch, Mrs. Howard. Here.
Why, Mr. Howard, porcelain and gold, just what I wanted. Now you go away, Mark, so I can kiss you. What you doing to that calendar, Jess?
Pretty picture of a horse, Ann. Tear off the calendar part. It'll look nice in the parlor. Nail it up in the parlor, Ann.
Some tacks and a hammer in the cabinet.
Brought the Ford boys with me, Ann.
Oh, that's nice.
I'll have the boys come in. You make us something to eat.
I'll fetch you some water first for washing.
Come on in, boys. You boys like this picture?
Right good picture of a horse.
What are you going to do with it, Jeff?
Figure to hang it here somewhere.
I wouldn't want me a picture of no horse in the parlor.
You just ain't got no eye.
No, he ain't. Yeah, I think hanging a picture like that's real good. Where are you going to hang it, Jess?
Here, I guess.
That's too low to hang a picture.
Yeah.
Higher, huh? I had me that picture, and I was going to hang it. I'd hang it higher.
Maybe you're right. Pleasant to be home.
How's your missus?
Pleasant to be home. Man don't have to carry around all these guns weighing heavy around his middle. Feels mighty fine.
I said, how's your missus, Jess?
Getting water. Gonna cook us something. Get off that chair, Bob.
What for?
You stupid. I said I was gonna hang me this picture.
All right.
Pretty picture.
Bob. All right. All right, Charlie.
You shot the back of Jesse's head off, Bob.
That make me a hero, don't it?
Sure does.
Shooting Mr. Howard, alias Jesse James, in the back was a very heroic deed. So heroic that a song was written about it. The refrain goes, "And the dirty little coward, he shot Mr. Howard and laid Jesse James in his grave."
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The Death of a Picture Hanger, tonight's Crime Classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Clayton Post was heard as Jess, Paul Freese as Charlie, and Sam Edwards as Bob. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Charlotte Lawrence, Paula Winslow, and Joseph Granby. Roy Rowan speaking. Now, here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a bedroom in Baltimore, Maryland, in June 1871. Its occupant, William Scott Ketchum, Major General, United States Army, retired. My report to you will be on the final day of General Ketchum and how he died. Thank you. Good night.
Later this evening, Herbert Marshall has the leading role in a story adapted from Daphne du Maurier's collection called Kiss Me Again, Stranger. It's the eerie story of the birds, describing strange happenings on an otherwise quiet English countryside. Hear it later this evening on most of these same stations when CBS Radio presents The Summer Theater. Yes, later this evening, starring Herbert Marshall. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for Mystery Mixed with Merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you the easiest way I know to get the reputation of being the perfect host. Next time friends come over for dinner, before you sit down to the table, serve glasses of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. I say Petri Sherry because Petri Sherry is extraordinary sherry. You can tell by looking at it. Hold it to the light. Notice how clear it is. Notice its beautiful, deep amber color. And you can tell Petri Sherry is unusual from just a whiff of its fragrance. And, of course, in the last analysis, you can tell just how fine a wine Petri Sherry is by tasting it. That's the best test of all. And that's where you'll get the most pleasant surprise because Petri Sherry really tastes wonderful. A flavor right from the heart of the grape. So serve Petri Sherry to your family and your friends, and serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's not keep him waiting.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartello. You'll forgive me if I don't get up, won't you, my boy?
Of course, Doctor. What's the matter, a touch of rheumatism?
No, I played 18 holes of golf today.
I hope that when I'm your age, Doctor, I can be half as sprightly.
Oh, it's very nice of you, but if you don't mind, we won't discuss the question of my age. So drop your chair, make yourself comfortable, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, from the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a spooky story.
It was, Mr. Bartell. It certainly was. Towards the end of November in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog had settled down over London. For 4 or 5 days, it was impossible from our rooms in Baker Street to see the outline of the houses opposite.
A real London pea souper, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, and it became most depressing. The first day, Holmes had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. The second and third had been patiently occupied with a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day, on pushing back our chairs after breakfast, we saw the greasy, heavy brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, Sherlock Holmes's impatient and active nature could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against the inaction. After several minutes of these perambulations, he turned to me and spoke.
Anything of interest in the paper, Watson?
There's news of a revolution, a possible war, and of an impending change in the government. Nothing to interest you, though. No crimes of any importance.
The London criminal is certainly a dull and unenterprising fellow these days. Look out of the window, Watson. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen, and then blend once more into the foggy depths. What a day for a thief or a murderer. He could roam London as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim.
That's a cheerful thought, I must say. Hello. I wonder who that is.
Probably a visitor for Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps the local plumber has finally condescended to pay some attention to the faulty gas jet in our hallway.
I don't think you're right on either count. I can hear Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs.
Come in. Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's most important, and he asked me to give you this card,
Oh,
sir.
thank you. Oh, Mortimer Harley, eh? Show him up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir.
Mortimer Harley, and who's he?
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but I'm quite familiar with his scientific reputation.
Scientific? In what does he specialize?
Oh, I suppose one might refer to him as one of the greatest authorities on all matters connected with the occult.
You mean the fellow dabbles in supernatural stuff and all that sort of thing?
I mean, my dear Watson, that Mortimer Harley is an extremely intelligent man with a thoroughly comprehensive and scholarly knowledge of his field and an intense belief in the existence of the supernatural force. Here he is to speak for himself. Oh, come in, Harley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Harley?
How do you do, Doctor?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Well, you fellas are probably wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
Well, we're not wondering who you are, Mr. Harley. My friend Holmes was just telling me of your scientific eminence.
I'm flattered that you know of me, Holmes. Just the same, you're wondering why I'm here.
Naturally, sir.
Well, since you know I'm a student of the occult, I'll get right down to my problem. Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harley. An apparition to be counted among our more intangible national treasures, I should say.
I'm sorry to appear stupid, but I have never heard of the headless monk of whatever it is, Chapel.
Well, then, let me tell you about it, Doctor.
Yes, I wish you would.
Trevennis Manor in Cornwall was once an abbey. It was expropriated during the reign of Henry VIII, and several of the monks were killed in some of the minor difficulties attendant on such an act. But one of the murdered monks, a certain Brother Hugh, the chapel organist, was persistent. He still haunts the chapel today. He still plays the organ, and since he was beheaded, he always appears headless.
It's a charming little legend, Mr. Harley, but you don't expect us to believe it's anything but a legend, surely.
Skeptic, eh? How about you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm extremely curious to know why you've come to see me, Mr. Harley.
I'll tell you why. I have a rare opportunity to investigate the phenomena. You see, the son of an old friend of mine, a young fellow by the name of Leonard Miles, is secretary to the owner of Trevennis Manor. He asked me to stay there, and I find the invitation irresistible, particularly since the phenomena have curiously increased of late, Mr. Holmes, almost as though some more mortal agency were motivating them.
Oh. Now I see why you've come to me, Mr. Harley.
I knew you would, Holmes. You see, I'm like my good friend and fellow investigator, Carnacki. I believe in being prepared to meet phenomena on either the natural or the supernatural plane. If the phenomena are real, then they fall legitimately in my field.
Whereas if, as I'm sure you suspect, they are being contrived by human forces, then you think that's more in my department, eh, Harley?
Exactly.
Well, what do you say, Holmes? A little trip to Cornwall would be a nice few days. We'd probably escape the fog down there.
Oh, the place is with the weather, Watson.
What?
I'm much more concerned with the fog that surrounds the appearances of the headless monk of Trevennis Chapel. And Mr. Harley, I accept your invitation with pleasure. There's still time to catch the Cornish Express. We can be at Trevennis Manor before the moon is up.
Do you think that we should go to the manor house first, Mr. Harley, instead of coming straight here to the chapel?
No, I don't, Doctor. We'll see enough of the others when we're at the house. I couldn't resist taking a look at the chapel in the moonlight. You understand, don't you, Holmes?
Oh, yes, perfectly. I must say it's a fascinating piece of architecture.
Yes, it's practically a ruin, though. I don't imagine it's been in use for some time.
And yet it's been standing for well over 400 years, I should say. Let's explore inside, shall we?
Hello? Who's this funny-looking fellow coming down the steps towards us?
If I didn't hear the sound of his footsteps, I'd believe it was a psychic manifestation. He certainly looks as if he came from beyond the grave.
Who be ye, gentlemen, and where be ye going?
Well, supposing you tell us who you are first, my good man.
Who be I? I be David Pendragon, sir. That's who I be, stable hand here at the manor. And I ask you gentlemen again, where you be going?
We're staying at the manor, and we're just going to take a look at the chapel.
Oh, don't he do that, sir. People that go in there don't often come out the way they go in, sir. Don't he do it, gentlemen?
What are you talking about, my good fellow?
I be talking about the ghoulies and the ghosties and the organ music that comes out of the nowheres.
You've heard it?
Of course I heard it, sir. Just like I seen the poor monk walking around without his head on.
Take us into the chapel, will you? And show us where you saw the figure?
Aye, that I will not, sir. Not for all the gold in Porthcawl will I go back and chance seeing the poor lost soul wandering about without his head on. If you gentlemen know what's good for ye, You'll not go in there either. Mark my words. Don't he go in that chapel.
Extraordinary chap. Seems really frightened of the place.
Yes, but it's more than blind superstition that accounts for his reluctance. Let's go in, shall we?
Well, I suppose it's all right. Great Scott! Listen to that. The organ. The ghost's playing it.
We're extremely fortunate. A psychic manifestation as soon as we enter. Remarkable.
Psychic manifestation rubbish. Look who's sitting at the keyboard. It's Holmes. Holmes!
What's the matter, Watson?
What's the matter? You frightened us to death, didn't he, Holly?
Well, speaking for myself, Doctor, it disappointed me. I thought it was a genuine phenomenon.
What do you think you're doing, Holmes? I thought you were still behind us.
I'm sorry if I frightened you, Watson. I was curious about this organ. I slipped in by the side door ahead of you and tested the instrument. It's in astonishingly good condition for a disused chapel, don't you think, Harley?
Yes, I do, Holmes.
One might reasonably presume that someone tends it with great care. In fact, I would go further
Who
and
are
say...
you? What are you doing in here?
We are guests at the Manor House, and we decided to pay a visit to the chapel before we paid our respects to our host.
Oh, my father is your host. I'm Dorothy
How
Brownlee.
do you do, Dorothy? My name is Holmes, and these gentlemen are Dr. Watson and Mr. Harley.
How do you do, Dr. Watson? Mr. Harley. I heard the organ music, and I was terribly frightened. You've heard of the legend, I suppose.
You mean about the headless monk and the ghostly organ and music, Miss Brownlee?
Yes, Doctor. And it's more than a legend, I assure you. That's why I rushed over here as soon as I heard it. It must have frightened all the servants within hearing distance. Why were you playing the organ?
I was curious to see whether it was in good repair.
Obviously it is, Mr. Holmes. Well, my father and his secretary, Mr. Miles, are expecting you, I know. Let's walk over to the house, shall we? I'm sure you've seen enough of the chapel for tonight. Father, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? How do you do? This is my secretary, Leonard Miles.
How do you do, Mr.
Miles?
Miles?
How do you do,
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I'm afraid Mr. Brown is rather angry with me. I hadn't told him that you were an expert on psychic phenomena, Mr. Harley.
I fail to see why the knowledge of that fact should make you angry, Mr. Brownlee.
I don't want you ferreting about into this so-called ghost business. There's been enough trouble in the neighborhood already. It's almost impossible to keep servants, and these Cornish people are incredibly superstitious.
You haven't seen the ghost yourself, Mr. Brownlee?
Oh, of course not. There isn't any ghost, I tell you.
You heard the mysterious organ playing?
No, I haven't. And I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, what is it?
David Pendragon is at the door. He's very anxious to see you, sir.
Pendragon? Oh, very well. Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir.
David? What does he want, I wonder?
Pendragon, that's the fellow we met outside the chapel, isn't it?
Yes, quite a colorful character.
Oh, he's a superstitious old fool, if you ask me. But he is a good groom. Yes, Pendragon, what is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there be trouble at the chapel again tonight. I says to myself, David, 'tis your duty to go to the master, I says.
Never mind. What's the trouble?
As the moon was hanging low tonight, sir, I hears the organ a-playing.
But that was Mr. Holmes, my good man.
Aye, that's what he thinks, maybe. But what I says to myself is, what made him play the organ? And then this very night, I saw the headless monk. With my own eyes, I saw that poor soul with his head off, wandering in the moonlight. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes, I did.
Oh, get out of here, you blithering old fool. And I'm warning you. If I hear any more nonsense about this ghost, you'll lose your job, you understand? Now, come along, be off with you.
Aye, sir, begging your pardon, sir.
Come on, I'll give you chaps a drink.
Mr. Brownlee seems absolutely rabid on the subject of the ghost, eh?
Yes. Suspiciously so. What about he's trying to hide?
Whatever it is, I don't think he'll be successful. In your profession, Holmes, you know that murder will out. It's true in my profession also. Try to suppress them as you may, gentlemen. Ghosts will out.
Well, Holmes, this place may be haunted, but I swear that I never spent a better night anywhere.
And I've never eaten a better breakfast. Pass me another kipper, will you, old chap?
Oh, well,
Thank you.
I heard you moving about quite late. You been out?
Yes. I had another talk with David Pendragon, as well as some of the other servants. It was quite illuminating. Good morning, Mr. Holly.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only late riser.
Oh, were you up late too, sir?
Yes, I was, Doctor. I decided to ignore the veiled threats of Mr. Brownlee, and so I did a little investigating in the chapel. Do you mind passing the teapot?
And what were the results of your investigations, Mr. Holly?
Well, there was no psychic manifestation, you understand, but I'm sure of one thing. That chapel is evil. Evil to the hearts of its stones. And I'll swear that evil does not stem from the hapless monk who was murdered there.
You confirm certain suspicions aroused by my own investigations last night. There is evil here, Mr. Holly, and I think I know its nature. Unless I mistake every sign and reaction, someone has been initiating the local peasantry into the evils of the Black Mass.
Black Mass? Good Lord, what a shocking thought.
My own sensations last night confirm your theory, Holmes. There is a coven here, I swear it, hiding its own obscene practices under cover of the haunting.
Well, that sounds quite feasible. After all, the people are so superstitious that they'd keep as far away as possible from the chapel when they heard the organ playing.
This problem falls into both our fields, Holly. The practice of black magic is a criminal offense.
Perhaps it's just as well the old laws against witchcraft are still in force.
I imagine, Mr. Harley, that you have your own methods of combating such forces as we're up against.
Oh, yes, Holmes, though mine are not connected with the legal aspects of the case, of course.
May I ask what you plan to do, sir?
Well, I have several rather elaborate preparations to make, Doctor. It'll take me most of the day, I'm afraid. However, I shall explain them to you all after dinner tonight.
It's very pleasant to sit here after a good dinner with a superb brandy at one's elbow and listen to the piano being so charmingly played.
You're very kind,
Want to play something more, Miss Brownlee?
I'd love to.
Are you enjoying your stay down here,
Oh,
Mr.
very
Holmes?
much, thank you. Both Mr. Holly and I have found the local folklore extremely interesting.
I see. You fellows haven't been investigating the haunted chapel business again, have you?
Now, look here. If you have, I shall be very angry. It's abusing my hospitality. I told you distinctly I didn't want any more talk of ghosts.
We are not talking of ghosts, my dear Mr. Brownlee. I have something even more important that I must fight now. It's possibly a little hard to imagine me as a crusader, me, the stooped little man, beside the four of you, as toweringly tall a quartet of men as I have ever faced, and yet I am your St. George.
What on earth are you talking about, sir?
I'll tell you in secrecy. This mustn't reach the ears of the peasantry. I refer to myself as St. George because I go to wipe out an evil that lives in your midst, a living, modern dragon.
Oh, please, Mr. Harley, that sounds dreadfully frightening.
And to rid you all of this fiend, I must cleanse the chapel, purify it, exorcise it, remove its residue of psychic evil. That, gentlemen, is my mission tonight.
Dorothy!
She's fainted.
Get some smelling salts, quickly.
I'm afraid you were a little too graphic, Mr. Harley.
I'm sorry if I frightened the young lady, but I'm sure that after tonight she will have no further grounds for fear in Trevenice Manor.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Did you hear anything?
Nothing but the owls and the clock striking midnight.
I'm getting awfully jumpy. What do you suppose Harley's up to?
I can imagine his procedure. Midnight, the crucial hour, I suppose, in his endeavors. I wish him luck. My own plans are not nearly as clear, unfortunately. I sense a guiding force here, but I lack the clues.
There is something, Holmes. Listen.
Great heavens! It's the organ in the chapel.
And Harley's in there alone.
Not alone. Listen to the organ. Pealing forth its madness. Come on, Watson. Something has gone horribly wrong.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. You know, a moment ago, I told you how much I thought you'd like Petri California Sherry. But I didn't tell you that Petri Sherry is the all-round, all-American wine. You can not only serve Petri Sherry before dinner, it's good after dinner, too. And, of course, later in the evening, when you're listening to the radio with some friends, a glass of Petri Sherry is just the thing. And say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. To make sure you get the one that you like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Dr. Watson, that was a heck of a place to break off your story.
Then let us continue it as speedily as possible, my boy. As soon as we heard that devilish organ music, Holmes and I rushed out of the house and raced in the moonlight down the path leading to the ruined chapel. By the time we reached the entrance, the organ music had ceased, and the tall, gangling figure of David Pendragon was standing in our path.
What be you gentlemen be wanting at this
Never
time
mind
of
that.
night?
What are you doing here?
I be here because the gentleman gave me 5 shillings to stand outside here and see that no one disturbed him. That's why I be here. And nobody did come or go. He still be there, he be.
But when you heard that organ music, why the devil didn't you go in?
Organ music? I heard no organ music,
come on,
sir.
Watson.
Great heavens. Look at him.
We're too late. Poor devil. A knife through his heart.
It's obvious who did it, that fellow Pendragon. I'll go and grab him before he gets away.
Watson, he's not our man. This murder was planned with devilish cunning.
It's a curious thing. There's no sign of a struggle at all. Looks as if he just stood here and allowed himself to be stabbed.
Observe these chalk marks with which the body is surrounded. What is known as a pentagram, I believe. He thought it would protect him completely from the supernatural forces.
Poor chap. For once, his researches went too far.
Yes, because they touched not on the supernatural, but upon natural evil. And remember, Watson, that only 3 people besides ourselves and David Pendragon knew of this vigil.
Yes, Brownlee, his daughter, and young Miles, the secretary.
Exactly. Go back to the house, will you? And bring them here. And perhaps we can lay a ghost by trapping a murderer.
And that's all I know, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you've not established much so far, Holmes. The 3 of them all swear they were asleep and that they didn't hear the organ.
Yes, and you can't prove otherwise,
I think I
Holmes.
can prove that one of you was not only awake, but also murdered, Mortimer Harley.
But why should any of us want the poor man dead,
In
Mr.
your
Holmes?
case, young lady, I confess that I find it hard to conceive a motive.
Implying that Mr. Brownlee and I might have one?
Well, Mr. Miles, you must admit that you're responsible for Mr. Harley coming here.
And you, Mr. Brownlee, must admit that you did everything in your power to prevent the dead man from carrying out his investigations. Why? What were you trying to hide?
Nothing. It's just that I wanted to sell the manor house. All this talk about ghosts was giving the place a bad name. And if it had gone on, I'd never have disposed of the property.
Well, speculation can get us nowhere. Let's get down to facts. Is there any other entrance to this chapel besides the 2 doors?
None.
Oh, there was an old smuggler's cave which came out near the organ loft, but Father had it bricked up some years ago.
I had to. The tourists kept crawling in.
Go and examine it, will you, Watson, old chap?
All right, sure, Holmes.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, it seems obvious who did this murder.
You told us David Pendragon admitted that no one went in or out as he stood guard. He must have done it himself. Oh, the man's half-witted.
And superstitious. He might have killed Mr. Harley because he was attempting to interfere with the ghost.
And then played the organ to celebrate the occasion? I think you overestimate David Pendragon's capabilities, Miss Brownlee. Mr. Miles.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Pendragon is waiting outside. Would you be kind enough to ask him to come here for a moment, please?
Certainly.
What did you find out, Watson?
Well, it's easy to see where it was bricked up, but it's a solid wall now. No one could get in that way.
But if no one came in or out, who else could have killed Harley except Pendragon?
The ghost, or rather the person disguised as a ghost. The dead man expected a psychic manifestation. When he saw the supposed ghost coming towards him, he offered no resistance. He believed that the magical pentagram would protect him. Ah, there you are, David.
Aye, here I be, sir. But I don't know nothing more than what I told thee.
Oh, don't be frightened, Pendragon. All we want is the truth.
That's what I told thee, sir.
And tell us a little more, will you? When you said no one had entered the chapel tonight, you meant that no mortal man had entered, didn't you?
That I did, sir. But how could I say I'd seen the ghost when Mr. Brownlee here had told me I'd lose my job if I spoke of the ghost again?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you did see the ghost?
That I did, sir. The poor soul walking through the moonlight with no head on his body.
You saw it quite clearly?
Just as clearly as I sees you now, sir.
How tall was he?
He was... Would you mind standing against the wall, sir?
Yes, of course.
He was as tall as... Well, his shoulders come to just where your shoulders come now, sir.
You're a tall man, then, so we narrow it down to either you, Mr. Brownlee, or you, Mr. Miles.
But this is utterly ridiculous.
Of course it is.
On the contrary, gentlemen, the case is solved.
Which one of them was it, Holmes?
Neither. Remember that the ghost is headless. That means that the impostor must have built up fake shoulders covering the head. On either of these men, it would have brought their shoulders to the level of my head.
Great Scott, it was...
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think you'd catch me.
Dorothy! No, I don't believe Miss Brownlee, I must warn you that...
Keep back. Don't any of you come near me. As you see, I have a revolver.
Dorothy, for heaven's sake!
Don't speak to me of heaven! You thought I was a sweet little girl, didn't you, Father? You didn't know your dear, demure daughter could murder a man, did you?
Why did you kill Mortimer Harley?
Because he was a meddler. For months I've been practicing black magic here. For months I've been building up the legend of the headless monk and the organ music. It made me so wonderfully alone, so gloriously free to practice the rites. And then he came here. I let him live that first night because I thought he was a fool. But on the second, when he said he was going to exorcise this chapel, to purify it, as he said, he signed his death warrant. If you could have seen his face, if you could only have seen his stupid, startled face as I plunged the knife into him.
Dorothy!
He bled so beautifully.
Holmes, she's mad as a hatter. What are we going to do?
Miss Brownlee, give me that revolver.
And let you take me to prison or an asylum? No, you'll never catch me.
She's backing up the stairs leading to the organ loft.
Dorothy, come back!
Don't try and follow me.
Look out! The railing's behind you.
And turn my head. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,
Dorothy! My poor little girl. Mr. Brownlee, the powers of evil are frightening. Your daughter had killed one man and might have killed more. She was insane. Hopelessly insane.
Well, Doctor, that was quite an exciting story. You know, you and Holmes have worked on many cases that seem to deal with the supernatural.
Yes, I must say, Mr. Bartell, that every one of them, when solved, disclosed the work of an evil mind rather than that of an evil spirit.
The part I particularly liked about tonight's story was the organ music. There's something eerie, something almost ghostly about organ music.
Yes, and there's nothing more beautiful.
You know, I wish I could play the organ and write music for it. There's nothing like music to really express a thought.
Yes, I can just imagine the kind of music that you'd write. Probably catchy little ditties such as, "The Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you drink, remember Petri wine."
Oh, no, Doctor. Is that the way I affect you? Although on the level, you could probably write beautiful music to describe the way the grapes look on the vine in the sunlight. But what music could tell you about the Petri family and how long they've been making fine wine? You know, the Petri family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, the knowledge necessary to transform luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. And when you see that name Petri on a bottle of wine, remember, you're not looking at a mere trademark. That name Petri is the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle meets their unusually high standards. Petri wine is always good wine. It's got to be, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me think. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started quietly enough as Holmes and I sat at a London dinner party, and yet, before the evening was over, we found ourselves involved in one of the most shocking scandals that ever rocked London society.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Stay tuned for Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The setting on your dial is the passport to a shadowland of mystery and terror. And you can travel as far and as long as your imagination will permit. In ancient times, evil was usually the work of people who were monstrous, grotesque, and psychotic. Today's perpetrators, for the most part, are quite banal. Many of them lead what can only be described as normal lives. Some of them have achieved such heights of respectability that their deeds are no longer considered evil. No, for the good old days when villains were villains and performed with style and flair. Today's faceless scoundrels don't even get any fun out of their own evil. Our mystery drama, Killer of the Year, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and imported Vigna Rosé wine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Evil. What's evil? Since the beginning of the human race, men have speculated on the nature of evil. Saints, philosophers, psychologists, all have deliberated, and still the answer eludes us. In this enlightened century, will science finally solve the problem? Shall we discover that evil is actually a virus, a disease that infects its victims at random? Impossible, you say? Perhaps. But how do you account for the fact that so many people are suddenly stricken? So many of the most unlikely people. People like Harry Johnson.
Turn around, Harry. Let me look at you. Oh, no, dear. The gold cufflink.
Well, that's too formal.
Well, it's a formal occasion.
All right. Who rang the bell before?
Oh, it was a telegram. The president of your own company, Mr. G.G. Gresham himself. Well, what do you think of that?
I don't know. What am I supposed to think of it?
Well, don't you even want to read it?
Oh, you read it.
Oh, all right. Congratulations. You are a credit to the corporation. Signed, G.G. Gresham. Ah. Well?
Well, what?
Do you realize what this means? Mr. Gresham himself, all the way out in Chicago. Mr. Gresham, who personally runs a $500 million corporation, knows about you, knows about the award, and is personal.
Mr. Gresham has a PR department which handles this kind of nonsense.
Oh, why do you call it nonsense?
Because he couldn't care less.
I beg to differ, Harry. When one of his executives...
To him, I'm an employee.
...wins the Man of the Year award...
In a tank town like Danvers Corners.
This happens to be the county seat, and it's the third largest city in the state.
Hey, let's hear it for Danvers Corners.
Oh, don't pretend to be cynical, Harry, because you're not.
My dear, I never set out to win this award. I mean, it wasn't deliberate. I didn't plan it. It wasn't part of a campaign to do myself some good.
Well, it's recognition of the fact
I'm
that
not
you...
after recognition. I like to work on community projects. I think it's the best investment of time I can make.
Darling, when you took me home from our very first date, Mother came upstairs to my room for a chat.
That was another world in those days, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. And Mother said, "Tell me all about him, dear." And I did. And she said, "You know, he sounds too good to be true." And Harry, she was right. And she still is. You are too good to be true.
Oh, come on. I'm the same as everyone else.
No, dear, you're not like everyone else. You have a conscience and you have ideals. And those things are in short supply today.
You know, Jenny, I think I have a headache.
A headache? Why should you have a headache all of a sudden?
I think my halo is on too tight.
Oh.
Come on, we'll be late for the bash.
Hey,
Hey, Man of the Year, buddy. This is the first chance I've had to offer my congratulations.
Thank you, Pete.
Great dinner. Great speech. Listen, why didn't you run for Congress?
Now, why should I run for Congress?
Why else have you been knocking yourself out 3 and 4 nights a week?
Because I like it.
You mean it's all going to waste? It's not going to wind up doing you any good?
Well, it makes me feel good.
You know, coming from anyone else, it would sound like a line, but you, I believe.
Hello, Pete.
Jenny, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Pete. Harry, have you met Wilma Sloan?
Wilma Sloan? No, I don't think so.
Oh, are you in for a treat? Although...
Although what?
You're so thoroughly married, you probably couldn't enjoy the sight of another beautiful woman.
I'll introduce you, dear.
Confident Jenny.
Who is she?
Well, she's the new librarian, and she'll be very happy to meet you.
Oh, why?
Well, she can thank you for her job. After all, dear, you're the one who raised the funds for the library campaign.
Come on, you make it sound as if I did it single-handed.
Wilma, I'd like you to meet my husband, Harry Johnson. How do you do?
Wilma. Wilma Sloan? No, that isn't your name. You're not Wilma Sloan. I know you. That is... Well, I know your face. How could I ever forget your face? I stared at it for hours in that courtroom. I know your face from every angle. There were times when your eyes would wander among the rows of spectators, and sometimes they would meet mine, and we would look at each other for a brief moment. Do you recognize me? Do you know my face? How long was it? 5 years ago. The company had sent me way up and out to the northwest, to a place called Centerville. Centerville. It makes Denver's corners seem like Paris. Centerville.
Got to be with us a spell, Mr. Johnson?
Oh, 10 days, 2 weeks, I suppose.
You from the Gresham Company?
Yes, I have to run some sales training sessions, but all be at night. Tell me, what's there to do around here in the daytime?
Well, to tell the truth, there ain't nothing to do around here daytimes outside of hunting season. But you're in luck.
Why?
We got us a murder trial going.
A murder trial?
Yep. It's in all the papers. Well, the papers around here, I guess.
Where's the trial being held?
Well, in the courthouse. Where else? I'm fixing to go myself. I'll get the wife to take over the front desk. I'll drive you down there. That's her.
She's the defendant?
That's her. Tessie Bonner. She works in the library. Maybe I should say she worked in the library.
Well, she's a very beautiful woman.
Yep. She's good looking. But she's a killer.
Isn't that what the jury's supposed to decide?
The jury's already decided. I know every one of them in that box. I can tell.
But that's not right.
You just listen to the testimony. You'll see. It'll prove she's guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt.
State your full name, please.
Mrs. Edna Coyne. Well, I guess my full name would be Edna Amaryllis Coyne.
Mm-hmm. And you rented an apartment to the defendant, Miss Teresa Bonner.
Yes, sir. A 3-year lease.
And the deceased. Was he a regular visitor?
Oh, yes, indeed. He'd show up there 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a week. I said to my oldest girl, looks like we have a little love nest up there in 3G. And she said, oh, Ma, get with it. This is the new morality. I mean, so what do you prove if you have a document? Well, I was going to tell her.
And did you ever hear signs of an altercation?
What?
Arguments. Fight.
Oh, no, I can't say that I did. I didn't hear a word until that night.
Now then, suppose you tell us just exactly what you heard.
Well, I was surprised.
Surprised? Why?
Well, you know, they was very quiet usually. And all of a sudden, on this particular night, they start yelling at each other.
Yelling?
Well, maybe not yelling, but you could hear them all right. And he was saying, it's over. It has come to an end. And she kept saying, no, it's not over. It's just begun. She said, I can't. I won't let you walk out on me. And he said, we both knew it would have to end sometime. And she said, it can only end when one of us is dead. And he said, don't be stupid. And she said, I won't let you go. I can't let you go. And he said, you knew from the start I was married, and she said, yes, and so did you, and...
Yes, Miss Coyne?
Well, she said, if I can't have you, she can't have you either.
And what did he say to that?
He said, be sensible. And she said, how can a woman in love be sensible? And then the next thing I heard him say was, you're crazy. You've gone mad. Put down that knife.
You heard him say those exact words. Put down that knife.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
And then I heard him yell.
And then?
And then I didn't hear anything. Well, I was scared, you know. I didn't know what to think.
What did you do?
Well, I thought for a minute. Then I walked up the stairs, and I went to her door.
Yes.
And I just stood there listening. Finally, I knocked on the door, and I said, Miss Bonner, are you okay? There was no answer. Well, I tried to turn the handle. The door wasn't locked. So I opened it, and I walked right into the apartment. And there I saw...
Would you tell us what you saw?
I saw him lying on the floor. He was dead.
You're sure he was dead?
Oh, yes. His chest was covered with blood.
And where was the defendant?
She was standing there near him, right in the middle of the room. And she was holding a big knife in her hand. And you could see blood on the blade.
Would that be that large knife lying on the table marked Exhibit B?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's the knife. And she was holding that knife in her hand. And she was mumbling, no one else can ever have you. No one else can ever have you.
Mm-hmm. And what you've told us just now is exactly what you saw?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
I have no further questions.
And through it all, she sat quietly at her table, next to her attorney. It was as if someone else were on trial. She hardly seemed to listen to anything that was being said. Occasionally, she would glance at the spectators. Her eyes would slowly sweep the room. From time to time, they would meet mine. And she would look at me. Or was it my imagination? But the trial came to an end finally. The jury left the room at 11:45 and returned promptly at 2. They had lunch between 12 and 1:30, so you can imagine how long they deliberated. But, of course, the verdict was obvious from the very outset. Guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Guilty with no recommendation for mercy. So now, what is she doing here, less than 5 years later? Because this is Tessie Bonner. She may call herself Wilma Sloane, but her name is Tessie Bonner.
Harry, this is Wilma Sloane.
How do you do?
Congratulations, Mr. Johnson.
Wilma, you said I could have the next dance. How are you at keeping promises?
I never broke one yet.
Now, if you good people will excuse us.
They make a handsome couple, don't they, Harry?
Oh, what?
I said Pete and Wilma Sloane make a good-looking couple, don't they?
Oh, yes.
Oh, she's such a beautiful girl, isn't she?
Yes. Yes, Jenny. Lovely.
Lovely. If you like a girl who knows how to use a knife. But is she the same one? Harry is absolutely certain. But if she's the same one, what indeed is she doing here? The state where she was tried still has the death penalty. At the very least, she should be in jail for a long, long time. Well, you'll only have to wait a short time till I return with some answers in Act 2. Although Harry Johnson has raised considerable funds for the town library, he rarely goes there himself. However, this afternoon, on an impulse, one that he cannot explain, or can he has stopped at the library. From the doorway, he regards the librarian, a rather beautiful young woman named Wilma Sloane. she's talking to several children. It's hard to believe that she is a woman who, in a fit of passion or as a result of a cold-blooded resolve, stabbed her lover to death. But she did, some 5 years ago, in a state 1,000 miles away. And she has been tried and convicted for murder. And the question is, what is she doing here? Harry Johnson wants to know the answer, but evidently not now. And so he turns away and walks down the library steps to the street.
Harry, want a lift?
Sure thing. Thanks, Pete.
You know, if anybody were to ask me where they could find Harry Johnson, I'd answer try the library.
Just what's that supposed to mean, Pete?
Don't have an affair with her, Harry.
What?
You heard me.
Don't have an affair with whom?
With Wilma Sloan.
Oh, come on, Pete. What's gotten into you?
The problem is not what's gotten into me, but what's gotten into you.
Pete, you're either crazy or...
Or what?
Well, I don't know. Look, what are you driving at?
What I'm driving at is that man is not naturally monogamous.
Oh, let's not start this nonsense
That's
again.
why I never got married. You may be deeply in love with a woman, but suddenly someone happens along and...
And what?
And you're gone.
I think that's ridiculous.
It probably is. But unfortunately, it happens. And it happened to you last night.
Pete, I wish you would tell me what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Wilma Sloan.
What about Wilma Sloan?
All right, let's do it in steps, huh? Last night you were introduced to her. One look at your face convinced me.
Convinced you of what?
Convinced me I'd better ask her to dance so I could get her away from you.
And have her for yourself, no doubt.
Don't get me wrong. I'd take her if I could get her. But she's not for me. I know. See, I'm an expert in these affairs.
Oh, so modest.
Look, you may disapprove of my attitude toward life and love, but I do have both experience and expertise. So I took her away from where you and Jenny were standing before...
Before what?
Before what you were thinking. Before that look on your face could become obvious to everyone else, including my poor dear sister.
You know, I think that you are crazy.
Yeah. And so now it's the afternoon of the next day, the late afternoon. I'm downtown. I stopped for a traffic light. Idly, I glanced toward the library steps, thinking, of course, of that delectable new librarian. When who do I see walking up the steps? Why, my most faithful brother-in-law, Harry. A man whose rectitude has just earned him the Man of the Year award here in Danvers Corners.
Oh, I can explain that.
But I